A golden core cultivator traverses into the realm of Naruto. Yet instead of pursuing the sublime path of enlightenment, he turns towards the embrace of the chakra system. He even forgets that he was once a cultivator until a near-death experience illuminates his soul, causing certain wills within his spirit to be devoured in reverse. Gradually, the hazy memories of his past life surge forth like a tidal wave in his perception. If a frog can cultivate longevity through natural energy, then surely humanity can forge a path of cultivation from it. After his rebirth, his childhood ambition was to establish a system of cultivation amidst the chaotic world of ninjas. However, as time passed, he gradually let this goal fade from his consciousness. The root of this neglect lay in his practice of chakra. Drawing from his prior experiences in the realm of cultivation, he suddenly harbors a terrifying hypothesis. The entire chakra system harbors a profound flaw. Why do ninjas possess immense power, yet lead such fleeting lives? Why do the three sage of insects not only wield formidable strength, but also live for millennia? Why has the ninja world never known unity, from the early days of the warring states to the present era? Is there truly no wise soul among them? The cycle of hatred within the ninja world continues relentlessly, spiraling in an unending loop. Is the so-called war merely a consequence of the interests of various villages and their internal strife? This world feels utterly askew, as if an invisible hand manipulates everything from the shadows. Who possesses such power? The answer is singular. The origin of the entire chakra system, the Sage of Six Paths, looms over the ninja world like a dark deity. Even the chakra of the Nine Tails, scattered and lost, retains a fragment of will. How could the Sage of Six Paths not wield this power? As the progenitor of chakra, any practitioner within this system undoubtedly harbors a trace of the sage's will within them. The stronger one becomes, the deeper the influence they're subjected to, unwittingly ensnared in an abyss of ignorance. The entire trajectory of the ninja world is subtly guided by the Sage of Six Paths. Progressing along a predetermined path, he dictates life and death, allowing one to live only to drain their final worth, before harvesting them like mere chives, transforming them into sustenance. He recalls his companions, Kakashi and Hashirama. The three of them rose from the warring states, jointly founding Konohagakure. Thanks to his intervention, even Hashirama was poised to unify the ninja world for the sake of enduring peace. Just the night before, the trio had been passionately discussing their ideals. Yet overnight, both had inexplicably changed, reverting to a script of subservience to tailed beasts. This culminated in the Battle of the Valley of the End. He wished to steer them away from a predetermined path, yet the outcome was foreseen: failure. Just as scripted, Kakashi secured his escape through Hashirama's flesh, and both seemed to descend into madness, intent on slaying their dear friend. Fortunately, he managed to escape. It was this brush with death that unveiled the true nature of the ninja world. Once healed, he relinquishes all his chakra and probes the depths of the chakra within his body, subsequently employing his self-developed sealing techniques, enveloped in one zone. Chakra. After the Hyuga clan, you publicly declared that you had lost your powers due to severe injuries, withdrew from the ranks of ninjas, and ceased to interfere in all matters, resolutely content to be a mere mascot. Yet privately, you embarked on the development of an immortal cultivation system. Time flies, and in the blink of an eye, over 30 years have passed. Many events transpired in between, revealing to you, who had transcended the situation, a deeper darkness. In just over 30 years, 3 great ninja wars erupted. Ninjas resembled captive silkworms, tirelessly engaged in endless warfare, only to be harvested in successive waves. After 45 years of pastoral life, you grandly exited the gates of the Hyuga clan, yet not a single clan member noticed your presence. You felt it was time to take action. At this moment, you had completely excised your chakra, created your own immortal techniques, and attained the pinnacle of the golden elixir, only a step away from the realm of the primordial spirit. With a lifespan of 500 years, the untrained eye, you appear to be a feeble old man on the brink of 80. Yet, should you desire, you could return to your former glory at any moment. You must don this visage to meet a certain individual, Uchiha Madara. Upon leaving Konoha, your figure soared into the sky, soaring like the great Onoki, and moving with remarkable speed, displaying none of the frailty of old age. Moments later, you descended upon a relatively flat mountaintop, extracting a small tuft of black hair from your pocket. "Show me where you are hidden," you murmured, as you pinched the hair between your fingers. Then a mysterious force surged between your fingers, resembling natural energy, yet distinctly different. This was a result of your research into natural energy. After achieving the harmony of heaven and man, referencing the drawings of reincarnation, using personal information as a medium, you resonated with natural energy in pursuit of identifying the essence of the host. This method required an exceptionally high mastery over natural energy to execute. As you approached the northern border of the Land of Fire, you realized it was there. Help has arrived. You soared into the sky once more. 2 hours later, you descended, instantly adopting a hunched posture, returning to your former state in Konoha. Indeed, the frail appearance was concealed underground. As expected, many were aware of your presence. It seemed they had become involved. You simulated Earth release with your own power, descending into the depths of the Earth. In a dim, subterranean cavern, behind you loomed a colossal outer path statue, its figure emaciated, resembling a mere skeleton, its cheeks sunken, branches of the outer path statue protruding from the back of its head, providing it with the sustenance of life. Deeper within the earth lay a field of white trees, growing like fruit suspended from branches. Beneath the massive root system, originally seated upon a stone bed, Uchiha Madara, who had been resting with closed eyes, lifted his eyelids, his scarlet Sharingan spinning silently. Long time no see. An aged voice echoed from the darkness. You emerged from the shadows, the dim light suddenly brightening. It is you, Hyuga. The incredulous voice exclaimed. It is indeed me. Surprised to see an old friend? Perhaps a little. But how did you find your way here? Madara, genuinely astonished, was taken aback by your ability to locate him. You are astonished that he is still alive. Naturally, I possess my own methods. What brings you to me? Surely, it cannot be merely to reminisce. Madara's tone is frigid. Arrogant as you are, does Uchiha Madara fear death as well? Gazing at the tubes protruding from the back of Madara's head, along with the outer path golem, your words are laced with mockery. Humph, my affairs are of no concern to you. I have my own plans, and besides, are you not on the brink of death yourself? Uchiha Madara lets out a cold snort, disregarding your taunts. Indeed, when one is nearing death, they tend to reminisce about the past otherwise. Why would one seek to reconnect with you? How did you know I was not dead? Uchiha Madara's expression falters, prompting an immediate inquiry. From my understanding of you, you have never engaged in a battle without certainty of victory. Furthermore, the subsequent disappearance of your corpse only solidified my suspicions. Your words, imbued with unwavering confidence, reveal that you have long seen through the truth. Even if I not perished then, how could you be assured that I would survive until now? Uchiha Madara's demeanor grows stern, exuding a formidable aura. One cannot deny that Senju Tobarama was a genius in his lifetime. He devised a forbidden technique known as impure world reincarnation, which confirmed you were still alive. You cast aspersions upon Senju Tobarama. Let us return to the initial question. How did you locate me here? Madara remains confident in his concealment. I naturally possess my own methods. You resolutely reiterate, refusing to provide an answer. Uchiha's expression remains icy, his blood-red Sharingan fixed upon you, shimmering with a perilous glint. The atmosphere grows momentarily tense. Hinata, do you wish to meet an untimely demise? At this moment, Madara harbors murderous intent towards you. The enigma that you truly believe I would undertake actions without assurance? Madara displays no trace of fear, the corners of his mouth curling upward, the creases on his face deepening. Indeed, the news of your lost power is a mere fabrication, one that even Senju Tobarama was deceived by. Uchiha Madara's curiosity toward you intensifies, yet the murderous glint in his eyes diminishes. You neither agree nor refute, allowing him to ponder. The riddle master is the best at concealing truths. State your purpose. I am not fond of riddles. Yet that poker face of yours has remained unchanged for decades. Your tone is cold and unyielding as ever. But do you still remember your initial dream? Your expression seems to revert to your youthful self. You came merely to pose such trivial inquiries. This is of great importance, you assert, a blend of tedium and childishness in your question. I have long seen through the world's illusions you are but a robust branch in this sordid realm. Your voice, aged and filled with disdain, resonates. Since you are unwilling to speak, allow me to articulate for you. You once declared the desire for world peace, to end all wars. You also proclaimed the necessity of unifying the shinobi world to achieve this goal, and I supported your vision. Even Hashirama, under our insistence, once resolved to unify the shinobi world to forge peace. Why is this so? Because we have both endured the brutality of the Warring States era, where training for murder began at the tender age of 4 or 5, and children of merely 10 were sent to the battlefield, with life expectancy barely exceeding 30 years. The various clans oppressed one another, and the shedding of blood was an everyday occurrence. The Byakugan, due to its strategic value and minimal side effects, was relentlessly sought after in a desperate bid for self-preservation. Sealing techniques were employed. Many were captured to serve as breeding vessels for their bloodlines, leading to the deliberate extinction of numerous small clans. Even the Sharingan, which carries greater side effects, was not spared from the plucking of eyes. Consequently, you set aside your prejudices and allied with your adversaries, aspiring to forge a peaceful world. You assured the various clans that they would mutually return the bloodlines and secret techniques they possessed, pledging assistance in reclaiming stolen bloodlines. A defensive alliance was established, forbidding mutual slaughter. Coupled with your formidable strength, this attracted a multitude of ninja clans, culminating in the founding of Konoha. Later, at the suggestion of Senju Tobarama, the Konoha Ninja Academy was established, enforcing a rule that no one under the age of 12 could graduate, ensuring children were granted a complete childhood. Subsequently, other ninja villages emulated Konoha's policies, leading to their own establishments. The era of warring states concluded, giving rise to the age of one village, one nation. Yet, we all understand that despite the establishment of villages, this system merely mirrored the warring states, destined to repeat the tragedies of the past. The notion of unifying the ninja world was proposed, and I supported it, for only through collective unity could the likelihood of war be diminished. You were pleased to engage in lengthy discussions with me, recounting tales one after another. Enough. I tire of these tedious reminiscences, I interjected. Uchiha Madara resembled a monkey whose tail had been stepped on, filled with unbridled fury. Allow me to finish before you become enraged, I urged, as you continued your oration, drawing Madara's memories back to the past. Yet, everything changed overnight, becoming unrecognizable. Hashirama abandoned the dream of unifying the ninja world and absurdly distributed tailed beasts to various villages as a means of balance. You relinquished your ideals, forsook your kin, and exiled yourself. When did you truly perish? I once ventured to the Valley of the End to ascertain the authenticity of your intentions, striving to prevent your rift. Yet, why did both you and Hashirama seek to end my life? We were once comrades on the same path. Your words were laden with deep emotion, yet I interrupted. That is merely a ridiculous and foolish ideal, unattainable. Madara's anger flared once more. Can you explain why, back at the Valley of the End, both you and Hashirama intended to kill me? You have long harbored a profound dread of this moment, nearly losing yourself entirely. Who urged you to recklessly involve yourself? Madara's response seemed strained, as if grasping for justification. Is that truly your reason? I challenged. Have you questioned your own heart? I cannot believe that the Madara, who once passionately discussed ideals with me, would kill his comrades for such a trivial reason. Even if you were, what of Hashirama? My relationship with him was amicable. Surely he would not attempt to slay me for such a laughable motive. A faint smile graced my lips, revealing my disbelief in Madara's rationale. Uchiha Madara fell silent, seemingly contemplating something, yet words escaped him. Madara, have you come to understand yourself? I hope you awaken soon and return to your true self, I said with serene conviction. Then he turned and walked into the shadowy depths, gradually vanishing from sight. At times, death may not be merely an end, but a form of rebirth. Uchiha Madara perceived a sound emanating from the abyss, falling into a prolonged silence. Emerging from the depths, your expression shifted instantaneously. Where was the visage of deep-seated grievances, the concern for friends, the unwavering dedication to ideals? In an instant, you vanished, taking flight from the very spot. Goodness, at such an advanced age, still engaging in verbal duels with the younger generation, one wonders if it is effective, for we do not trust in whirlpools. Do you truly feel tainted? Yet it is certain that aside from the injurious spirit embedded within him, Madara's chakra is also a reincarnation, influenced by other factors. What precisely constitutes the essence of his mental fortitude should be intertwined with the blood sacrifice. However, merely sowing the seed suffices, let the outcome be what it may. The remaining time shall be spent wandering through the ninja world, for it has been many years since his last venture. Within the shadowy cavern, Uchiha Madara sat upon a stone bed, the dim light illuminating half of his form, while the other half remained shrouded in darkness, much like his current state of mind. that he was indeed affected by your words. Why did Lord Madara not eliminate him? If he could locate this place, surely the secrets of the underground could not remain concealed from him. Would this impact your plans? A white Zetsu emerged from the ground, expressing a sense of helplessness. It was not a matter of unwillingness, but rather an inability to act. Uchiha Madara, too, felt a hint of resignation. Do you know what allowed Hinata to survive in the Warring States period and rise as a formidable force? His ability to preserve his life set him apart as a unique member of the Hyuga clan. He dabbled in all forms of jutsu ninjutsu, jinjutsu, taijutsu, sealing techniques, and hidden weapons, as well as traps and swordsmanship, mastering each with remarkable proficiency. In his own words, survival begets opportunity. He would explore every possible method pertaining to self-preservation. He is the strongest among the Hyuga clan in generations, akin to the brilliance of myself and Hashirama within the Uchiha and Senju. Had it not been for our existence during the late Warring States, he would undoubtedly have shone the brightest. Although he now faces mortality, my own condition is scarcely better, and his secret techniques have grown even more potent, enabling him to infiltrate the underground base. I noticed a slight pallor on Madara's face. He retained confidence in his perceptive abilities. Lord Madara questioned White Zetsu anxiously. What shall we do if he reveals the underground secrets? Then we must conceal ourselves. Besides, he has only discerned the surface and remains oblivious to my true intentions. If any unforeseen events arise, we shall devise another plan. Madara's expression darkened, his eyes gleaming with a fierce light. He was unaware that you were fully cognizant of his plans and dismissed them with disdain, showing little concern for your objectives. Your aim is to make Madara aware of the issues within his own body. My time is limited. I must select a successor to carry forth my designs. War is imminent, and you must expedite the selection process within the Uchiha clan so that I may complete my arrangements amidst the chaos. Madara instructed White Zetsu. Understood, Lord Madara. I shall take my leave. White Zetsu responded before burrowing into the earth, disappearing from view. Death is but another form of rebirth. Has Hinata already anticipated this? Uchiha murmured to himself as the light began to fade, that a dim figure concealed in the shadows. You drifted through the entire ninja realm, intermittently soaring and pausing, immersing yourself in the essence of nature and the cosmos. Simultaneously, you diligently refined your cultivation methods, which had already reached a commendable level of sophistication, nearly comparable to the spiritual essence of the Sage of Six Paths, just a step away from transcendence. The cultivation techniques you devised encompass 5 realms: condensing chi, opening the acupoints, refining the golden elixir, and the spiritual essence. As you surmise, the cultivation method grounded in natural energy significantly extends one's lifespan. 8T present. You stand at the pinnacle of the golden elixir stage, on the cusp of the spiritual essence realm, with a lifespan extending up to 500 years, undoubtedly surpassing the prowess of both Madara and Hashirama in their prime, and rivaling the Sage of Six Paths himself. Despite your ability to take that decisive step at any moment, you remain hesitant, not out of fear of a sage, but due to the realization that advancing to the spiritual essence stage necessitates an immense reservoir of natural energy to nurture both body and spirit. Without a viable solution to this predicament, the potential repercussions of attracting attention could escalate far beyond a mere confrontation with a sage, drawing the ire of even the likes of the venerable Otsutsuki clan. It is prudent to exercise caution and continue perfecting your cultivation techniques beyond the spiritual essence realm, whilst devising strategies to minimize any disturbances. During your ascent, you harbor a clear intention in your heart as time swiftly passes and a month slips away unnoticed. The third great ninja war has commenced, with all 5 great ninja villages swiftly embroiled in conflict. In this tumultuous time, Konoha has taken on a frenzied demeanor, facing 4 adversaries at once, leaving many ordinary ninjas bewildered. They remain oblivious to the underlying discord within the major villages, which compel their leaders to hastily engage in warfare to alleviate and diminish the overwhelming influence of the powerful clans. The leaders of the 5 great villages share an unspoken understanding and act with remarkable unity. Hiruzen Tobi has bided his time, waiting for the opportune moment to strike. Though he has solidified his position as Hokage, the internal strife among the clans has pushed him to his limits. Many clans only realize their predicament in the later stages of the war, by which time extrication becomes exceedingly difficult. They resemble insects nurtured by the Sage of Six Paths, consumed by the relentless struggle for power within a confined realm, continually sacrificing their lives to fuel the chakra system. Even as their very souls become unknowingly ensnared, the pursuit of power and authority inevitably becomes the greatest source of strife. So it is with Hiruzen, so it is with the Sage of Six Paths, and so it is with you. In your quest for enlightenment, you remain undeterred, even if it means standing against the world. If a sage, who treats the ninja realm as his personal garden, can proclaim himself a guiding mentor to the destined, then you too can be hailed as a valiant warrior leading the masses against dragons. The time has come. I shall use this identity to stir the waters, becoming a figure of great virtue within the ninja world, planting the seeds of resistance against oppression. Upon further reflection, it seems that the precautions taken against Madara were perhaps a touch overly conservative. Next time, before his demise, I shall subtly prepare to strike. Once more did I plan to take a moment to nourish the clan, providing them with water and fertilizer, for you are a person of remarkable execution. Once a decision is made, you speed forth towards the border between the land of fire and the land of wind, where conflict has already erupted. You commence with the Hyuga clan, the most accessible target, for you are their progenitor. The transmission of wisdom begins now. Heaven has perished, and yellow heaven shall rise. The year is the first of the cycle, and all under heaven shall prosper. You require a group of individuals courageous enough to voice their dissent against the injustices of fate, as the malevolence within the ninja world runs exceedingly deep. The majority of ninjas merely drift along, lacking personal conviction or stance that a leader must emerge to guide them. Your objective is to discover and direct them, gradually revealing the harsh truths of the ninja world, leading them onto the path of resistance, continually elevating their ideals and nurturing their courage to confront the inequities of destiny. During this intensive training, you not only tailor your teachings to their individual needs, but also draw upon the martial experiences of the Warring States period as instructional material, igniting within the youth the curiosity for that era. Unintentionally, you encourage them to express their thoughts freely, fostering an environment where their confusions and inquiries are met with eager responses. Teaching those with fundamentally flawed perspectives requires a different approach. Direct indoctrination proves ineffective. One cannot force a cow to drink water. The easily obtained is seldom cherished, a lesson learned from the Warring States. Thus, you must allow these fledgling minds to pose their own questions, offering answers without influencing their judgment. Only through their own articulation and refinement of thoughts and ideals will they come to value them. After a month of this continuous effort, seeing the seeds sown, you prepare to depart. However, to your surprise, Danzo pays you a visit. With just a few exchanged words, you discern his intentions. The main house has allied with Danzo, aiming to eliminate you, fearing your potential to disrupt the established order they have built over generations. Moreover, you remain the sole clan member without the cursed mark. Danzo seeks your demise, wary of your ability to unveil his collusion with the likes of Yagura and the benefits it may bring him removing an unstable element through an enemy's hand, granting you a grand exit, while simultaneously securing the Hyuga clan's allegiance. Why would he not seize such an opportunity? You suddenly realize that you may have concealed your true self for too long, playing your role so convincingly that many have genuinely believed your end was nigh. The weak and elderly are easily manipulated. The main house truly possesses a short memory, inherently treacherous. Previously, when you declare the loss of your power, they hastily attempted to mark you with the cursed seal, reasoning that your diminished strength necessitated such a measure. As the former strongest among them, your Byakugan's purity was deemed too high and required restriction to prevent its leakage, all while setting an example for the clan and enhancing their respect. Yet, at that time, they're not newborns fresh from the womb. How could they possibly fulfill their desires? The following day, the clan leader met an untimely demise, and all the participating clan elders fell victim to poison, nearly leading to their extinction. This lineage of the Hyuga clan had only been established for a little over a decade, yet it caused quite a stir in Konoha. The renowned Hanfijian had taken a particular interest in it. At that time, he felt an inability to see through your character, having personally examined you and confirmed that you had indeed lost the source of your chakra, rendering you incapable of further cultivation. After the elders of the clan interpreted this, a wave of trepidation washed over them as they recalled your words. They lacked a fundamental understanding and respect for a true warrior. It was common knowledge that you were behind these events, yet there was no proof to substantiate their claims. They could only be grateful that you harbored no murderous intent towards them, merely issuing a warning. Otherwise, they would not have survived that day. Later, the Hyuga clan appointed a new leader, who found your presence to be a thorn in his side. He had attempted numerous times to test and orchestrate your assassination, all without success. Fortunately, you did not share the same intentions as your predecessor. Otherwise, the grass on your grave would have grown 3 feet high by now. Now, it appears that Hyuga Yin and his son have turned their thoughts toward you once more, conspiring with Danzo as if they regard you as a decrepit old man nearing his end. Yet, you remain unyielding, as Hyuga is indeed a true dragon, a fact that continues to trouble the clan as they still concern themselves with the old man. I must trouble you with this. Glancing at Danzo, I spoke in a neutral tone, my expression devoid of emotion, yet my eyes hinted at a coldness. Perhaps it had been too long since I had engaged in combat, leading them to develop a false sense of security. It is time for these younger generations to comprehend what it means to be deemed the strongest among foreign clans during the Warring States period. Originally, the plan for Hyuga Jin was to focus on preaching and sowing the seeds of knowledge in the days to come. However, since some are unwilling to allow you to preach, you do not mind displaying your prowess. Thus, Senior Jin made his decision. With matters to attend to, I took my leave. Seeing that you agreed, Danzo stood and excused himself without seeing me off. I uttered 2 cold words, and Danzo departed. However, the 2 ninjas he brought remained at the entrance of Hyuga Jin's tent, keeping watch. Since your arrival, there had always been individuals arranged by Danzo monitoring you, but it had never been so overt. At most, they observed from a distance, which you had never minded. Now, however, it was blatant. As you stepped out of the tent and made your way toward the camp's exit, the 2 monitoring ninjas exchanged glances. One swiftly headed toward the command center, while the other closely trailed behind you. Not long after exiting the camp, a dozen figures approached rapidly, ordered by Lord Danzo to escort Senior Jin back to Konoha. One of the leading ninjas stepped forward to report, emanating an aura that signified his strength, comparable to that of a high-ranking shinobi. It seems Danzo has begun to harbor intentions regarding the Byakugan. This could pose a problem. My tone remained calm, my expression unchanged. The group moved at a leisurely pace, and it wasn't until dusk that we traversed several kilometers that I noticed that someone had been marking our trail and discreetly revealing our coordinates. Ahead lay a dense forest. Ding. New task acquired. Dance with Uchiha Madara reward. Randomly draw a hero skill once note. The first person to dance with the Leafs Dance King. This is ridiculous. If you want my life, just say it. Okay? Baimu's heart was roaring madly. Chapter 5, helping the infirm and lonely elderly to step back onto the stage after 2 years of hesitation. I was afraid my little heart couldn't handle the excitement and would directly lead to a cerebral hemorrhage, so I decided to draw a prize to relieve my mood first. Baimu kept taking deep breaths. Look at you, it's not a big deal. How many time travelers want to tease Uchiha Madara but can't? And you're still picky. The system rolled its eyes disdainfully. A neon-lit roulette suddenly appeared in the room, with a cute black and white penguin pointer standing still in the center, while a large number of hero avatars slowly rotated. Wait, this isn't a penguin roulette, is it? Baimu felt a bit uneasy. Don't worry, we are conscientious merchants. And after strict testing, there is absolutely no underhanded deal, and we won't play any tricks, even if there are. Do you have a choice? The system sneered. Well, I indeed have no choice, but I pray to get a character that represents freedom, like a breeze flowing through the crowd. I spin. Baimu pulled the roulette with all his might, and immediately the colorful neon lights began to flicker, countless avatars weaving into a brilliant display. Yasuo, Yasuo, Yasuo. I got mid-Yasuo. Baimu prayed fervently. Regardless of the opening, coming to Naruto without playing a joyful wind-like man would be a waste of this sentiment. The roulette slowly came to a stop. Baimu gazed at the silly avatar, where the pointer had stopped, speechless for a long time. Doctor, Mundo thinks you're a big lady. The madman of Zon, Dr. Mundo mentally and cognitively completely collapsed, with an insatiable desire to kill, his skin dark purple. This is Dr. Mundo, this is why the people of Zon don't dare to go out in the dark of night. This simple-minded, terrifying monster seems to only care about pain, not only inflicting it, but also experiencing it. He swings a giant cleaver as if it's weightless. He has captured and tortured dozens of Zon residents, hence his notorious reputation. He calls his actions surgery, but there is no real purpose. He is cruel and merciless. He comes and goes as he pleases. Additionally, to be precise, he is not a doctor. Mundo, why Mundo? Did you make a mistake? Bai Mu thought that his weak body was an ultimate fragile shell. What does it mean to get a tank like Dr. Mundo? To use his ultimate to recover his 155 health points? Didn't you want a free-spirited man? Mundo goes wherever he wants. Isn't that freedom enough? The system laughed. That's way too different. Bai Mu roared madly. Alright, it's time to draw skills. As soon as the system finished speaking, 5 skill icons began to flash under Dr. Mundo's avatar. Heavenly spirits and earthly spirits, please don't give me a percentage health recovery. Bai Mu could only make his last prayer. Stop. Skill acquired. Virus cleaver, cool down for seconds. Cost 5 health energy points. Dr. Mundo throws a virus cleaver in a straight line, dealing physical damage to the target, with a chance to cause limb severing. Note, the cleaver must be prepared by yourself. This is a scam. System, explain to me what it means to prepare the cleaver yourself. Skills don't come with weapons? Bai Mu roared madly, nearly driven to death by the system. What else? If you draw a Star Dragon King, am I supposed to bring you a star? The system scoffed. Besides, if you keep throwing cleavers, those NPCs will catch on. So, I need to carry a few cleavers on my waist when I go out, huh? Bai Mu tilted his head and asked. Yes. You gotta be kidding. Do I still need to maintain my image? Bai Mu had already roared too much today. Almost out of breath. That's not my concern, but I can generously sponsor you your first cleaver as my personal gift. As the system finished speaking, a jagged cleaver, covered in bits of flesh and filthy blood, with a strong stench, appeared in his hands. This is more like it. Bai Mu glanced at the 2 white zetsus, carefully tucked the cleaver into his arms, and planned to find an excuse to toss it into Uchiha Madara's weapon pile, and then pick it up again. Is there anything else? The system asked. I want to say, since this is a League of Legends system, shouldn't you give me summoner skills too? Bai Mu inquired. There are indeed, you could choose 2 skills, but I suggest you choose when you need them. After all, changing skills costs 500 gold, and the price will increase. The system kindly reminded. Is there a rebirth? Bai Mu's eyes lit up. If there were rebirth, he could act more recklessly. Yes, with a cooldown of 1 year. Do you want to choose it? The system said disdainfully. This. I'll choose it later. Bai Mu grinned. After exiting the system space, Uzumaki White, Zetsu's mother, was chattering in Bai Mu's ear, urging him to cherish life and stay away from reckless behavior. But as the saying goes, fortune favors the bold. Only by flirting with death can one truly understand the meaning of life. Death is like the wind, always by my side. A lifetime of cowardice, or 5 seconds of true manhood. With the confidence of having rebirth, Bai Mu slowly raised the corners of his mouth. Isn't life all about seeking excitement? I accept the task of dancing with the king of Konoha. Mom, I'm hungry. Bai Mu shamelessly said, having fully recognized this genderless mother after White Zetsu pleaded for him. The cub's request. Immediately. Arrange it. Uzumaki White Zetsu squeezed out 2 drops of milky liquid onto his fingers in seconds. For a whole week, Bai Mu had been doing calisthenics in the underground base to restore his atrophied muscles, and the 2 silly White Zetsus found it amusing and often joined in. With the supplement of White Zetsu's life liquid, along with activity and recovery, Bai Mu's attributes had returned to a normal person's state. Life energy, 150 chakra, 100 evaluation. Your progress has made Parker feel a hint of pressure. This attribute is roughly that of a second-year student at the Ninja Academy, but it's a good sign if fully recovered to normal. The attributes of this Hashirama clone template shouldn't be too bad. Having not seen the sun for too long, Bai Mu was eager to leave this place, but before that, he also needed to complete the task of dancing with Uchiha Madara to increase his survival stakes. Dr. Mundo's virus cleaver and Ari's charm kiss couldn't give him an ounce of security. Cub, today, let's have another sweaty, enthusiastic workout. Uzumaki White Zetsu said while doing waist exercises. Bai Mu, however, looked at Uchiha Madara with a face full of melancholy. This was a sign of being possessed by a drama queen. What's wrong, cub? Uzumaki White Zetsu noticed Bai Mu's confusion. I think after lying down for so many years, my limbs have degenerated like this. And Lord Madara has been sitting like this, never moving. He must feel so uncomfortable as his body gradually rusts. Bai Mu's face was full of worry. Well, that's true. But moving Lord Madara's body casually, if he wakes up, he might get angry, right? Uzumaki White Zetsu seemed carefree, but was actually very afraid of Uchiha Madara. We were just kindly helping Lord Madara to move his limbs, promoting blood circulation to prevent limb swelling. Didn't Lord Black Zetsu instruct us to take good care of Lord Madara before leaving? Bai Mu remembered very clearly that in his previous life, if an elderly person was bedridden, the family needed to massage and turn them regularly. Otherwise, blood wouldn't circulate, and eventually, it would lead to necrosis. But Uzumaki White Zetsu was still hesitating. Moreover, a dance king like Lord Madara should dream of standing on stage again before dying, right? Baimu continued to entice. The Tobi and Zetsu whispered and discussed for a long time. Baimu is truly a genius at taking care of people. We decided to help a disabled elderly man who has difficulty moving to get back on stage and fulfill his final dream. The two Zetsus gave a thumbs up in unison. Uchiha Madara is really too exhausted, having fought his whole life, and is so weak that even when wrapped by Tobi, he hasn't awakened. In the original work, Tobi belongs to that type of armor, often going by the name of Akatsuki, playing tricks while attached to Obito and greatly enhancing Obito's power. At this moment, Tobi, wrapped around Uchiha Madara, slowly stood up from the stone chair with the energy supply tube still connected. Well, let's start dancing now. But how do we know when the task is complete? Baimu straightened his collar and approached. The dance time must be at least half an hour, completing 5 types of dances that I designate. All right. I bet Uchiha Madara is sleeping too deeply to wake up. Baimu snapped his fingers. Music, lights, go. Chapter 6, Calling Chickens Everywhere. The ability of the Tobi's White Zetsu is to assimilate. The ability of the spiked White Zetsu is fusion, capable of devouring other beings to gain foreign powers. The lightning effect of lightning release transforms into swirling lights across the sky, with sharp and rhythmic electronic music playing. Baimu and the Tobi's White Zetsu, wrapped around Uchiha Madara, stand facing each other, both raising a hand. The dance begins, a song of heartbreak. Where can one find a confidant at the ends of the earth? Concerned that the movements might be too intense, Uchiha Madara wakes from his slumber, and the Tobi's White Zetsu dances quite gently. Baimu had also learned some dance in his previous life, and, under his guidance, the two danced a tango to the pounding electronic music. However, as Uchiha Madara's body began to move, the Tobi's White Zetsu gradually became more unrestrained, and the music and lights of the spiked White Zetsu became wild. The system also began to propose some strange requests. Moonwalk, robot dance, breakdance. The movements gradually became larger. 30 minutes passed. It could stop now. Baimu finally breathed a sigh of relief. After spending decades in an underground base with a humorless Uchiha Madara, he finally let loose, and the Tobi's White Zetsu, at the peak of excitement, decided to end the dance in the most perfect pose. Thus, Uchiha Madara performed a 360-degree spiral split, landing on the ground. Uchiha Madara's eyes suddenly opened wide. The air in the underground base once again froze to the freezing point, and a drop of cold sweat dripped from Baimu's forehead. Madara, Lord Madara, please let me explain. We were just helping you stretch your muscles. We were afraid. The Tobi's White Zetsu trembled all over, collapsing to the ground like a puddle of goo, slowly crawling away from Uchiha Madara. The long-lost hot blood in the veins felt as refreshing as if it had gone through a thrilling battle. Is it time to dance? Uchiha Madara moved his already open joints and clenched his fists tightly. Baimu let out a long breath, as expected of the king of dance in Konoha. If he likes to dance, he should just say so, making him worry for nothing. Lord Madara won't blame us for taking liberties, will he? The Tobi's White Zetsu stood up from the ground. You did well, but what I want is not this temporary vitality, but eternal power. Step back. My limited life should not be spent in such a place. Uchiha Madara slowly dragged his aging body towards his stone seat. Yes, Lord Madara, it is our lifelong honor to serve you. Pleasing Lord Madara is the only meaning of our existence in this world. Goodbye, Lord Madara. Sleep well, Lord Madara. The Tobi's White Zetsu gave a deep bow. Before Uchiha Madara could completely fall asleep, the Tobi's White Zetsu had already jumped up and tightly hugged Baimu. Kid, your idea is really amazing. Since our birth, Lord Madara has never praised us, nor understood us. He only uses the most contemptuous words to belittle the jokes we carefully prepared. The Tobi's White Zetsu hugged Baimu, tears streaming down. But today, Lord Madara actually praised us. He actually praised us. Bai bao, mommy lovet you. Woo. The Tobi's White Zetsu cried uncontrollably. There will be more opportunities in the future. Baimu comforted, patting the Tobi's White Zetsu's back. Starting today, Baimu grants you a lifelong glorious mission, which is to please Lord Madara. From today on, you are Lord Madara's comedic maid. The Tobi's White Zetsu firmly patted Baimu's shoulder. I'm a man. Baimu made a rebellious face. Then you're a comedic butler. Tobi's White Zetsu favorability, 500 Tobi's White Zetsu favorability. Love to death. Max value task acquired. Please Uchiha Madara 1, 3 reward. Grant Toby's White Zetsu, a hero template. Wait a minute. System, what is this favorability nonsense? What can max value do? Mu asked the system in confusion. It means, you can do whatever you want. System whispered softly in Mu's ear. Can you be more serious? Who can have improper thoughts about something like White Zetsu? Mu felt goosebumps all over. It's the literal meaning. Do you need me to find someone to translate it for you? The system, while extremely disdainful, still had to explain professionally. By forming a bond with the character, after completing the favorability tasks, that character can match a hero template suitable for them, becoming stronger. But what is the point? Toby's White Zetsu is already quite strong, and in this state, he should not refuse anything I ask him to do, right? Mu questioned. This involves the anti-leg holding mechanism. If you kill a ninja together with Toby's White Zetsu, I, the system, will only grant you half or even less of the rewards based on your performance in battle. If you complete the favorability task, you can receive the full reward. Given your low intelligence, let me give you an example. If you and Toby's White Zetsu kill Parker together, and you just stood by like a salted fish shouting 666, you should have earned a 100 gold reward, but you would only get 10 points. The system answered disdainfully. Mu had a face as if he had eaten something distasteful. There's nothing we can do. Our existence is to make the audience happy. If you keep holding on to legs and killing everyone, the audience won't be happy. And if they aren't happy, our creator won't earn a little money. And without money, we will end up as miserable as the protagonist of the creator's last world. So, to make the audience happy for our happiness, you have to be flashy in your actions. Bro, this is the first time the system is being sincere with Mu. Could it be that my existence is merely a deception of my own cognition, that I am just an idea casually sketched by someone in this world? That as long as he wishes. I could be erased at any moment. Mu's face turned pale. Brother, it's better for a man to be a bit muddled. Don't think too much. The system gently patted Mu's shoulder with an invisible hand. Then can you draw me a Yasuo to comfort my empty soul? Mu took the opportunity to make a request. Orphan, go dream. The system sneered, and the skill drawing roulette appeared, but surprisingly, there was an extra band slot. And Yasuo's face was directly crossed out. We see each other every day under the same roof. Must you be so ruthless? I just want to have a little fun. What's wrong with that? Mu desperately pulled the roulette. Wait until you have 6,300 gold coins, and I'll sell it to you directly. The system sneered. Ding, do you want to be a coward for life? Or a real man for 5 seconds? King of the Barbarians, Trindamere, system bro. I'm a ninja, not a madman on the street. What does giving me a barbarian king mean? Are you implying that I can only be a man for 5 seconds? Mu frantically typed question marks. Drawing skills, the system played dead. Skill acquired. Contempt, by using verbal insults and disdainful looks. Cause a trembling effect on enemies, reducing the combat power of nearby enemies, with duration and effect depending on the situation. Note, if there is a large power gap between both sides, careless use of contempt will double the enemy's combat power. Note, allows you to call chickens anytime, anywhere. Mu expressionlessly closed the interface. Good morning, everyone, except the system. Task acquired. Go out to see task content. A true strong person must not stay in an underground base receiving mommy's care. Leave here and embark on a journey. The reward given for free. Randomly draw a hero skill. It really does seem like it's given for free. Mu felt a little excited. Chapter 7. It's time to go after another week of rehabilitation training. Mu's limbs had gradually filled out, no longer resembling a skin and bones figure on the verge of death. Although still a bit thin, he at least looked like a proper 13 or 14-year-old child. Finally, on this day, Mu sensed something was off. As the saying goes, a dog can't change its nature, and Baiju couldn't help but ask about excrement. Mu had been living here for almost half a month. Yet Sujiju had never once asked him what it felt like to poop. Why don't you ever poop? Mu decided to take the initiative. Because we don't have intestines, nor do we need to eat. We are the highest life forms, even higher dimensional beings that don't require photosynthesis, Sujiju said, giving a thumbs up. So do you know what it feels like to poop? Mu was skeptical, wondering if the world he had come to was distorted. It feels as if a sharp spear pierced through my heart, and then a cat was stuffed inside my body. Sujiju scratched his head, his facial features twisting like tentacles, quietly gazing at Mu. Ask me what it feels like to poop. Mu stared hard at Sujiju. Wow, just now. A big black rat ran past. I can't let it bite my unawakened Baiju. Sujiju pointed to the darkness and ran off without looking back. Something was wrong with him. Mu tilted his head and thought for a long time. Still unable to figure out why, Baiju didn't ask about poop anymore. With the exercise from the radio calisthenics, Baimu's dual attributes had recovered to 500, which meant he could barely survive in the ninja world. Humans are phototropic. Staying in the dark, damp underground all day made Baimu feel as if he was growing moldy. He decided it was time to leave. As for Suji-Ju's favorite task, pleasing Uchiha Madara 3 times, that was probably impossible to accomplish here. 3 strikes, and you're out. If he disturbed Uchiha Madara's slumber one more time, even if Madara no longer had murderous intent, he could still kill you with a glare. However, luck was not on his side. Just as Baimu was about to leave, Kuroju returned with intelligence. Yo, Lord Kuroju, come quick. Look at my little one. Under my care, he can now speak and jump. Suji-Ju proudly introduced Baimu to Kuroju. Baimu felt helpless. Kuroju was not like Baiju, a neurotic artificial human. He was a true villain, the mastermind behind the scenes. Baimu could only bow slightly and say, "Greetings, Lord Kuroju." Kuroju stared at Baimu for a long time, making him feel uneasy. Finally, Kuroju chuckled hoarsely. It seems my failure was merely coincidental. My scientific achievements are not inferior to Orochimaru's. I just had a bit of bad luck. Baimu remained expressionless. Was the villain truly adorable in his home? With that little knowledge, he dared to compare himself to Orochimaru. Orochimaru had genuinely cultivated a powerful being like Yamato. Kuroju had merely created a bunch of shells. Without his soul having crossed over, Suji-Ju wouldn't have been able to wake up even if he fed himself into a dried radish. Kuroju didn't linger on Baimu for long and walked over to Uchiha Madara to awaken him. "How is it? Have you found a Uchiha who can bear my name, my dark will?" Uchiha Madara opened his eyes wearily, still thinking Kuroju was a malicious split of himself. "My lord, I've found him. A child who truly understands love, embodies love to the fullest, and possesses exceptional talent. Although still young, it's just a matter of time before he unlocks the Sharingan under my guidance." Kuroju replied with a slight bow. "Very good. Only those who understand love the most will hate the world deeply when their own world collapses. I have lingered too long in the cracks between the underworld and the present world. The ninja world may have almost forgotten my name. Bring him here. Bear Uchiha Madara's name, and let the ninja world continue to tremble under my name." Uchiha Madara breathed slowly, his tone both domineering and filled with immense ambition. This prestige is too high, absolutely 3 stories higher than the Buddha on the rooftop. Baimu trembled with excitement, thinking, heaven did not give birth to a show-off like me. Hokage shall last forever like the night. If I'm going to do it, I will be the most prestigious child in the Hokage world. Ha ha ha. I will do it as soon as possible. Kuroju chuckled hoarsely. Mother has waited too long. Only Uchiha Madara has the ability to release her. Uchiha Madara slowly turned his gaze to Baimu, the little ghost with Hashirama's memories. "Leave here, see how far you can go, and whether you can please me when I return." "Yes, Lord Madara," Baimu bowed slightly. At 15, without any ninja training, he had wasted the most precious stage of growth, and his development would be extremely limited. Kuroju did not think highly of Baimu at all. He was even too lazy to make him a pawn. Baimu gave a middle finger behind Kuroju's back, while Suji-Ju, in front of him, also flashed 2 middle fingers. They truly were biological relatives. But speaking of which, did Uchiha Madara plan to give him nothing to inherit? Baimu wasn't interested in other things. He just wanted Uchiha Madara's name. "Tell me the name of that child." Uchiha Madara asked one last question before falling asleep. "Uchiha Shursui." Kuroju cruelly smiled. "Shursui of the body flicker technique. A very nice name." Uchiha Madara closed his eyes and fell back into slumber. Baimu was left bewildered. Why Shursui? Isn't it Ebisu? If Shursui bears Madara's name, would the adorable big villain who fought the whole world to create a world with Rin still be around? But upon further thought, Kuroju, no matter how dark his face or poor his vision, wouldn't look down on a fool like Ebisu, right? Baimu remembered that Ebisu seemed to have unlocked the Sharingan at the age of 12, right? No matter how much he understood love without talent, he was unworthy of bearing Uchiha Madara's name. In contrast, Shursui was different. He was a true Uchiha genius, who fully embodied great love and earned the name Shursui of the body flicker technique at a young age during the Third Shinobi World War. Almost on par with Itachi later on, Kuroju's focus on him was quite reasonable. Focusing on Ebisu would be blind. In the original story, it was said that Ebisu accidentally fell into this base, awakening with a 2-tomo Sharingan, which then revealed the potential for the Manjiki Sharingan, which led to him being personally chosen by Uchiha Madara. As for Kuroju's focus on the foolish Shursui, it was beyond everyone's expectations. He inexplicably committed suicide, which led to Kuroju abandoning that pawn. Thinking about it this way, it made sense. This time I'm going to Nagato's side. I won't be back for a while. You two should stay here and take care of Madara. Kuroju was truly the most diligent and dedicated model worker in the ninja world, tirelessly working in the dark for thousands of years. He had just returned home to report and hurriedly ran out to operate on two fronts again. The base was once again left with only the two Baijus and Baimu. I'm leaving too. Baimu quietly looked at Sujiju. No. You can't. You're just a baby. The ninja world is too dangerous. We should stay here for a while longer, like 30 years. Sujiju kept waving his hands. It's not that exaggerated. There are always safe places in the ninja world. I can take care of myself. Baimu desperately wanted to see the sunlight. He felt like he was about to grow moldy. No. The ninja world is full of dangers. Konoha is a group of psychologically twisted lunatics, and there's a big white snake that will slice you into thin pieces. Kimobikure has violent maniacs who love muscle collisions. A cute little boy like you would be treated as a little lamb. Iwagakure has a weird old man who likes to turn people into ash at any moment. The Land of Wind is simply the graveyard of white absolute, where not a drop of water can be found, capable of making someone die of thirst. The sharp teeth of mist hidden will snap and crunch, leaving you with nothing but bones. It's terrifying. Spiral white absolute constantly weaves itself into a monstrous form to scare Baimu, trying to frighten him into giving up going outside. Only here do we have the independent white lotus. Spiral white absolute cradles its whirlpool face, quietly looking at Baimu. Baimu reaches out and hugs Spiral white absolute. Mom, the child has grown up. It's time to let go. Spiral white absolute was stunned for a long time, tears flowing like a waterfall. Baby. Chapter 8. The god of war with a crooked mouth Baimu was ready to leave this place. But the busiest one was Uchiha Ebisu. Like a real housewife, he rushed around for several days, hunting down dozens of ninjas from various ninja villages, stuffing every possible space with ninja tools, even cramming explosive tags into his underwear. Baimu was really afraid that if he wasn't careful, one day an explosive tag would catch fire and send his little brother to the heavens. Unfortunately, Baimu was a time traveler who never received proper training at a ninja academy, so he couldn't throw shurikens or detonate explosive tags. Having them around was like carrying a ticking time bomb, and he didn't know when it would blow up. Reluctantly, he had to decline Uchiha Ebisu's kindness. Inside the base, Uchiha Madara collected ninja tools, which Uchiha Ebisu secretly stuffed into Baimu's arms, almost crushing him. Since he didn't know how to use them, he ended up taking only the bloody butcher's knife he had hidden among the ninja tools and a one-eyed vortex mask that originally belonged to Ebisu. Uchiha Ebisu was puzzled. When did Madara's spoils include a rusty kitchen knife? When did Madara's taste become so poor? I need to go. This was Baimu's 18th farewell. Each time, Uchiha Ebisu managed to come up with ways to stop him, hiding his shoes one moment, pretending to be dead and asking for a hug to revive the next. Kid, when you go out, don't be picky with food. Eat more and grow up quickly. Remember to bathe regularly, soak in warm water, and don't stay up late. Ensure you get enough sleep. There are many strange men and women outside, so don't let those weird men tempt you. Your rectum is only for pooping. Lastly, make sure to keep it funny. If you can't find anything funny outside, hurry back. Mom always has something funny here. And, bye-bye, mom lovet you. Uchiha Ebisu chattered on like Naruto's mother, moving Baimu to tears. In his previous life, even his biological mother never nagged him this much. Mom, bye-bye. Oh dear, if you don't leave soon. It'll be dark again, and another day will pass. The sharp-tongued Ebisu said sourly. Though reluctant, Baimu thought, all right then, the underground base has no exit. I'll take you out. Come on, enter my body without hesitation. Uchiha Ebisu turned his back to Baimu and patted his backside, his vortex-like body unfolding. Damn, why say such shameful things? Be a person. Baimu awkwardly tugged at the corners of his mouth and slipped into Uchiha Ebisu's body, immediately feeling as if he were wrapped in a sponge, countless chakra flowing into him from every pore, filling him with strength. Status: White Zetsu Suit Life, Energy 1000, Chakra 1000. The main body is too weak to bear more power. Two major attributes, what a pity. Baimu felt somewhat helpless. If he chose to cling to someone else's thigh, the rewards would be discounted. Mom wants you to feel what it's like to ascend. Uchiha Ebisu slammed Baimu into the wall, and immediately everything went dark, ignoring all obstacles as they traversed through the wall. This was the unique ninjutsu of black and white Zetsu, Earth Mayfly technique, allowing them to travel freely through land and trees, greatly avoiding detection from sensing ninjutsu. This was also the main reason black Zetsu could stir trouble in the ninja world for thousands of years without being discovered. Such a good ninjutsu is wasted not being used for mining. If 10,000 black Zetsu worked together without eating, drinking, or complaining, they could increase the GDP of the ninja world by 100 times. With money, they could crush Konoha, but black Zetsu was indeed running out of options. Baimu shook his head. Terrorism has no future. They have been unable to get on the stage for thousands of years because they lack an instructor to lead them in developing their industry. In just a few minutes, under Uchiha Obito's rapping, the two of them drilled out of the underground base and into a forest above ground. Sunlight filtered through the leaves, falling on Baimu's pale, almost transparent skin, warm and gentle. He had never felt sunlight so friendly and gentle before. After half a month of darkness, one only realizes how precious it is after losing it. Ah, the feeling of sunlight, this is what it means to be alive. Baimu closed his eyes and opened his arms to embrace nature. I must live well. Uchiha Obito began another emotional farewell. Baimu simply dove into the system to claim the reward that was given for free, planning a chat with the system for a while. As Uchiha Obito would soon finish his nagging outside. Beep, mission going out completed. Evaluation, ordinary. Reward, 1 random hero skill. Wait, let us put aside the skill drawing for a moment. What do you mean by ordinary evaluation? I just went out. How else am I supposed to perform? Baimu was filled with questions. It means ordinary, as plain as water, without any highlights. If the audience feels unsatisfied, your evaluation will naturally be low. By the way, here is the task evaluation. Failure, no rewards. Ordinary, normal rewards. Well done. Normal rewards, extra gold reward. Heavenly show, double rewards. The system responded. I just went out. Why so much drama? Why don't you demonstrate how to achieve a heavenly show evaluation? Baimu was very unconvinced. TCH, just because you can't do it doesn't mean others can't. Ahem. Let me demonstrate. It's just this one time. Be smart. How much you can learn depends on your comprehension. The system coughed and began to simulate the scene. Baimu strode up to Black Zetsu, clenched his fists, and gazed resolutely. 10 years ago, I was robbed of my bloodline. I endured for 10 years, and you all thought I, Baimu, was just a useless person. Now, the 10 years have passed, and it's time to awaken. I will take back my lost dignity, piece by piece. Black Zetsu snorted coldly. Ha, I thought who it was. Turns out it's you, this useless one. Baimu said solemnly. This time, I'm here to save the ninja world. Black Zetsu sneered. Save the ninja world? What big tone with you? A useless one who can't even walk steadily. Baimu, I'm no longer the useless one from before. Some words, please think twice. Black Zetsu continued to sneer. A useless person is still a useless person. You can't even threaten anyone. Now that Lord Madara is asleep, I am the god of the ninja world. If you still want a place here, kneel and apologize. For the sake of white Zetsu, I might let you survive in the base, otherwise. Don't blame me for being merciless and expelling you from the organization. Baimu similarly sneered. Such an organization, I don't need to stay in. White Zetsu's main body became furious. You dare to speak disrespectfully to Lord Black Zetsu. Kneel down and beg for mercy quickly. Baimu threw the virus butcher's knife, which flew past Black Zetsu's crotch with a swish, splitting his pants in half without harming a bit of skin. Black Zetsu was horrified. What? Who are you, to have such exquisite skills? Baimu revealed a sacred expression. Who am I? I am the savior of the ninja world, the god correcting the unjust order of this world, the guide leading this world full of contradictions and conflicts towards peace. Impudent. Black Zetsu roared, yet secretly said to White Zetsu, quickly wake up, Lord Uchiha Madara. Uchiha Madara awakened and slapped Black Zetsu across the face. Dare to disrespect Lord Baimu? Kneel down quickly. Black Zetsu was stunned. Uchiha Madara bowed to Baimu. Uchiha Madara, greetings to the king of pressure. Baimu's lips curved into a high arc, smiling wickedly. Did you understand? The system sneered. Good grief. Is this the strongest son-in-law of the Hokage? But how should I convince Black Zetsu and Uchiha Madara to cooperate in the act? Baimu scratched his head. A rotten wood cannot be carved. You just need to do this, then this, and finally this. Got it. The system mumbled for a long time, but Baimu didn't understand a word. How about this? You come out as the traveler and lock me in as the system. Baimu sincerely cupped his hands. thinking his acting skills had reached their peak, only to realize that there are always mountains beyond mountains and people beyond people. I would like to, the system scoffed. By the way, have you used your skill draw chance? Please help Yasuo arrange it. Baimu pleaded. The will spun rapidly. Ding. A hoarse voice. I have no brains, but soon you won't have any either. Ancient fear, fiddlesticks, originally known as the Harbinger of Doom, commonly referred to as the Scarecrow. I seem to have guessed what skill it is. Baimu had a bad feeling. Fear. Cast a fear illusion on the enemy, causing them to panic and flee. The effect and duration of the spell depend on the opponent's willpower and the specific scenario. Chapter 9. Temptation. Dr. Mondo's Virus Cleaver, Ali's Charming Kiss, the Barbarian King's Contempt, and the Scarecrow's Fear. 3 out of 4 skills are crowd control, pushing Baimu to the brink of collapse. Exiting the system's space, the instructions from Uzumaki White Zetsu just ended. He had talked for over half an hour. Worried that Baimu wouldn't find something to eat, squeezing out a bottle of milky liquid for him to take, and the system even provided attributes. White Zetsu's life essence after use restores 500 life energy points, restores 500 chakra points, 10 this time. It's really time to go. I will come back to see you. Baimu embraced Uzumaki White Zetsu one last time and set off on his own path without looking back. Oh, young man. Setting off alone, a lumberjack approached. Mom, stop pretending, I know it's you. Baimu said expressionlessly, unable to say a word to this mama's boy. The transformation technique of White Zetsu nearly caused the entire ninja alliance to collapse in the original story. The lumberjack pulled at his mouth, still trying to argue. What are you talking about? We just parted 5 seconds ago. Baimu roared. Uzumaki White Zetsu, embarrassed, burrowed into the ground and disappeared. Baimu continued walking. Another figure approached, an older woman. Oh, young man, setting off alone, she greeted. Mom, Baimu said expressionlessly. It's been 2 minutes already. How could you recognize me? Uzumaki White Zetsu exclaimed in shock. At least change your lines. Baimu shouted. Okay. Uzumaki White Zetsu pondered as he sank into the ground. Let me go. My second rebellious phase is coming soon. Baimu clenched his fists tightly, the veins on his forehead bulging. Wah, the baby is weaned without mercy. Uzumaki White Zetsu covered his face and ran away. After walking for an hour, Baimu estimated that Uzumaki White Zetsu wouldn't catch up. He didn't have that much patience to endure for so long. Now, what Baimu needed to do was change out of this women's clothing. He hadn't changed in half a month. While it didn't show on the outside, inside it was practically a mushy mess, making him feel uncomfortable all over. In the original story, when Ebisu was crushed by a rock, he happened to fall right into Madara's base, which means the base is near the bridge of heaven and earth. At this time, during the Third Great Ninja War, the Battle of Heaven and Earth was a crucial turning point between the land of fire and the land of earth. And it was also the famous Battle of Minato Namikaze. This means he is currently at the border between the land of fire and the land of earth. According to Uzumaki White Zetsu, there was a small village a few kilometers south of the base, and these clothes are what he had scavenged from there. Baimu decided to head to that place first to change clothes, and then eat some normal human food to satisfy his cravings. Before he even saw the village, Baimu spotted a young ninja by a small river, wearing black overalls, round sunglasses, and a headband with a leaf village symbol, sneakily looking around. He appeared to be around 12 or 13 years old, already on the front lines of battle. It was evident that this war was tough for the Leaf Village, to the extent of sending underage children to the battlefield. A lone Leaf Ninja looks a bit familiar. Baimu hid behind a tree, trying to connect this child's appearance with a character from the anime. The anime and reality are too different, and since he was not the same age, Baimu could only take a guess. The boy in sunglasses, with his sneaky movements, could it be Ebisu? Is he being sneaky by the river because he has a mission? Since he ran into him, Baimu couldn't let this opportunity for 100 gold coins slip away. Getting the first piece of equipment early would help him establish himself in the ninja world sooner. Baimu grinned mischievously, deciding to take down Ebisu. Ebisu, with mediocre strength, would later become Konohamaru's elite tutor, characterized by lecherous, very lecherous, extremely lecherous, a lecherous dandy. Konohamaru once found a massive collection of adult magazines in his room, filling an entire wardrobe. Even if Ebisu was weak, he was still a Leaf Genin and had experienced many battles. In a direct confrontation, Baimu might not necessarily come out on top. To catch a fish, one must use a fishing net. To catch a rat, one must use rat poison. Since he was a lecher, the natural approach would be seduction. Baimu didn't like wearing women's clothing, but once he broke that barrier, it wasn't so hard to accept. In his previous life, He often dressed as a woman to serve as a stand-in for female stars just to make a living. Did you think those actresses being pushed against car hoods by CEOs were really actresses? Did you think the warlords were really touching the ladies' backsides? No, they were all these poor male stand-ins. Bai Mu lightly adjusted the women's kimono, using magician-like skills. Just a bit of white powder, and his slender cheekbones were instantly defined. The lines soft, yet exuding a delicate fragility. Without any concealment, he boldly walked towards Ebisu, who was still sneaking around by the river. Ebisu, being a good graduate, quickly sensed the approach and turned to look. Oh, it's a girl. His guard lowered significantly. So cute. How could you be a bad person? Bai Mu flashed a charming smile, leaned against a tree, lifted his hips, and pulled down one corner of his clothing to reveal his fair shoulder. Gently blowing a breath towards Ebisu, using the most coy voice. Come play with me, charming kiss activated. A pink heart, trailing tiny sparkles, floated from Bai Mu's mouth and struck Ebisu's heart, transforming into a colorful shower of cherry blossoms. Thud! Ebisu's heart raced. A wave of infatuation surged in his chest, his face filled with lewd expressions, drool dripping down, and his hands clawing as he slowly approached Bai Mu. Beautiful girl. I'm coming. Heh. Bai Mu watched as Ebisu drew closer, his charming smile gradually turning sinister. A serrated cleaver, stained with grime and blood that wouldn't wash off, was drawn from behind and held high, facing the once charming beauty, suddenly turning into a psychotic butcher. The stench of blood filled the air, knowing how many people had been brutally murdered to leave such a thick smell. Ah, a pervert. Ebisu reacted quickly, jumping back while reaching for his ninja tool pouch. Virus cleaver. Activated. This was no ordinary throw, but used some sort of brutal force technique. The cleaver flew through the air without any spin, slamming directly onto Ebisu's forehead. Fortunately, it was just the back of the blade. Even so, the immense force left a crimson mark from Ebisu's forehead to his nose, causing him to experience a violent jolt, knocking him out immediately. What an easy battle. Bai Mu grinned wickedly, walked over to Ebisu, and began to strip him of his clothes. Ah, is he full? What if it rains? Will he have an umbrella? Did he wear extra clothes because it's cold? If I'm not watching, will he forget how to poop? What if he encounters a perverted ninja with a knife who chops him into pieces? Ah, so worried, so worried. Uzumaki White Zetsu was rolling around anxiously in the base. Sigh, it's only been an hour. If it's really that tense, why not go out and keep him company? Spiky White Zetsu shrugged. I wanted to, but our duty is to take good care of Lord Madara. Spiral White Zetsu tightly covered his head. Lord Madara is still asleep anyway. And besides, I'm here, right? Go on, protect our kid. Spiky White Zetsu gave a thumbs up. Really? Really? I'm going now. I'm really going. In the blink of an eye, Spiral White Zetsu burrowed into the ground. Chapter 10. The Secret of Ebisu. Ouch, ouch, ouch. Ebisu struggled to touch the source of the intense pain on his face, but he found that he was completely stripped, his body tied up in ropes. The same type of turtle shell binding he had seen countless times in adult magazines, but never had the chance to try. I don't know other rope arts. Shiraki, hiding behind the vortex mask, blushed and shrugged. Don't get me wrong, in my previous life, I purely appreciated the unique art of ropes from the island nation with a critical purpose, and I had never used this skill on anyone. How lewd. Oh no. I mean, what do you want to do? I'll warn you. I've been having diarrhea lately. Please don't do this. In the wilderness, a cross-dressing perverted killer with a bloody butcher knife had stripped him of his clothes and bound him with turtle shell binding. With such a dirty soul as Ebisu, one could easily imagine the filthy things that would happen next. Hey, you won't guess what happens next, Shiraki said with a sinister smile, swaying the butcher knife as he slowly approached. Don't come over. Please, can we switch to a whip or a candle? I really can't take this. Ebisu cried in fear, wriggling like a worm, desperately trying to back away. Shiraki was slightly taken aback, not expecting this dirty Ebisu to be so entertaining. Deciding to tease him further, his smile becoming even more unrestrained. Ha ha ha. If you have any other conditions, just say them. I will consider them. Can you? Were the women's clothing. Ebisu weakly proposed his last condition. Shiraki sneered. He had stripped Ebisu's clothes to wear the women's outfit himself. And this kid actually had high demands. Answer my questions, or else. I will carve words on your face, piece by piece. Guess what words? Shiraki gently pressed the butcher knife against Ebisu's face, scraping his hair. I don't know. Ebisu was almost nauseated by the bloody smell on the butcher knife. It's stiflingly lewd. Shiraki smiled and asked the first question. What's your name? Ebisu. Very good. The second question. Why are you wearing suspenders? Did you come out to play basketball? Shiraki tugged at the suspenders on his shoulders, clearly dissatisfied with his outfit. Is that really important? My mom bought them for me. Ebisu weakly replied. Remember to wear fishnet next time. I like something more breathable. Next question. Where are your teammates? Shiraki clearly remembered that Ebisu's teammates were the future Kage and another not weak character, Noera Kazuma. The key was that Kage had a very capable father. The three of them had once encountered the 7 missed shinobi in the Third Great Ninja War, and Kage's father, Might Guy, had managed to fight them off with just the 3 of them. I don't have teammates. I act alone. Ebisu quickly shook his head. His gaze was evasive. It seemed the ninja school hadn't taught him how to lie. So let me remind you, where are Kage and Noera Kazuma? Shiraki's voice gradually turned cold, filled with pressure, like a real interrogator. You know so much? Just target me alone. I will never betray my comrades. Ebisu resolutely pressed his lips together, looking as if he was ready to face death. Dua, the virus butcher knife activated. The butcher knife slashed down on the ground near Ebisu's thigh. Ah, we're resting at the camp. I was patrolling alone. Kage, Kazuma. I'm sorry. This is just too scary. Ebisu had no idea what this cross-dressing perverted killer wanted to do, but leaking this information didn't matter. He absolutely wouldn't dare to cause trouble at the Konoha frontline camp, where Lord Minato Namikaze was guarding. Patrolling alone on the war front? Do you think I'm stupid? Shiraki pulled the butcher knife from the ground and tapped it against Ebisu's face. What are you sneaking around here for? Ebisu was thinking. Thinking is just a way to lie. Shiraki Tua slashed the ground again between Ebisu's legs. Ah, it's smuggling. It's smuggling. Too scary. You can scare me, but can you not scare my little brother? Ebisu cried out in fear. Smuggling? Shiraki frowned, looking toward the riverbank where Ebisu had been. And indeed, a man in a straw hat dressed like a farmer was sneakily paddling a boat along the river. There was no time for further questioning. The guy was about to row past this stretch of river. Stuffing a sock into Ebisu's mouth, Shiraki immediately ran over, taking off his mask while putting on Ebisu's sunglasses. Raising his collar as a mask. By Ubu, Shiraki sneakily whistled at the person on the boat. The man in the straw hat hurriedly paddled the boat to shore. Where's the stuff I want? Shiraki whispered, mimicking Ebisu's voice. Where's the money? The straw hat man pressed down on his hat, also speaking in a hoarse voice. Shiraki opened Ebisu's ninja tool pouch, and sure enough, it was filled with a large stack of cash, which he handed over to the straw hat man. The straw hat man didn't count it, clearly trusting Ebisu's character, and from the boat, he took down 2 bundles of oil paper-wrapped items, whispering, Sorry. This is the last time. I don't want to come here again. Do you have a choice? Shiraki sneered. If I had a choice, I definitely wouldn't trade with you. The straw hat man fell silent and paddled away. Shiraki quickly cut open the oil paper wrapping. His expression gradually stiffened. Returning to Ebisu's side, he struck the back of the butcher knife against him. You're acting like a spy. Smuggling little emperor books all this time. Stop hitting me. Stop hitting me. It hurts, hurts, hurts. Ebisu rolled on the ground in pain. The Third Great Ninja War had lasted for 8 years, starting from small-scale skirmishes to the full-scale outbreak it was now. The boring life of station soldiers on the front lines was not filled with battles every day, leaving the ninjas with almost no entertainment. Thus, Ebisu took advantage of his small hobby to find a business opportunity, smuggling little emperor books from nearby towns to the frontline camp and selling them at high prices to the ninjas, making a good profit each time. The ninjas received mental comfort and often kept them well hidden. Even if the captain found out, it usually only resulted in a meaningful smile, without any real investigation. Hidden task completed. Obtain Paradise of Affection reward. 100 gold coins side quest obtained. Deeply read Paradise of Affection reward. 100 gold coins side quest obtained. Guide a character from the original work to become addicted to Paradise of Affection reward. 100 gold coins person. Unlimited. Shiraki looked at the 50 copies of Paradise of Affection in front of him, lost in thought. The next moment, a wicked smile gradually appeared on his lips. Please recommend votes. Chapter 11, put it on. Baimu pointed to the women's kimono he had taken off. No way. You can insult me, but you can't insult me like this. Hebe Eyes shook his head like a madman. Baimu waved the bloody butcher knife under Hebe Eyes' crotch. Do you prefer the left side or the right side? Hebe Eyes surrendered faster than France did in World War II. Baimu smiled in satisfaction, cutting the ropes binding Hebe Eyes. He believed that as long as he gave him hope for survival, the unarmed Hebe Eyes would not have the courage to resist. Hebe Eyes cried like an insulted little girl. Slowly putting on the kimono, feeling a strange mix of stimulation and shyness, his face inexplicably flushed. Ding! Ebi's cross-dressing completed, earned 100 gold coins. Bai Mu nodded in satisfaction and pointed at the book on the ground. Have you seen this? No. This is a newly released book. Currently the hottest novel in the bookstore, Lord Jiraiya's new work. It will definitely sell well. As soon as the conversation turned to this little royal book, Ebi's immediately became excited. Look at it. Keep reading until I say stop. Bai Mu tossed a book to Ebi's. Huh? Ebi's was taken aback. If you don't want to get hit, then read Intimate Paradise. With full concentration, Bai Mu walked behind Ebi's and tapped his back with a butcher knife. What a strange request. First the cross-dressing, now reading Intimate Paradise. Ebi's dared not resist at all. Although he didn't know what kind of strength this pervert had, there was an aura of a strong person in his every move. Since he didn't seem to intend to take his life, he might as well endure some humiliation. After all, he had thought about cross-dressing secretly before, but never had the chance, and he did want to read Intimate Paradise. 10 minutes passed. The surroundings were silent, and it seemed that the perverted man had already left. Ebi's quietly turned his head back. Smack! The butcher knife hit his face directly. The perverted man was still standing behind him, also reading Intimate Paradise. Next time you turn around, I'll cut off an ear, Bai Mu said coldly. 1 hour, 2 hours, 3 hours. Ebi's was completely immersed in the ambiguous world created by Jiraiya, completely forgetting that he was being held captive, until Might Guy and Shiranui Gunma, worried something had happened, came looking for him. Bai Mu had long since disappeared without a trace. Gunma, I've been kidnapped by a pervert. For a full 5 hours. He forced me to wear women's clothes and forced me to read a royal book. My lifelong reputation. Might Guy and Shiranui Gunma looked utterly confused. Bai Mu felt he had great potential to become Kakashi, holding Intimate Paradise in one hand, aimlessly wandering in the forest. I'm not obsessed. I just want to earn 100 gold coins as quickly as possible. After decades of watching various films on Earth, how could a mere novel? Ugh, it's too amazing. Jiraiya is indeed well informed, even thought of this. Suddenly, a strong smell of blood invaded his nose. Bai Mu put the book back in his ninja tool pouch and looked around. A ninja wearing a green vest was lying on the ground nearby, weakly extending a bloody hand towards Bai Mu. This shouldn't be in the land of fire, right? How could a Konoha ninja be ambushed? Bai Mu cautiously approached the Konoha ninja. It was a ninja no more than 15 or 16 years old, with his abdomen already slashed open, intestines and blood spilling everywhere, clearly beyond saving. IWA, ambush, go back, tell Lord Minato. Did he take me for a Konoha ninja? Bai Mu was a bit puzzled. Although he had worn Ebi's clothes, he wasn't wearing his Konoha headband. However, Ebi's outfit could still be considered classic ninja gear, tight-fitting with leg bindings, and with a Konoha-style ninja tool pouch, it was easy to be misidentified. After all, not every ninja wore their headbands honestly. What happened here? Bai Mu asked. The IWA ninja ambushed our patrol line. The Konoha ninja said with difficulty. How many of them? 1 Jonin, 2 Chunin. Hurry, my squad. There are still survivors. Just 1 Jonin and 2 Chunin? A standard combat team. This wasn't a large-scale invasion, just a small-scale harassment, Bai Mu analyzed. It was normal for ninja villages from 2 countries to go to war and ambush each other's patrol personnel. Hurry. The Konoha ninja let out his last breath and fell to the ground. Ding. Acquired Regional Emergency Mission. IWA Harassment Squad. Content. Rescue the Konoha ninja, and you can take this opportunity to join the Konoha camp. Reward. Unknown. Join Konoha? Although there were many familiar faces there, I particularly dislike winning by lying down. It's more interesting to play in a losing situation. Bai Mu smiled. However, I have a bit of a compulsion. I feel uncomfortable if I don't clear all the tasks on the map. So this mission, I'll take it. 1 Jonin and 2 Chunin. For his current state, it was like a masked little kid wanting to challenge a fully armed giant. But with his one-time resurrection skill, he still felt a sense of gaming in this world. Being cowardly wasn't his character. The B key has been pressed, and even with low health, he would show off. That's who he is. The virus butcher knife was just an enhanced version of a shuriken throw, posing very little threat to mid-level Jonin. Konoha ninja? Generally, such border patrol missions are tough and thankless, typically done by Chunin leading Genin. So relying on the survivor's power wouldn't be very feasible. In the end, it still depended on his 3 control skills: charm, contempt, and fear. The chakra gap was too large, and the effects were not obvious. He could only use acting to compensate. What a coincidence! Bai Mu was best at acting. There really were idiots who lingered here. What good luck, another free achievement. A rough and sinister laugh came from the side, and a middle-aged IWA ninja swaggered over, wielding a long knife, with an extremely arrogant smile. You're quite the swagger, huh? Since it's just you, I'll take you on. Bai Mu slowly turned around, but a hint of fear showed on his face. Hey, little brat. You didn't even wear a headband? Don't you know our achievements are based on enemy headbands? The middle-aged IWA ninja jingled the blood-stained Konoha headband in his hand, his face full of displeasure. He had come back to collect the headbands of the deceased Konoha ninjas to exchange for achievements in the village. The headband is for you. Please spare me. Bai Mu backed away while hurriedly pulling Hibiai's headband from his ninja tool pouch and throwing it on the ground. TCH. Killed so many Konoha guys, and I've never seen such a coward before. But even if you're so sensible, I won't let you go. The IW ninja sneered contemptuously, not picking up the headband. He was not one of those inexperienced genin. The countless lives lost from picking up random items on the battlefield had taught him the hard way. Who knows if there were explosive tags under the headband? I'm just a delivery guy. Bai Mu shook the bundle of books wrapped in oil paper in his hand, looking like he was really delivering food to the patrolling ninjas. Heh, eating lunch during a battle? The ninjas of Konoha are really pampered. The Iwagakure ninjas are full of jealousy. After all, the Land of Fire is wealthy, and their logistics completely outshine Iwagakure by tenfold. Very well. I feel like I've let my guard down. I can use the charming kiss and its effect of inducing vomiting in males to expose a flaw. Then use the virus butcher to sever his right hand holding the knife. The script is already written. Let the performance begin. Bai Mu tore open his coat slightly, revealing his fair shoulder, his eyes blinking like a flirtatious sow, bashfully saying, Please don't kill me. Come play with me. Chaidamin kish activated. The Iwagakure ninja was frozen in place. I didn't expect. Konoha actually has such an active child. Bai Mu's bashfulness gradually solidified. What the heck? Looking at your burly frame. How can you be this kind of person? System, are you tricking me? Don't come over. Spending all day being unambitious and selling your looks. You've embarrassed this system. If you don't get a lesson, you might as well become a duck. The system sneered. I can't do it. I am help. Chapter 12, first kill with a soft thud. A bloody blade pierced through the abdomen of the Iwagakure ninja, stopping just an inch from the face of Shiraki. What who? The Iwagakure ninja felt a searing pain tearing through his body and immediately broke free from his entranced state, tightening his abdominal muscles to delay the blade's withdrawal. He formed hand seals with both hands, preparing to unleash a Doton, Dory Dan to pierce the attacker behind him. Iwagakure's ninjas are generally stout and robust. Unlike Konoha's skilled in stealth attacks, their heavy, earth-colored vests, while cumbersome, are reinforced with metal layers, providing greater defense at critical points like the heart and neck, making it difficult for a single blade to penetrate. This attacker clearly lacked the strength, hence opting for a stab to the abdomen. Doton, Dory Dan, 3 seals, 1 breath. The attacker would either wait to be pierced by the jutsu or flee. However, he had no idea that the rookie ninja in front of him, who a moment ago looked pale and terrified as if about to wet his pants, had transformed into a bloodthirsty butcher wielding a cleaver. Shiraki's bloody cleaver struck the Iwagakure ninja's neck like a butcher chopping a pig's head during the new year, blood gushing from the severed artery and splattering all over Shiraki's face. Hello. Actually, I'm a doctor. I think you have some issues. We need to chop off your head for a thorough examination. Shiraki seemed to have transformed into the real Mundo doctor. His expression twisted as he wielded the bloody cleaver, hacking down with all his might. Flesh and blood splattered everywhere, staining his clothes. The Iwagakure ninja was already dead, his face a bloody mess with no good flesh left. Whether due to the hidden passive of the Zon madman or the adrenaline surge, Shiraki completely entered a state of oblivion, his face reflecting a cruel madness and excitement, still relentlessly chopping down. Stop chopping. He's already dead. Came a weak reminder. A figure slowly revealed itself from invisibility, the very one who had just attacked the Iwagakure ninja. Shiraki finally stopped. His hands covered in blood, his features torn apart, brain matter splattered. Impossible. This can't be me. I have good morals. I'm an upwardly mobile youth. I can't do something like this. Ugh. I'm still going to vomit. I'm still a normal person. I'm not a pervert. Ha 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 ha. He laughed maniacally while retching, like a madman. To Moonlight Gale in the moonlight and wind, Shiraki's performance seemed pitiable yet normal. Many rookie ninjas grow up in Konoha's peaceful atmosphere, and after their first kill, they often enter a state of madness. When he killed for the first time, although he didn't go mad like this, he had nightmares for months afterward. This is called post-traumatic stress disorder. It is said that when Tsunade managed Konoha Hospital, she even set up a psychotherapy class specifically to comfort such individuals. After all, ninjas kill. They get used to it eventually. After a moment, Shiraki finally calmed down. After all, his mental age had just reached adulthood, so he wouldn't truly break down. System. What just happened? Shiraki inquired internally. Mundo doctor spasiv, adrenaline. Although you haven't drawn this skill yet, humans naturally produce adrenaline. After you secreted it, it triggered some of Mundo's personality traits, which is quite normal. The system gently reassured. So, I'm not a perverted killer, right? Shiraki breathed a sigh of relief. Perverted, yes, a killer. Not so much, the system teased. Get away. Shiraki smiled. He didn't want to play a game that would truly turn him into a madman. While being a monster is certainly cool, one day Ultraman will come, and there will be no time to cry. For now, he treated this state as getting into character. In the acting world of his past life, there's a saying that the best veteran actors can fully immerse themselves in their roles after reading the script, whether it be a righteous officer or a twisted killer, completely becoming another person. Yet once the costume is off, they are still themselves. This is the highest realm of acting, getting into character. There are a few important messages. Take a look, the system reminded him. Kill one Awagakure ch Nin. Earned 50 coins. Gained 50 experience. Achievement completed. First kill. Earned 300 coins. Mundo thinks you did well. Received Mundo Doctor's Appreciation. Please keep it up. Mundo Doctor's Appreciation? What does that mean? Shiraki asked, puzzled. It means Mundo thinks your performance just now was excellent and liked the feeling of you chopping. If you make Mundo even happier, he will give you a skill for free. The system mimicked Mundo's silly voice. I feel like I'm walking further down the path of being a pervert. Shiraki exited the system with tears streaming down his face. Are you okay? A pale-faced boy with heavy dark circles under his eyes crouched on the ground, leaning on a long sword, sweat beading on his forehead. You are. Shiraki looked at the somewhat familiar face. Coupled with the recent invisibility ninjutsu, if nothing unexpected, this frail-looking figure should be Moonlight Gale, who died at the beginning of a Shippuden. Moonlight Gale, it's really him. I'm a genin in this patrol team, cough cough. We were suddenly ambushed by a Wagakure's jonin, Retsudo, cough cough. Our jonin captain died on the spot, and the distress signal was destroyed. Everyone scattered. Cough cough cough. I was tracking this person using the Shunshin, cough cough. Trying to find an opportunity to ambush, but my stamina is poor. Cough cough. I couldn't guarantee a one-hit kill. Thanks to your Jinjutsu, I got the chance. Cough cough cough. Moonlight Gale, indeed a frail ghost, almost coughed up his lungs after speaking a few words. Bro, coughing like that, wear a mask. Shiraki covered his mouth and nose, his face filled with disdain. Sorry, this is just a weak cough, it's not contagious, cough cough cough. Moonlight Gale coughed violently again. Can a weak cough also be a symptom of kidney deficiency? It's iron deficiency, not kidney deficiency. Moonlight Gale's face flushed, getting anxious. Oh, Huosison. Shiraki nodded meaningfully. For any man, if they had the ability to become invisible, they would probably feel weak, right? Bro, please help me with a favor. Moonlight Gale had no time to waste. His companions were still being chased by a Wagakure ninjas. What is it? I need to go save my companions. Please, no matter what. Get to our camp and ask Lord Minato for help. Please. Moonlight Gale bowed heavily. To the camp. That should take a long time, right? Shiraki guessed. If it were close, the Wagakure ninjas wouldn't be so arrogant as to stay here. Your chakra should be exhausted too, right? That's right. But no matter what, I can't just run away. Yue is still inside. Moonlight Gale gritted his teeth heavily. Yue? The girlfriend from the original story? Shiraki chuckled. He didn't expect these kids to be so precocious. At their early teens, they were already thinking about love. Lord Gale, I brought your wife back to you. After this, you should repay me well. I have 2 small requests. He. Bai Mu slowly curled the corner of his mouth into an evil smile. Chapter 13. Mondo in the clearing beneath the cliff. A young Awagakure ninja was pulling a ninja knife out of a young Konoha ninja's heart. Nearby lay another corpse, its face still holding the despair and fear from before death, having offered no decent resistance at all. There was truly no challenge after the captain died. They were just a bunch of lambs bleeding for mercy. The young Awagakure ninja, named Shi, sneered contemptuously. The war had reached a point where the lower-ranked ninjas had been replaced one batch after another, and many children around 10 years old had already stepped onto the battlefield. This area was supposed to be relatively safe, patrolled by a group of kids who had just graduated. The educational methods of the Konoha ninjas were too gentle, always engaging in friendly sparring, and when faced with a real battlefield, they immediately froze in fear. It was hard to understand how such a ninja village could occupy the most fertile land on this continent. In contrast, Iwagakure, situated on a barren plateau, had to fight for every bit of resources. Many Iwagakure ninjas lived the dual life of being ninjas in their free time and farmers during harvest seasons. The three great ninja wars were initiated with the aim of tearing off two pieces of fertile land from the rich land of fire to improve their people's lives. Just when they thought victory was within reach, Konoha's genius ninja, Yellow Flash Minato Namikaze, almost single-handedly turned the tide of the entire battle. The Tsuchikage even issued an order. If they encountered Minato Namikaze, they could abandon their missions and flee without facing any punishment. In such circumstances, Tsuchikage Inoki devised a new strategy, breaking the Iwagakure ninjas into smaller units to implement harassment tactics, invading the land of fire, ambushing outposts, supply points, and patrol teams. They would strike swiftly and then retreat, forcing Minato to chase after them, thus limiting his overwhelming combat power to the smallest range. Now, with the four great nations jointly invading the land of fire, Konoha was already on its last legs. As long as they could hold out until other villages broke through Konoha, Iwagakure could still emerge victorious. That was why this Iwagakure team was here. However, only the land of fire could produce such beautiful girls. She gazed at the purple-haired girl ninja who had fainted on the ground, a hint of pure infatuation appearing on his face. So beautiful. There were no sinister thoughts, just a feeling of having fallen in love at first sight. He couldn't bear to casually destroy such a beautiful flower. If possible, he would love to take her back to Iwagakure and keep her there, although that seemed unrealistic. Most female ninjas from the land of Earth were short and chubby, with rough skin, unlike this girl whose skin was as fair as milk. Moreover, her strength was quite impressive. He had put in considerable effort to knock her out, and his hands were injured. If such a child were born in Iwagakure, she would be considered the village beauty, right? Why did it have to be in Konoha? Just as she was contemplating how to deal with this girl, he heard strange sounds coming from the rock wall. Mondo sniffed around. It seemed to be here, rustling, something dragging along the ground. She watched as Mondo discovered something, sizzling, the sound of metal scraping against the rock wall. A rabbit. A voice of surprise. She stood guard, eyes fixed on the approaching masked figure. The one-eyed vortex mask was smeared with blood and bits of flesh, and its clothes were drenched in blood. The sight of a jagged butcher's knife pressed against the rock made a piercing sound, while the figure dragged a mangled corpse behind it. Daien, it was his teammate and senior, somewhat lazy but experienced Chunin, who had executed a mission together just half an hour ago, now reduced to a corpse in the hands of this perverted monster. Shi's heart sank like a stone. There was a common knowledge in the ninja world. The more twisted a ninja's behavior, the stronger their combat power. Moreover, this guy looked not just a regular pervert. He was filled with an aura of blood and violence, truly a monster among monsters. Mu hid behind a vortex mask. Due to time constraints, he had no suitable tools at hand, and his face looked somewhat juvenile, so he simply decided to wear the mask. Looking at the purple-haired girl on the ground, who was bound and seemed only to be unconscious without any blood around, he thought that since she was a character from the original story, she wouldn't be so easy to kill. Yuzuki Saigen? Thanks to the traces you intentionally left behind, it was easy to find you. Speaking of which, it seems that any beautiful girl in the Hokage series has been kidnapped at some point, right? Hinata has been kidnapped the most times. While Mu played his role, his thoughts drifted. If this was a scene from the original story, it should be Tsukikage's ship desperately saving Yuzuki Saigen, which would explain how such a beautiful girl could fall for a coughing weakling. However, since he had taken Tsukikage's ship's place, would the two of them miss their chance to meet? Mu had no interest in gentle and considerate girls like Yuzuki Saigen, especially not in a 12-year-old brat. He preferred the wild type. Who are you? Why are you here? She asked, lowering his body and questioning with a sense of impending danger. He no longer regarded the monster before him as human. Mondo was a prisoner from Konoha's high-security prison. They wanted to escort Mondo to the front lines. His hair was dirty, and Mondo wanted to help the guy escorting him wash his hair. So Mondo cut off his head, and then Mondo cleaned it. Mondo couldn't keep up anymore. Mondo was lost here. Mondo was hungry. And Mondo could only keep hunting prey here. They were all too thin. Mu's lips curled into a strange arc as he extended a finger, pointing at Shi with the most terrifying voice. And Mondo has now found a new prey with an even better flavor. Your meat is firmer than theirs. In just a few words, Mu sketched out an extremely powerful, yet mentally and cognitively shattered perverted felon, his seemingly foolish words filled with endless bloodshed. Damn it. How could I encounter such a thing here? Has Konoha already started sending prisoner ninjas to the battlefield? Shi gritted his teeth tightly, feeling immense psychological pressure. Each ninja village's high-security prison held a group of vicious ninjas. Ordinary criminals didn't qualify to enter. Now, with the urgent war, it was only logical that they were sent to the front lines as cannon fodder. The ninjas escorting the prisoners were certainly well prepared, and this monster calling itself Mondo could kill the escorting ninjas, proving its extraordinary strength. Thinking of this, a sliver of fear welled up in Shi's heart as he looked for a way to retreat. Chapter 14 teasing, are you going to run? Only fleeing prey is good prey. Mundo will seriously chase from behind, using his cleaver to chop off your limbs one by one. Of course, Mundo won't kill you quickly. He enjoys not the result of the slaughter, but the process of it. Mundo also wants to use your desperate screams to attract that big rabbit, hoping you can hold on a little longer, not die too quickly. But Mundo guarantees that every cut will cause you extreme pain. Mu's tone was utterly dull, yet his words were so rigorous and orderly, each word carrying such oppressive force, which made sure Yi's heart sink even more heavily. Damn madman, is he really planning to kill Captain Lai too as well? He's a jonin. Sure, he was being stared at fiercely by Mu's single eye beneath the mask, as if he were looking at a butcher's pig, and his legs even felt a bit weak. The fear on you is so sweet, your horror excites me. The hunting game begins now. Run, stupid rabbit. Fear. Activate. A black shadow appeared behind Mu, with thin, simple black lines, countless black crows fluttering and cawing, outlining ancient fear, swinging a tattered sickle, personally harvesting fear. If sure, he had any doubts before, after seeing the shadow behind Mu, all his rationality was completely destroyed. What kind of evil thing is this? Just a glance feels like falling into an abyss. I will die here. Escape. Quickly escape. At this moment, sure, he no longer resembled a rock-hidden jonin at all. He had truly become a panicked rabbit, turning around and fleeing like mad, without any intention of turning back to resist, even forgetting to throw the smoke bomb he was supposed to use for retreat. Run. Run. This is how prey should behave, let me think. Should Mundo's cleaver chop your feet or your arms? Mu was not in a hurry at all, raising the bloody cleaver high. Virus cleaver. Throw. Slap. The blood-stained cleaver whistled through the air, cutting through a stream of air, landing on Sure Yi's left foot. The force was so heavy that it directly triggered the severing effect. Sure Yi, running at high speed, didn't realize until he had run 5 meters that his left ankle had detached from his left leg, losing balance and heavily falling to the ground. Sure, he clutched his left foot and screamed in pain. Call out. Scream. Scream louder. Mu walked over step by step, raising the cleaver from the ground again. Don't come near. Let me go. I shouldn't have come to the land of fire. Sure, he wildly waved his long knife, trying to drive away this madman. I like your fear. I don't listen to your pleas. Slap. A virus cleaver fell again. The long knife was knocked aside with a clang. The severing effect activated once more. Sure Yi's right wrist snapped, blood gushing out like a spring. Captain, help! Feng Yi's painful screams echoed throughout the death forest. Scream, scream louder. The pain of the 2 little rabbits can't satisfy my desires. Mu's cleaver rose and fell methodically. Madman, pervert. Sure, he crawled on the ground with blood flowing profusely, his bare hands desperately trying to distance himself from the ancient fear shadow behind Mu, which made him feel a bit more comfortable. Is it painful? Then let us end it. Mu stepped on Sure Yi's back, chopping down at his neck with the cleaver. After 5 cuts, the head was severed from the body, and Sure Yi's face revealed a relieved expression. In extreme fear, death is also a release. Independently killed a rock-hidden jonin, gained 100 gold coins, 100 experience points. Experience gained for leveling up, current level LV2, life energy 50, chakra 50, gained 1 EX skill point. Gained Dr. Mundo's recognition. Dr. Mundo thinks you are not a wimp. Gained Dr. Mundo's new skill, potential burst. When you suffer pain, your potential will burst forth. The stronger the pain you feel, the stronger the increase in life energy and chakra, up to a 100 increase. Gained ancient fear, fiddlesticks recognition. Please continue to work hard. Wait, feeling pain to increase power? Does Mundo want me to become a masochist? Musmerkt. Why does it feel like the system is always guiding him down a perverted path? Lift the rice, The higher you lift, the stronger you become. Young man. The system laughed heartily. By the way, what is the use of EX skill points? Bai Mu asked. To enhance existing ordinary skills, evolving them into EX skills, strengthening certain effects. Interesting, if I evolve fear, what effect will it have? Route 1. Fear becomes group fear. Route 2. Fear effect enhanced. What about the virus cleaver? Route 1. Can be charged, greatly increasing power and flight distance. Route 2. Add chains behind the cleaver, changing the attack method. If all goes well, the rock hidden Jonin should be coming soon. The will of a Jonin is even more resolute. It may be hard to scare them like this. Then let's evolve fear, choosing the route for enhanced fear effect. Bai Mu decided on the spot. Crack, 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 crack. It was as if the space behind him was torn open. A huge black shadow drilled out from the spatial barrier, enveloping Bai Mu. Countless black crows whispering hoarsely in his ears. The apocalypse is coming. EX fear, evolution completed, fear effect increased. System, your evolution process almost scared me. You won't really summon the Harbinger of Doom, will you? Bai Mu scratched his chin, suddenly thinking of something, his eyes becoming increasingly lecherous. If I could really summon it, shouldn't I work hard to gain the recognition of the nine-tailed fox Ari? Not even beasts or paper figures are spared. I'm a word person, okay. By the way, why doesn't Ari recognize me? Maybe because you're not charming enough? Then I'll try harder, and you be kind. Give me a Yasuo. Killing people can gain Mundo's recognition. Scaring people can gain the Scarecrow's recognition, and I can impress Yasuo in no time. Next time for sure. It's a promise. Exiting the system consciousness, Bai Mu looked at Shiyi's corpse on the ground, shook his head. War is brutal. But this is just a 15 or 16-year-old child. From killing to being killed, who can judge right or wrong? If you want to blame, just blame Kishimoto for not giving you a name in the original work. Looking again at the ground, it was Yuzuki Yuin. Wait a minute, that posture seems different? Bai Mu slowly walked over. As Bai Mu approached, Yuzuki Yuin held her breath completely, and Bai Mu could see the hairs on her skin standing up. At this moment, she only hoped that this mask-wearing pervert preferred the tough-skinned and meaty rock-hidden ninjas and had no interest in a tender and delicious beauty like her. You're awake. You must have seen everything, right? Then how about I play with her a bit? Bai Mu scratched his chin, leaning down to sniff next to Yuzuki Yuin. Yuzuki Yuin's nerves were stretched to the limit. Even holding her breath, the smell of blood kept invading her nose. The sniffing sound was like the breath of death. The sound was right next to her ear. Mom said that purple mushrooms are poisonous. Mundo doesn't eat purple old ladies. Next, the perverted masked man dragged his heavy steps, leaving behind the sound. Yuzuki Yuin never expected that the color of her hair would save her. Breathing slowly, she cautiously opened her eyes to see where the monster had gone. Orange mask, crazy single eye, covered in flesh and blood. He hadn't left. He was still standing in front of her. Three eyes met. Sure enough, she was awake. The tightly strung nerve snapped, sand value hit 0, and Yuzuki Yuin fainted. Oh, so, people really can get their hair raised? Shiraki watched as Yuzuki Yuin's purple hair stood on end, looking just like a purple sea urchin. Your actions have attracted the attention of the rampaging lowly Jinx. Let's show that you were played. Task acquired. Full 5 characters from the original work 1-5. Reward. Sinful pleasure. Sinful pleasure. After committing a sinful act, one can gain a thrill that surpasses limits, temporarily increasing speed. Sinful acts. Hee. Shiraki thought of something and laughed like a big fool. Chapter 15. Blazing Earth. I seem to feel the little rabbit from a Wagakure coming, sneaking around. Is it because it lacks the courage to face me? Every few minutes, Bai Mu would shout this, then use the scanning divine stone to sweep through the nearby jungle. The scanning divine stone, a free accessory in League of Legends, can detect stealth units. Even though I easily killed 2 Chunin, there was no way I could rely on my inferior combat power as a Genin and my only attack skill to kill an experienced Iwagakure Jounin without giving him a chance to counterattack. I could only intimidate him right away and scare him with my words. Otherwise, a simple decapitation technique in his mind would mean I could go back and tell Baiju a joke. It wasn't until the 5th shout that the scanning divine stone finally detected the shadow of the Iwagakure Jounin underground, who was slowly approaching using the Earth Release technique. Preparing for sneak attack. A Jounin skilled in Earth Release assassination techniques had previously killed the leader of the Konoha patrol team in a sneak attack. This time, it wasn't a rabbit, but a ridiculous groundhog. Bai Mu raised his bloody cleaver and threw it heavily, hitting right above the stealthy Iwagakure ninja. After all, a Jounin is a Jounin. He reacted quickly and jumped out before the cleaver hit the ground. It was a middle-aged man in his 30s, with gray-yellow bandages wrapped around his face. Did you kill Anoki and Shii? Li Tu frowned. He was chasing two Konoha genin when he heard Shii's dying scream and immediately sneaked over. Just as he was about to launch a sneak attack, he was forced out by a knife. Although after coming out, he realized it was just a seemingly weak, broken knife. No one knew what kind of attack might come next, and being discovered in stealth meant he could be killed at any moment. Yes, unfortunately, those two were too weak and died too quickly, completely failing to give me a satisfying battle experience. After returning from the gaps of the underworld, I hope you can hold on a little longer so I can feel the long-lost pain. Mu twisted his neck, a boastful smile hidden beneath his mask. This time, he wasn't playing the role of Dr. Mundo. Who on earth are you? Li Tui's brows furrowed tightly. From the description of the masked man, he seemed like a powerful being who had died but was now resurrected. Who am I? Ha ha, ha ha. Mu threw his head back and laughed wildly, looking towards the highest peaks along the border of the Fire and Earth nations. That is where I once stood. This magnificent mountain range has made me arrogant. There, Anoki once crawled at my feet. It seems the ninja world has been too calm for too long. A little commotion has made you forget the fear I once instilled in you. I am Uchiha Madara. Time is long, that's right. I have returned from the pure land of the underworld, and your corpses will become the foundation of my next legend. Mu's wild laughter looked down upon the world. Mu's arrogance despised all beings. No one who has never stood at the peak of the ninja world could possibly laugh with such a grandiose spirit. Just from this one wild laugh, Mu had already defeated Ebisu by 200 streets. That idiot who rightfully bore the name Uchiha Madara but played a comedic role in the Akatsuki organization was utterly unworthy of that name. A Uchiha who cannot laugh wildly does not deserve a name. At this moment, Li Tu was starting to believe it, his heart sinking to freezing point. The ninja world is filled with all kinds of strange ninjutsu. He had once seen a talking toad, but to encounter a man who should have died decades ago, resurrected from the underworld, was simply beyond imagination. The third Suchikage, Anoki, had once been brought to his knees by this man's gaze. This story was not hidden as a shame by Anoki, but was instead seen as motivation for his lifelong training, viewing it as his ultimate goal. Unfortunately, by the time Anoki became famous, Uchiha Madara had already died, and the two never had their battle, which remained Anoki's lifelong regret. Li Tu, with Earth in his name, was a true heir of a Wagakure, even having some familial connection to Anoki, so he knew about this matter. I must find a way to escape and bring the information about Uchiha Madara's resurrection back to Lord Suchikage. Li Tu was frightened. This time I return, I will be even stronger. This time, I will make the ninja world completely crawl at my feet, but unfortunately, you won TC that day. Feel my pet from the underworld. Mu performed a series of hand signs in a rapid and chaotic manner, his thumbs stuffed into his mouth beneath the mask, biting down hard with a crunch. Summoning technique, ancient fear. Damn, everyone in the anime bites so easily, so cool, but it hurts so much. Mu's heart roared in madness. His fingers were in excruciating pain, and he could barely hold back his tears. As a dedicated writer, I often imitate the actions and expressions of the characters I create. So I bit my finger, and now I'm crying while typing. But the act had gone this far. I couldn't stop and say, wait a minute, biting my finger hurts too much, I can't pretend anymore. Swallowing my tears, I ordered my jaw to ignore the protests of my thumb, and with a crunch, blood spurted out, slamming onto the ground. EX Fear Activation. The fear skill, enhanced by EX, plunged the entire world into darkness. A massive black shadow appeared behind Mu, like a living demon brandishing a broken scythe, draped in tattered cloth, as if it were about to pounce down any moment. Fidetic is back. The apocalypse is coming. I will suck your brain. The chilling, hoarse voice seemed to come from the depths of the abyss, making it hard to imagine what kind of creature could produce such a terrifying sound. Countless black crows surged out of the shadow, squawking in the air, like the murmurs of nightmares, penetrating into Li Tu's mind. What kind of monster is this? Run away, or you'll die here. This was the only thought in Li Tu's mind. The power of a Jounin was not enough to make him run around like a headless chicken like Shii. He even threw a smoke bomb to obscure his vision, a standard retreat tactic. Has the Iwagakure groundhog lost its courage? You want to escape now? Before me. Kneel. By Murord. As if he had truly transformed into the Uchiha Madara, standing at the peak of the ninja world, looking down upon the real ninja world. His majestic aura surging forth like a tsunami. Barbarian King's contempt. Li Tu, who was quickly retreating, felt a heavy shock in his heart, his whole body trembling like a little chick shivering in a storm. His legs went weak, and he wished he could just kneel down, his speed involuntarily slowing. Even if he might not be able to kill me, the performance had to be complete. Otherwise, once the fear effect passed, Li Tu would come to his senses and wonder why he had escaped unscathed from Uchiha Madara's hands, realizing he had been tricked by an illusion, and might come back to kill him. The scanning divine stone swept through the smoke bomb and immediately detected Li Tu's figure, picking up the cleaver and throwing it through the air. In a state of trembling and fear, Li Tu had no way to dodge and was hit right in the right leg by the cleaver. The powerful chakra of a Jounin also provided a defensive effect, preventing a direct severing injury. Ghostly Speed, activate. As a summoner skill, Bai Mu had always refrained from choosing it because once determined, it would require a large amount of gold to reset. He preferred to choose it when the need arose. Phantom Dash, ignoring unit collisions, greatly increases movement speed for 20 minutes. Bai Mu's body suddenly radiated a faint blue light, and he felt as light as a feather, propelling himself 3 meters forward with just a slight push. Poor little rabbit, are you so scared that you can't even run away? Then just obediently become a soul under my command. Ha ha! Bai Mu wore a cruel smile as he raised his viral butcher knife and quickly pursued Lai Tuesday. Move faster, you bastard! Lai Tu roared in his heart, but his legs felt like soft noodles, unable to exert any strength. This was a fear he had never experienced, even when he was a lowly ninja. Looking back, he saw Uchiha Madara, carrying the shadow of a demon, rapidly approaching with a bloody butcher knife raised. His heart sank to the bottom, his face turned pale, and he could only muster the last bit of strength to escape. He was like the rabbit Bai Mu had described, terrified and limping in a panic as he fled. Viral butcher knife. Viral butcher knife. Bai Mu didn't dare get too close, fearing a desperate counterattack. He could only throw the butcher knife again and again, while continuously applying psychological pressure. Run. Run. Your terror is the best offering for my return to the ninja world. Earth release. Earth release. As time passed, the effects of fear gradually diminished, and Lai Tu began to adapt. However, a simple sand technique took him several trembling attempts to succeed. He stamped his foot hard on the ground, causing countless fragments to rise. Earth release. Dusty sand. The flying sand and stones collided head-on with Bai Mu's mask, instantly blinding him and making it hard to open his eyes. He could actually counterattack with ninjutsu. Bai Mu felt the painful hits from the stones on his body, and his pace slowed down. If even a mere illusion technique had such power, continuing the chase could lead to his own demise. The strength of a Jounin should never be underestimated. Being scared off was already a testament to Bai Mu's exceptional acting skills. To kill him, he still needed more attacking skills. Fortunately, the urgent mission was to rescue the Konoha patrol team. Letting him escape would at most affect his evaluation slightly. Then, this is where it ends. Bai Mu hadn't even had time to breathe a sigh of relief. Baby, mommy is here to save you. A white shadow burst forth from the ground, crashing into Lai Tu, its twisted body spreading out into a clawing octopus that tightly wrapped around him. Creak, creak. The sound of bones being crushed. White Zetsu's body twisted 720 degrees like a wrung-out towel, blood spraying out through the pores for over 10 meters. Damn. Bai Mu's mouth dropped open, unable to close for a long time. You are simply the most beautiful child in the ninja world. Lord Madara's aura is so similar. The swirling white Zetsu saw it all. Chapter 16. Fei Tsunade was chatting away like a talkative person, holding on to Bai Mu, expressing his longing. In fact, the two had only been apart for half a day, and Bai Mu was just nodding along while immersing his thoughts in the system. Emergency mission completed. Rescue the Konoha patrol team. Survival. 610 rating. Heavenly show. Remarks. You are truly the best actor of this generation. Reward. Random skill draw X2. Coins 500. Heavenly show. Heavenly show. It's double the reward. Haha. Bai Mu was laughing wildly inside, realizing that he had wasted his acting skills, which nearly made him laugh to the point of cramping. Due to your sacrifice of fear, you have gained the renewed recognition of the ancient fear, Fetick, and have been granted a skill. Which Scarecrow preset a Scarecrow in a concealed location when attacked. Activating the skill allows you to instantly swap positions with the Scarecrow within a distance of 50 meters. The first person who sees the Scarecrow will experience brief fear. ISNT this just an enhanced version of the substitution technique. To adapt to the Naruto world, it's completely different from a game. Bai Mu was very satisfied with the gift from Ancient Fear, as it was a life-saving skill given for free. Hopefully, the next 2 skill draws 1T disappoint him, especially since it was a system-chosen Yasuo. The wheel spun. Stop. Underground King, Strongman set. It's actually the muscular brother? This was something I never expected. Baimu felt a bit awkward facing this female hero killer. He already knew the way to get free skills, which was to gain the recognition of heroes, like sacrificing fear to the scarecrow or using Dr. Mundo as cleaver to chop people. If he wanted to gain strongman's recognition, did that mean he had to hit women? He absolutely couldn't bring himself to do that. As for skills, the only one I like is the ultimate move, killing while holding a girl, but I don't know if it's enough luck. Ding. Drawing skill. Overlord as passion. Do sit-ups in place. Each sit-up grants a 1 increase in all attributes, up to 25, lasting for 30 minutes. If there are women nearby, the maximum can reach 50. Remarks. The first 25 sit-ups have a 30 chance of gaining admiration from women, and the last 25 have a 30 chance of gaining the attention of men. Remarks. Moderate fitness attracts women. Excessive fitness attracts men. What kind of ridiculous skill is this? Have you gone mad playing chess? 50 in all attributes feels a bit like the 8 gates. Baimu almost laughed himself crazy. Although the way to activate it was a bit strange, the effect was terrifyingly powerful. 50 in all attributes includes everything like life, energy, chakra, speed, defense, and so on. Although the current effect, ISNT strong, it'll become much more noticeable when the attributes are higher later on. But, should I have a woman by my side? Good things come in pairs. The next draw should be Yasuo, right? Baimu was very persistent. Ahem. I've definitely adjusted Yasuo as probability to 99. The system might have been infected by Moonlight Gale, constantly coughing. I always feel like you're setting me up. Baimu looked at the wheel with suspicion. Sure enough, there were only 2 hero portraits left on the wheel, one being the 99 chance happy windman Yasuo, and the other a tiny corner occupied by the armored tortoise. The system never sets you up, only luck does. The ridiculous black and white penguin pointer began to spin wildly, eventually sliding over the 99 red, landing on the armored tortoise. Armored tortoise? Ramos, how about giving me a back massage? Wow, congratulations, you've obtained the armored tortoise. The system clapped dryly. You said you weren't playing tricks. Baimu roared madly, trying to move the penguin pointer, but it had no effect. He could only watch helplessly as the neon frame in the skill bar bounced, undoubtedly landing on Frenzied Taunt. Frenzied Taunt a target to make them launch reckless attacks, forcing the target to attack you. The duration is related to the nature of the taunting words. Remarks. Go learn how to greet from the Zon people. System. You've really lost your mind. Baimu sarcastically remarked, but unfortunately, the system didn't have a mind. He had accumulated 1,500 coins, still over 1,000 short of the equipment he wanted. However, he didn't plan to buy small items in advance to facilitate changing according to the battle situation. Fortunately, with Moonlight Gale and Yuzuki Yuin, 2 original characters, he might be able to squeeze out some coins from them. After exiting the system space, he interrupted Tsunade's reminiscing. Why are you out? Don't you need to take care of Lord Madara? Baimu awkwardly glanced at Tsunade. It's not that I dislike him. It's just, this guy talks too much, is unreliable, and has an extremely strong protective instinct, which completely affects the gaming experience. Lord Madara has someone with half his body covered in spikes taking care of him. I'm more worried about you. I need to be here to protect you. Tsunade covered his non-existent face, blushing all over. But you should have seen that I have self-protection abilities, right? I scared away a rock hidden Jonin. Baimu was a bit worried that Tsunade would have doubts after seeing his performance, especially since he had just awakened for less than a month and was acting like an experienced driver. However, Tsunade, this brainless being, clearly wouldn't consider so much. He only cared about punchlines and poop. That's why I want to be by your side, serving as your backup helper. Tsunade gave a thumbs up. All right. At least change to another form, okay? This appearance will scare people away. Baimu resigned himself, just hoping that Tsunade wouldn't cause trouble. How about this? Tsunade transformed into a curvaceous, voluptuous, mature beauty, constantly twisting her body. Baimu's nosebleed gushed out. I even thought of a name. You'll be Baimu, my hot mama, yeah. Tsunade winked. Japanese friends. Let me handle this. Turn into a lump of white mud, and I'll mold to shape myself. Baimu wiped his nosebleed. Tsunade melted like a candle into a lump of white clay. Baimu reached out to knead, and a cute and obedient little girl image of Annie gradually emerged. However, as he squeezed, Tsunade's gasps became more frequent, and Baimu's veins bulged. He originally wanted to mold a beautiful and cute female hero image for Tsunade. But thinking of Tsunade's flirty antics, claiming to be a mother while constantly acting lewdly, it was simply a scene that could only appear in Japanese movies. Now, it's gone. I really molded it, and my entire image is ruined for life. Baimu's grip gradually tightened, squeezing Tsunade to the point where a large lump of white clay was compressed to the size of a soccer ball. Ears, beard, legs, tail. Good. The image of the magical cat, Yumi, has emerged. However, because Tsunade's figure was relatively large, even after compression, it still looked a bit chubby. Good, a fat Yumi. All right, if you want to stay by my side, this will be your form. Baimu clapped his hands. Cub, why am I so small? Tsunade, now animated, walked a few steps and looked up at Baimu. This way, it's much more convenient to move. The key is, I really like it when Mama turns into a cat. Baimu forced a smile and cuddled the cat. Oh, from today on, Mama is a cat. Guwan Baiju was extremely happy. It needed a name. How about calling it Yao? Baimu snapped his fingers. It sounded like a dog. Guwan Baiju was not satisfied. Fei. Baimu simply brought out a fake name from Guwan Baiju's original work. Ah Fei sounds good. I'll call it Ah Fei then. A magical cat named Ah Fei sat on Baimu's shoulder. Chapter 17 2 Conditions. Baimu carried Ah Fei back to the place where Mitsuki Shien had fainted. Yueguang Jifeng, feeling uneasy, followed after taking a short break. He hid beside Mitsuki Shien, untied the ropes on his hands, and tried to wake her up. Upon seeing Baimu, he slightly hesitated. The guy from Awagakure is dead? Baimu nodded and smiled apologetically. The body of the CH Nin is here, but the body of the J Nin, Retsudo, might be a bit difficult to move because it's pretty mangled. Because that was Ah Fei's handiwork. Even his feces were squeezed out. Ah Fei turned into a cat, but couldn't change his chattiness. Mom, I heard cats can lick their own, Baimu said to Ah Fei. Oh, really? Ah Fei shut up, making an effort to raise his legs, stretch his neck, and twist his body, trying to lick his own. Unfortunately, his body was a bit fat, making it hard to reach. Now Baimu could finally speak properly. Even Retsudo, Yueguang Jifeng's eyes fluctuated violently. He knew Retsudo's name because this person appeared on the danger list in the camp, experienced and cautious. He was quite a troublesome guy. The guy in front of him looked like he was only slightly older than himself, yet he managed to kill Retsudo. Who exactly is he? Mitsuki Shien finally woke up, immediately recognizing the perverted monster in front of her. Even though the mask was removed, the bloodstains on his clothes betrayed him. Yueguang Jifeng? Mitsuki Shien kept retreating, only to realize that there was actually a living teammate beside her. It seems your companion has a little misunderstanding about me. Baimu smiled innocently as he squatted down, and that smile was very pure. Just like the smile of a devil before tearing off his mask in a movie. Don't come over! Mitsuki Shien screamed, bumping into Yueguang Jifeng's arms. What is going on? Yueguang Jifeng's face turned red, and he was so nervous that he didn't know where to put his hands. He liked Mitsuki Shien, but it was only a secret crush. He was plagued by illness, and no one knew when he might cough to death. With his frail body, how could he dare to mislead a beauty? It's an illusion technique. I use an illusion to kill Ishii. I might have accidentally hurt this girl while releasing the technique. Baimu said with a refined smile, appearing so harmless. It's not an illusion. He is really a pervert. He said he escaped from the heavy criminal area of Konoha prison, that he is a perverted murderer, and that his name is Mondo. He even said he eats people. Looking at Baimu's devilish smile, Mitsuki Shien's face turned pale. This is the content of the illusion. I really am not a pervert. Baimu shrugged. Would a pervert raise such a cute little cat? Ah Fei was still trying hard to lick. That corpse. Ishii's corpse. I saw him. With a twisted face, kill Ishii. Mitsuki Shien pointed at the body not far away, still trying to prove that Baimu was a pervert. No. I'm a ninja specialized in illusion techniques. I'm weak and can't kill in one blow. So to ensure he lost his ability to resist, I had to stab him a few more times. I might have gone a bit hard. Baimu repeatedly waved his hands, trying to deny that he was a pervert. All right, this friend is someone I asked to come and save us. In fact, he also killed those 3 guys from Awagakure and saved us, Yueguang Jifeng explained. Baimu had a completely harmless expression as he shrugged. Mitsuki Shien remained vigilant, staring at Baimu. By the way, you're not a ninja from Konoha, right? Yueguang Jifeng pondered for a long time before voicing his doubts. Oh, why do you say that? Baimu raised an eyebrow. He had initially shown the Konoha headband of Ebisu. Although our camp is not small, most ninjas know each other. Why can't I be a ninja from the village on a mission? Baimu countered. Because you're wearing Ebisu's clothes and his sunglasses. In our camp, only you would dress like this. What happened to Ebisu? At this point, Yueguang Jifeng subtly placed his hand in a position convenient for drawing his weapon. Don't worry. Although this guy is a bit lewd. We rogue ninjas wouldn't attack a ninja from a major village without reason if we didn't get something out of it. Ebisu is doing quite well now. Baimu shrugged. You said you wouldn't kill a ninja from a major village without benefits. But you still killed Iwagakure ninjas. Mitsuki Shien thought she had caught Baimu in a contradiction. Who said there are no benefits? Yuegwang Jifeng promised me 2 conditions. Baimu licked his lips. His eyes filled with the reflection of gold coins. Did I agree to that? Yuegwang Jifeng seemed to be seen through completely, as Baimu's naked gaze made him shiver all over. It's just a small request. Go back and thoroughly study this. Remember to do it overnight. Baimu took out a book titled Intimate Paradise from his ninja tool pouch and stuffed it into Yuegwang Jifeng's arms. This is... Mitsuki Shien stared blankly at the orange cover of the book. You have one too, but you can only read it after you come of age. Remember, before you turn of age, absolutely cannot open it. Baimu adjusted his sunglasses, the last shred of morality flickering across the lenses. The reason Intimate Paradise was so popular was not because it was explicit, but because the love stories and some details inside almost reached a golden ratio. Too much would be too explicit, too little would be bland. Mitsuki Shien looked at the Intimate Paradise in her hands. The more it was forbidden, the more itchy her heart felt. It's just reading a book. That's too easy. What is the other request? Yuegwang Jifeng said very easily. Well, back then Kakashi thought the same, and later he could only release Raikiri 4 times a day. The other request. I don't have the props here for now. I need to return to your camp. Baimu smiled happily. You want to return to the camp with us? Yuegwang Jifeng was somewhat surprised. Yeah, we orphans came out to wander the ninja world just to earn some money to improve the poor living conditions in the village. There is also an elderly person at home who has trouble moving. Baimu stroked off Faye's chubby chin. Kid, once our family has money, we'll make a wheelchair for Grandpa Ban so he can also enjoy the sun. Faye echoed. So, you want to take on a commission task from our commander? Yuegwang Jifeng asked. Exactly. Baimu actually just wanted to blend into the Konoha camp to gather some gold coins to spend. After all, Konoha has the most original characters. Since you saved me, don't I also have 2 conditions? Oh, Sage of 6 Paths. Guess what Baimu encountered? A charging Mitsuki Shien. Baimu stroked his chin, beginning to ponder. The cross-dressing mission only worked for males. So, my request of you is... Baimu's deep voice slowly unfastened his clothing. Mitsuki Shien nervously clasped her hands, her breathing becoming rapid. Then use your eyes to watch me closely. Let us have a sweaty warm-up of youth. Baimu tore off his shirt, revealing his thin body, lying on the ground, continuously doing sit-ups. Overlord's Valor. Do 50 sets of sit-ups in front of women, and for a period of time, enhance all attributes by 50. This is no ordinary sit-up. Sweat seeps from the pores, and the air is filled with male hormones. The slender body of Baimu slowly inflates like a balloon, gradually forming robust muscles. Indeed, this is how a man should look. Baimu strikes a muscular pose. Yuzuki Yuin covers her eyes. Big pervert. Chapter 18. Are we just workers? 3 Iwagakure ninjas have died, and the surviving Konoha patrol members gathered around. With the captain dead, the patrol mission was naturally impossible to continue, and they carried the bodies of both sides back to the Konoha camp. At dusk, the group finally returned to this frontline camp established at the border of the Land of Fire. When a stretcher covered with white cloth was brought into the camp, the atmosphere, which had still carried a hint of vitality, suddenly plunged into an icy silence. Since the 3rd Tsuchikage Inoki ordered a retreat from Minato Namikaze, there had been no casualties for a long time. They even naively believed that a Wagakure would soon surrender and the war would come to an end. However, the 4 corpses today, including one Jainin, clearly told them that a Wagakure's ambitions had not ceased, and Inoki was still contemplating other ways to weaken the deterrent power coming from Minato. In the command tent, Nara Shikaku, the highest commander of Konoha, sat in the main seat, with the handsome blonde Minato standing beside him. Behind them were the brooding Kakashi, the clueless Uchiha Obito, and the kind-hearted Rin Noara. The knowledgeable Yugogo was giving a detailed report to Konoha's commander Nara Shikaku, with the focus being on Hakuba. What do you think, Minato? Nara Shikaku, as the head of the Nara clan and the highest commander of the Iwagakure defense line, was a supporter of Minato for the position of the 4th Hokage. The corpses are rather brutal. Minato furrowed his brow after uncovering the white cloth from 3 Iwagakure corpses. Especially the Iwagakure Jainin, Retsudo, was unrecognizable, resembling a towel that had been wrung dry, with bones and organs shattered beyond recognition. This was the work of Obito. Obito glanced at it and almost retched, drawing a glare from Kakashi. Idiot, you're already a CH Nin and still feel nauseous at the sight of corpse? Rin, however, closed her eyes, seemingly lost in thought. Compared to the rock coffin, his death was already merciful. Hakuba looked at Obito, but did not make any excuses. Indeed, a Konoha Genin died under Retsudo's earth release technique. Rock coffin. A group of people pried open the two sides of the rock, and a living person was left as thin as paper, ultimately scraped away with kunai. Ninjutsu does not concern itself with cruelty. It only cares about killing the indestructible dead. You say you're a rogue ninja? Nara Shikaku waved his hand for his subordinates to remove the corpses and asked Hakuba, staring into his eyes. That's right. I'm from a small village in a northern country, the Zwan Ninja Village. Hakuba was scrutinized by them, but remained unflustered. Zwan Ninja Village? Nara Shikaku looked at Minato, and both shook their heads, indicating they had never heard of it. If you had, that would be strange, Hakuba thought to himself. However, this war in the ninja world had already lasted 7 years, and the control of the 5 great nations over the ninja world had diminished, leading to many rogue ninjas and defectors often gathering together and claiming to be ninja villages. This one ninja village was likely just such a low-profile small village, right? Could you tell us more about your ninja village? Nara Shikaku feigned curiosity, but was actually testing Hakuba. It's easy to make up a name, but it takes countless lies to back it up. Our village is a very peaceful place. Everyone is very refined and elegant, and when we meet people on the road, we greet them with flowery words. We live on the grasslands, relying on horse hunting for generations, and the nearby residents affectionately call us the Zwan Horse Hunters. Hakuba introduced enthusiastically. This is my mom, a seasoned child lover, who can't be separated from her child, so we came out together. Hakuba helplessly patted the Afei beside him, who was still chasing his tail on the ground. Why is your mom a cat? Uchiha Obito exclaimed in surprise. Because Afei is a cat I picked up and raised since childhood, and under my influence. His mind is always filled with humor. Afei gave a thumbs up. Wow, a talking cat. What's your mom's name? Obito marveled, as a talking ninja cat was quite rare. Say that again. Hakuba shouted angrily. The group was somewhat bewildered. The ninja world culture did not have the depth of Huaxia culture, and the vocabulary for insults was pitifully scarce. Not knowing that asking for someone's mother's surname right away was quite rude. Sorry, I got carried away. Hakuba forced a smile. To protect the peace of the ninja world, to guard against harm to children, to embody humor and love, the cute and charming villain character, Afei. Here I am, Afei, still not having learned to be a good cat, stood on 2 legs, crossing his arms in an extremely arrogant manner. So cute. Rin unexpectedly hugged him. Rin likes cats? We have one at home. Want to come see? It could do backflips. Obito was almost drooling. All right, Rin, Obito, let Lord Shikaku talk about serious matters. Minato spoke up. Oh, I'll believe you for now. I heard from Yugugo that you came to the Konoha camp to take a mission. Sorry. Konoha currently has no plans to accept rogue ninjas into the village. Nara Shikaku shook his head. Although Konoha suffered greatly in this battle, with almost half of the ninjas dead, even if there were plans to accept rogue ninjas, it would be a post-war matter. Accepting unknown ninjas during wartime was simply asking for trouble. No, I'm not trying to join Konoha. I'm very loyal to my ninja village. I just want to take your missions in an employment capacity for some remuneration. Hakuba quickly denied. Huh, are we just workers? I had a tough enough time in my last life, and now I have to work for someone after crossing over? On the battlefield, it's just a death assembly line? Wanting to be lazy for a few years only to be hunted as a rogue ninja is so boring. I'd rather be free, be my own boss, and do whatever I want. Employing ninjas? Nara Shikaku frowned, his tone unfriendly. Sorry, Konoha has no plans to hire ninjas. Employed ninjas, those who fight for money, are a group of people who execute any task purely for profit, mostly rogue ninjas and defectors from various villages, often active in places like exchange centers. The purpose of employed ninjas participating in battles is solely for money. As long as the price is right, they can be hired by anyone with no moral constraints. Unable to distinguish right from wrong, with vile and cruel personalities, they can kill for Konoha today and accept Uwagakure's payment tomorrow to turn against Konoha. They despise peace, inciting wars everywhere, because only in a turbulent ninja world can they thrive. Konoha has a deep-seated hatred for this group of employed ninjas, although their combat power is low. Even lions may not fear tigers, but still dislike the breeding of mosquitoes. A significant portion of the disturbances in the Land of Fire is caused by them. forcing the already strained Konoha village to allocate some ninjas to maintain security in the land of fire and protect logistics. And a large portion of these employed ninjas were hired by Inoki. In short, for Konoha, a large village that cultivates regular ninjas through the Ninja Academy. They look down on the group of employed ninjas who are merely a rabble. At this moment, Hakuba felt like a rejected suitor, his masculine dignity completely trampled. They must have never seen the movie 300 Spartans, unaware of what the consequences of rejecting a passionate hunchback would be. It's fine if such Konoha doesn't want me. In the end, Baimu didn't have the boldness to say this out loud. Chapter 19. Tears streaming, so that's how it is. I understand now. Baimu's expression was filled with disappointment and loneliness. Our hometown is very poor, and nearby there's a group of evil Yordle people who commit unspeakable atrocities. This year's crops and livestock have all been destroyed. If we can't find a way out, I don't know how many people will die in the village this winter. I only heard that Konoha is the kindest village in the ninja world, so I traveled over mountains and through valleys to seek help here, hoping to use my meager strength to earn enough money to buy some food and clothes before the harsh winter arrives, hoping that everyone won't starve to death. We can die in battle, but we absolutely cannot starve to death. Baimu shed tears. In just a few words, a small village suffering from disaster and a boy working hard to save his village were vividly portrayed. Our village is so miserable. The village chief, Grandpa Ban, is over 90 years old and is struggling alone now. Afei also started to cry. The Yordles are truly despicable. This is all my pocket money. We must make sure everyone holds on. Ebisu tightly held back his tears and handed over a dry, shriveled cat wallet. Although he didn't know what Yordles were, since Baimu said they were evil, they must be evil. This won't do. Baimu tightly gripped the wallet in his hand, continuously refusing Ebisu. So it turns out, Baimu's life is so tragic. Moonlight Gale silently took out his wallet. You've come such a long way. You must have suffered a lot. Please don't refuse this small token of kindness. Lin's face was also filled with sympathy as she handed over a cute little cat wallet. I haven't really eaten much hardship. I've missed quite a few meals. Baimu touched his flat stomach, which timely let out a gurgle. To think that, in order for everyone in the village to have enough to eat, you can't even bear to eat yourself. It's hard to imagine how you made it this far. Ebisu automatically filled in a mental image. All thanks to a firm, mature, unbeatable belief. Ebisu added, confidence. Baimu's gaze was exceptionally resolute. Kakashi, what are you waiting for? Do you have no compassion? Hurry and donate some money. Ebisu began to snatch Kakashi's wallet. Ebisu is foolish, and Lin is kind, but adults are not so easily moved to donate money with just a few words. Nara Shikaku remained expressionless. He felt that what Baimu said might be true and sympathized with him, but rules are rules. He is the commander of Konoha and must be responsible for everyone on the front line. He cannot take in someone of unknown origin. What if a spy mixes in and leaks some information? It could cost countless lives. Teacher, can't we really not keep Baimu? Lin looked at Minato with pleading eyes. Minato scratched his head. This is the rule of war. I can't do anything about it. It's okay. I can't impose my suffering onto your troubles. Thank you, everyone. Thank you, Ebisu and Lin. I will find a way on my own. Baimu wiped his tears. If you don't accept, I might leave in a huff, and if anyone in the village asks, I'll say the Hokage is a heartless old pervert. Afei gave a middle finger. Don't talk nonsense. Baimu knocked on Afei's head and turned to leave. 1 step, call me. 2 steps, key me. 3 steps. Wait a moment. Narashikaku really called out. Baimu felt a thrill in his heart. Konoha can't escape its reputation after all. No matter what, you killed 3 Iwagakure ninjas and saved our ninja. We will definitely not shortchange you on a reward. Narashikaku forced a smile. 1 J Nin, 2 CH Nin. If it were our own people, we could earn 600 merit points. I will personally increase it to 2,000 merit points for you. This is the merit exchange list, but according to the rules, Jutsu cannot be exchanged for you. It can only be exchanged for supplies. Please understand. Narashikaku looked apologetically at Baimu. Is that all? Baimu was taken aback. It seemed Konoha was really determined not to take him in. There's nothing to be done, even in peacetime. To take in a talented bloodline ninja requires a mental examination from the Yamashiro clan, and more seriously, may even require restrictions from root sealing techniques. Baimu looked at the list. The cheapest items were mostly kunai and shuriken exchanges, followed by smoke bombs, soldier pills, explosive tags, and other disposable items. The more expensive ones were standard long swords and similar weapons, and you could spend 1,000 merit points to customize special weapons. The most expensive were space scrolls for storing items, which cost a whopping 5,000 merit points. This means you would have to kill 5J Neen to exchange for a space scroll, showing just how wealthy the Tintin family is. It's a pity these things are of no use to Baimu. May I ask, can you help me exchange everything for money? Money? Nara Shikaku was slightly taken aback. The ninja tools and medicines here are the finest in the entire ninja world, far exceeding the quality in the black market. They are definitely more cost-effective than cash. In fact, after obtaining merit points, ninjas usually exchange them for ninja tools, as often one explosive tag or one smoke bomb can save their lives. Civilian ninjas are even more in urgent need of merit points to exchange for jutsu to strengthen themselves in hopes of gaining more power and earning more merit points. This is the sadness of working people. No one knows when they will fall into the trap of making money. Few people would exchange merit points for money. There are quite a few who exchange money for merit points. No need. I want to earn more money and buy more food. I've calculated that with 100,000 taels of food, one villager can comfortably get through the winter. Bai Mu said with an exceptionally understanding smile, patting a Faye's head. Mom, we're rich. Let's buy meat for everyone when we go back. Cub, I also want to get some intestines. Eat. We'll eat when we get back. Tears streamed down. A group of people started wiping their tears, and the way they looked at Nara Shikaku turned into that of a great villain. Ahem. 3 million taels. This is the exchange price for 2,000 merit points. I will have someone issue you a check. With the double guarantee of Konoha and the Hokage, which can be exchanged for cash at any bank in the entire ninja world. Nara Shikaku could only raise the price a bit. 3 million taels? How much purchasing power does that have in the world of Hokage? Big money counts as Asuma's head. Small money counts as ramen. One Asuma is 35 million taels. A bowl of ramen is 60 taels. It's not worth it for Rado to die. He only equals 3,000 bowls of ramen. Mom, let's go. I'll go catch fish for you and then find a grassy nest to stay in. Bai Mu had a sunny smile all over his face, limping slowly into the sunset. As long as I can be with the cub, the photosynthesis doesn't matter. But is the cub's injury really okay? Will it affect his bowel movements? A Fei rubbed up against Bai Mu's thigh. I'm fine. It's just chakra overdraft. We can't trouble others. Bai Mu ruffled a Fei's head. In the sunset, the elongated shadows of one person and one cat were so lonely, telling of the injustice of fate, depicting the unwillingness of life. Nara Shikaku looked at Minato, slapped his thigh hard, and sighed. This is a sin. Today. Let us stay in our camp. We can't neglect our savior. Kakashi will take good care of you. You will make sure you eat well and sleep well. Minato smiled slightly. Although Kakashi is only 13 years old, his calmness and caution surpass that of most adults, and his strength has reached the level of a jonin, allowing him to watch over Hakuba while stationed at the camp, ensuring that even a spy would pose no problem. Chapter 20. Millennium Kill Lord Fukuda. Lord Minato. Just as Hakuki was about to leave the command tent, a wailing cry came from outside. Ebisu, crying and wiping his tears, walked in with the company of Noera Kakashi and Might Guy. Losing the ninja tools and clothes was a minor issue. Even if 50 copies of Intimate Paradise were taken, they could be restocked. The main problem was that the ninja headband was stolen, which was a serious matter that needed to be reported for replacement. What is going on? Dressed like that, crying like a woman, Nara Fukuda shouted angrily. Lord Fukuda, Oh. Ebisu looked up and saw Hakuki, who was also in the tent, and instantly screamed. Hakuki held a copy of Intimate Paradise, weighing it in his hand with a wicked smile on his face. To Ebisu, he looked nothing like a capture hostage. He looked more like a guest. If Ebisu dared to expose him, Hakuki would turn around, claiming he saw this person sneaking around by the river talking to someone and thought he was a spy. Anyway, he hadn't done anything to him. What is the matter? Why are you making such a fuss? Nara Fukuda frowned. Lord Fukuda, look at my outfit. Isn't it beautiful? Ebisu smiled flirtatiously. Get out. Nara Fukuda roared. Ebisu fled like a stray dog, scrambling out. Noera Kakashi scratched his head, unsure of what was happening. While my guy looked at Kakashi, showing off his big white teeth and giving a thumbs-up gesture challenge before running out as well. Lord Fukuda, I'll take my leave as well, Hakuki said, cupping his hands. Make sure to rest well. Nara Fukuda nodded. When they came out, it was already mealtime. The vast Konoha camp was filled with the aroma of food, making Hakuki's mouth water. After drinking white Zetsu's bodily fluid for a month, his mouth felt as bland as a bird's. I have to say, the food in Konoha is really good. After all, the Land of Fire is the most powerful and resource-rich nation in the ninja world. At this time of war, the fate of the Land of Fire relies entirely on Konoha Village, and the daimyo is doing his utmost to support it, sending countless supplies of chicken, duck, fish, meat, milk, and fruit to the front lines, ensuring that Konoha's ninjas can face the enemy in the best condition. The kitchen is of utmost importance, and every chef in the camp is from the Akimichi clan, with no outsiders allowed, ensuring the safety of the food. Ninja children must not have problems with their meals. Food is supplied in unlimited quantities. As long as you can eat, you can take whatever you want, and even barbecue and hot pot can be ordered, though it requires additional payment, making life here feel far from the front lines. This reminded Hakuki of the American army during World War II. He wanted to become an eating king, carrying off a whole cow, but unfortunately his not yet recovered body wound tea allow him to binge. Reluctantly, he took a lamb chop with lemon juice and made do with that. Although there were no clear regulations that upper, middle, and lower ninjas must eat separately, everyone still habitually gathered in their respective small teams. Team Kakashi, along with Moonlight Gale and the sneaky Ebisu, also gathered together. YISNT the cat eating. Rin curiously touched Ebisu, who had an empty plate in front of him while everyone else had their plates full of food. Because Ebisu is a Hymo creature without a rectum, enjoying the convenience of not having to eat while enduring the pain of not being able to defecate. Ebisu seemed to really enjoy being petted. What do you mean? Rin didn't quite understand. I've been eating too much lately and have a bit of constipation, Hakuki explained while devouring the lamb chop. How pitiful. I'm a medical ninja. Maybe I can help. Rin's hands glowed blue as she rubbed Ebisu's belly. This can promote intestinal movement and relieve constipation. Then the cat can eat. Oh, although I can't feel the intestinal movement, it really feels good. Is this what it feels like to defecate? Ebisu flipped onto his back, purring contentedly. Rin. Ebisu looked at him and swallowed hard. I seem to also have a bit of constipation. Really? Then I'll help you rub it later. Rin smiled sweetly. Oh. Ebisu's face was flushed with happiness. Konoha's secret transmission technique. The ultimate skill, Millennium Kill. Kakashi, moving like lightning, formed the tiger seal with both hands and brutally stabbed Ebisu's rear. Ebisu's face turned even redder. A roar echoed through the sky, nearly triggering an alarm in the camp. Is it cured? If not, we can do it again. Kakashi clapped his hands, his face showing no mercy. All right. Ebisu lay on the ground, tears streaming down his face, as if he were experiencing the pain of a millennium. Hakuki's expression froze as he received a mission. Hidden mission acquired. Experience Kakashi's Millennium Kill. Reward, 100 gold coins. System. What do you take me for? You think I'd give up my integrity for 100 gold coins? Hakuki tilted his head, questioning in his mind. Reward increased, 200 gold coins. No, I'm not talking about money. This concerns my purity. Hakuki quickly shook his head. Reward increased, 500 gold coins. Hakuki swallowed hard. Extra money means nothing to me. I'm really not that kind of person. I would never raise but for 500 gold coins. This is the white lotus that has accompanied me for 2 lives. Unless it's 1,000 gold coins. Do you want it or not? The system disdainfully left. Hakuki looked at Ebisu's pained expression, took a deep breath, and shook his head. Just 500 gold coins. He was not that kind of person. Feeling better? Eat some fish. Rin placed a bowl of fish soup in front of Ebisu. Even though I can't digest it, I'll reluctantly have a bite. Ebisu opened his mouth wide, even bigger than a lion, and swallowed the fish soup along with the bowl in one go. Burp, you really eat badly. Rin chuckled, covering her mouth. There are many strange creatures in the ninja world. There is no need to make a big deal out of small things. Hakuki continued to tear into the lamb chop. The feeling of eating meat was simply fantastic, making his taste buds tremble. This is happiness. Could you, return my headband and book? Ebisu quietly approached. Hakuki tossed the headband back. It meant nothing to him, but as for the book, if played well, this could be worth 5,000 gold coins. Remember to return it after washing it clean. Hakuki wanted to keep this female outfit to earn some extra cash. By the way, to thank everyone for their care. I have a few novels here. Please don't be shy and make sure to study them well. Hakuki generously pulled out a few books from Ebisu's mouth, and everyone named in the original work received a copy. Since Ebisu had nothing in his stomach, it was just right to use it to store some things. Ebisu watched in pain as if he were being torn apart. This was a book that could sell for 1,000 ryo. Oh, what are you all looking at? At this moment, Minato Namikaze also came out from the command tent after finishing his conversation, affectionately patting Ebisu and Kakashi on the head. It's a good book, written by Lord Jiraiya, one of the legendary Sannin of Konoha. I accidentally found these 2 copies by the river. They must have been dropped by some unfortunate book vendor who was being chased. Hot Cookie chuckled and handed one to Minato Namikaze. Oh, is this actually the second book by Teacher Jiraiya? I still have his first book, The Tale of Ninja Perseverance, with me. It's been a long time, and I didn't expect the second book to be out already. Minato Namikaze laughed excitedly. The author is actually Lord Minato's master, and you must read it. Hot Cookie chuckled, and that's another 100 gold coins in hand. Chapter 21 Emergency Situation on a dark and windy night, behind a concealed tent. Is it really necessary to do this? Can't we change the request? I'll agree to whatever you want. This really isn't okay. The moonlight flickered as the wind rushed backward. Bai Mu, with a silver smile on his face, pressed forward step by step, holding a clean women's kimono, with a sickly flushed pallor. Don't worry. There isn't a single person here no one will see. Bai Mu licked his lips. Well then, just 1 minute. Moonlight Shikaz gritted his teeth and ultimately yielded to the promise of the one who saved his sister. What are they doing? Obito asked Kakashi quietly. How did you come out? Shoo. Kakashi had to keep Bai Mu under his watch as per Minato's orders, even if he said he was going to the bathroom. Seeing Kakashi sneak out, Obito followed him. Lin, noticing her two teammates had come out, also followed. Might Guy thought Kakashi was practicing some stealth technique and joined in for the challenge. Guy was followed by Nara Shikaku and Ebisu as well. Moonlight Shikaz was called out by Bai Mu, and Yuzuki Yuin, who had always been suspicious of Bai Mu, naturally followed to ensure her teammates' safety. Indeed, there was not a single person around, but rather a group of people, each hiding behind the tent, watching the two individuals who seemed very out of place. Moonlight Shikaz slowly and reluctantly took off his clothes. Hiss! A collective gasp could dry up the northwestern wind. Moonlight Shikaz gradually put on the women's clothing. Yeah. The group's exhale could melt the polar ice. Moonlight Shikaz completed cross-dressing, earning 100 gold coins. All right, you can take it off. Bai Mu hadn't finished his sentence. What are you doing? A large group of people sneaking around was suddenly discovered by a patrol of ninjas. The patrol shouts immediately attracted the searchlights on the village walls, shining directly on Moonlight Shikaz. He didn't even have time to use his concealment technique and face social death on the spot. This is really not the outcome I wanted. But don't worry. None of them will escape. Bai Mu reassured. Back in Kakashi's team's tent for sleep, since they were still a group of teenagers. Lin didn't sleep separately, and fortunately, this camp was semi-permanent, with a large enough tent for 4 people. Kakashi sat on his bedding, observing Bai Mu's every move. When he saw Bai Mu fall asleep in the arms of the cat, Afe, he took out the newly acquired book Intimate Paradise, planning to read a few pages. If nothing happened later at night, he would let the ninja dog packing keep watch since there might be a mission the next day. Unfortunately, that few pages turned into reading until dawn. Sunlight streamed through the tent, and Kakashi, sporting dark circles under his eyes, looked up in shock. Was he under a time illusion? He had only read for a little while. How could it already be dawn? No. It was just that this book was too engaging. He had unconsciously lost track of time. Bai Mu? Where's Bai Mu? Phew. Thankfully, still sleeping beside him. Obito's bedding seemed suspicious. Kakashi walked over and lifted the blanket, only to find Obito, also with dark circles under his eyes, secretly hiding under the covers reading Intimate Paradise. Kakashi, are you trying to scare me to death? Obito shouted, his face flushed. No way. Lin? Kakashi quickly glanced over at Lin's side. Fortunately, she was still asleep, but she too was holding the orange-covered novel, just too tired to stay awake. Hearing Obito's shout, Bai Mu woke up from his dream, stretched lazily, and squinted at the warm sunlight streaming in through the window. Spring has arrived. Everything is reviving, and it's breeding season for the animals. I should check my harvest. Bai Mu opened the system panel to collect his gold coins. Nara Kakashi successfully immersed in Intimate Paradise, earning 100 gold coins. Uchiha Obito successfully immersed in Intimate Paradise, earning 100 gold coins. Yamanaka Rin, Shinobi Hiruzen, Namikaze Minato, Moonlight Shikaz, Yuzuki Yuin, even Minato got immersed. I thought someone of his skill would have strong self-control. Yuzuki Yuin, didn't I tell her not to read? Apparently, she couldn't resist after all. Only my guy didn't get sucked in? Truly a disciplined man, which is quite terrifying. Bai Mu admired him, but a total of 700 gold coins was enough to be satisfying. He was almost just a hand wave away from the first major item. Woo! 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 The camp sounded 3 loud horns, signaling an urgent call. Quick! There's an emergency. Assemble. Kakashi hurriedly grabbed his short blade. White Fang. Obito and Lin immediately jumped out of bed, with Bai Mu following closely behind. In front of the command tent, Over 100 ninjas were already lined up in an orderly fashion. Narashikaku was seriously distributing tasks to each team. From the conversations among the ninjas, Baimu learned the reason for the emergency assembly. Iwagakure had launched a night attack again. Unlike before, the IWA ninjas were not attacking their front lines, but were targeting small outposts, civilian villages, and some supply routes within the Land of Fire from behind. This was done to weaken Minato's combat effectiveness, making him constantly run around to different support points, and by the time he arrived, the IWA ninjas would not engage, but would leave immediately using earth techniques. Yesterday, the patrol line of Moonlight Shikaz and the others had been the breakthrough point, and Konoha hadn't had time to reinforce it before the IWA ninjas took the opportunity to invade. The entire border of the Land of Fire was in chaos. Countless Konoha ninjas were scattered, outposts were attacked, and distress signals continued to come in throughout the night through various means. Narashikaku was worried that moving out at night could lead to ambushes, so he waited until dawn to organize support teams to rescue civilians while also rescuing the scattered ninjas. Kakashi's Chunin team, along with Might Guy's team and Moonlight Shika's team, were placed towards the back. Baimu saw a group of his teammates with dark circles under their eyes, and Moonlight Shikaz looked like he wanted to bury his head in the ground, making Baimu secretly laugh. Only Might Guy was still energetically doing handstands. Waiting for the task distribution, the allure of intimate paradise probably couldn't compare to Isao doing backflips. Sure enough, he was the future Kage, a man who almost kicked out the ending, disciplined to a frightening degree. Soon it was Kakashi's team's turn. Narashikaku looked at Kakashi and Obito's dark circles with some dissatisfaction, but still handed them the mission scroll. It was to support an important logistics transfer village. Just the three of them, as their teacher, Namikaze Minato, had a more important mission. However, he didn't forget to give Baimu a silver ticket and said apologetically, "I'm very sorry, there's been some trouble here, and it might be dangerous. No one can protect you now." Baimu picked up on the dismissal in his words, feeling a surge of middle finger energy inside. But his face was exceptionally obedient. "I'll one T trouble you, I'll leave on my own. Today you ignore me. Tomorrow I'll make you regret it." Chapter 22. Trap. After accepting the mission, everyone left in a hurry, which rendered the carefully prepared breakfast by the Akimichi chef useless. Shiraki was not polite at all and took dozens of rice balls of various flavors, packing them to eat slowly on the way. All the squad's mission objectives were confidential, and Shiraki didn't know where they were going, but the direction was certain, within the borders of the Land of Fire. They walked leisurely. This was the benefit of being a mercenary: no home, no family, taking money to help others avoid disaster. Deaths on either side had nothing to do with him, and he was even contemplating how to modify the mask he brought from a base. Wearing the one-eyed mask was uncomfortable, wasting the vision of one eye, which was almost a fatal weakness in battle. It had to be modified properly. Fortunately, it was originally a wood-release creation, and as long as there was a plan, a fake could change its shape at any time. Shiraki quickly created a set of clown masks from the Saw series based on his memories from his previous life, with a pale, deformed face and two red swirling clan emblems. At first glance, it might seem a bit funny, but the more you looked, the more terrifying it became. It would be best to design a non-existent headband from the village of Zon, so he could at least feel like he had a home. After thinking of several designs that didn't adequately express the harmony and restrained culture of Zon, he simply adopted the Chinese character, letting these culturally ignorant country bumpkins guess its meaning. Walk, walk, swim, swim, no skills, no worries, never speak the truth to anyone, a little oil by the mouse's mouth. Shiraki recited a playful poem, wandering aimlessly. The Moonlight Gale Patrol team had been restructured, and he served as the captain, along with Yuzuki Yuin and another young ninja named Ryuyama Taka, who took on a mission to drive away stone ninjas and rescue civilians in a small village. Unlike Konoha, the third Tsuchikage and Noki favored overwhelming tactics, and the number of ninjas in Iwagakure was astonishing. In the late stages of the Third Great Ninja War, Inoki even had the strength to send 1,000 stone ninjas to besiege the Third Reikage, indicating that during Iwagakure's peak, the number of ninjas may have exceeded 20,000, although a large portion of them might have been semi-samurai types who only had chakra to enhance their strength. Even more shamelessly, Inoki liked to hire mercenary ninjas. In the original work, he had hired Akatsuki, providing them with considerable funding. While he didn't expect that group of greedy, cowardly mercenaries to engage in direct combat, they were adept at harassment behind enemy lines and throwing shurikens from 500 miles away to intimidate civilians. Konoha had no choice but to send already stretched thin personnel to protect the civilians. Konoha was currently at war on all fronts, with no more than 2,000 people on each line of defense, meaning nearly every Konoha ninja had to face over 5 times the number of enemies, illustrating the difficulty of the battles. Moonlight Gale led the team swiftly. The village they were heading to was an important herbal supply point on the border of the Land of Fire. The villagers often collected rare herbs to sell to Konoha for making medicine, and if that village were destroyed, Konoha's logistical pressure would increase significantly. This mission shouldn't have been assigned to a newly formed genin team like his, even though he and Yuzuki Yuin had barely reached the level of Chunin. However, Nara Shikaku was unable to spare anyone else and could only assign them 2 capable genin. He regretted staying up too late yesterday. His chakra was even lower than usual, hoping the battle wouldn't be too intense. Moonlight Gale silently regretted, but Intimate Paradise was just too good, and he couldn't help but get immersed in it. He wondered if Yuin would have any prejudice against him after seeing him in women's clothing yesterday. Moonlight Gale stole a glance at Yuzuki Yuin's beautiful profile, burying his affection deep in his heart. Just then, on the path of the 3-person team's advance, the perfectly flat ground suddenly trembled, and a dozen stone pillars shot up from the ground, completely blocking their path, with explosive tags burning brightly attached to them. Oh no, it's a trap. Moonlight Gale didn't even have time to warn his teammates before the stone pillars exploded, and a storm of debris rained down on them. The newly added teammate, Ryuyama Taka, reacted slightly slower and was hit on the forehead by a piece of debris, losing his ability to respond, and was instantly buried. Moonlight Gale and Yuzuki Yuin reacted well and drew their swords to block, creating a tightly sealed space in front of them. Larger stones were deflected, but the smaller fragments still struck painfully against their bodies. As the smoke cleared, Moonlight Gale landed and immediately used his invisibility technique. This was not an ordinary explosive tag trap, which could be set off by pulling a wire, but a ninjutsu trap controlled by someone, indicating that there was indeed a manipulator behind the trap. Hee. There's actually someone still alive. Sure ho, your trap has some flaws. A lewd-looking Iwagakure ninja appeared from the bushes, carrying a long knife. It was clear he thought the invisible Moonlight Gale had been buried alive. Taisher, shouldn't you compliment me on how effortlessly I took care of 2 people? The lean Iwagakure ninja named Shurho had directly emerged from the ground. He was the controller of this trap. Too bad it's a girl. Otherwise, it would have been an exhilarating battle. A deep, gruff male voice came from another bush, and due to his large size, his head popped out while his body got stuck in a hole. With too much force, he uprooted the entire patch of land. Shanhao, enough already. What do you mean it's a pity it's a girl? Talking like that makes you no different from a monkey in the mountains. Taisher smiled as he drew his long knife. In a situation of guaranteed victory, teasing and then killing a female ninja was the most fun, wasn't it? My mom told me to be gentle with girls. I don't like to lay hands on them. Shanhao scratched the back of his head, smiling sheepishly, showing no intention of joining the fight. After so many years on the battlefield, I've killed at least 18 people. And you still talk about your mom. We're ninjas, you know? Ninjas. All we see are enemies and companions. What does gender matter? Taisher scolded in a stern tone. Hee. Next time for sure. Next time for sure. Shanhao laughed foolishly. The 2 teammates shook their heads helplessly. Shanhao was indeed very strong. Aside from his lack of proficiency in ninjutsu, his brute strength and swordsmanship had already reached the level of Jounin, and Lord Suchikage had even specially promoted him to Special Jounin. However, his overly honest personality made him end up being led by 2 cunning Chunin on missions. So, beautiful little sister from Konoha, do you have any last words? We still have to rush to the next ambush. Time is tight. Taisher lightly sharpened the edge of his knife. Yuzuki Yuin steadied her breathing, calming her emotions and not allowing herself to feel fear. Her new teammate was already dead, but she knew Moonlight Gale's invisibility ability and trusted that he wouldn't escape alone. She had to create an opportunity for him to launch a surprise attack. Chapter 23, Confidence. From their recent conversation, it was clear that Shanhao was unwilling to engage in a fight and stood to the side. Taisher seemed to be a leader type, skilled in swordsmanship. Shurfong did not carry any ninja tools. Even if he had some, it would only be kunai from his tool pouch. Moreover, he was subtly making hand signs, indicating he was a ninja specialized in ninjutsu. She and Moonlight Swift were both experts in sword techniques and not very proficient in ninjutsu. So the ambush target should fall on Shurfong, who excelled in ninjutsu. Every ninja has a different level of perception, commonly known as the sixth sense. Those who have experienced life-and-death situations have a stronger sense. And the best opportunity to succeed in a stealth attack is right at the moment when their ninjutsu is about to be released making it impossible to dodge. Konoha-style sword art. Hazy, moonlit night. Oyushiyin did not say a word. Her entire focus was on how to defeat the enemy. She slowly moved her sword, leaving ripples in the air. This was a set of illusionary sword techniques passed down and improved by the second Hokage. You Konoha ninjas love to play with this flashy sword art, all show and no substance. Swordsmanship must hit the target to count. Taisher looked disdainfully at the phantoms of the sword before Oyushiyin. Oyushiyin continued to swing her sword at an extremely slow speed, leaving behind a trail of afterimages in the air, making Taisher increasingly uncomfortable, as if his eyes were filled with countless swords. Finally, he couldn't help but slash horizontally with his sword. I told you, don't play tricks in front of me, Taisher shouted, and his horizontal slash passed through the waist of the Konoha girl, creating a series of afterimages, yet he felt no physical impact whatsoever. Illusion. Taisher was stunned. When did this happen? Never. Underestimate the wisdom of our second Hokage. Oyushiyin's real body suddenly swung her sword forcefully toward Taisher's back. Earth release. Earth spike. Bang. A rock spike suddenly shot up between the two, blocking Oyushiyin's sword. Taisher, what are you doing? Be careful. Shifang's kind reminder was abruptly cut off as a shining blade pierced through the back of his head and came out of his mouth, even taking a piece of his tongue with it. Who told the Iwagakure ninja's armor to be so sturdy? In such a critical time, I can only use some disgusting killing methods. Shifang. Shanhao and Taisher shouted in despair simultaneously. They did not expect that a mere 12 or 13-year-old girl could wield such illusionary sword techniques. Nor did they anticipate that a Konoha ninja capable of invisibility would suddenly appear. Boom! Shanhao fiercely threw his massive sword, as thick as a door, smashing down toward Moonlight Swift. Even though Moonlight Swift's agile figure immediately dodged, he was still hit twice by the flying debris on his chest, demonstrating the immense strength of this giant. Taisher's eyes burned with anger, although he often bickered with Shifang. They were comrades who had fought side by side for many years, and their bond was deep. He was ambushed while trying to save his friend. Blood boiled with rage in his veins as his broad-bladed katana transformed into a storm, slashing toward Oyushiyin. He was right. In the face of absolute power, all flashy techniques are ineffective. At 13, Oyushiyin faced an adult Iwagakure ninja whose strength far exceeded her own. The hazy moonlit night, illusionary sword technique she had studied for so long was nearly ineffective as the frenzied Taisher broke through with sheer force, leaving her struggling to defend herself. Meanwhile, on Moonlight Swift's side, he was dealing with the even more powerful Special Jonin Shanhao, two enemies at completely different levels of size and strength. Konoha-style sword art, Dance of the Crescent Moon. This technique also came from the second Hokage's integrated improvements. First, it utilized the shadow clone technique to summon two shadow clones. Then both clones and the main body used the body flicker technique to quickly appear before the enemy, attacking simultaneously from the left, top, and right to target the enemy's vital points. This was an extremely powerful move that also consumed a lot of chakra. The three attackers, two clones and one real body, each made real attacks, forcing the enemy to discern the real body among three identical assailants, which was almost a gamble with their life. Shanhao faced the three identical attackers. His dull, yet not foolish mind made no choices but opted for defense. Earth release, hardening technique. His already rough skin revealed a yellow-brown rock color, a result of the hardened skin from the earth release ninjutsu, one of the few ninjutsu Shanhao could use. If it were Kakashi, his Chidori could easily penetrate this layer of stone skin. But unfortunately, Moonlight Swift's attribute was wind, and even though the blade was infused with wind chakra cutting power, clang, 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 Moonlight Swift's three blades seemed to strike against rock, only managing to cut through a centimeter of skin, causing a trickle of blood, but no further penetration. For the over 2-meter-tall Shanhao, it was merely a tickle. Get away from me! Shanhao roared, swinging his massive sword in a wide arc, instantly shattering the two shadow clones. Moonlight Swift's main body blocked with his sword, but was directly knocked back several meters. Cough, cough, cough. Moonlight Swift only felt a mouthful of bloody sweetness, and that one arm felt as if it were non-existent. Shanhao's power was too great. Damn, how could luck be this bad? Moonlight Swift looked up at Oyushiyin, who was being pushed back by the large stone, and suddenly remembered that person. The one who had tricked him into wearing women's clothing and was seen by everyone. If they were here, there should still be a chance, right? Bai Mu was riding on a fei, climbing to the top of a giant pine tree, gazing into the distance to confirm where he should go and where help was needed. Konoha's exclusive distress signal flares continuously shot up into the sky, resembling the festive fireworks of the spring festival. Baimu observed this scene with interest. It seems that a Wagakure is not just a minor skirmish. The strategy of surrounding and attacking is already in play. How many can you save, Minato? Kid, which one should we save? Afei also looked at the rising signal flares, his mouth stretching into a wide grin. I want to save that tinkling little girl. She stroked me so comfortably. None of them. I counted before I left this morning. Konoha sent out about 30 teams, and there are almost 50 signal flares here. It's likely that Awagakure ninjas are using captured signal flares to confuse Konoha's judgment. Moreover, Kakashi's team wouldn't be so quick to call for help. Baimu calmly munched on a plum-flavored rice ball. My kid is really smart. He definitely inherited the advanced intelligence of the artificial humans. Afei's face was flushed with affection. Baimu finished a rice ball, patted his belly, climbed down the big tree, extended a finger, and struck a pose as if guiding the way, spinning rapidly like a human top. I know. The kid is relying on luck to determine the direction. Afei exclaimed. No wonder he is my child. Even the way he finds a target is so unique. It's not luck, Baimu said while spinning with his eyes closed. Oh, what is it? Afei asked curiously. It is mysterious, ethereal, powerful. Destiny? Confidence. Baimu stopped, pointing in a direction. Let's go this way. Chapter 24. Want to hear a joke? Mizuki Yuin had reached a dead end, facing the violent boulder. Her hands were so heavy she could barely lift her knife. She bit her pale lips tightly, sweat covering her forehead, even though she couldn't see a glimmer of victory. She continued to persevere. Moonlight Gale was in a similarly poor state. Due to physical reasons, his stamina and chakra were already pitifully low. After staying up all night, watching a marathon of Intimate Paradise, being able to withstand the attacks of the powerful Yamaho until now showed just how strong his fighting spirit was. Each breath felt like a worn-out bellows, and his mouth was filled with the taste of blood. Could it really be ending here? I haven't even expressed my love yet. I have to at least let Yuin escape. Moonlight Gale was once again sent flying by a blow from Yamaho, gazing dazedly as Yuin was kicked down by Taishur, the long knife about to pierce her heart. Hey, that skinny stupid rabbit, have you seen my friend? It's been a few hours. I'm starting to miss them. A teasing voice came from the treetops nearby. Frenzied taunt activated. Rabbit, you're the rabbit. Taishur's already furious mood worsened, and he actually abandoned the chance to kill the Konoha Kunoichi with a single blow, instead raising his knife to charge at the newly appeared masked man. Wow, what an effective tactic. Baimu never expected that a casual remark would actually provoke a successful taunt, likely hitting a sore spot and igniting Taishur's anger. Baimu had clearly sensed a sense of crisis upon arriving. The sky was filled with Konoha's distress signals, indicating many teams had fallen into ambushes set by the Awagakure ninja. Or perhaps this plan was originally designed to lure them out. There was no helping it. The Awagakure ninja were numerous, and Konoha was a village that upheld the education of love and the supremacy of the common people. To ensure his own safety, Baimu still had Afei possess him, greatly enhancing his strength, so he wouldn't be defeated in one move. As for the reduced rewards, what's more important than staying alive? At this moment, his status was Life Energy 1000, 150, 1500, Chakra 1500. His attributes had reached the level of Chunin, and even if he clashed head-on, he wouldn't underestimate this Iwagakure Chunin. Afei, what do you think I should do to fight? After merging, we should communicate properly. Kid, then beat him until he admits he's a rabbit. Though it was a non-answer, it was amusing. A confident smile curved at the corners of Baimu's mouth. Die for me. Taishur's already wild sword techniques became even more chaotic due to the frenzied taunt, turning into a mindless flurry of strikes. TCH, rabbits should stay on the chopping board and accept their fate. Baimu brandished the bloody butcher's knife, casting a disdainful glance from above. Contempt activated. Facing an ordinary IWA ninja, he couldn't be bothered to organize any elaborate speech or background, and the effect wasn't as powerful as when he faced Retsutai, but still made Taishur's body shudder slightly. This kind of confidence, bordering on arrogance, could only be released by a powerful individual whose strength had long been at a high level. An arrow on the string must be shot. Suppressing the tremors in his heart, Taishur chose to launch an attack, but his strikes were already slowed by 3 parts, and his steps were completely disordered. Virus Butcher's knife thrown. Smack! The severing effect activated, and a severed hand gripping the knife fell away, spinning 3 times in the air before weakly landing on the ground. Taishur let out a pained howl, clutching his shoulder where it was severed. collapsing instantly in front of Bai Mu, writhing in pain. Now, who has the rabbit? Bai Mu looked down at Tai Shi, speaking in a voice full of oppressive authority. I'm the rabbit. My parents are rabbits. My whole family's rabbits. Tai Shi gritted his teeth, no longer caring about face or the hatred of his comrades. Just a moment ago, he had been filled with rage. Now he only wanted to survive. Gaga gaga gaga. That was off Fei's unrestrained laughter. Still, I'm sorry. This time I'm siding with Konoha. I'll try harder in my next life. Leaving the enemy alive on the battlefield is not a good habit. Wood release, thorn growth technique. This was off Fei's ability. A spore was spat out, and dozens of thorny vines bloomed like roses inside, piercing through all the internal organs. Tai Shi fell silently. Though wood release was powerful, it was best not to use it in front of Konoha ninjas. Bai Mu secretly enjoyed the ninjutsu, but had to remain cautious. After all, he still needed to deal with this guy's corpse later. Tai Shi. Yamaho charged in like a human tank, his massive size not affecting his agility, kicking up a storm of dust as he charged forward. Bai Mu, be careful. This guy has the strength of a jonin. We can't go head to head. Cough cough. Moonlight Gale loudly warned. I may not have a brain or guts, but I'm not an idiot. How could I go head to head with him? Fei was starting to enjoy stealing Bai Mu's spotlight, which wasn't a good sign. Though Bai Mu couldn't use body flicker technique, the powerful strength from his leg muscles exploded, giving him decent speed as he leaped to the side. However, Yamaho's charge was not just a single move. In a ninja world where everyone is a potential assassin, relying solely on such reckless skills to kill is difficult, perhaps guided by a master. So at the end of his charge, he added a long-range attack. Using his immense inertia, he thrust his wide sword into the ground, lifting a massive boulder and hurling it violently at Bai Mu, the whistling wind offering no space for evasion. What if I encounter an unsolvable problem? Scream, Mom, and then just wait quietly. Protecting the kid is my lifelong wish. Fei moved Bai Mu's hands together forcefully. Whatever you want comes true. Wait. Use earth release. Wood release won't work. Bai Mu shouted. Is it that troublesome? Let me think about how to use earth release. Fei tilted his head, squatting down and using his fingers to gesture the hand signs. Wood release is a bloodline limit formed by the fusion of water release and earth release. Senju Hashirama could use it as a divine technique because of the massive yang attribute mixed in, making wood release a living divine art. Normal wood release is just at the level of Yamato's 3-room, 1-hall standard. So breaking wood release down into earth release and water release isn't impossible. However, thinking on the fly like this is too unreliable. Bai Mu's mind was screaming wildly. He wanted to escape. Even a desperate struggle would be better than sitting here like a fool. But control of his body was in Fei's hands. As a massive boulder loomed overhead, it felt as if his brain would be splattered on the ground in the next second. Bai Mu's eyes filled with fear. Fei, are you done yet? If it comes to it, wood release isn't impossible. Sorry, maybe because I don't have a brain. I tried to think, but only came up with some jokes. I didn't think of earth release. So how about you listen to a joke first? Fei grinned. Laugh at your sister. Bai Mu roared like a dragon. Yet Fei directly sank into the ground. The boulder crashed down at Bai Mu's original spot, raising a cloud of dust, while Moonlight Gale and Mizuki Yuin's bodies froze, their eyes filled with shock. Is that it? The Earth Flea technique. Perfect for killing and setting fire. The first choice for home and travel ninjutsu. Forget it. Single-celled organisms can't be relied upon. I'll handle this myself. Bai Mu wiped the cold sweat from his brow, crawling out from the other side of the rock. The tremors of the earth shook his mind, but fortunately, the earth flea technique wasn't too obvious in its would release nature. Next, this guy, I'll take care of him. Bai Mu showed a confident smile. Chapter 25 Victory with a loud bang. Bai Mu was sent flying like a cannonball. He hated such enemies. The foolish and clumsy mountain bully, who was both naive and dull, simply could not grasp the intricacies of illusion techniques, knew nothing of fear, and understood even less about the art of language. All he wanted was to avenge his 2 teammates. No matter what kind of gaze was thrown at him, it felt as if it was directed at a dog. This was a level of stupidity where even illusions couldn't be comprehended. Faced with the reckless charge of the humanoid tank, Bai Mu felt somewhat at a loss. However, with his obsessive-compulsive disorder for clearing maps, giving up on the small boss was definitely not his style. Jifeng, hold on for 2 minutes. Bai Mu took a deep breath during the brief moment of respite and decided to take a risk. Can't hold on. Yueguang Jifeng shook his head. Not only was his stamina depleted, but even under normal circumstances, his specialty was not fighting tank-type opponents. He couldn't even break their defenses. So how could he talk about fighting? Then let Yu Xian take a hit. Bai Mu turned his head. Wait, I think I can give it a try. Yue Guang Jifeng propped himself up with his blade, feeling that he could manage again. Oh, so this is the power of a sycophant. Bai Mu exclaimed in surprise as he stuffed 2 drops of milky liquid into Yue Guang Jifeng's mouth, which was the life essence of white absolute. A good thing that could quickly recover stamina and chakra. This is, don't ask, just think of it as the goo that comes out of a caterpillar in a latrine. Bai Mu interrupted Yue Guang Jifeng's question. Feeling the warm energy rising from his abdomen and spreading throughout his body, Yue Guang Jifeng found it sticky and nauseating. What could be more disgusting than the goo from a caterpillar? Big guy, let me handle you. A determined look appeared on Yue Guang Jifeng's pale face. No matter what, he had to hold on for these 2 minutes. Xian, let's start. Start what? Just like last time. Bai Mu, panting on the ground, began doing sit-ups to charge up Overlord's passion. Without strong attributes, how could he fight against a monster like the Mountain Bully? Bai Mu, wow, amazing. Bai Mu, go for it. Although Yue Xin didn't understand what Bai Mu was doing at this moment. She could only do her best to be a good spectator. However, to Yue Guang Jifeng's ears, it sounded so harsh, making him feel even more green with envy. But gritting his teeth, he still created 3 shadow clones and charged toward the Mountain Bully. All attributes 20, 30, 40, 50. Like the effects of the 8 gates, Bai Mu's sweat began to evaporate into white mist. He wiped his sweat-soaked hair back and felt a surge of confidence. Today is another day of sweating like rain. This line was said by a Fei. Jifeng. Next, it's up to me. Bai Mu slowly walked toward the Mountain Bully, revealing a manic smile, extending his hand, and with a crack, broke his own finger. A hint of madness appeared on his face due to the pain. At the same time, his muscles trembled violently. It was Dr. Mundo's potential explosion, feeling greater pain to unleash stronger attributes. Oh, I feel the power of the cub increasing again. I can infuse even more love. A Fei excitedly injected more powerful chakra into Bai Mu. At this moment, Bai Mu's dual attributes surprisingly reached 5,000. This was already the level of a regular Jonin. Yue Guang Jifeng timely retreated, clearing a battlefield for the 2. Revenge! The Mountain Bully roared, even though he fought recklessly until now. His body showed no signs of fatigue apart from sweating a bit. Charging again with barbaric force, the chakra attached to his feet even caused the ground to tremble. This guy, given time, could definitely become a Jonin. Bai Mu didn't dodge at all, wielding a bloody butcher knife, and crashed head-on into the Mountain Bully's massive sword. A real man should face such a challenge of absolute power. Bang! Like the sound of thunder, the 2 metal weapons collided heavily, the violent impact nearly shattering both of their bones. Ultimately, the system's product was of better quality. The ordinary iron greatsword from the Rock Hidden Village, which was not skilled in mineral forging, broke with a snap, leaving the Mountain Bully at a disadvantage. Bai Mu was not unscathed either. Such a solid impact caused his internal organs to feel as if they had shifted, and his legs sent out signals of unbearable pain under the strain. However, this pain further stimulated his potential for power, and the secretion of adrenaline made him even more frenzied. Perhaps completely unexpected, the Mountain Bully was stunned to see such power explode from the small, skinny body opposite him, staring blankly at the broken sword in his hand. But Bai Mu retaliated with a headbutt to the Mountain Bully's face. Although it was somewhat despicable, the effect was obvious. The Mountain Bully covered his nose, blood flowing from his hand. Close combat was always the cruelest tactic, often injuring oneself as much as the enemy. Bai Mu's arm was also seized by the Mountain Bully, groaning in pain, but the pain only fueled Bai Mu's frenzied swings of the butcher knife, leaving deep gashes on the Mountain Bully's tough skin. The Mountain Bully was not very bright, and had few Earth-style ninjutsu skills. He had spent his life developing a hardening technique and managed to control chakra with a single hand seal, which made things especially difficult for Bai Mu. The 2 were practically rolling on the ground like street thugs, exchanging punches and kicks. Yue Guang Jifeng and Yue Xian wanted to help, but found it impossible to intervene. Bai Mu's left arm had long been twisted, and he didn't know how many ribs had broken. His eye sockets were cracked, blood blurring his vision. The pain he had never experienced before had pushed his potential to its limit, leaving only madness born from suffering. I want to quietly tell you a secret. Actually, the Rebirth was removed in S4 long ago. I was afraid you would be too scared to show off. So I tricked you. Why don't we stop fighting? The system whispered, but Bai Mu, caught in a frenzy, could no longer hear the words beside his ears, still crazily swinging the butcher knife. Even as his consciousness grew more and more distant, instinctively hacking at the Mountain Bully's neck. It was because he believed he had one chance at rebirth that he dared to fight so desperately, hoping to awaken that skill. Mundo thinks you're awesome. Doctor, Mundo grants you a new skill. Desperate fight. In a near-death state, recover 70 of maximum life energy within 20 seconds. Additionally, gain a 25 speed boost. To ensure the systems and the Naruto world's rationality, the Hashirama cells within Mu began to divide wildly, unleashing endless life energy, continuously healing his wounds, and rapidly restoring his strength. Even the hardest will eventually be chopped down by an axe. Mu roared to the sky, his muscles swelling with power, delivering the final blow. The hardened skin on the mountain bully's neck could no longer provide any defense, and the butcher knife plunged deep, even severing the spine. Why so suddenly strong? Mom, goodbye. Confusion filled the mountain bully's small eyes. Mu stepped on a mountain bully's body, pulled out his massive head with both hands, and held it high, letting blood drip all over his body. Drink. I have obtained the head of an enemy general, a mere special jonin, making it seem like he has just defeated the Tsuchikage, boiling with excitement. The system silently deleted the previous sentence. Chapter 26. Kakashi's dilemma. Mu was somewhat dissatisfied with the reward, which amounted to only a mere 100 gold coins, while the rest had been split by a Fei. There was no way around it. Half of his attributes were provided by a Fei, and a portion of the damage he took was also absorbed. If you're going to rely on someone, you need to accept the consequences. If it weren't for the need to activate Dr. Mondo's ultimate ability, he would have preferred to rely on his intelligence to crush the opponent, as the best way to deal with foolish creatures is to use your brain. However, this battle also made Mu aware of the upper limit of attributes provided by a Fei, which was 3,000 for dual attributes. And it wasn't he, as he claimed that Baiju was a Haimo perpetual motion machine. At least the current A Fei resembled a neutered tomcat, drooping his head and lacking energy, not even wanting to tell jokes. He probably needed some time to recuperate or to be fed some chakra. Are you really okay? Yuzuki Shien looked at Mu's body in disbelief. I'm really fine, just hungry. Mu kept munching on rice balls, still unable to fill the black hole in his stomach. He hadn't expected that this all-or-nothing battle would also have side effects. I clearly saw your arm get broken. Yuegwang Jifeng was equally surprised. It was my mother's arm that got broken, but cats are made of liquid, so it's fine. Mu petted the listless A Fei on the ground and made a feeble excuse. It's not fine. I forgot the joke I just thought of. My happiness is gone. A Fei was very distressed. Well, no matter what, I still want to thank you. Yuegwang Jifeng said solemnly. Just a small matter. We're friends after all. Mu waved his hand casually. However, the fact that he hadn't triggered any quests was also a source of unhappiness for him. It seemed that it was impossible to farm too many rewards from the same batch of characters. He had to change targets. By the way, how did you find us? I remember our missions were supposed to be confidential, right? Yuzuki Shien asked curiously. By this. Mu swallowed his fifth rice ball, patted his stomach, and transformed into the human-shaped sage of the six paths, quickly spinning to point out a direction. Next target, over there. It seems that you can find us. Truly a divine intervention. Yuzuki Shien felt a bit embarrassed, thinking it was that pervert stalking them. Are you planning to continue the operation? Yuegwang Jifeng frowned. There should still be many Iwagakure ninjas nearby. You guys don't plan to give up the mission, right? Mu countered. Of course, we still have enough combat power. We definitely can't give up so easily. Yuegwang Jifeng nodded. Then that's settled. I won't leave either. I feel like a mission is calling me. Mu's eyes were resolute. But this is our Konoha's matter. It has nothing to do with you. Yuzuki Shien was puzzled. How can it have nothing to do with me? Konoha warmly welcomed me yesterday, fed me, gave me a reward, and even Yuegwang Jifeng went out his way. Cough to treat me. I can't just stand by and watch Konoha's friends get into trouble. I, the Zon Ninja, will not do that. I hope there are no barriers or discrimination among ninjas, that we exclude each other due to regional differences. And I hope for peace in the ninja world. For friends who show me a bit of kindness, I will repay them with great gratitude. If he wishes me good morning, I will wish his whole family well. This is the will of Zon, and I will follow this path until the end. Sunlight streamed through the gaps in the leaves, like the light of righteousness, illuminating Mu's face and brightening every dark corner. What a pure Zon ninja village. Yuegwang Jifeng marveled. Cough, it's just average. Mu's old face turned red. I never expected. This is the real you, Mu. I always thought you were a pervert. I misunderstood you. Yuzuki Shien felt deeply ashamed. Cough. That was indeed a misunderstanding. Although I get a bit crazy when I'm chopping people, I'm actually quite cultured. Mu wiped his nose. System prompt. The affection level between the two has skyrocketed, reaching the level of close friends. Children are indeed easy to fool. Bai Mu felt a surge of joy inside. No matter how much killing happens on a battlefield, they are still just 12-year-old kids. Since that's the case, let us continue with the mission. Yue Guang, Jifeng nodded, as the task of rescuing civilians was equally urgent. Yeah, be careful. Bai Mu nodded. The two groups split up to take action. Bai Mu ran in the direction he had just indicated, encountering several ambushed Konoha teams along the way. Some had successfully counterattacked against a Wagakure, while others had been tragically killed, and some were still in battle. Looking at the nameless extras, it meant there wouldn't be any valuable missions. So he helped when it was convenient and avoided when it wasn't. The ones truly holding missions should be Kakashi's team or Might Guy's team. However, the next moment, when Bai Mu arrived at a village town, he really didn't know whether to consider himself lucky or unlucky. Ping. Resolve Kakashi's team's dilemma. Reward. 1 hero skill lottery. The border village was not very prosperous to begin with, and, at this moment, it looked like a hell on earth, with flowing lava that had yet to solidify, burning houses collapsing, and the air filled with a suffocating sulfur smell. This was a village serving as an important supply transit point on the front lines, guarded by many Konoha ninjas, but now they had all turned into charred corpses, lying haphazardly at the village entrance, dying in a tragic manner. The only one capable of causing this level of destruction was none other than the Four-Tails Jinchuriki, Old Purple. As Bai Mu expected, he soon saw the middle-aged man with red hair and beard standing on a patch of dark red lava, facing off against Kakashi, who was emanating lightning. As for Ebisu and Rin, they were nowhere to be seen. Little brat, you really can hide, Old Purple sneered. But how many times can you use such a technique? Still early. Kakashi stood on a piece of black rock, breathing slightly heavier, his Raikiri still shining brightly. But the cold sweat on his forehead had already betrayed him. From just 2 sentences, Bai Mu could analyze the battle situation, no matter how talented Kakashi was. At this age, he was not a match for the long-established Four-Tails Jinchuriki. However, that didn't prevent him from fighting Old Purple on equal terms. Old Purple's lava release was extraordinarily powerful. Even a tiny drop of lava would cause excruciating pain, delivering a fatal blow to a fragile ninja. However, the mission assigned to Kakashi's team should be to save this village and drive away the Iwagakure ninjas. And it was highly likely that Narashikaka didn't know that the enemy here was the Four-Tails Jinchuriki. Otherwise, he definitely wouldn't have only sent Kakashi's team. Or perhaps other support teams had been intercepted. But since the target had turned into the Four-Tails Jinchuriki, the mission should have been automatically cancelled due to the increased difficulty. And they could retreat to eat hot pot. Perhaps the 3 of them suddenly embraced the ninja spirit and chose to stay, rescuing the surviving civilians from the lava-ridden ruins of the village. Meanwhile, in the ruins filled with lava, a few figures were occasionally seen darting around, presumably Ebisu and Rin. As the highest combat power, Kakashi naturally stayed here, relying on the super speed brought by Raikiri to keep up with the Four-Tails Jinchuriki for so long. What could Bai Mu say? Whether in the ninja manual or from the mouth of the Hokage, the establishment of the Hidden Leaf Village and the existence of ninjas are meant to protect the common people of the Land of Fire from the invasion of other countries. The lives of common people are prioritized over the lives of ninjas. Only in this way, when common people are made to feel that the ruler is like a god, will they willingly pay taxes and submit requests. However, in practice, when Shiroki was a commoner, I paid so much tax every year. So you should definitely come to save me. When Shiroki was a ninja, saving someone was a death sentence, utterly helpless. Just wait to die. Goodbye. The 3 children are still too young, or rather, the characters given by Kishimoto are too dazzling. Chapter 27, I can go 50-50 with anyone. What exactly is Kakashi's chakra capacity? Bai Mu watched as Old Purple spewed lava everywhere while Kakashi darted around, maneuvering with white lightning, managing to avoid any damage at all. After all, it was an S-rank ninjutsu, and the consumption couldn't possibly be low. Moreover, to maintain a foothold on the lava-covered ground, he occasionally had to raise an earthen wall. But since he still had enough chakra to carve a dog's head on the earthen wall, he should have quite a bit left, right? So, let's wait a little longer. Bai Mu pondered as he concealed himself. Against a powerful foe like Old Purple, any flashy tactics would be futile. He needed to come up with a foolproof strategy. Suddenly, he remembered something. He was a transmigrator. Had everything that happened here occurred in the original timeline? If it had, Kakashi and the others wouldn't need any help to escape, would they? While Bai Mu was deep in thought, Ebisu and Rin were in a frantic situation. This sudden attack had turned the entire town into a hellish scene in an instant. The defending leaf ninjas had been unable to mount any effective resistance. The flowing lava on the streets cut off the escape routes for civilians, and the thick sulfur gas scorched their lungs. Even if Old Purple did not hunt them down one by one, they would slowly suffocate to death in agony. The reality was not as simple as Baimu thought. This town was the first base of Kakashi's team when they were just assigned to the front line. They had stayed here for 3 months, and it was the only place that felt warm like home amidst the bloody battlefield. They were familiar with every person here. Seeing such a hellish scene, the faint cries coming from the ruins made even the usually calm Kakashi disregard rational thoughts to stay and save the civilians. Their plan was for Kakashi to hold off Old Purple, while the ninja dogs searched for survivors, and Ebisu and Rin would lead the survivors out of the town. They didn't need to escape far. A strong opponent like Old Purple might not care to kill a few civilians casually, but he would never specifically hunt them down. Furthermore, with Old Purple's stubborn temperament and his indiscriminate, scorching ninjutsu, he was destined to be a lone ninja. No one would want to team up with him. Considering Kakashi's chakra, they estimated their rescue time to be 20 minutes. Once those 20 minutes were up, regardless of whether there were still survivors, the two would immediately retreat. And Kakashi would use Raikiri to quickly leave the battlefield. The plan was perfect, but once they entered the town and saw the familiar faces of people who were now helplessly moaning in the ruins, how could Ebisu and Rin decide who to save and who to let die? They could only try to save as many people as possible. Time had already reached 25 minutes. Ebisu, Kakashi was almost at his limit. It was time to stop. The ninja dog Pakin was panting heavily, raising his charred paw, and also stopped searching. Ebisu, under the collapsed house in front of us, a girl is trapped under the beams. Ebisu clenched his fists tightly, his scarred hands trembling uncontrollably. Why does the ninja world have to have war? Why does war involve civilians? At least save one last person. Ebisu shouted in anger, summoning strength from who knows where to lift the beam and pick up the girl, jumping toward the village's outskirts. Rin immediately threw an explosive tag kunai into the sky while retreating. This was the signal they had agreed upon with Kakashi. Boom! The explosive tag detonated. Kakashi, who had been pushed to his limits, finally breathed a sigh of relief. He hadn't expected that by pushing himself, he could achieve this level, 10 Raikiri, something he had never dared to imagine during training. His father was right. A person's potential is indeed limitless. Just thinking of his father's teachings always helped him extract more chakra. Now, it was time to retreat. You think you can escape, little brat? Old Purple, hearing the explosion behind him, naturally guessed what they were planning to do. Unfortunately, since I have already seen your lightning potential, I can't let you leave alive. Lightning defeats Earth, and, as a master of Earth ninjutsu, if I let such a lightning genius live and grow, who knows how many of my companions would die in the future? Those who harm civilians will ultimately pay the price. Kakashi, with weary eyes, memorized Old Purple's appearance, the electricity flickering in his hand, and his last Raikiri would take him away from this place. Fool, this is war. Helping Konoha means you're my enemy. Lava release, scorching lava river. Old Purple spat out a mouthful of scorching lava, not even feeling a hint of heat, which transformed into a wave, rolling toward Kakashi. After multiple tests of ninjutsu, he no longer expected the lava to directly engulf the lightning-fast leaf ninja. He had merely expanded his ninjutsu to its maximum range to intercept Kakashi's retreat path. As long as he didn't let him escape, this chakra-depleted little brat would be a sitting duck, and he could even capture him alive. Higher, higher. Kakashi gritted his teeth, trying to squeeze out more chakra to inject into his Raikiri, intending to leap over the molten lava wall in front of him. However, the meridians in his body were as dry as a parched spring in the desert, and there was no source of fresh water. Oh no! The electric light in Kakashi's hand flickered a few times before finally vanishing, and he felt like a bird that had lost its power. Damn it! If I hadn't stayed up late watching Intimate Paradise yesterday, my chakra should have been enough. Speaking of which, what did Hinata say in the next chapter? True to Kakashi's character, even while splitting his focus, he managed to execute a standard self-rescue posture, throwing a kunai wrapped in wire that wrapped around a withered tree, using it to dodge the lava everywhere. Hey, little brat, you can't escape now. Old Purple finally showed a look of relief. A ninja without chakra was just like meat on a chopping board. Being a Jinchuriki is great. I can spit out 10 lava rivers in one breath without even breathing hard. Is this really the end? Kakashi stood on the earthen wall like an isolated island, gasping for breath. The soldier food pills that could replenish chakra had long been consumed, and taking them continuously had no significant effect. He could only hope that that idiot and Rin could escape. Fire release. Great fireball technique. A massive fireball came roaring from Old Purple's side. No doubt it was Ebisu. TCH. A small fireball. Are you trying to amuse me? Old Purple snorted coldly. A bright orange-tailed beast cloak spreading from his tail, and with a gentle wave, the fireball was instantly turned into countless sparks. Water release. Water flow wave technique Rin support also arrived, but as a medical ninja, her ninjutsu was merely supplementary, and knowing it lacked power. The water flow was directed toward the lava in front of Old Purple. Hiss! The thousands of degrees of high-temperature lava met the water flow, instantly creating a massive cloud of steam that enveloped a large area. Kakashi, we're here to save you. Ebisu jumped several times from the side, landing next to Kakashi. Idiot. Kakashi weakly cursed. This is called sending oneself to death, not saving teammates. Without the same moving speed as Raikiri, none of the three could evade Old Purple's large-scale lava attack. Such touching friendship, but I will never hold back because of it. Let's all turn to charred bones. Lava release. Old Purple's hands began to form seals. Spiral flash super wheel dance roar 3 styles, 3 flash bombs exploded in midair, and with a furious roar, as if afraid others wouldn't hear, the blonde handsome guy made his shining entrance. Chapter 28 My last wish. The kind of fear that Namikaze Minato brought to a Wagakure can be seen in Old Purple at this moment. Originally planning to use the technique of the molten river, he instantly transformed into a lava armor. It was as if he had forged a giant lava turtle, completely wrapped in a shield made of magma, with 4 tails flailing wildly behind him. It was clear that he had suffered a beating from the Rasengan, leaving him with quite a shadow of fear in his old age. However, Namikaze Minato did not attack at all after throwing down 3 flash bombs. He landed next to Kakashi and the others. Teacher, I knew you would come, Ebisu shouted excitedly. Namikaze Minato looked somewhat apprehensive. Kakashi glanced at Minato, frowning slightly. This Namikaze Minato was actually a disguise by Hakuki, who had wrapped himself in white zetsu and used would-release transformation technique, perfectly impersonating him, while also licking a few flash bombs on the battlefield to create confusion. As for the landing method, it was a bit undignified. It was Ebisu who transformed into a highly elastic rubber band tied to a tree and launched himself over. A slight deviation would mean that he wouldn't land next to Kakashi and the others, but instead fall into a sea of lava, becoming a comic relief. Seeing that the attack had yet to land, Old Purple's impenetrable lava shield cracked open a seam, and he stepped out wearing the cloak of a tailed beast. Namikaze Minato. You came just in time. Old Purple, I didn't expect to see you here again, Hakuki replied calmly, pretending to be composed. What are you afraid of? If worst comes to worst, I could just be reborn. So you were a student? No wonder he's so excellent. What a pity you were so close to killing him, Old Purple said with some regret as he looked at Namikaze Minato. Since I'm here, you have no chance to act recklessly, Hakuki said, his eyes burning with anger as he looked at the scorched earth. Teacher, so many people have been killed by this magma monster. We must avenge them, Ebisu cried, tears streaming down his face as he stood next to Hakuki. Yes, I will. Hakuki just wanted Ebisu to shut up. Oh, do you still want to keep me here? Old Purple snorted coldly. Since Old Purple came here alone, it's only natural to test him. If Iwagakure loses its 4 tails Jinchuriki, the battle situation will change, Hakuki said, excited to try his hand. While inwardly feeling cornered, he had no choice but to say this. He couldn't just say that guests had come to his house today, so they should leave and fight another day. He just hoped that the fear Namikaze Minato brought him was deep enough that he wouldn't dare to take action and would run away. Even if you're fast, what good is it if you can't break my lava shield? Old Purple did not attack directly, but instead began to intimidate, which indicated that he was scared. That's right. Senior, your defensive ninjutsu is indeed strong, but don't forget, this is the land of fire. I just need to drag you along, Hakuki thought smugly. Old Purple's chest rose and fell for a long time, and ultimately he backed down. Yes, once Namikaze Minato's support arrived, it would be easy for him to be trapped alone. Next time, we'll meet on the battlefield. Old Purple turned to leave. His specialty was large-scale high attacks on the battlefield, facing thousands of troops in a death furnace, not getting entangled in combat with a ninja like Namikaze Minato. This operation was merely to destroy the closest supply transfer station to the front line, causing some trouble for Konoha, slowly bleeding this giant beast to death with a dull knife. Hakuki let out a slight sigh of relief. Teacher, he is going to run away. Quickly used a Rasengan to hit him. Ebisu urged anxiously. Yes, I will use my great Rasengan right away. Hurry up. He is leaving. Can I just hit you? Hakuki wished he could spin Ebisu's head into a Rasengan. Ebisu. Kakashi also saw the signs and stopped Ebisu's foolish actions. Old Purple's footsteps stopped, and he slowly turned around. Gulp. Hakuki swallowed hard. I almost got fooled by you. You're not Namake's Minato at all, are you? Truly impressive transformation technique. You almost tricked me. Old Purple's face gradually revealed a fierce expression. His flushed face resembling an angry gorilla. What? What do you mean? Ebisu was a bit confused. Hakuki angrily rubbed Ebisu's head. Ebisu, you're so smart. The teacher loves you. Idiot. If the teacher really came, he should have launched a surprise attack directly. Kakashi rolled his eyes. Oh no, we're all finished. Hakuki was indifferent. At worst, he would just survive for a year after being reborn. So, who exactly are you? Ebisu still seemed a bit unconvinced. I'm a friend from Zon. After going to hell, say hi to your parents for me. How did they give birth to such a gem? Hakuki's disguise as Ebisu melted away, turning back into a cat-like form, but the mask remained. Hakuki, I'm so sorry for dragging you into this, Rin said apologetically. No worries, no worries. Hakuki waved his hand casually, as if he had seen through life. Old Purple, who was almost fooled, was very angry, with the four-tailed beast cloak constantly swirling. I've decided to give you the grandest funeral. A deep black-tailed beast ball slowly gathered between his tails. The enormous and evil chakra sent chills down the spine. Tailed beast ball. Hakuki was somewhat surprised. He didn't expect to encounter this ultimate ninjutsu right after leaving the novice village. Although it wasn't as perverse as the nine-tailed beast ball, it was enough to kill them 100 times, turning their bones to ashes. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration struck. Hakuki thought of a possibility and immediately turned to Kakashi. Namake's Minato must have an incredibly strong perception, right? That's right. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to perceive spatial coordinates. Why do you ask? Kakashi hesitated for a moment before answering immediately. Can he perceive the explosion of the tail beast ball? Hakuki asked right away. Absolutely. Kakashi affirmed confidently. So that means we just have to survive this wave of attack. Hakuki clenched his fist. You may not understand the power of the tailed beast ball. Kakashi didn't want to dampen Hakuki's confidence, but I'll take the hit. You can't take it. Stop. I know more than you think. Now listen to me. Hakuki looked at Kakashi with fiery eyes, holding his shoulders with both hands, and said in the most sincere tone, use your 1,000 years of pain to poke me. What? Kakashi's head was about to explode. He never expected that someone would propose such a perverse request before dying. Hurry. There is no time. Poke me. Hakuki even took the initiative to pose, patting his butt towards Kakashi. Before I die, I want to experience the legendary technique of the Hitaki family. This is my last wish. As the tailed beast ball the size of a soccer ball shot out of Old Purple's mouth. Then, I'm sorry, Kakashi shouted angrily, forming seals with his fingers, using all his strength to poke forward. This was the famous technique of his father, known as the White Fang of Konoha. This strike would definitely use all his power. No holding back. Received 1,000 points of weak point critical damage. Entered near-death state, triggering desperate battle. Pain sensation max. Triggering potential explosion. All attributes 100. Completed task. Experience the power of 1,000 years of pain. Reward, 500 gold coins. System. Buy me a succubus veil. That's right. The first big item he had been dreaming of was this stylish tool that could withstand one skill. Female demon veil. 300 health, 70 ninjutsu resistance, 100 base health, energy recovery, unique passive. Gain a shield from the hungry ghost path that can absorb enemy ninjutsu. If you take no damage within 40 seconds, this shield will refresh. Baimu's face turned red, tears streaming down his eyes, like champagne with its cork popped. A surge of chakra erupted from behind. Wow, Lin, look, he can fly. Ebisu exclaimed as he watched Baimu soar into the air. Oh, just a tailed beast ball. What's so impressive about that? The decapitation blade can block it. Can't my female demon veil block it? Chapter 29. Steel door escape. Can someone physically withstand the tail beast ball? Yes, someone like the third Raikage is a freak of nature. But it wouldn't be a kid who hasn't even grown hair yet. However, today, Old Purple witnessed this wonder. Although it was just the lowest energy tailed beast ball, its contained power even surpassed that of 10,000 explosive tags. The white wood flying towards him was like a dung beetle in front of a wheel, about to be crushed into oblivion. However, the reality was that the entire tailed beast ball seemed to have merged into the ocean, and a transparent shield appeared out of nowhere around the white wood, swallowing the entire tailed beast ball clean, without causing a ripple. Whitewood felt that the entire process was different from a game animation. Instead, it was somewhat similar to the hungry ghost path absorbing ninjutsu abilities. It seemed that some adjustments were made to better fit the ninja world. The explosion of the tailed beast ball did not occur. So, would Minato Namikaze sense the situation here? Whitewood's question was soon answered. A flash of golden light appeared. Old Purple, we meet again. Indeed. The way of greeting was almost identical to how Whitewood had imitated, but this time, it was the real Minato Namikaze. This time it's real. Old Purple slowly took a deep breath. Even though he had suppressed the tailed beast ball to its minimum power, he didn't expect it to still be sensed. However, what concerned him more was that the tailed beast ball had been absorbed so easily by someone. What kind of ninjutsu was this? The power of the tailed beast felt as dazzling to Minato as the sun. With a confident smile, Minato thought, "Since you are here, I should leave." Old Purple slowly turned around and stepped into the earth. "Next time, I will not let you go so easily." Minato looked at the devastated village and silently clenched his fists. He indeed had no way to deal with Old Purple. It was difficult to break the lava shield with just a Rasengan, and the splattering magma was a nightmare in close combat. Perhaps only a powerful water release could restrain him. Teacher. The three survivors were extremely excited to see their teacher. This was the sense of security brought by strong power. "It's okay now, we are safe." Minato smiled as he patted the heads of the three children. "Teacher." Everyone in the village. Ebisu began to tear up. Even though he was already a nin, he couldn't help but cry when he saw an elder. "Everything will be all right. Can you care about me a little?" Whitewood lay on the ground, even though his life energy had recovered. The pain of 1,000 years still lingered in every cell of his body. It's over. I wonder if it will affect my bowel movements." Alfei was so anxious that he almost tore his forehead open. What just happened? How was the tailed beast ball absorbed? Minato was not in the camp at the time. He was rescuing at various distress signal points. Trusting Kakashi, he didn't waste chakra to come check, but unexpectedly, they encountered Old Purple. When he sensed the tailed beast energy and flew over with the flying thunder god. What he saw was the tailed beast ball being absorbed by that kid named Whitewood. This thing is very profound. It is the most powerful secret of our Zuin ninja village, involving too much and touching the secrets of how this world operates. Knowing too much is not good for either of us. Can you help me up first? Whitewood didn't even dare to move his legs, feeling as if a shield machine had drilled through him. "They're here." Kakashi and Ebisu hurriedly supported him from both sides. "Be gentle. Ebisu, how did you endure it?" Whitewood decided to consult Ebisu. "The first time was just like you. After a while, it became smooth." Ebisu scratched his head. "Ebisu-kun, enduring what ordinary people cannot will surely lead to greatness." Whitewood gave a thumbs up. "Salty. Considering the dignity of the Hitaki family, this time I used all my strength." Kakashi's gaze awkwardly drifted away. "Whitewood-kun, how about I help you heal?" Rin's face turned crimson. "No, absolutely not." Whitewood shook his head wildly. "The little one is shy. Let your mom help you inside to apply medicine." Alfei said lovingly. "I'd rather die. However, I'm more curious about what kind of secret technique requires activation with 1,000 years of pain." Kakashi stroked his chin, habitually beginning to analyze tactics. But he couldn't figure out why his family's inherited secret art would be connected to the secret arts of Zuin Ninja Village from thousands of miles away. "I heard from my father that the Hitaki clan is not a native family of the Fire Country. Could it be related to Zuin Ninja Village?" I just lack enough chakra to activate this technique. I have another secret technique called Steel Door Escape, which requires immense pain to force out all of the body as potential, instantly doubling my chakra. By the way, can we not talk about this anymore?" Whitewood was almost overwhelmed. 1,000 years of pain unlocks Steel Door Escape? Kakashi nodded thoughtfully. With his intelligence, he might actually develop such a secret technique. "All right, no more chatting. This is still a combat zone. I need to go support elsewhere. You all need to be careful. There may still be many rock-hidden ninjas nearby." Although Minato was curious about Whitewood's secret technique, he didn't have time to stay here and immediately dashed off to other locations. Old Purple left, and Minato also departed, leaving behind only this ruined village and a few numb and crying villagers staring blankly at their homeland, unable even to find the remains of their loved ones among the solidified lava ash. War is this cruel. Powerless civilians can easily be swept into disaster and face annihilation. Kakashi and the others rescued all survivors, helped set up tents, searched for food, and treated injured villagers, staying busy until the next morning, which marked the end of this mission. White would also successfully receive mission rewards, but it still wasn't the offensive skill he wanted. 10,000 flowers summoning. Nico acquired skill. Natural illusion can perfectly disguise as any known appearance. Receiving a certain level of attack will disguise. Isn't this just a transformation technique? They really want to guide me onto the ninja path. Whitewood felt somewhat helpless. However, there was good news. The experience reward from completing the mission allowed him to level up again, gaining 100 points in dual attributes and another EX skill point. If I can only level up 15 times in my lifetime, and leveling up becomes increasingly difficult, this point should be very precious and must not be spent carelessly. Whitewood thought for a long time. Fear is a very powerful illusion-type skill. Since he already added fear, there was no need for contempt and taunt. As for the only attack skill, Virus Slaughter Knife, the two evolution directions didn't hold much significance. One was to charge for increased power, which was just an alternative wind shuriken, while the other was a slaughter knife with chains, changing the attack method. It probably turned into a weapon similar to the chain scythe of Hanzo, the salamander. He could just have the blacksmith in the camp forge one. And as for the application techniques, he could just practice more. With his intelligence, in less than 2.5 years, he could become a butcher like Hanzo. Feeling pain to amplify power, potential explosion, is actually quite good. If he could do 1,000 years of pain before every battle, he could push his attributes to the peak. Oh damn, what am I thinking? In the end, Whitewood still chose Overlord's Ambition, a buff skill similar to the 8 gates that could be used until death. EX Overlord's Passion. Each sit-up increases all attributes by 1, up to a maximum of 75. If there are women present, the maximum is 100, but it will cause increased stamina consumption. Although the buff activation time is a bit long. No one should interrupt a person who loves to exercise. Chapter 30. Every day his dad by Mu walked into the Konoha camp like a returning hero, head held high, as if the light of justice from the entire world was shining upon him. I'm terribly sorry. I was blind and offended Lord by Mu. It was entirely my fault. I hope Lord by Mu won't hold a grudge against Konoha. The imagined plot of a son-in-law did not arrive. Only estrangement remained. Who is this guy, walking so arrogantly? What a cocky appearance. The sudden ambush left the entire Konoha camp in chaos, with countless teams coming and going. Nara Ashikaku hadn't slept all night, staring at the map until his eyes nearly popped out. Minato Namikaze didn't know where he had gone off to carry out a mission, and all Kakashi heard from Moonlight Breeze and Kakashi's mission report was just one result. There was no time to hear what had happened in the process. After hurriedly encouraging a few words, he was sent away. Bamu didn't even get any merit this time. However, Konoha was indeed in a dire situation. The actual losses might not be great. There were only a little over 2,000 people on the entire Konoha defense line, and their reliance on logistics wasn't strong. In an emergency, it was enough to have Minato carry the sealing scrolls back and forth a few times. But this was not a long-term solution. Minato's combat power was the most crucial factor in ensuring the stability of this defense line, and the sealing scrolls were also expensive strategic resources. Establishing new logistics routes was undoubtedly the most important task at present. Speaking of which, it seems I haven't seen my guy and the others come back yet. Bamu looked around. At this moment, most of the support teams dispatched by Konoha had already returned. If Guy and the others were back, they should have rushed over to have a few rounds with Kakashi right away. After all, it was just an ambush, not a full-scale attack. The Rock Shinobi had also hit and run. They had dragged on for a day just to settle the civilians. Where could my guy have gone? Indeed, with his strength, even if he were a Jonin, he should be able to retreat unscathed. He shouldn't have taken this long to return. Kakashi frowned slightly. What if he runs into that old man who spews lava? Obito started to jinx it. Not likely. Only fools have foolish luck. They don't have that kind of luck. Bamu shook his head. He would rather believe that the 3 of them were lost. After all, these 3 were the most important characters in the original story and shouldn't die so easily. But if we're worried, we can go look for him. The commander should have his mission location, right? Bamu said casually, suggesting they might find a mission over there. If he hasn't returned by nightfall, we can apply for rescue. Kakashi thought for a moment and settled on a more reasonable time. This was wartime. If a team went missing for half a day, would they send someone to rescue them? How could they have so many rescue teams? What about other missions? By the way, Kakashi, you should have quite a bit of merit, right? I want to forge a weapon. Can you lend me some? I'll return it to you once I get my merit from the commander. Bamu didn't want to chase after people with a meat cleaver anymore. You don't need to worry about it. You save this too. I have plenty of merit. Let's go together. I also need to buy a few replacement wood logs. Kakashi was quite generous. When did Kakashi become so generous? Last time, he wouldn't even lend me a little. Obito pouted. Kakashi rolled his eyes and said nothing. If you weren't trying to customize strawberry-flavored soldier pills, Kakashi wouldn't be so stingy. Rin covered her mouth and chuckled. But are soldier pills really that bad? Obito's face turned red, causing everyone to burst into laughter. If Obito-kun can be promoted to Jonin, I'll find a way to mix up strawberry-flavored soldier pills as a gift. Rin was truly an angel. While everyone treated Obito as a comedic relief, she took it seriously. It's a promise. I'll definitely work twice as hard. Obito jumped up, his eyes filled with burning determination. By the way, Kakashi, you should be promoted to Jonin soon, right? Baimu narrowed his eyes slightly. He didn't remember the exact date, but he clearly recalled that the Battle of Kanabi Bridge was the day Kakashi was promoted to Jonin. Yeah, Minato-sensei has already submitted the application to Lord Hokage. We should receive the promotion notice soon. Kakashi was not modest. However, Rin looked a bit unhappy. Kakashi's promotion to Jonin meant that Minato Namikaze would no longer be their leading teacher, and their years of teacher-student relationship would come to an end. They would have to carry out missions on their own. TCH. I'll become a Jonin soon too, just watch. Obito looked unconvinced, and Baimu decided to tease him. But if Obito-kun becomes a Jonin, your team will have to break up, right? You won't be able to team up with Rin anymore. Konoha can't be extravagant enough to have two Jonin in one small team. Baimu joked. Obito's face instantly turned beet red. Baimu was right. Once Obito was promoted to Jonin, their team would be disbanded and reorganized. No matter how good their relationship was, it wouldn't matter. After splitting the team, in this busy wartime, they might not meet twice in a month. Then, I guess I should focus on laying a foundation. Kakashi, don't misunderstand. I'm not trying to team up with you. Obito crossed his arms stubbornly and mumbled. They say seeing through it without saying it can save face. If it weren't for Kakashi, would it be for Rin? Baimu wore an innocent look of surprise, clearly oblivious to the intention, as if it were the simple cultural difference of the village of Konoha. Obito's face turned red as if he had just swallowed a fireball jutsu, wishing he could dig a hole to hide in. Speaking of which, does Rin like Kakashi a bit more, or Obito a bit more? Baimu looked at Rin's slightly flushed face and began to ponder this question. In the logistics area of the Konoha camp, the weapon shop, ninja tool shop, and medicine shop were all set up quite well, even hanging up signs for advertising. After all, it was a skill tested on the battlefield, and once the war was over, it would be a golden signboard. Baimu looked at the muscular man in front of him, who had two round buns on his head, and besides a leather protective gear around his neck and a pair of shorts, he was completely naked. Your daughter wouldn't be named Tion, would she? Huh. Although my wife is about to give birth, I still don't know if it's a girl or a boy. I'm thinking of names, and Tion is actually a pretty good name. The blacksmith uncle stroked his chin, nodding repeatedly. Happy every day, keep improving. Very good. This. Baimu looked at the two buns on the uncle's head, unable to shift his gaze away, wishing he could dismantle them. Uncle Tion Chuan, this friend of mine, wants to forge a weapon. Kakashi nodded in greeting. Oh, I see. To thank the little brother for the name. Everything bought here will be at a 20% discount. Uncle Tion Chuan chuckled. These two shops, are both yours? Baimu's mouth dropped open as he just realized that both the ninja tool shop and the weapon shop had the Tion Chuan family S sign. Ha! I'm grateful for Lord Hokage's trust in my skills. Uncle Tion Chuan laughed heartily. No wonder Tion, this little rich girl, throws around space scrolls and ninja tools like they're worthless. It turns out her dad is making a fortune in the war here. I wonder if the uncle would mind having another daughter-in-law, who's 1 year and 144 months old. Baimu suddenly lost the will to work hard. So little brother, what kind of weapon do you need? If there's something ready-made here, there's no need for customization. Customization is very labor-intensive and time-consuming, Tion Chuan kindly suggested. Well, the weapon I want is a bit unconventional. Hee, no worries. There aren't too many other things in the warehouse. And the piles of discarded weapons picked up from the battlefield are almost overflowing. There are Yanin, Wanin, and Konoha ones, and there's no time to repair them. If you see something you like, just take it. I can have it fixed for you. Tion Chuan, who had given the child a good name, was in a great mood. There's no need to go through so much trouble. I just want to attach a chain to the back of this knife. Baimu respectfully handed over the bloody butcher knife. Although this weapon was quite unsightly and did not match his suave image, there was no choice. The only attack skill he had was here, and he could only continue using it. This knife. The moment Tion Chuan took the knife, his smiling face immediately turned serious. Such a bloody, evil feeling. This material is outstanding. Why make it into a bone-cutting knife. If it were made into a katana, our ancestral horse-slaying knife from Zuin. Bai Muchakel. Alright, since it's ancestral, there's nothing I can do. I'll help you make an iron chain, one that's ready-made. It won't take long. Tian Chuan sighed with some regret. He had just tested it with chakra, and this knife could even conduct chakra with a loss of no more than 70, which was already very good material. Then I'll trouble you, uncle. Tian Chuan led a few people directly into the warehouse piled with discarded weapons, where all kinds of weapons were stacked like mountains, all recovered from the battlefield. With no chance of being sent back, they could only wait until the war ended to find a way to send them back for reforging. How heavy do you need it? Tian Chuan pointed to a wall of chain-type weapons. Bai Mu felt a bit of a headache. In normal state, phase-possessed state, potential explosion state, and the Overlord's pride state. Each state had different power. This chain will do. Bai Mu chose a black iron chain that was neither too thick nor too thin, neither too long nor too short. Good eye. This is made of ink steel. Tian Chuan took the chain off a broken sickle. Can I casually take one of these knives to play with? Bai Mu pointed to the densely packed katanas in a wooden barrel. He still didn't want to give up on the joyful times with Yasuo. Go ahead. Leaving them there will just make them rust. Tian Chuan nodded indifferently. Bai Mu picked a katana that had countless small chips on its blade. The fact that it hadn't broken despite being worn like this indicated it was also good material. In just half an hour, the ink steel chain was fused onto the end of the bloody butcher knife, and a leather armguard was included, allowing the chain to wrap around it for easy and quick deployment. All right, who's coming with me to practice a bit? Bai Mu swung his new weapon, the bloody chain blade, with a face full of wicked smiles. The weirder the weapon, the faster you die. Kakashi said this with a straight face, sharing his experience. The reason katanas have withstood countless generations of war and remain the most popular weapon, spawning numerous schools, is because they are strong enough. The reason strange weapons are unpopular is that those who use them have died, and they often end up killing themselves in practice. Bai Mu's face turned sour. Chapter 31. Rescue. Bai Mu began practicing with the chain blade, and the entire area of reeds by the river was devastated. It was a scene of chaos, with the chain blade flying up, leaving no grass growing within 3 meters. Even a rock-hidden reconnaissance ninja, who had been lurking by the river for who knows how long, was scared out of hiding, burrowing into the ground to escape, thinking he had been exposed. A good weapon is a good weapon. But if you fight like this, you won't have any teammates, Kakashi said with a wry smile. Alas, no one teaches me, so I can only swing it around randomly, Bai Mu shrugged. Aside from the added feature of throwing and retracting, everything else was just the chaotic dance of the Kagaya clan, which looked impressive but had numerous flaws. If it were swordsmanship, maybe I could give you some pointers. Tsukikage Shippu suggested. No, your sword has emotions. I want to learn Kakashi's emotionless sword. Bai Mu waved his hand. Huh, what do you mean? Tsukikage Shippu looked confused. When there are no women in the heart, drawing the sword is naturally swift. The most important thing about the sword is to stay away from emotions. Bai Mu drew his long knife and began to flail it around chaotically. Random slaughter. Unfortunately, when he went to sheath the sword, he was a bit clumsy, poking at it several times before managing to get into the sheath. Cough, cough. Tsukikage Shippu covered his mouth and coughed. If the sword isn't meant to protect women, what significance does it have? My father has said similar things. Let me teach you a few simple moves. Kakashi surprisingly decided to teach Bai Mu swordsmanship. Great. For an entire afternoon, Bai Mu either complained that a move wasn't cool enough or that another was too hard to practice, saying things like you have to swing the sword 1,000 times each day to remember the feeling. This is all rough work. He even flipped the script and taught Kakashi how to draw the sword coolly, causing veins to bulge on Kakashi's forehead as his patience gradually wore thin, and his favorability dropped sharply. This guy wasn't seriously trying to learn swordsmanship. He just wanted to look cool with a sword. As dusk approached, the group returned to camp from the river, but still hadn't seen Team Guy come back, which likely meant they were in some real trouble. Kakashi finally couldn't hold back and went to the command tent to request a rescue mission from Narashikaku. However, when he came out, he had a long face. Just wait patiently, don't be anxious, and trust in your companion's abilities. Bai Mu teased Kakashi while munching on a leg of some unknown animal. With my guy 1 Chunin and 2 Jinin, all being civilian ninjas, and their strength not showing at this time, the commander would only assign a precious Jonin team for rescue if he was bored. If everyone started making such requests, what would happen? And they've assigned me another task. Kakashi pulled out a mission scroll. If we apply, Tsukikage Shippu began. Probably won't be approved either. I saw a lot of scrolls piled up on the table, and if nothing unexpected happens, you should be going out on a mission soon. Kakashi shook his head. At this time, You need a mercenary ninja who isn't part of the Konoha hierarchy and can act freely. Baimu crossed his arms with an arrogant expression. Baimu-kun, please. Kakashi's eyes were sincere. By the way, can we go tomorrow during the day? Baimu looked at the dim sky. Why? Kakashi was puzzled. I'm afraid of ghosts. Baimu was genuinely scared of ghosts. You? Afraid of ghosts? Tsukikage Shippu thought ghosts should be afraid of Baimu. Even if a ghost were strong enough to smash a moon with one slap, it should still be afraid. Baimu nodded. Actually, I'm also afraid. Obito shrank his neck. I'm just worried about Guy and the others. Kakashi furrowed his brows. All right. I'll set off now. I hope tonight is a full moon night. Baimu wiped his mouth and stood up. Thank you, Baimu-kun. Kakashi formed a summoning seal, and a ninja dog the size of a bull terrier appeared, which he handed to Baimu. This is my ninja dog, Pakin. He's good at tracking sense and can help you find Guy's location. If you encounter any particularly urgent situations, then I'll stew and eat him, right? Thanks for your food reserves. Baimu patted Pakin's head. The system always used Pakin as a benchmark for evaluation, which really gave the impression that Pakin was the true powerhouse. Even if Kakashi was strong enough to become the 6th Hokage, he still had to respectfully pat Pakin's head. The current evaluation was a man on par with Pakin. Arf. Pakin bit Baimu's hand. You actually want to eat a cute dog. You must not have touched its squishy paw pads. In the next moment, Akatsuki jumped up and swallowed Pakin whole. No. What I meant was to have Pakin. Even if he disobeys orders, we will rush over immediately. Kakashi quickly explained. Just like that. Akatsuki spit Pakin out. Baimu felt a bit regretful. Oh damn. What was that just now? There were no organs or intestines inside. Pakin trembled in fear. And no brain either. Akatsuki even cracked open his head to show everyone, revealing an empty space inside. A group of people expressed their distaste, but didn't make too much fuss. They regarded Akatsuki as a chakra creature, similar to a tailed beast. Kakashi, how about you switch to another dog? I'm feeling a bit dizzy today, Pakin said with a disgruntled dog face. It's fine, Baimu-kun was just joking. He's still a very reliable person. After all, Pakin is the best at scent tracking. Kakashi patted Pakin's head. Okay, let's hurry up and set off. I really hope the mission ends soon. Pakin sniffed the air, searching for the strong smell of sweat left by Might Guy. Oh, what an unforgettable smell. Like mackerel that's been sunbathing for 20 days. Let's go. Pakin's short legs started moving quickly, running faster than a dog. Baimu also ran swiftly behind, chasing after the trio of Might Guy, heading towards the mission location. The first area was likely where the three were ambushed by rock-hidden ninjas, with broken stone spike traps on the ground and the corpses of fallen rock ninjas. Their blood long dried up. No expert techniques were needed. One could see the cause of death at a glance. One corpse had its head hanging limply, with the cervical vertebrae crushed to dust, likely broken by Guy's signature taijutsu, the Konoha whirlwind kick. Another corpse was covered in bruises from being beaten with sticks, and its head was swollen like a pig's head, probably struck by Guy's nunchaku. The last rock ninja's corpse was likely killed by Ebisu and Shiranuigima, blown up by an explosive tag, leaving the body in a terrible state. They were uninjured and continued heading towards the mission point. Pakin sniffed around. I think so too. Could the Emperor Guy fall here? Pakin led Baimu onward. At this point, it was already deep into the night, and the illumination relied entirely on moonlight. Baimu yawned and simply rode on Akatsuki's back, letting him carry him along since Akatsuki's stamina was limitless. It was a waste not to ride. As for the rough work of exercising that was left to the system and his bloodline, he was responsible for cultivating pure spiritual energy in his dreams. Chapter 32. Hunter's Intestines Might Guy's mission location was to support a border watchtower disguised by some illusionary barrier as a large tree, where a reconnaissance team was supposed to be stationed. However, at this moment, the watchtower had already been destroyed by a massive boulder, and the illusionary barrier was struggling to use its last bit of chakra, flickering like a slide show in its disguise. This didn't seem to be a very important watchtower. Among the 3 young Konoha ninja corpses on the ground, none belonged to the Hyuga clan. Important watchtowers were usually equipped with Byakugan, which allowed for thorough reconnaissance of the area. The corpses were not buried, so where had Guy and the others gone? Hakubi casually checked the surroundings. Finding no signs of a proper battle, the watchtower had been precisely targeted by a Wagakure ninja, crushed by a giant rock. It seemed they had chased after the enemy. As the air still carried the earthy scent of that group of a Wagakure ninja, Parker sniffed around. It seems like a dog's nose is quite useful. Akai imitated Parker's sniffing, but found nothing. Cats only scratch bark, and dogs are truly man's best helper and friend. Parker replied in a dispirited tone. No. I can't lick, but it's quite funny. More so than a dog that just looks funny. Akai retorted, feeling quite dissatisfied, but also enjoying the interaction with the dog. I heard dogs can't help but eat poop. Do you eat poop? Akai curiously asked. Hey, fat cat, can't you see I'm working? Can we not talk about food? Parker, being a dog, hated idle cats. So did Guy and the others chase after the enemy? Or were they just too hot-blooded? Hakubi sighed. They probably did chase after the enemy, but got too deep into the pursuit and were surrounded by a Wagakure ninja. If a seasoned ninja had come to carry out the mission, they would have just done what they were told, saying they arrived too late and the watchtower was already destroyed. Let's keep chasing. The scent is already faint, and if we wait too long, they might be in danger. Parker didn't want to be bothered by Kai's question about what eating poop feels like. The trio of one person, one cat, and one dog continued to track the scent, running until it was midnight, occasionally coming across a few bloody spots and two bodies, likely killed by the Wagakure ninja after being pursued by the three of them. Beyond here should be the border, right? Hakubi surprisingly chased out of the forest. They actually shouldn't continue pursuing. Parker sniffed the ground and found a few pools of blood, still from the Wagakure ninja. It was evident that Mike Guy's team had chased and ambushed the three Wagakure ninja, killing two along the way, and when they reached the border, the last one was also injured. Unwilling to let him go, they stubbornly pursued beyond the border. The other side was not actually the land of Earth, but the border of the land of grass. However, during the war between the two countries, small nations had no voice. If they wanted to come in, they could, and if they wanted to leave, they could. All you could do was greet them with a smile, waiting for the big nations to finish fighting, only to wipe away tears while cleaning up the battlefield. Of course, there was a small country that was tough enough to resist the bullying of the five great nations. It was called Amigay-Cure, and its leader was Hanzo the Salamander. Unfortunately, it seemed that ever since he defeated the legendary three of Konoha, he had fallen into vice. Izzle becoming increasingly despondent. Keep chasing. What else can we do? Hakubi shrugged helplessly and continued to follow Parker. A barren mountain range led the scent here, but the chaotic smells in the air made Parker hesitant to proceed. There were at least 30 scents of a Wagakure ninja mixed in the air, indicating that this was likely a gathering place for a Wagakure ninja, and Guy and his two companions had actually chased them up to their high ground. We should catch one and ask a few questions, Hakubi said after a moment's thought. Parker looked at Hakubi and rolled his big dog eyes. Who else is here besides you? Are you going to send a dog? I can't sneak. Hakubi spread his hands, feeling like a useless ninja. Can't catch the wolf without letting go of the child, and can't catch the pervert without letting go of the mother. Although letting Akai participate in the mission would lower the score, it was still better than rushing into a camp of 30 Wagakure ninja and delivering himself as a head. If I can come back alive, please make sure to tell me whether eating poop feels stinky or fragrant. Akai stated his last wish as if facing death. Licking one's own is a lowly cat-like creature, and yet still asking such lowbrow questions. Parker was somewhat disdainful. Hakubi laid down on grass, watching Akai use the earth flea technique to jump into the ground, with the tail sticking out like an antenna, twisting and turning as it explored the path, quickly bypassing the sentry ninja. In front of the small hill lay quite a few Wagakure ninja, many of whom were injured. They were all participants in this ambush. And this was just a subcamp. Akai randomly found a middle-aged ninja sleeping soundly and slowly lowered himself onto the body, the cat's body surprisingly stretching out, transforming into a voluptuous woman, blowing a breath onto the Wagakure ninja's face. What the hell? What are you doing? Why not just grab him back? Who taught you to seduce like this? Hakubi felt his eyes burn. The Wagakure ninja was awakened by Akai's breath and looking at the fiery beauty in front of him. His memory became somewhat confused. Who am I? Where am I? Am I beautiful? Akai's voice was sultry. Beautiful. The Wagakure ninja nodded subconsciously. How about this? Akai's beautiful face suddenly tore open. The Wagakure ninja's scream was still caught in his throat, as Akai's split body wrapped around him like a mass of seaweed, pulling him down into the ground, swimming toward Hakubi. How was I, my dear? Akai transformed back into a well-behaved cat. Well done. Hakubi picked his nose. You are from Konoha? The Wagakure ninja's limbs were already tied, his face a bit pale. A captive should behave like a captive. I ask, you answer. Hakubi patted his shoulder with a bloody butcher knife. I won't say anything. Although the Wagakure ninja's face was very bad, he still put up some resistance. Why do people only confess after suffering some pain? If I were captured, even if it cost me my life, I would still betray the organization. Hakubi shook his head helplessly. I am the inheritor of the will of the rock. The rock does not fear any pain, nor does it fear being shattered. The Iwagakure ninja swallowed hard. This is all just bluster. Those who say this have never experienced punishment. Of course, they can boast. When I have a position, I'll also spout some toxic chicken soup. Hakobi handed the butcher knife to Akai. He didn't want to dirty his hands. Didn't you always want a set of intestines? My dear is so considerate. I've always wanted a warm set of intestines, preferably pink, so that when I poop, it smells like a girl. Akai excitedly took the butcher knife and slowly cut open the Iwagakure ninja's vest. Oh, this is too bloody. It reminds me of a slaughterhouse. Can't you do a little illusion? Parker couldn't bear to look and turn away. The will of the rock. Fearless. The Iwagakure ninja's forehead was covered in cold sweat, his body trembling violently. With a swish, the sharp meat knife sliced open the belly, and Akai reached in to rummage through the warm intestines, somewhat disdaining that the intestines were too old and dark, not matching his taste. The Iwagakure ninja's painful howl was muffled by a piece of rag stuffed in his throat, and the fear of having his intestines played with made his brain tremble. All his mental defenses collapsing in an instant. I'll tell you. Indeed, one doesn't shed tears until one sees the coffin. This is just a temporary gathering point, and they are all individually stationed here. Including logistics, there should be about 40 people, led by AJ Neen acting as the temporary captain. This mission is to cause destruction within the land of fire. Team Guy, consisting of 3 members, chased after an Iwagakure ninja this afternoon and broke into this camp. Even the J-Neen captain couldn't take him down. After several battles, they could only force him into a cave and block the entrance, requesting more powerful ninjas for support. So, is Guy currently trapped in the cave by you? Bamu stroked his chin. Mission acquired. Rescue Might Guy's team. Reward. Random hero skill draw. Chapter 33. How bold are people? Rescuing Kai and the others was actually quite simple. All they needed was for a Fae to sneak in and bring them out one by one. However, doing it this way would result in a very low task evaluation, and they might not even receive any rewards. They still had to rely on their own strength. Hearing the captive say, they requested support? That's it. Bai Mugurind. Natural Mirage. Transform. 4-tailed Jinchuriki. Old Z. The kid can actually use transformation jutsu. A Fae's eyes widened in surprise, unable to detect any flaws. It's known that the most basic transformation jutsu is just wrapping an illusion around the body. The chakra fluctuations are quite intense. Once someone gets close, even a slightly sensitive genin can feel the transformations wave. Otherwise, with such a basic jutsu that everyone can perform, the rogue ninjas wouldn't dare use it to impersonate a daimyo. The truly advanced transformation techniques are like wood release transformation and earth release transformation, which are much more difficult. Perhaps it's inherited from his mother? Baimu casually brushed it off with an excuse. Awesome. You'll attach to me and disguise yourself as the tail of the tailed beast when necessary. This is called swapping the heavens and changing the sun. Mixing pearls with fish eyes. Baimu gave a thumbs up. It was time for the ninja world to feel the terror of the 36 stratagems from another world. You're too bold. Even the Jinchuriki dares to disguise. I guess I want to go after all. Parker scratched his dog head. He wasn't a combat-type ninja dog, and didn't want to accompany the two to their deaths. If you don't go as a token, Kai will kick me out with a foot. Baimu grabbed Parker by the scruff of his neck. Oh, handing me over to you was truly a mistake, Kakashi. I hope this group of Iwagakure ninjas are dog lovers. Parker felt this was the most dangerous thing he had ever done in his dog life. Baimu swaggered towards the Iwagakure camp. Who goes there? A sentry ninja immediately spotted them and jumped out from the darkness. Don't you recognize me? Baimu shot a disdainful glance over. Oh, Z-sama. What brings you here? The sentry ninja was startled, his voice trembling. Old Z was notoriously bad-tempered in Iwagakure, even daring to confront Noki face-to-face without leaving any face-saving measures. Young ninjas would act like dogs in front of him, avoiding him from a distance. No one knew what they feared about him. Although Old Z was hot-tempered, he had never been seen slaughtering comrades. Perhaps this is the aura of a Jinchuriki? In contrast, the other Jinchuriki, the Five-Tails Han, was simply an extreme. He was often humiliated and never showed any resistance. Wasn't he at you who requested support? A bunch of useless fools. Over 30 of you can't even take down 3 Nin from Konoha. Baimu snorted angredi. And no. The sentry ninja fumbled to explain. Stop talking nonsense. Take me to see your captain. Baimu's furious expression was as if everyone owed him millions. Actually, he was clear about Old Z's specific personality. He was just improvising. The original work had too little description, only mentioning his personality clashing with Noki, both being stubborn and hot-tempered, but deep down, they loved their village. Yes, yes, yes. This way, old Z-sama. The sentry ninja bowed and scraped, indicating that by Mu's acting was flawless. Captain Mahara, old Z-sama has arrived. The sentry ninja hurriedly called to wake the captain. What old this? Old that. Senior Mahara frowned, waking from his dreams. It's the Four Tails Jinchuriki. The sentry ninja hadn't finished his sentence. Slap. Mu delivered a loud slap. Refreshing. Damn it. Parker was almost scared to urinate. This was simply courting death. Senior Mahara was fully awake, his anger shooting up from his heart to the top of his head, and a knife was half drawn from its sheath. King of Brutes, scorns activated. Mu looked down from above, intimidating everyone's spirit. Through this gaze, Mahara even felt like he had turned into a trembling little chick, while the one opposite was an angry lion. Old Z-sama. Senior Mahara bowed deeply. A bunch of useless fools, applying for support against 3 Konoha kids. By Muscolded Angreli. Yes. Senior Mahara, faced with old Z's reprimand, didn't dare to argue back and felt a bit aggrieved. He had only requested 1 Jainin for support, but how did a disaster like the Jinchuriki come? Was this overvaluing this Konoha team? Get some hot food. I've been traveling all night, and I'm hungry. Mu waved his hand. Parker was almost about to faint. Senior Mahara felt a bit troubled. During wartime, lighting bonfires at night was absolutely prohibited, as it would expose their position. With me here, are you still afraid that Konoha's cowardly bunch will launch a surprise attack? Mu shot him another furious glare. That's natural. Senior Mahara sighed and ordered, light the fire. 3 bonfires were lit, illuminating the entire camp. Everyone woke up and offered all the ingredients they carried to cook for their old Z-sama. Mu picked and chose. There really wasn't much variety in the land of Earth's food. It was coarse and tasteless. Compared to Konoha's, it was incomparable. He had wanted to try some different exotic flavors, but unexpectedly, it was either dry bread or hard flatbreads, dry and tasteless. Otsizama, could you show us? Senior Mahara timidly gestured to the scroll. Regardless of the task, the commander would distribute a task scroll with detailed task content and the commander's seal, and it was required to be shown during task handover. Are you questioning me? Mu threw a contempt look back at him. I don't dare. Senior Mahara didn't even know when he had become so timid. Seeing old Z's gaze made him feel like a little chicken clucking in his head. Mu displeasedly split a piece of dry flatbread in half, stuffing it with a piece of hot roasted beef, without any lettuce or sauce. This dry meat sandwich had no flavor at all. Why is old Z-sama bringing a Konoha ninja dog? Senior Mahara couldn't help but ask, looking at the leaf forehead protector on Parker's head. A trophy I picked up, carrying it as reserve food. Let us roast it together. Mu pinched Parker by the scruff of his neck and tossed him to Mahara. Damn it, I'll curse your immortal. Parker blurted out some dirty words from another world in a panic. Wait, it can even talk good breed, it'd be ashamed to eat it. Let us bring it back to the village for breeding. Mu chuckled and pulled Parker back. I may not be human, but you're definitely a dog. Parker rolled his eyes. Bring me some alcohol. Mu extended his hand. Where'd I get alcohol while executing a task? Senior Mahara awkwardly fumbled. Mu raised his nasal tone slightly. Senior Mahara begrudgingly took out a small half bottle of alcohol from his chest. Rules are rules. But ninjas who didn't know whether they would survive until tomorrow would always make some exceptions. After eating and drinking enough, Mu patted his belly. Old Z-sama should go in and deal with those Konoha kids now. I'm worried they might send support. Senior Mahara reminded. Are you teaching me how to do my job? Mu shot another contemptuous look at him. I don't dare. So, what's the current situation? Mu asked while flossing his teeth. Actually, it's not that we are incapable. If we wanted to kill them, it would be very simple. They have been cornered into a cave, and we could just collapse the mountain. However, there is a little leaf ninja in green who is very skilled in taijutsu and can unleash a power several times greater than his own using secret techniques. I believe if we could obtain such a technique, the entire village would benefit. So I requested support from above. The Jainin Mikawa explained his combat objectives. Very good. Your vision is quite far-sighted. Hakuki heavily patted Mikawa's shoulder, at least much better than the 3rd Hokage, who let Might Guy be a Jinin for a lifetime. Thank you for the praise, Lord Purple. Mikawa was taken aback. Chapter 34 Tension. You all wait outside. I'll be right back. Mu stood up and walked toward the cave. Does Lord Lao Zi really not need any help? If you want to feel the heat of the lava, then come along. Baimu snorted coldly. No, no. Sana shook his head like crazy. He didn't want to be roasted and sent back to the village. Baimu scratched the back of his own, where a fey was attached, and a fey instantly transformed into 4 fiery red tails, wriggling and dancing behind Baimu. The tailed beasts have come out. These 3 little brats are not going to escape. Sanha felt a surge of joy inside. If he could extract this secret technique, his contributions wouldn't be too low, and he might even qualify to learn it. With this technique, he might become an elite jonin, return to the village to marry the girl next door, and from then on, reach the pinnacle of life. Just thinking about it made him a little excited. Inside the cave, the 3 of them were huddled against the rock wall, talking aimlessly. This time it really might be a matter of life and death. Mom, I really want to go home. Hybe was in tears. Don't give up hope. Youth will never easily end here. Once I regain my strength, I will lead you all out. My guy flashed a big white tooth in the darkness. I believe in Kai-S strength, but if you take both of us along, it will be hard to break out. Noera Azuma's voice was a bit low. What are you talking about? I will never leave you behind. My guy clenched his fists tightly. Kai, if I die, can you fulfill my last wish? Hybe wiped his tears. Say it. I will definitely fulfill it. If I survive, you must burn all the magazines I hid in the closet before my mom cleans out my room. She must never see them. Burn them in my grave. Hybe tightly grasped Kai-S hand. Is this the most precious time of Hybe's youth? That's right. Tulp, tulp. The sound of footsteps echoed in the silent cave. Are the rock-hidden ninjas attacking? Ada, Konoha. Just a strong whirlwind. My guy kicked toward the cave entrance. I can't believe. I lost a dog. Baimu was startled by the kick and picked up Parker, tossing him towards Kai. Gee, no, Embarking. Parker shouted. Huh, Parker? Kai-S kick halted midair, and he caught Parker as he landed. We're here to save you. Parker was almost scared to pee. What? Reinforcements are here? Where? Hybe rushed out, but what he saw was Lao Z with 4 tails dancing behind him, almost making him cry out in fright. Shoo, it's me. Baimu, do you understand the transformation technique? Baimu switched back to his original voice. Ah, it's you? Hybe never expected the reinforcements would be this cross-dressing pervert. What? If you don't want to leave, you can stay here. Baimu picked his nose. Let us go. Let us go. By the way, how do we get back? Hybe seemed to have grabbed a lifeline. First, create some commotion. Then pretend I've captured you and take you out. Baimu looked at Mike Guy. No problem. 8 gates of Duanjia open the first gate. Open. A bright green chakra ignited on Kai, illuminating the entire cave more brightly than a torch, and he started kicking at the stone pillars. It's begun. It's begun. As expected of Lord Lao Zi, he forced out that secret technique right from the start. Sana was extremely excited watching the green light spill out from the cave. No, it's still not intense enough. The tailed beast can shake the heavens. Let us all join in. Baimu simply lay on the ground and started doing sit-ups. Noera, Azuma, and Hybe also began to spew fire techniques inside the cave, trying to raise the temperature and simulate the combat style of molten lava. With the attribute boost from EX Overlord's passion, Baimu was sweating profusely, and a scent full of male hormones wafted out. There are no females here. 75 of the attribute should already be the limit, but as Baimu continued, he found he could actually improve. He looked up and met Might Guy's fiery gaze, which seemed to want to swallow him whole. What are you doing? Baimu swallowed hard. Baimu-kun. Might Guy's eyes were scanning Baimu's entire body unabashedly. Kai, don't do this. Don't ruin my youthful image. Baimu covered his back with his hand, his face full of tension. Daimukun. No matter what, please teach me this body training technique. I'm willing to exchange it for the 8 gates of Duanjia. Please. Might Guy knelt heavily. Oh, so that is how it is. Baimu sighed in relief. I'll teach you when we get back. Overlord's passion is indeed considered a body training technique. Although on the surface it looks like sit-ups, in reality, chakra continuously stimulates the acupoints throughout the body with every movement. However, for a lazy person like him, the 8 gates of Duanjia might be less practical than a set of cross-dressing. After all, the 8 gates requires massive training as a foundation. Baimu doubted his eyebrows were thick enough. He definitely didn't have the willpower to stick with it. Thank you, Baimu-kun. Kai excitedly bowed deeply again. The 4 of them began to create the sounds of fighting in the cave, and 10 minutes later, that's enough. You guys pretend to be faint. And let me tie you up. Baimu wiped his sweat. The tails transformed from a fey wrapped around the 3 of them and carried them on his back. As they exited the cave, Sanha immediately ran up with shining eyes. looking at the three tied up behind Lao Zi, nodding repeatedly and pointing at Might Guy. That's right, it's this guy. The secret technique is on him. Then he glanced at Hybe and Noera Azuma. But these two guys are nothing special. It's better to just kill them. The fainting Hybe was sweating profusely on his forehead. Oomph. Does this old man need your guidance in doing things? Bamu shot a cold look over. Sorry. Lord Lao Zi. Sanha was sweating profusely. Oomph. Bamu snorted coldly and swaggered out of the camp. Farewell, Lord Lao Zi. A group of people watched Lao Zi leave, and they all breathed a sigh of relief. This old guy really has a terrible temper. Hybe and Noera Azuma also finally breathed a sigh of relief. They were about to escape the crisis, and everything felt like a dream. But Bamu suddenly stopped, feeling that this task was not completed in a very impressive way. The process was a bit too bland. Lord Lao Zi? Sana suddenly felt a bit nervous. Hey, you guys, do you want to witness my peak battle period? Bamu slightly tilted his head, revealing a strong profile. Huh? Sana was a bit confused. Since you treated me well, I'll allow you to observe my upcoming battle. If you have the courage, then follow me. Bamu's lips curled up slowly as he carried the three captives and ran towards the land of fire. Chapter 35. Long live Konoha, is this an invitation from Lord Otsutsuki? Mihara seemed to sense a hint of appreciation in Lord Otsutsuki's words. Being able to observe the battle of a strong ninja is a glory that any ninja could boast about for a lifetime, not to mention the invaluable combat experience they could learn from it. Lord Otsutsuki actually invited them to watch. Although he didn't know who the opponent would be, it should be a strong one to make Lord Otsutsuki so excited. Could it be Minato Namikaze? Since it was a personal invitation from Lord Otsutsuki, it should also guarantee their safety, right? But Lord Otsutsuki has another mission. Mihara didn't dare to ask. He was afraid of Lord Otsutsuki's fierce gaze. Watching Lord Otsutsuki's figure grow more distant, excitement, tension, longing, and fear filled his chest. Especially the phrase, if you have the courage, come along, constantly provoked his pride. I want to go watch the battle. In the end, Mihara decided to follow. He was just a civilian ninja, struggling for half his life, and had only become 8 Jainin through taijutsu and seniority. Perhaps that would be his life. But if he could cling to the powerful Four Tails Jinchuriki, everything in his fate would change. Even just a couple of jutsu leaking through his fingers would be enough for him to live off for a lifetime. I must follow. This is definitely the best choice he could make in his life. Once Mihara took off, the remaining Iwagakure ninjas couldn't hold back either, with even a few seriously injured ones asking their teammates to carry them along to watch the battle. This was the pinnacle battle of the ninja world. Missing it would be a lifelong regret. And so, Bamu led a long line of Iwagakure ninjas into the land of fire. Hey, what are you doing? Isn't it better to just escape back like this? Ebisu trembled in fear, looking back at the group of Iwagakure ninjas closely following behind. This is a lot of hard-earned merit, Bamu said nonchalantly. But you can't risk your life for merit. Bamu patted Afei, block his mouth. Afei extended a tentacle and wriggled. Ebisu let out a desperate roar. What's going on? Sorry, I blocked the wrong mouth. Afei replied playfully. You can even block the wrong mouth. Oh shit, don't touch me later. Bamu continued to lead the Iwagakure ninjas around the land of fire. Report to Commander. A liaison ninja from the Yamashiro clan rushed into the command tent. What's going on? Nara Shikaku rubbed his aching eyes. Waking from a short nap, he hadn't slept well for 2 days and nights. There's a situation report from the main watchtower. The Yamashiro ninja replied. Konoha has established 4 main watchtowers at this border, each staffed with 6 Hyuga clan members who continuously scout the entire border 24/7, along with liaison ninjas from the Yamashiro clan to report back to headquarters in a timely manner. The 4 watchtowers can't cover every detail completely, as humans can be negligent, and scanning the borderline for thousands of kilometers with the naked eye can lead to occasional small-scale ambushes. Upon hearing there was a situation, Nara Shikaku immediately perked up. Minor situations would definitely not be reported in the middle of the night. The Yamashiro liaison ninja quickly formed a few hand seals and connected with the liaison ninja at the main watchtower. Konoha's tactical coordination is quite remarkable. Report, sir. In the border area from Zone D to Zone G, a strange phenomenon has appeared. The liaison ninja's voice echoed in Nara Shikaku's mind. Strange? A figure resembling Lord Otsutsuki, using its tail to wrap around 3 of our ninjas, followed by more than 30 Iwagakure ninjas, constantly making aimless circles and continuously giving us the middle finger. The liaison ninja's tone was somewhat odd. What do you mean resembling Otsutsuki? Can't your Byakugan even distinguish Jinchuriki? Narashikaku frowned. The appearance is indeed like Otsutsuki, but it doesn't have the evil chakra of a tailed beast. Rather, its chakra is quite weak. Understood. I will send someone over. Regardless of the truth, let us have Minato Namikaze go over first. Lord Otsutsuki, it seems we've already made the third circle here. Mahara, despite his fear of reprimand, had to remind. Is that so? Bai Mu was also a bit anxious, cursing Konoha's scouting ninjas for possibly falling asleep, as no one had surrounded them for so long. Yes, maybe we should head back. Mihara swallowed hard. Entering Konoha was like winning a lottery. If we're going back. Here they come. A flash of golden light appeared, and Minato Namikaze made a dazzling entrance. It really is Minato Namikaze. If Lord Otsutsuki can capture him, we won't have to fear Konoha anymore. Mahara's eyes sparkled with excitement. You're right. Bai Mu nodded. He turned around and gently patted Mahara's shoulder, whispering in a low voice, "Thank you for your trust, but Konoha, long live." In Mahara's confused, fearful, and shocked, widening gaze, Bai Mu raised his hands high, running towards Minato Namikaze, shouting, "The enemy has entered the encirclement. Quickly close the net." Swish, swish, swish. Dozens of Konoha ninjas appeared from all directions, cutting off every possible escape route. Lord Otsutsuki has betrayed us? Have we become scapegoats? Mahara still hadn't figured out the real situation. Who are you? Minato Namikaze looked at Bai Mu, puzzled. Bai Mu, fearing someone might attack him recklessly, Bai Mu was shedding the natural illusion transformation technique while holding Parker in front of him. We're on the same side. Don't attack. Minato Namikaze immediately ordered. That guy is a Jainin. Don't let him get away. Bai Mu pointed at Mahara. Mahara was almost in tears, looking at Minato Namikaze. Then at the surrounding Konoha ninjas brimming with killing intent, his hands that wanted to form seals slowly fell to the back of his head, and his knees involuntarily buckled down to the ground. All 34 Iwagakure ninjas were captured alive. Outside the command tent, Bai Mu anxiously awaited the arrival of his reward. This time, the merit should be enough for Narashikaku to agree to let him become a Konoha hired ninja, right? That way, he could swagger into Konoha, create more interactions, and obtain more missions. However, inside the command tent, Narashikaku continuously rubbed his temples, pondering over some issues. Lord Shikaku, is there a problem with Bai Mu? Minato Namikaze asked, puzzled. According to Kakashi, he saved the Moonlight Gale team, and their team, along with Might Guy's team, captured so many Iwagakure ninjas. That counts as a significant achievement. Precisely because of that, no good deed goes unpunished. He must have ulterior motives. Narashikaku sighed. You're worried. Minato Namikaze hesitated. That's right. I'm worried he might be a spy from another village. How can there be such a warm-hearted person in this world, willing to help us so desperately without compensation? Don't forget, the opponent is the Four Tails Jinchuriki. Narashikaku kept pacing inside the camp. But this is just a guess, right? Minato Namikaze suddenly felt a headache coming on. At this moment, Konoha is like thin ice, and they must be cautious. Moreover, that transformation technique, which even you couldn't see through at a glance, along with the ability to deceive over 30 Iwagakure ninjas, could have a huge impact if he truly is a spy. Narashikaku, as Konoha's strategist, is feeling overwhelmed. So, what do you think should be done? Namikaze Minato thinks it would be so much better if the ninja world was just about fighting. Why does it have to involve these headache-inducing spy wars? Fortunately, there's the clever Nara clan, so he doesn't have to come up with a strategy himself. If possible, the simplest method would be to have the Yamanaka clan's elite search for information in his mind. But this is a method that everyone is quite averse to. After all, everyone has secrets they don't want others to know, and it can have certain side effects. Even without side effects, I wouldn't want anyone rummaging through my brain. Minato chuckled. The little moments he shared with Kushina, their tender interactions, and cheesy lines belong solely to the two of them. That's it, so the best solution is. He needs money, right? Then let's give him enough money to send him home to help with disaster relief. We won't accept this person, nor will we harm him. Letting him leave safely is the best choice. Narashikaku slammed his hand on the table, finally making up his mind. Chapter 36. Darkening to become stronger rescue of the Might Guy team. Mission complete. Rating, incredible. Rewards. Random hero skill reward X2, 500 gold coins. As expected, I had to show off to get double rewards and a system lottery. Bai Mu waved his hand grandly. Not a single capable one. Weapon Master Jax, charge strike. Infuses chakra into the weapon, causing the next attack to have the properties of chakra. Counterstorm. Enter a defensive stance that lasts up to 2 seconds, able to dodge all incoming normal attacks and reduce damage from area ninjutsu by 25. After 2 seconds, or when this skill is reactivated, it will counterattack surrounding enemies. What the hell? Am I finally toughening up? I can finally fight passionately instead of relying on acting to get by. Bai Mu's heart exclaimed. Just barely. The audience has grown tired of your act. Even Old Dog needs to learn some new tricks to earn more rewards. The system mocked disdainfully. Speaking of which, since I have 2 skills from the Weapon Master, I should at least have some of the Weapon Master's talents, right? Bai Mu waved his butcher chain blade. If he practiced on his own, it might take 3 to 5 years for this chain blade technique to be presentable. And the strongest Weapon Master from the Arcadia arena, Jax, is unparalleled in weapon techniques and his sharp tongue. How powerful is his understanding of weapons? He even looks down on using any common weapons, preferring to use whatever is at hand, like street lamp poles, fishing rods, and hockey sticks. The more obscure, the more he enjoys it. You can give it a try? The system responded. Bai Mu really wanted to challenge Kakashi by the riverside, but unfortunately, he had to wait for Nara Shikaku's summons. Speaking of which, what are they discussing? They're slow. By the way, where did Afe go? Bai Mu looked around. During the few minutes, he immersed himself in the system. Afe had run off somewhere. Is he looking for a cat? He said he was digging a hole to poop. Rin reminded. Afe is pooping? What a joke. Bai Mu felt a headache. This unreliable thing must have gone eavesdropping with the Earth Mayfly. Sure enough, Afe soon came back happily, whispering in Bai Mu's ear, mumbling, they don't trust you, saying they want to use secret mountain techniques to pry open your brain and dig out all your comedic points. They also said the best outcome would be to give you some money to send you away. What do you mean there are no kind-hearted people in the world? Have you felt my kindness? How can you be so sure there are no good-hearted people? The villagers of Zuin Shinobi Village are all simple folk. They don't pick up lost items on the road. So why can't they passionately help Konoha? I kindly help rescue people, yet I'm suspected of having ulterior motives? Damn, those who plot schemes have such dirty hearts. I'm so damn. Darkening. Beep. Task obtained. Darkening. Can you really endure this? Instant darkening to join the Iwagakure camp to fight against Konoha. Darkening makes you twice as strong, while whitening makes you 3 points weaker. Reward. Unknown. Wait a minute. I was joking. System, don't take it seriously. Bai Mu wiped a bead of sweat from his forehead. The system really took it seriously. All right, Bai Mu, come in. Minato Namikaze personally lifted the tent curtain and smiled slightly at Bai Mu. Bai Mu was very angry, but still responded with a smile and walked into the command tent. Nara Shikaku's smile was even more amiable, even making Bai Mu suspect if Afe was talking nonsense. Little brother Bai Mu, we really owe you this time. Otherwise, we would have lost many outstanding juniors. We really neglected you a few days ago. Nara Shikaku's smile was like that of an old fox. No need to be so polite. We are all friends. Bai Mu scratched his head, looking honest and simple. Everyone is an actor. Minato Namikaze looked at him and felt he didn't seem like a spy, just a simple country kid. So, I thought it over thoroughly. Konoha Hidden Village has decided to fund your Zuin Shinobi Village to get through this harsh winter. Nara Shikaku smiled slightly. Ah, really? Bai Mu's pale face turned red with excitement, his eyes sparkling with joy. After such a performance, Minato Namikaze felt even more convinced he wasn't a spy. Yes, it's true. How can we let such a kind ninja village suffer from hunger and cold? Here, as 10 million Ryo in cash, which would be withdrawn from any bank in the ninja world. Please don't feel embarrassed. Nara Shikaku directly pushed a large denomination special paper bill towards Bai Mu, with the Hokage and Daimyo seals bright red like flames about to leap out. Although the Land of Fire has been in turmoil for many years, due to its deep foundations, it remains the richest country. The war funds are still very abundant, especially with the capture of 30 Iwagakure ninjas. Such achievements deserve a significant reward. So much. How can I accept this? Bai Mu rubbed his hands, wanted to take it, but not daring to, looking quite awkward. Take it. This is Konoha's goodwill. Let everyone be full and not go hungry. Minato Namikaze smiled as he stuffed the cash into Bai Mu's hands. Can I still stay to do tasks for Konoha? I want to treat everyone to some extra meals. Bai Mu's heart was a bit dirty. He feared that Afei's words were inciting discord. After all, no matter what, the ultimate loyalist of Kurojitsu is Black Zetsu. No one knows if Afei would use incorrect information to incite his darkening. Nara Shikaku and Minato Namikaze exchanged glances, feeling slightly uneasy. If he left now, It would eliminate suspicion, but finding an excuse to stay was indeed somewhat suspicious. Bai Mu noticed a change in their expressions and derived an answer. He cracked his fingers and took the initiative to find an excuse. No. Winter is coming in at most 2 months. And if I hire a donkey cart, it would take 2 months. If there is a storm on the way, it would delay it further. So it's better to set off earlier. Yes, never let your family wait anxiously. The days of hunger are the hardest. Nara Shikaku smiled again. Then thank you, sirs. Bai Mu bowed deeply. I wish Zuin can safely get through the winter. Bai Mu left the tent, and the two high-ranking officials exchanged glances, still not having the thought of detaining him for questioning. After all, he had helped them, and they weren't Shimura Danzo. If they arrested him for a bit of suspicion, what would be the difference from the route? Bai Mu felt a bit down. Other traversers were welcomed into Konoha like treasures, but why was he being kicked out? Is it because I was too eager to please? Indeed, a sycophant ends up with nothing in the end. Looking at the 3 teams waiting for him outside the tent, Bai Mu felt a bit resentful. He and T even squeezed all the gold coins from them and was doubted and sent away. What happened? You must have earned a lot of merit, right? That's amazing. I want to use transformation techniques to scam people next time. Ebisu rushed over eagerly. Everyone looked at Bai Mu with eager eyes. Knowing he really needed money, Bai Mu smiled bitterly, took out the cash, and showcased it to everyone. Wow, 10 million Rio. How many lollipops is that? I've never seen so much money in my life. Ebisu exclaimed. I never thought that exchanging merit for money could yield so much. Kakashi stroked his chin, thinking that he still had several thousand merits. If he didn't exchange them for ninjutsu, he might even become a little rich. Are you really going to leave after taking this money? Yuzuki Yugao whispered to Hakamoku. Yes, winter is coming, and I need to buy food to send back to my hometown. The lie I told must be fulfilled even if it brings tears. If I had known this would happen, I would have said my dream was to save up money to open a mobile restaurant so that those suffering from the war in a ninja world wouldn't have to endure hunger and could see the dawn of peace in a chaotic world. Then I could wander around the area more. You haven't taught me your sit-up secret technique yet. My guy shouted. Don't mention it. If I take your 8 gates, the old fox in the tent will think I'm coveting Konoha's forbidden techniques. Hakamoku said with a headache. Chapter 37 Departure. A man's promise is as solid as iron. Bai Mu still decided to pass on the training methods of Overlord's passion to Might Guy. As for whether he could learn the systematic skills, it depended on his comprehension and effort. Bai Mu had no education and hadn't even seen the full-body acupuncture point diagram taught in the 3rd grade of the Ninja Academy. He could only vaguely indicate the chakra pathways on Might Guy's body with a needle. This guy, how obsessed is he with women's clothing? Ebisu and Mato Guy's eyes twitched at the corners, looking at Might Guy's watermelon head atop a cherry blossom-colored kimono. The overwhelming sense of incongruity was enough to make one want to vomit at a second glance. Sorry. This is how my teacher taught me. I have to find that feeling from back then. Bai Mu waved his hand and laughed. I believe you not. This was the inner roar of everyone. Passion will not be extinguished by a set of women's clothing. Might Guy still enthusiastically gave a thumbs up, thick leg hair peeking out from under the skirt, causing a group of people to gag. Probably this position. And here. Bai Mu poked at Might Guy's abdomen with a silver needle, point by point. This guy had a belly full of heart-protecting hair at 13. Could be too much male hormone. MHM. Roughly remembered. Guy completely relied on muscle memory. Can this really work? A group of onlookers also memorized it, but still had no clue. This is the training diagram for the 8 gates of Duinjia, but this is a secret technique of Konoha, and I can't teach it privately. I can only give you the first 2 simple gates. I'm really sorry. Might Guy solemnly handed a green scroll to Bai Mu. It's okay. The 8 gates of Duinjia is so powerful. I'm the one who is benefiting from it. Bai Mu waved his hand casually. If I really took the 8 gates of Duinjia, Narashikaku probably wouldn't let me leave. The green scroll opened, revealing crooked lines of text and little drawings. 1,000 push-ups every day, 1,000 squats, 1,000. Until feeling the presence of the opening gate in mental exhaustion. Then increase the training amount to loosen the opening gate. Oh, damn. This ISNT something a lazy person can practice. Just looking at the introduction made Bai Mu not want to put in any effort. ISNT it better to just lie down and rub the system. This is very easy to do. Look at me. Might Guy started doing push-ups rapidly, even creating afterimages. Goodbye. Bai Mu waved his hand. Bai Mu was finally leaving, although he had only known them for a few days. Everyone felt a bit reluctant, standing at the camp's entrance to see him off, and they all brought farewell gifts. With this, you can also use the steel gate Duinjia when I'm not around. Kakashi flipped his dead fish eyes and pulled out a stone finger model. The very gesture of 1,000 years of pain. Oh damn, you keep this for yourself. Baimu pushed it back, refusing to accept it. Konoha's strawberry-flavored lollipop. This is all I have. Obito pulled out a box of lollipops. Losing this box would make it hard to buy more. You must be happy. Baimu patted Obito's shoulder hard and accepted the lollipops. This is a medical kit, filled with many emergency medications. I hope you one need to use it. Rin smiled sweetly. Rin-chan must be an angel. Baimu was moved to tears. You should be spent in a tight training outfit. My guy's gift was a fitting green spandex suit. I don't want to turn green this early. Baimu still accepted it. Ahem. Ebisu lowered his head, awkwardly handing over a tightly wrapped book. He really had nothing impressive to offer and could only bring out his long-cherished collection of Aoi as photo books. Baimu smiled knowingly and tucked it away carefully. Shinobi Hashigaki's gift was a pack of Senbon, quite handy for picking teeth. Ahem. Ahem. Moonlight Gale was like a consumptive. Ever since getting the paradise of affection, his health had been declining daily, and his dark circles were almost like a panda's. Baimu even suspected this guy might not make it to the Shippuden arc. His gift was a short knife, perfect for seppuku. Big brother, don't forget to take your medicine. Baimu patted Moonlight Gale's shoulder. Ahem. The last one was Yuzuki Yugao. Your mask is too scary. This mask is for you. Yuzuki Yugao hadn't forgotten that Baimu liked to make an entrance with a mask, so she specially made one for him. A rabbit mask. Rabbit, you're the rabbit. Your whole family is rabbits. But Baimu still accepted it without showing any expression. Leaning in close to Yuzuki Yugao's ear, lowering his voice to an extreme whisper. Actually, that day was not an illusion. What you saw was all real. I really am a serious criminal from Konoha. Mondo. Baimu gently tucked a strand of purple hair behind Yuzuki Yugao's ear and blew lightly. Huh. I devoured this child and replaced his body. Baimu walked away with an evil smile. Yuzuki Yugao froze, her face turning pale instantly. Cursing me indirectly as a rabbit one scare me to death. Baimu smiled wickedly, leaving the Konoha camp. With a heavy backpack, at the moment of leaving Konoha, I knew that in real life, there are too many special things. If you see me, don't be too indifferent. I am sentimental, but also passionate and carefree. Baimu, with a fully packed backpack, set off on the road away from the Konoha camp. You say I'm a failure for being kicked out of Konoha. Baimu felt a bit dejected. Hurry up and darken. Let Konoha feel the pain. The system advised. Daring to underestimate my cub, rest assured. We will ultimately make them kneel before us on the ruins of Konoha, admitting that they are rabbits. Even if Obito didn't know of the system's existence, he would advise the same. Baimu looked at the task darkening hanging on his panel, raised his eyebrows. Since the Kimui Bridge incident hadn't started yet, he naturally couldn't leave empty-handed and had to continue staying here. Where there is no place for me, there is a place for me. If I am not welcome anywhere, I will climb the crooked neck tree. The Wagakure. Anoki. I'm here to assist you. It's simple to seek to ally with a Wagakure. Anoki has always liked hiring mercenaries. These people don't require logistics or post-war pensions. Just give them a little money, and they swarm like hungry hyenas. Aside from not being able to fight tough battles, they're indeed cheap and useful. However, Baimu didn't want to just charge in blindly and be treated as an unnamed pawn. He needed to bring some capital that would catch Anoki's eye. So, I'm coming to the exchange for gold. Chapter 38. No gods in Wushin Town. Baimu didn't know the location of the currency exchange, but there were certainly people who did, namely the bandits and rogue ninjas scattered throughout the Land of Fire. In times of chaos, the most enticing things besides gold are beautiful women. If a lone beauty appeared on the road, those rogue ninjas would swarm like flies drawn to a scent of blood. Who would play this beauty? Baimu certainly wouldn't, glancing at Baiju and a Fei, reluctant to put his mother in danger and unwilling to attract lecherous men. Is this enough of a ruse? Do we really have to walk like this? A Fei was very interested in this game. Even transforming into a bikini-clad beauty from a magazine, her face flushed as she wiggled her hips. We don't need to go that far. An ordinary village woman will do. Baimu was feeling a bit exasperated. Is this really it? A Fei looked a bit disappointed and transformed into a young woman with a headscarf, holding a small basket of mushrooms, taking tiny steps along the wilderness path. Baimu transformed into a child, holding a photo album gifted by Ebisu, diligently following a Fei and looking at it. I really don't understand why lowly humans like to look at such things. It's just a thin layer of skin. Is it really that pleasurable? A Fei shrugged. This is called emotion. You wouldn't understand. Baimu, a second-generation single dog, dared to say that others didn't understand emotions. I understand emotions. Like how I love my cubs, I just don't get the physical friction. Stop. I'm not getting on this train. While the two were idly chatting, several pairs of eyes had already appeared around them. In times of chaos, the noses of bandits and rogue ninjas are more sensitive than wild dogs. Swish. Two figures blocked their path, one in front and one behind. They were lucky, wearing headbands from an unknown ninja village. They were rogue ninjas who were more likely to know the location of the currency exchange than mere thieves. Oh, people have really come. Want to feel a little emotion? A face slowly began to unbutton her clothes. This, so proactive? The rogue ninjas in front were dumbfounded. But as a Faye's clothes came undone, what should have been a flawless white skin was instead a twisted mass of white vines coiling together. Tre demon The arrogant expressions of the rogue ninjas couldn't even be hidden as their hair stood on end, and they turned to run. They knew very well that apart from bullying civilians, they shouldn't provoke anything strange. Slap! A white vine shot out from a Faye's embrace, accurately wrapping around one rogue ninja's neck and continually dragging him backward. Come on, let's merge. A Faye's vortex-like body unfolded, pulling the rogue ninja into her. The rogue ninja, blocking their path, showed no camaraderie, abandoning his comrade and turning to flee. Russell. By Moo's gaze, and even left the book in his hands. The bloody chain blade in his right hand had already loosened. Virus butcher thrown. Bang. The immense force drove the butcher knife through the rogue ninja's back, the serrated blade tightly gripping his ribs. Bai Mu slowly wrapped the chain around his arm, dragging the howling rogue ninja closer. After that, almost without any means of interrogation, the rogue ninja was eager to spill everything, just wanted to save his own life. After all, the currency exchange was a loose organization and not particularly secretive, let alone loyal. The 5 great nations also turned a blind eye to them and even occasionally provided funding. Mission acquired. Kill 10 rogue ninjas. Reward, 100 gold coins. A mere 10 gold coins, really not worth much. I thought it would be at least as valuable as a wild monster S bounty. Bamu naturally had no habit of leaving survivors. Following the directions given by the rogue ninjas, the two continued to maintain their disguises. Bai Mu acted like the light of justice in the ninja world, continuously eliminating all bandits and rogue ninjas encountered along the way, completing the gold coin mission while also familiarizing himself with the chain blade's attack methods. Finally, on the 7th day, they arrived at the currency exchange within the borders of the Land of Fire. Bai Mu had always known that the identity of the boss behind the currency exchange was very special, with some even suspecting that the owner was a feudal lord from one of the 5 great nations. But he had never imagined it would be so arrogant. This was no simple task-accepting organization. It had instead spawned a small town around it called Wushan Town, signifying that it was so filthy that even the gods wouldn't want to manage it. The dilapidated wooden buildings indicated that it had existed in the ninja world for a long time. Countless rogue ninjas and criminals gathered here. This evil place was their last sanctuary, perhaps the reason why the 5 great nations allowed it to exist. If one couldn't clean up all the trash, the best solution was to give them a dumpster to contain it, much better than having it spread all over the world. From a moment Bai Mu stepped into Wushan Town, he felt as though he had crossed from the world of Hokage into the world of One Piece. The atmosphere shifted dramatically. Everyone here was dressed in a very disheveled and dirty manner, with various injuries on their faces, and their appearances were generally bizarre and fierce. A common trait was that few had a full set of teeth. This indicated that chaos and fighting were always the main themes of this small town. Little darling, Wushan Town is not a place for you. If you want milk, you should go home to find your mother. Ha! A bald man at the town entrance leaned casually against a tree, revealing a mouthful of yellowed, rotten teeth. Though his teeth were rotten, he still had all of them, indicating he was quite a capable fighter. Are you provoking a Zon horseman? Bai Mu shot a disdainful glance at him. The little brat is angry. Haha, Yuba, you met a tough one today. A horse-faced man beside him cackled. Oh, the little brat looks so serious. Really makes one think he is quite charming. If sold to the academy, many would be willing to spend some money to pick this delicate chrysanthemum. The bald man named Yuba licked his lips, revealing a greedy smile. He wore the headband of Yuin Village, but it had been marked with scratches symbolizing a rogue ninja. If you love money so much, why not sell your mother and earn some slowly? Bai Mu, always polite and never using foul language, couldn't he let this provocation slide? Could a Zon person be insulted in another world? Ha ha! Yuba has met his match. A group of people cheered. The little brat pretending to be an adult and acting fierce really makes one laugh their teeth out. Ha ha! Yuba grinned widely, unfazed. as greeting parents in Wushan Town was as common as eating. Without any warning, Bai Mu struck out, his right fist wrapped in iron chains, smashing towards Yuba's mouthful of rotten teeth. Inheriting the 5 elemental chakra of Senju Hashirama, combined with the weapon master's charge strike, infused the punch with lightning attribute chakra. The violent current stimulating the cells, making the punch incredibly swift. Bang! Yuba, who had never expected Bai Mu to strike, was heavily hit on the chin, his entire body flying 3 meters away. All laughter came to an abrupt halt. TMD flipped in the gutter. Yuba spat out 2 front teeth mixed with thick blood. Teeth can't be laughed away, but they can be knocked out. Bai Mu looked down coldly at Yuba. TSK. Little brat, you owe me 2 gold coins. Chapter 39. The corner of the two did not end up fighting. Instead, Yuba volunteered to be Bai Mu's guide, introducing everything about Wushan Town, even though Bai Mu kept insisting that he did not need any guide. The entire town was filled with taverns, skill academies, and casinos, with various drunken men shouting loudly during the day. On the filthy ground, a body lay every few steps, whether dead or asleep was unknown. Chaos, disorder, filth, stench, sin. Greed. This town was composed of these inferior words. A rookie like you, with such delicate skin, would end up being knocked out and sold to a skill academy to have your backside worked on if no one was guiding you. Yuba was desperately trying to prove his worth. And what about me? Where would I be sold? Bai Mu asked. To a restaurant, perhaps? The cat-like Afei grinned, revealing a mouthful of sharp teeth. Oh, damn, a cute talking cat. Your appearance could empty out all the drunkards in Wushan Town. Yuba's eyes almost popped out. Those noble women from Daming Prefecture would empty their fortunes to buy you. Oh, I prefer green sacks. They're healthier. A Fey smiled without worry. Bai Mu thought for a moment, still concerned about causing trouble. Maybe it's better if a Fey doesn't talk. And don't think just because you can fight, you'll survive in Wushan Town. It's often the capable ones who die. These bastards can use all kinds of dirty tricks. Yuba was very satisfied with Bai Mu's reaction. This way, the cat would belong to him alone. This was the price of having 2 front teeth knocked out. Where's the exchange office? I'm not interested in strolling around this filthy street. Bai Mu said. Oh, are you looking to commission a task? You can find me. Without the cut from the exchange office, I used to be a jonin from Yuin village. My prices are cheap and reasonable. From assassinating the Hokage to taking a dog's life, I take all kinds of jobs. Yuba tapped his forehead protector. And then you just take the commission and leave? Bai Mu snorted coldly. The exchange office's cut was high, but at least there was a guarantee. If you look for these bastards to do private work, you might as well forget about finding them for the rest of your life. Come on, you should trust old Yuba. He's the most reputable hired ninja in this town. His professional ethics are as solid as the third rake's butt. Yuba exclaimed. Ah, the third rake's butt. Afei laughed so hard he nearly gasped for air. I should have come to the ninja world earlier. There are too many interesting jokes. If I get the chance, I will definitely see how solid it is. Bai Mu almost laughed out loud. This Yuba was quite interesting. The third rakeage was known as the strongest shield. Ding. Task acquired. Pinch the third rake's butt. Reward. Oh, damn system, don't tell me about rewards. Even if it's 10,000 gold coins, I wouldn't do it. Bai Mu directly rejected the task. It was simply asking for death. Think about it. My sword is so fast that you can't even see the shadow. Yuba was trying hard to sell himself, but unfortunately, he looked like he had no weapons hidden anywhere on him. Could it be that he really was the shadowless sword? I'm not here for a task. I'm looking for someone, Bai Mu replied. Looking for someone? I'm even better at that. In all of Wushan Town, even the cats and dogs. If they have a name, they're no one I, Yuba, don't know. Yuba pounded his chest. Hey, old dog Yuba, when are you going to pay back the money you owe for drinks? A tavern owner, who was out dumping wastewater, cursed. Huh, I owe money for drinks based on my skills. Why should I pay it back? Don't interfere with my fortune. Yuba spat out a mouthful of phlegm. Get lost. Don't let me see you in my establishment again. A bucket of wastewater was dumped directly over. Damn, is it this filthy? Bai Mu jumped 3 meters away, nearly getting splashed. Fortunately, he dodged quickly. No helping it. Everyone likes this vibe. Yuba wiped the dirt off his feet. By the way, who are you looking for? Jiaodu, is he here? Bai Mu stopped and looked into Yuba's eyes. The quickest way for a hired ninja to avoid being a small fry in a wagakure is to latch onto a well-known figure. Jiaodu? What do you want with that old senior? Upon hearing Jiaodu's name, Yuba's momentum instantly weakened, and the curse words he had held back for so long were stuck in his throat. Of course I have something to discuss. Do you know where Jiaodu is? Bai Mu rolled his eyes. Shoo. That old monster is not very popular here. Mentioning his name makes everyone act like a mouse hearing a cat. Yuba looked around furtively, lowering his voice. Thankfully, no one was nearby. Jiao, a Fei elongated his voice, hitting a high note. In an instant, everyone around, even the drunkards, instantly perked up, their eyes filled with fear as they looked around. Yuba hurriedly covered a Fei's mouth. You're asking for death. That name can't be mentioned here. After listening for a long time without another Jiao appearing, everyone finally returned to their own business, some fighting, some drinking. Ha ha, interesting. A Fei laughed heartily. Can you tell me more specifically? Bai Mu suddenly became very interested in Jiao due outside of the anime. Of course. But there is no such thing as a free meal. You have to buy me a couple of drinks. Yuba said with a sly smile. Fine, you pick the place. But better be the best tavern. I'll 1T drink bad wine. Bai Mu was also quite generous. How much could drinking cost? No problem. I know exactly which tavern in this town likes to water down their wine and which one likes to put wine in their water. Yuba pounded his chest confidently. Fat Dog Tavern. It was a ramshackle building made of rotten wooden planks, as if a gust of wind could blow it down. The sign with a painted fat dog had long faded to the point that its shape was unrecognizable. I told you to pick the best. And this is the best tavern you could find? Bai Mu pinched his nose as he looked at the noisy interior of the tavern. Even a pigsty was cleaner than this. Hey kid, you wanted the best tavern, not the cleanest. The quality of a tavern is about the atmosphere. Do you understand atmosphere? Yuba grinned widely. Fine, I guess this will do. I don't think other places will be much better. Bai Mu shook his head as he looked around at the Pighead Tavern, Broken Pot Tavern, and Rabbit Tavern. Here, take this. Yuba handed over a dirty red arm badge and smiled lewdly. This is the mark of a valued customer at the exchange office. With it, no one will dare to mess with you. Otherwise, someone like you with such delicate skin. Why don't I have one? Am I not a valued customer? A Fei wanted one too. All right, I'll get you one too. Yuba rummaged in his clothes, pulled out another red arm badge, spat on it to make it stick, and slapped it on a Fei's forehead. A Fei finally smiled. This badge likely meant this fat sheep is being watched, and others are not allowed to interfere. Bai Mu looked at the goat pattern on the badge and stuck it on his arm. Yuba's smile froze on his face. So you know? Heh, this trick was outdated in our Zuan village 20 years ago. Bai Mu sneered. Then why are you wearing it? Yuba was confused. An old dog with bad intentions is better than being surrounded by a bunch of annoying flies. Hopefully, this old dog can hold the scene. Don't worry, the people Yuba, are watching. No one dares to interfere. Yuba once again grinned, revealing a mouth with missing front teeth. Chapter 40. Shanji the Fat Dog Bar is really dirty, with a strong smell of foot odor, a pungent stench of cheap liquor, a foul urine smell, and the odor of low-quality tobacco, all mixed together, creating this potpourri of stench. We should bring that sand-colored dog over here. It would definitely love the smell. Ah Fei grinned. He had no sense of smell. Damn, do people here not wash their feet? Bai Mu spat on the ground. Wash feet. What a novel term. I haven't heard that word in almost 5 years. I bet there are no more than 5 people in this town who would wipe their own, but after taking a dump. Yuba sniffed angrily. What a bunch of talents. Bai Mu wiped his nose and walked towards the bar's interior. Stop. Weapons. A tall, chubby man at the entrance, gnawing on a chicken leg, beckoned to Bai Mu with his greasy hand. The rule here is that no weapons are allowed in the Fat Dog Bar, which is one of my favorite things. Yuba explained on the side, perhaps because he had no weapons at all and had suffered in fights at other bars. I didn't bring any weapons. Bai Mu spread his hands. After all, his chain blade was hidden in his sleeve, and everything else was inside, off Fei's belly. But the chubby man grinned and beckoned with his right hand, and Bai Mu actually fell to pull, his hand involuntarily raised. You can't fool Fat Tooth. Yuba explained. Magnet release? Bai Mu was taken aback. Does this ghost town have bloodline limit ninjas? However, magnet release doesn't seem to be exclusive to the Sand Village's Wind Shadow lineage. In the original work, even the land of Lightning's Troy and the land of Vegetables Magnet Tooth could use it, just not as powerfully. This also indicates that this godforsaken town is indeed full of hidden talents. Haha, hand it over, and come in for a drink. Fat Tooth extended a fat hand. I'll put it myself, don't lose it. Bai Mu looked at his greasy hands with disdain, unfastened the chain blade from his arm, and placed it on a nearby cabinet. Don't worry, Fat Dog has some credibility. Yuba also assured him. Perhaps Fat Tooth's magnet release ability wasn't strong. As the weapons inside, Fei's belly didn't register any sense. The two passed through the noisy crowd, stepping over legs sprawled in all directions, and reached the counter. Yuba snapped his fingers hard on the table and shouted loudly to drown out the surrounding noise. Hey, Fat Dog, we have customers. A thin, middle-aged, one-eyed man inside the counter coldly replied, without looking up. First pay off your debt for the drinks. Is this Fat Dog? Shouldn't it be Skinny Dog? Ah Fei quickly spoke, and Bai Mu didn't have time to cover his mouth. Fortunately, the fat dog owner didn't raise his head and didn't know it was a cat who said it. My grandfather is called Fat Dog. The skinny owner continued to wipe a wooden cup that was so dirty its original color couldn't be seen with a filthy cloth. Oh, it's a family business. Bai Mu whistled. Come on, old buddy. Didn't you see I brought friends this time? Don't let me lose face, all right? Yuba pleaded. First pay for the drinks. Fat Dog's expression was indifferent, showing no sign of wavering. Let me handle it. 2 bottles of good liquor and a plate of roasted peas. Bai Mu laid out 9,000 taels in cash on the counter. Some of this small change was exchanged from silver bills in the small town on the way, while some was looted from the corpses of rogue ninjas. The fat dog owner showed no difference in his eyes, as if he was used to seeing fat sheep being slaughtered, quietly taking the 9,000 taels of cash without a word, turning around to ring a bell, and shouting toward the kitchen, 2 bottles of malt liquor and a plate of roasted beans. After that, he ignored the 2 again. Don't think about watering it down. I practice water release, and I can taste it even if it's diluted a little. Yuba threw in a remark and led Bai Mu to a corner of the tavern, which had the worst atmosphere, where only fools drinking alone would sit. Everyone else came to the tavern for the liveliness, almost all gathered around a broken wooden table, making a ruckus, so this table was still relatively clean. 9,000 taels just for 2 bottles of malt liquor? How much do you owe? Bai Mu frowned. Even in my past life, in a black market shop, 900 yuan should at least get you 2 bottles of fake foreign wine, right? I wish I owed more. Would Fat Dog be willing? I only owe 2,000 taels. You don't know how expensive liquor is now. They are fighting outside. Food is already scarce. We can't even fill our stomachs, let alone brew liquor. Besides, with the chaotic situation, those damned greedy merchants are unwilling to come out to do business, and we don't produce liquor here, so of course. It's expensive. After this explanation, Bai Mu understood. In the war years of his past life, to ensure an adequate food supply, liquor bans would even be imposed. However, the Land of Fire has always been prosperous and hasn't reached that level of hardship. The high price of liquor here is mostly due to merchants feeling unsafe to trade, unwilling to venture into high-risk areas, and needing to hire many ninjas every time they go out, which significantly increased costs. On the way here, Bai Mu had killed quite a few rogue ninjas and bandits, and he had also seen many overturned merchant carts with broken liquor bottles inside. Soon, 2 bottles of malt liquor and a plate of roasted peas were placed on the tray, surprisingly served by a girl with wheat-colored skin and a rather exquisite appearance, striding over with her long legs. Oh, bastard, quick, look what Xiangji is carrying. Oh, a whole bottle of malt liquor. Hiss. I haven't seen anyone order a whole bottle of malt liquor in 5 years. I haven't seen it in 10 years. It's 2 bottles. My goddess of the dawn. We should bow in respect. The entire bar instantly fell silent, everyone pursing their dried lips, staring at the girl Xiangji holding the bottles of liquor, their eyes rippling with the swaying yellow liquid, all solemnly bowing in respect. Gulp. The sound of swallowing was like the sound of waves crashing. Just 2 bottles of liquor. Is it really that significant? Bai Mu felt like a country bumpkin sheep. You don't understand the significance of this liquor. It yearns for freedom. Yuba's greedy eyes were glued to the slowly approaching Xiangji, like a starving hyena eyeing a piece of rotten meat. Old Ba, you really hit the jackpot. Finding such a fat sheep. Xiangji showed no service attitude at all, slamming the 2 bottles of liquor on the table and then slapping the roasted peas onto the table, causing the peas to scatter all over the table, quickly snatched away by rats on the floor. Having walked through the bad luck, there should be some good fortune coming, right, little Xiangji? Yuba grinned wickedly, his hand sneakily reaching under the table towards Xiangji's sturdy thigh. Swish! Bai Mu didn't see what happened, but a streak of blood appeared on Yuba's hand. Xiangji smoothly reinserted a shining shuriken back into her tall boots, as if she were used to this kind of life, showing no sign of anger whatsoever. Oh, damned little wildcat, your claws are quicker again. Yuba quickly tore off a dirty cloth from his clothing to wrap around his hand. It's your body that's rusty. Your blade has turned into a lazy dog that drinks liquor. Xiangji retorted defiantly. Damn, keep my blade safe for me. I'll come back to redeem it after this job. Yuba liked the word Bai Mu had just said, feeling it was quite imposing. Bang bang. Xiangji smashed the caps off the malt liquor bottles with the plate, and countless bubbles immediately surged from the bottle's mouth, splattering the 2 of them with drops of malt liquor. Oh, the tavern erupted in a tidal wave of low roars, as if the malt liquor had sprayed onto their faces, and the greedy looks directed at Bai Mu intensified. But unfortunately, he had already put on the red sheep emblem. Xiangji turned and walked away on her long legs. This was the smoothest path she had walked in her life. As everyone's attention was focused on those 2 bottles of beer, Xiangji often saw that a whole bottle of beer was not opened every year. To be honest, I like this girl, Bai Mu said, wiping the beer off his face, not hiding it at all from Yuba. Is it this wild vibe? Everyone likes Xiangji, but if you try to use any underhanded means against her, her fat dog of a father will make you understand what pain is. Yuba stretched out his finger to wipe the spilled beer off the table, greedily sucking it into his mouth, revealing an extremely enjoyable expression. TCH, do you think I'm that kind of person? Bai Mu laughed. I can tell you're a real villain, even if you disguise yourself as an innocent child. Your eyes are twisted, and the sinful you belongs here. Yuba grinned wickedly, showing a mouthful of rotten teeth. I feel that breaking your 2 front teeth isn't enough. Bai Mu gave him the middle finger. Chapter 41. Why are you still alive? Xiangji has always had a dream. Everyone knows she wants to become a ninja in Konoha. If you can achieve that, maybe there's a chance. Yuba gave a wicked smile to Bai Mu. I was kicked out of Konoha myself. Is that place really so great? Bai Mu picked up an empty cup on the table, each one dirty and greasy, and lost interest in drinking from them at a glance. Here we have rogue ninjas from every village, but not a single rogue from Konoha. Everyone knows that place is paradise, and everyone knows the only way to go there is to be reborn. Yuba pointed to the group of people in the tavern. Sure enough, there were all kinds of headbands, even the sharp-toothed mist ninjas, but Konoha was absent. I don't want to be a spare tire that's used up and tossed aside. Bai Mu chuckled. He didn't believe that a girl raised in such muck could be pure-hearted. Otherwise, she would have long since died somewhere. Wow. Xiangji would be really sad to hear you say that. Yuba shrugged. Bai Mu directly picked up the bottle and took a swig. A rich malty flavor surged down his throat. It was tea particularly good, like dark beer, with a strong taste. The owner was an honest man. At least he didn't dilute it despite charging so much. I can't drink like that. I'll burp and ruin the taste. Yuba took a dirty cup, wiped it with an even dirtier cloth, and poured the beer into the cup, creating a heap of foam. Gulping it down, the beer foam filled his mouth, and onlookers raised their cups, staring at Yuba as he drank, as if they could taste the beer too. Burp! Bai Mu let out a long burp, the beer flavor mingling with the mixed odors, drawing a crowd's pained gazes as they inhaled deeply, as if amidst a golden sea of wheat, but in reality, they were inhaling more of the smell of feet. Since the beer is so expensive, what are they drinking? Bai Mu curiously looked at their cups. Damn, I don't know which bastard invented this. They mixed poisonous mushrooms with horse urine, added some sugar, brewed it for 3 days, and chilled it with water. It has a rich taste and a slight hallucinogenic effect. It's disgusting, yet the flavor isn't bad. Yuba wiped his mouth. Grass. Bai Mu almost threw up. The people around them were no longer engrossed in watching others drink. They had their own fun, arm wrestling, fighting, gambling, and listening to dirty jokes. All right, now tell me about Jiao Du. Bai Mu glanced at the crowd that had returned to their own amusements and lowered his voice to ask, are you really going to discuss such a buzzkill when everyone is having fun? Yuba sounded a bit unhappy. Bai Mu reached for the bottle. All right, I'll tell you. Yuba hurriedly shoved the bottle onto the table, making exaggerated gestures. He is a demon, an immortal demon, walking in the darkness, always alone. No one dares to mention his name. Even children don't dare to cry when they hear it. Some say he has 3 heads and 6 arms. Others say he is not even human. Enough. Can you speak in human language? Scaring 13-year-old kids? Bai Mu waved his hand impatiently. But I like this tone. Ah Fei was scared to the point of exploding. Ahem. This Jiao. He usually carries a small notebook. With all the bounties of rogue ninjas in the ninja world, he remembers each one clearly. And once he has his eyes on someone, no one can escape from him alive. In our godless town, most of us are escapees from various villages, having done both good and bad things. Who doesn't have a few bounties on their heads? Even good rabbits don't eat the grass by their burrows. We all fled to godless towns seeking a stable livelihood. The entire ninja world cannot accommodate us, so this is our only home. That's why there's an unwritten rule here. No one will kill another for a bounty. Otherwise, if the rules are broken, you kill me, I kill you. No one can sleep peacefully and will become pitiful creatures with nowhere to go. Even if I starve to death or freeze to death outside. Even if that drunkard next to me has a high bounty, I would think about taking his money. But this Jiao, he doesn't follow this rule. He only cares about money. As long as it can be exchanged for a bounty, he could kill his own mother for money. Every time he comes to our town, it's chaos. We're all afraid of him. Just hearing his name is like seeing a ghost. TSK. Yuba sipped the beer, shaking his head continuously. Haven't you thought about killing him? Baimu asked curiously. Thought about it. How could we not? We even crowdfunded. We put up his picture and bounty at the bounty exchange. People from several towns contributed a full 10 million Rio. Guess what? Yuba slapped the table. No one dared to take it. Baimu guessed. Guess again. Everyone who was killed. You can't guess. Yuba smiled mysteriously and lowered his voice when he arrived at the bounty exchange and saw his own bounty. He cut off his own head and put it on the table to exchange for money. Oh wow. No wonder he jiao de ge. Baimu exclaimed, taking a big swig of beer. The key is he casually took the bounty and walked away holding his head. From then on, no one dared to provoke him. They avoided him as much as possible. Yuba looked outside with lingering fear, as if Jiao Du really existed in the darkness. Jiao Du is immortal. Unless you smash 5 hearts, losing a head is really no big deal. So, where can I find him? Baimu asked. You really want to find him? He will kill you. Yuba was a bit anxious. Trust me, he is not that scary. In fact, he is quite adorable. Baimu laughed lightly. But, adorable. You call that monster who cut off his own head to exchange for money adorable? Little Xiangji, you didn't even use that word. You pervert. Yuba's eyes widened in disbelief. Just tell me if you can find him. The reward 1 TB small. Baimu weighed his wallet. It was a gift from Ebisu, but it was already bulging. Yuba was still a bit worried. If it got out that he led Jiao Du to Godless Town, this place would be completely unlivable. Baimu wasn't in a hurry, weighing the money bag and drinking beer while he thought. This friend, I'm sorry we overheard your conversation, but we also want to find Jiao Du. A young man in a black cloak had somehow sat at the table next to them. Suddenly, like a radio that had its power cut, the noisy sounds in the tavern all vanished, leaving an eerie silence like a graveyard. Baimu turned around, looking at the sunny young man with orange hair smiling at him, then glanced at the blue-haired girl and the red-haired boy behind him, and said one thing. Holy shit, why are you still alive? Chapter 42. The 3 little ones Yahiko, Konan, and Nagato, aside from their Akatsuki trio. Who else has this combination of hair color? Hakuki didn't know when Yahiko died. It felt like a long time ago. But when you think about it, the battle where Yahiko died was when Nagato, like a thief in the night, summoned the outer path, the ghetto statue to cut off Ebito's oxygen supply. So this battle must have been after Ebito turned dark. Otherwise, the critically wounded Ebito would have certainly died long ago. And when he woke up, he would have been cursing Nagato. Even so, Yahiko wouldn't have had many years left to live. Hakuki stared blankly at Yahiko. Yahiko stared back at Hakuki, confused by his comment about not being dead yet. Do we know each other? No. We don't know each other. I must have mistaken you for someone else. Haha. There are just too many orange-haired handsome guys in the ninja world. Hakuki quickly denied it. Not long ago, Black Zetsu had said he would keep an eye on Nagato. Who knows if he is nearby? Even if Black Zetsu isn't here, there must be other white Zetsu clones watching around. I think you should deal with the people behind you first, Yuba said, waving his hand at a group of startled people. Come, sit down and talk. The person we are looking for has been mentioned here continuously. Hakuki quickly made space and sat down next to Yuba. Baka, what a buzzkill. A group of drinkers saw Yuba's signal to lower the alarm and began grumbling as they sank back into their drunken stupor, though the atmosphere had noticeably worsened. Yahiko and the others sat down without any hesitation. Do you want to order something? Hakuki noticed that the 3 of them only had 3 greasy black wooden cups on their table, not sure if they had tasted that horse urine wine. No thanks. The stuff here really tastes terrible, Konan shook her head. It seems she had tried it. It's getting late. Let's eat together, Hakuki smiled gently, thinking he couldn't miss this opportunity to get closer. No, we brought our own rations. Yahiko quickly waved his hand. And the stuff here is very expensive. Konan is now in charge of the Akatsuki's finances. Don't worry about the expenses. When you're out, nothing is more comforting than enjoying a warm meal. Hakuki smiled kindly and gave Yuba a look. Yuba wouldn't let go of this opportunity to make a profit, ringing the bell repeatedly. Xiangji walked over, stomping in her yellow calfskin boots, with a terrible service attitude, slamming a tray on the table. What does the old dog want again? Meat. Don't worry about the price. Bring the expensive stuff and 5 bottles of beer. This fat sheep from Konoha is treating friends. Yuba grinned. Xiangji seemed momentarily shocked, her amber eyes fixed on Hakuki, leaning in to sniff lightly against his skin. You're from Konoha? I'm not. I didn't. Don't listen to his nonsense. Hakuki quickly raised his hand in protest. Oh, please look at this delicate skin. Just a pinch and it would burst with juice. Besides Konoha, what other village could produce someone like this? Yuba pinched Hakuki's arm. You haven't seen the sun in years and still look this white. Xiangji sniffed. Conan looked at her fair skin, which seemed a bit yellow next to Hakuki's, and immediately felt ashamed, retreating into her cloak. Xiangji stared at Hakuki's face for a long time before suddenly turning and leaving for the kitchen. Why are you saying I'm from Konoha for no reason? Hakuki was very dissatisfied with Yuba's presumptuousness, as it could lead to trouble. Didn't you say you liked her? Maybe you'll have a romantic encounter tonight. Yuba gave a suggestive look. Damn, liking her means lusting after her body? If you're not lusting, can you even call it liking? Bah, disgusting. Acting all high and mighty. I can see clearly what kind of trash you're made of. I'm made of your breakfast. Hakuki and Yuba exchanged heated insults. Ahem, so are you really from Konoha? Have you met our teacher Jiraiya? Yahiko interrupted their banter. I'm really not from Konoha, and I haven't met Jiraiya, but now that you mention it, I do have some of Jiraiya's new works. I can help promote them for free, Hakuki said, reaching into Akatsuki's pocket to pull out 3 copies of Make-Out Paradise, handing them to the 3. This is Jiraiya-sensei's new work? Yahiko opened the cover and looked at the author introduction with Jiraiya's bold and carefree smile, his eyes misting over. Make-Out Paradise. Sensei actually changed his style? Nagato took out a yellowed novel from his ninja tool pouch, which was indeed Jiraiya's first novel, Tale of the Gallant Ninja. Such nostalgic days. I will definitely go back and read it carefully. Conan solemnly placed the book back in her arms. Yes. You must immerse yourself completely to connect with your teacher's spirit through the book, Hakuki thought joyfully, expecting that tomorrow morning he would earn another 300 gold coins. Soon, Xiangji walked over, carrying plates of various meat dishes amid the praises of my goddess of the moon. This time the dishes weren't in those dirty wooden plates, but in clean porcelain plates, though many had chips, likely from Xiangji's family's own use. Please, enjoy your meal, Xiangji said, blushing slightly, and gave a slight bow to Hakuki. Oh damn, when did this horse urine wine become intoxicating too? What did I just see? Xiangji actually bowed to a customer. Damn, I've watched Xiangji grow up. She was kicking me with her little legs when she was 4. How old is Xiangji? 13? 14? She must have a crush on that pretty boy. After serving the dishes, Xiangji kicked the guy who said the last comment hard. This is 100,000 Ryo? Conan was taken aback. While these dishes were indeed sumptuous, they were just ordinary ingredients. How could they cost 100,000 Ryo? I thought it would be 200,000 Ryo. Little Xiangji must have secretly given you a discount. Yuba tore off a chicken leg without any table manners, chomping down like a starving ghost. Come on, Nagato, have a chicken leg. The meat on the legs runs fast. Hakuki handed another large chicken leg to Nagato, filling his cup with beer. Thank you, Nagato, who was actually the least skilled at communication. Didn't he understand why this newly acquainted guy was serving him chicken legs? Sister Conan, have a sweet tomato. It's good for your beauty. Hakuki picked 2 slightly wilted red tomatoes, which was already pretty good to have fresh fruit in such a place. Ah, thank you, Conan said, flattered. Come on, Yahiko, eat whatever you want. Don't hold back on what you usually like. Hakuki heavily patted Yahiko's shoulder. Yahiko looked completely bewildered. Chapter 43. The true master of tongue fighting. So, what are you all doing here in the godless town? Come on, Nagato. Have a fish eye to clear your vision. Baimu served Nagato some food. Nagato was not good with words and could only lower his head and eat vigorously. We are Akatsuki from the Land of Rain, a lobbying organization dedicated to eliminating turmoil in the ninja world, aiming to create world peace without relying on extreme force. Assisting Lord Hanzo in revitalizing the Land of Rain, and occasionally taking on tasks to eliminate evil ninjas who commit heinous acts in exchange for some bounty. Yahiko's eyes were exceptionally clear, filled with faith. Cough, cough. Yuba had his mouth full of meat and choked on a drink. What's wrong? Yahiko looked at the big bald man with a grim expression. It's nothing. Just choked. Yuba pounded his chest hard. His name is Yuba, a rogue ninja from the Hidden Rain village. Baimu immediately sold out Yuba, not forgetting to serve Nagato another piece of fish. Yuba? Conan quickly took out a small notebook, flipping through several pages, and indeed found a wanted poster of an elite J-nin named Yuba. However, the bounty was not high, only 5 million Ryo, and it was an internal wanted notice from the Hidden Rain village, probably because the village was too poor to offer a higher bounty. The wanted image showed a man in all black, with a fit body carrying a long ninja sword, and beneath his black hair were eyes filled with conviction. Conan held the wanted poster up to compare with Yuba himself. That's not me. Yuba shook his head wildly. That's not Yuba. Look, this guy has hair. Baimu pointed at the wanted poster, not believing they were the same person. Still looks a bit like him. Conan frowned, looking at the outlines of the two. Where? One is so sleazy, with a mouth full of filth, and the other looks like a righteous messenger. Even the beer bottle is out. Baimu patted Yuba's big belly. Damn, I can still wrap my waist around. Yuba pushed Baimu's hand away. At that moment, Kankuro brought over a pot of curry stew and glanced at the wanted notice in Conan's hand. It's him. That sword is still waiting for him to redeem it behind our bar. Everyone's gaze shifted to the bar, where indeed many weapons were pledged, some already covered in dust. But a long, slender black ninja sword still emitted a dim glow, as if it held value. That's the Shadow Guard's secret sword, Yahiko exclaimed. This is not an ordinary ninja sword, but a special weapon crafted for Hanzo's personal Shadow Guards, made of special carbon steel, with a narrow, straight, and long blade. Lightweight and resilient, more suitable for assassination. How much can it be worth? Kankuro's eyes sparkled. He seemed to be a bit of a money lover. Though it has never appeared on the market, it should be worth no less than 5 million Ryo, right? Conan provided a figure. Damn, what a loss. I just traded 2 bottles of horse urine for it. Yuba cursed fiercely. So, are you really the Shadow Guard, Yuba? Yahiko stared intensely at Yuba. Why did you defect from the Hidden Rain village? Conan also pressed. Heh, Shadow Guard? More like a cowardly Shadow Guard. Yuba took a heavy swig of beer, slamming the cup down on the table. The story is about to begin. Here, Nagato, have some peanuts. Baimu grabbed a handful of peanuts and placed them in front of Nagato, taking a handful for himself and popping them into his mouth. Even Kankuro sat down, resting her chin and curiously listening. She liked stories about the ninja world. Once, we were the Shadow Guards, protecting Lord Hanzo in battles across the ninja world. We defeated the General of the Land of Iron, once intimidated the legendary 3 ninjas of Konoha. We stood at the peak of the mountains like grass and weeds. In the name of Hanzo, we made the 5 great nations tremble in fear, not daring to step foot into the Land of Rain. Yuba's slightly drunken face revealed a nostalgic expression, his eyes filled with killing intent. As if he were back in the years guarding Hanzo with a sword while conquering the ninja world. Yes, indeed, in this ninja world where bloodlines are revered, Hanzo's rise to this height is undoubtedly the most inspiring model in the ninja world. Baimu nodded repeatedly, pouring Conan a cup of cappuccino. Although the original work hardly depicted much of Hanzo's battles, and he died rather disgracefully, one could still glimpse his true strength from Jiraiya's high praise. At least he had sage mode and was somewhat wary of Hanzo. But after the end of the Second Great Ninja War, the demigod changed. Yuba tightly gripped the beer bottle, his eyes red as if they could bleed. He became a coward, afraid to step out of the tower, ordering us to protect his safety 24 hours a day. He lost all fighting spirit, his scythe gradually rusted, and he indulged in wine and women, spending his days hiding in the tower playing cards and singing with the singer. With a crack, Yuba's veined hand crushed the beer bottle, glass shards digging deep in his palm, blood spilling all over the table. He no longer fights for the peace of the Land of Rain. He has become a useless person who only knows how to play cards. And we Shadow Guards have to watch him sink deeper day by day. Anyone who tries to wake him up will only face ruthless scolding. Disappointed in the demigod, I left the village I once loved and came to this dirty, chaotic place. I pawned the sword bestowed by the demigod. Now I feel the demigod is right. Wine and women are truly wonderful things. That is the real, gentle hometown, much more enjoyable than pursuing illusory peace. Yuba fiercely raised the broken beer bottle and drank it down mixed with blood. Damn, by the heavens, Baimu will never coexist with gambling and poison. Baimu quickly pushed the beer bottle away. So the demigod has become such a person? Yahiko murmured. No wonder. No matter how many times we requested to meet, or how many loyalty letters we sent, there was no response. Conan's expression was equally despondent. Nagato lowered his head and said nothing, his mouth full of food served by Baimu. It's useless. The demigod is beyond saving. He won't trust anyone. Yuba shook his head. No, I believe the demigod will definitely regain his spirit. He is the hero who rescued us from the quagmire of war. His decline is only temporary. As long as he sees the power of our growth, as long as our names can resound throughout the ninja world, the demigod will surely lead us to peace again. Yahiko stood up, clenching his fists tightly, his gaze incredibly firm. Who exactly are you? Yuba stared blankly at Yahiko. Have you heard of Akatsuki? Conan tilted her head, smiling slightly at Yuba, extending a hand. Join us, and let's work together for the Land of Rain. Damn, is this the power of the first mouth shadow? It makes my heart race. Baimu's heart was pounding. Chapter 44. Eating vegetables. We, Akatsuki, are determined not to rely on extreme force to create world peace, and we are searching for like-minded companions all over the world to implement this ideology together. We now have more than 200 companions, all training at the base in the Land of Rain, and our reputation is growing. This time we came to No God Town to find more companions, including Mr. Jiao. Lord Yuba, you were once an elite Jonin of the Hidden Rain, and you surely wouldn't want to see the Land of Rain fall into war again. I beg you join us. Mayahiko bowed deeply. Yuba did not respond, only drank heavily. The three did not urge him, but instead looked at Hakuki. Hakuki-kun, are you a rogue ninja too? Would you like to join us? We are all the same age, and we would have more topics to discuss together. Xiaonan also had a good impression of Hakuki, who had treated her to a meal. I really want to join you, but unfortunately, I have my own ninja village. I love it dearly, and I cannot betray it. We will definitely have the opportunity to cooperate in the future. Hakuki said with a tone of great regret, peeling 2 segments of an orange for Xiaonan. Sister Nan, eat the orange. It invigorates the blood and restores energy. What a joke. The Akatsuki trio is a key focus of Karatsu. Mixing with them this early. What if Karatsu makes Mayahiko stab you in the back? That would really be a pity. Xiaonan still liked Hakuki quite a bit. He was humorous and seemed wealthy. How's the environment in the Land of Rain? Xiangji seemed a bit tempted. I have to say, it's really terrible. It's almost raining every day for a whole year. You can never see the sun. Mud and dampness are always the main themes. Mayahiko shook his head honestly. Oh, I'll go get you some dishes. Upon hearing this, Xiangji lost interest. She still preferred the sunny Konoha. Hey, old dog, stop pretending to be profound to con us out of drinks. Tell us how to find that old monster Jiao. Hakuki snatched the wine bottle from Yuba's hand. Actually, it's simple. Just go to the exchange and apply for a special task for that monster. The exchange will help contact him. As long as the bounty is enough, he will definitely come. Of course, the exchange will also charge a fee. In a bad mood, Yuba revealed the method without hesitation. Money can solve problems, so how much do we need? Hakuki asked generously. If it's 1 million Ryo, he might come by on his way. If it's 3 million Ryo, he might make a special trip. If it's 5 million Ryo, he can drop everything to come. Yuba estimated. Well, as we all know, time cannot be bought with money. Hakuki nodded. No way. Are you really going to spend 5 million Ryo to hire him? Xiaonan was taken aback. The Akatsuki organization is short on funds, and the Land of Rain is already poor. With the abilities of the 3 of them, it's really tight to support the whole organization. They don't recruit based on ability, but rather on ideals. Like-minded people, regardless of their talent, will receive the same resources for development. Those whose ideologies don't match, no matter how powerful, will not be recruited. So many of their members are Navi peers, at an age where they are hungry for growth. Just eating meat to grow their bodies costs millions every day, not to mention medical supplies and restorative medicines. To say it without fear of ridicule, they have been living on dry buns all the way here. After all, the rich in literature are poor in martial arts. Without eating meat, they have no strength to train. Any meat they could get was saved for the village's growing children. This meal was the most delicious they had in the past 6 months. 5 million is a bit too much. I'm not a big landowner. Let's go with 3 million Ryo, just to make him come for a special trip. Hakuki pondered. Hakuki-kun, are you really not considering joining Akatsuki? Xiaonan swallowed hard. Even 3 million would be a fortune. I really want to go. Sister Xiaonan is gentle and kind. And Nagato would even stab a kunai into his side for his brother. But I really don't have time recently. Hakuki made a heartbroken expression and picked up a piece of fishtail for Nagato. Mayahiko really wanted to hear Hakuki praise him. But Hakuki never picked food for him. By the way, what do you want to do with Jiao, the one whose name cannot be mentioned? Here, Sister Xiaonan, have a chicken wing. The 3 of us really have no talent for financial management. The organization often runs out of supplies. So we want to find a companion who can make money and help us with financial management. Mayahiko scratched his head, feeling embarrassed. No way. You actually set your sights on Jiao? You dare to think about his money? Yuba's eyes widened. By the way, didn't you say that the companions you wanted were like-minded partners? Jiao doesn't seem to be someone who loves peace. Those professional mercenaries would rather have the world in chaos. Hakuki expressed his doubts while serving food to Nagato, who was indeed a big eater. If we really can't persuade him, we can't force him. After all, everyone has their own aspirations, and we can't compel him to change his mind. Mayahiko shook his head helplessly. Then, we can only judge him. Damn. So, this is forcing people onto Liangshan. If you don't join, we'll kill you and then take your money. Hot Cookie suddenly felt a chill at the back of his neck, and his chopsticks froze in mid-air. If this scene also happened in the original work, it's likely that the three little ones at this age had not defeated Zhao yet. After Mayahiko died and turned dark, they sought him out again. So, Hot Cookie-kun, what are you looking for Mr. Zhao for? Xiaonan asked. Actually, I heard he is the most professional, extremely powerful, and will take any task as long as you pay, so I just wanted to ask him to do something. In that case, our tasks wouldn't conflict. Can we talk to him after you finish your task? Mayahiko asked for their opinion. Of course that's fine. Hot Cookie spread his hands and had no objections. After all, they wouldn't have any results. By this point, the dishes on the table were basically empty, most of them having gone into Yuba's stomach. Nagato was also stuffed from being fed by Hot Cookie, and throughout the conversation, he had hardly said a word, just eating. The sky darkened, the exchange closed, and they decided to find a place to spend the night. Yuba patted his round belly. It had been 5 years since he had eaten like this. Is there no one around here? Hot Cookie asked. That's a funny question. People like us spend any money we have on drinking. Isn't sleeping on the street uncomfortable? Opening an inn here is just for rats, right? Yuba laughed. So where do you usually sleep? Of course, wherever I get drunk. My favorite is the pigsty. At least it's warm. If we go now, there should still be space. Do you want to go together? Damn, you don't have a house? Hot Cookie pinched his nose. No wonder these people always had a stink about them. I did buy a place when I first came, but later lost it in gambling. Yuba shrugged. I won't stay in a pigsty. You have to give me a decent place. Although Hot Cookie wasn't a germaphobe, he also didn't want to sleep on the streets. If possible, we would also like to find a clean place to stay. Mayahiko nodded in agreement. I will take you to the cleanest place in Godless Town. Yuba grinned, revealing a mouth full of rotten teeth. You tender cucumbers might get free lodging there, and even a few red envelopes. Free lodging, and even red envelopes? Is there such a good thing? Mahiko's eyes widened. They clearly didn't understand what Yuba was talking about. Damn, but Baimu, who understood immediately, could no longer return to such an innocent era. You can stay here. We have a small storage room that can accommodate one person. Just give me 10,000 taels. Xiangji, who was cleaning the dishes, said casually, her slightly flushed face somewhat blurred under the dim oil lamp. Then I'll stay here. You guys go with Yuba to get your red envelopes. Baimu quietly slipped Yuba hundreds of thousands in change. Find them someone a bit gentler. They lack maternal love. Hey, old pervert, Yuba leered. Chapter 45 Midnight Yuba took the three little ones to the brightest street in Wushan Town, while Baimu stayed at the Fat Dog Tavern and was led to the second floor by Xiangji. As the creaking of the wooden boards echoed, it felt like they would break at any moment. Xiangji walked in front with an oil lamp, flanked by wooden walls covered in white fungal spots, emitting a musty odor from years of neglect that made one feel extremely uncomfortable. Have you ever thought about renovating this place? Baimu didn't pinch his nose. After being exposed to the foot odor downstairs, the upstairs felt like paradise. Oh, what? Xiangji seemed a bit distracted. I said, why don't you renovate this place? Renovating costs a lot of money. Anyway, I'll be leaving here sooner or later, so it's better to save some money for travel expenses. All right, here we are. This is your room. Xiangji opened the door with a creak. Your storage room is quite unique, isn't it? I thought it was your room. Baimu looked at the messy furnishings inside, clothes thrown everywhere. Even Parker would complain about the chaos. Ahem, this is my room. Xiangji's face turned red as she picked up piles of clothes and stuffed them into the wardrobe. Oh no, your room has shattered all my fantasies about a woman's boudoir. Baimu felt disheartened. Afei, however, looked excited as he crawled under the bed, saying, It's coming. It's coming. I didn't expect to become a grandma so soon. Didn't you say this was a storage room? You're not going to make me sleep here, are you? Baimu was taken aback. There are mice in the storage room. Just sleep here, it's fine. The price remains the same, still 10,000 taels. Xiangji's face turned slightly red, worried Baimu would be disgusted, and added, The quilt was just washed yesterday, and there are no mice. No, I mean, if I sleep here, where will you sleep? Baimu looked at Xiangji's figure, which was not in line with her age, and suddenly felt his heart race a little. The tavern is open at night. We rest during the day, Xiangji explained. Oh, I see. Baimu felt a bit disappointed. Then you go to sleep. Remember not to rummage through my things. Xiangji warned. Is this what you mean by not rummaging? Afei had already pulled out an iron box from a hidden compartment under the bed. The lock was clean, obviously opened frequently. Saw thee. I'll take good care of it. Baimu quickly lifted Afei up. Xiangji was somewhat speechless as she took the box away. It contained her hidden savings. By the way, are you also a fan of Wave Wind Minato? Bai Mu pointed to an S-rank wanted poster stuck to the headboard, featuring Wave Wind Minato's sunny and handsome smile, with a dazzling string of zeros indicating a bounty of 80 million taels. However, no matter how many zeros there are, it's all in vain. No one can kill the fastest man in the ninja world. But using a wanted poster as a poster is a talent. Super handsome. Xiangji nodded with a flushed face. Will there be a day when I, too, have a wanted poster that girls stick on their walls as an idol? Bai Mu stroked his chin, as if he had found a new life goal. All right, I'll go down and get busy. You should sleep early. Xiangji left the oil lamp in the room and turned to leave. Just like that, Bai Mu watched Xiangji's departing figure and slapped himself hard. Beast. The room had no strange smells, nor was there any scent of a girl. Although it was a bit messy, it was still clean enough. Bai Mu lay directly on the bed, gazing at the dim oil lamp, and suddenly asked, Fei, are there any other white Zetsu clones nearby? Why do you ask? Let me sense it for a moment. Fei lay on the floor. A stream of chakra flowed into the ground. How's it going? There really is one. Its level is a bit low. It's watching the three little ones. It asked me what I'm doing nearby. I told it a joke, and it laughed. Fei muttered to himself. So Black Zetsu isn't nearby? Bai Mu breathed a sigh of relief. Not nearby, but those three guys were taken to a fun place. Oh, Fei was sharing his vision. Bai Mu ignored Fei. He had drunk quite a bit today and wanted to sleep early, so he let Fei keep watch. The sound insulation of the dilapidated wooden house was terrible. The noise from downstairs felt like it was right next to his ear. Bai Mu slept in the girl's quilt, dreaming happily, unaware that a shadow, with a green sack tied at its waist, stealthily climbed to the second floor of the Fat Dog Tavern. This person was, of course, Yuba. Fei was still connected to another white Zetsu clone, exchanging jokes. Ninja world peace? What do I care? I just want money. Yuba quietly opened the iron latch of the window, using chakra, as the assassins from the rain-hidden village were adept at silent infiltration. To dare sleep so soundly in a place like this. Truly a rookie? Considering you treated me to a meal, I won't steal your money. Yuba glanced at the sleeping Bai Mu and then at the silly Fei, his heavy body silently landing on the decaying floorboards. Just with this move, it was clear that his silent killing technique had been mastered to perfection. You like the green sack? In a swift motion, the sack instantly enveloped Fei, who then rolled out the window while pulling down the latch, completing the entire process in just a second. Bai Mu remained completely oblivious, still dreaming of being the happiest man in the canyon as a gust of wind blew up 5 dashed lines. The night was deep, yet the atmosphere in the bar was at its peak. Old man, watch this for me. I'm tired and going up to sleep for a bit. Xiangji yawned. Still wanting to go to Konoha? The one-eyed old man of the Fat Dog Tavern lowered his head to wipe a wooden cup, knowing his daughter well. Xiangji's every move was transparent to him. I don't want to spend my whole life serving plates in this damn place. Xiangji looked down. If you want to go, then go. If he has any ulterior motives, then kick him in the balls. Xiangji grinned, jumped onto the old man's body, gave him a fierce kiss, and skipped upstairs. The old man smiled. Creak, creak. The rotten floorboards of the dilapidated house served as the best alarm. Bai Mu opened his eyes to find Xiangji tiptoeing over. Fei, who should have been lying on him, was nowhere to be seen. Xiangji, Bai Mu swallowed dryly. I want to go to Konoha. Please, any conditions are fine. Xiangji had changed into her best-looking clothes, her face touched with cheap rouge, and she awkwardly posed seductively, performing less alluringly than Bai Mu. I really can't. Konoha hardly takes in any outsiders. Bai Mu stared intently. You said hardly. Xiangji actually climbed up, inching closer to Bai Mu. Bloodline limits might be possible. To be blunt, that guy at the entrance who can use magnet release might have a better chance than you. Bai Mu spoke honestly. What else? A glimmer of disappointment crossed Xiangji's eyes. If you're under 8 years old, you might be looked at by the roots. They need reckless dead soldiers. Bai Mu guessed. After all, what proper parent would send their child to the roots? Many were war orphans picked up. They were easier to brainwash with words and cherished power more than children from normal families, willing to fight desperately, even if it meant dying in training. I'm 8 years old. Xiangji's face was unfazed. This is freaking 8 years old? Bai Mu stared blankly at the round figure in front of him. I developed early. You're kidding me. Bai Mu shouted. Is there really no way? Xiangji felt very down. I'm really sorry. You should know that in Konoha, the meaning of hidden village is secrecy. Besides Shimura Danzo, I'm afraid no one would risk being a spy to shelter an ordinary girl, no matter how well you develop. Bai Mu looked apologetically at Xiangji. Thank you for not lying to me. Xiangji's expression was very painful, biting her lip to hold back tears. as if her dreams had been shattered. Many guests had deceived her in the past, saying they could take her to Konoha, but in the end, it was always a scheme. After being saved by the fat dog old man as a child, she grew up and killed them when she got older. But at least the dream was still alive. Today was the first time she met a real person from Konoha, and her dreams were truly broken. Bai Mu looked at Xiangji's dejected appearance, as if seeing his own shattered dreams from years ago when the director told him he could never become the lead male. Actually, it's not completely without opportunity. Bai Mu suddenly spoke up. Xiangji looked up at Bai Mu, her eyes filled with hope. This time, Konoha suffered quite a bit in the war, worse than the previous 2 times. Now the young people in the village are nearly extinct. Perhaps they might make an exception to take in someone like you. Such a lovely girl. Maybe Konoha will be begging for you to come. Bai Mu smiled slightly. Really? Xiangji's eyes sparkled with light again. It's true, I never lie. Bai Mu sincerely nodded. Thank you. You are really a good person. Xiangji broke into a smile. Damn. Then you should sleep. Xiangji bounced and turned to leave, happily humming a song. Big brother, sir, can you put down a knife now? Bai Mu suddenly raised his hand, his voice trembling slightly. You did well. Anyone who makes my daughter unhappy, I will ensure they never feel happiness again. The one-eyed fat dog, who had stealthily approached Bai Mu, silently put away his knife. Damn, how many strong people are hiding in this ghost place? Bai Mu touched the dent from the knife on his waist, feeling a chill in his heart, almost losing the chance to ever experience a man's joy. So, can he take you to Konoha? The elusive fat dog old man was still standing behind the bar, wiping glasses as if he had never left. He can't, but he said there's a chance. Konoha will soon be recruiting on a large scale. Xiangji happily helped the fat dog wash the glasses. That's good. The old man's obscure single eye concealed a deep affection. Chapter 46, The Strongest Verbal Duel. Damn. Where did that guy, Afei, run off to? Bai Mu barely slept a wink all night, as the rascals downstairs kept singing their villainous songs. For the first 2 hours, he could only block his ears. But after that, he compromised and hummed along, finding the simple and catchy tune quite enjoyable. We kill and set fire. We commit all sorts of evil. We're the born villains. It's just the pressure of life. We're like walking corpses in love with this life until we rot into bones. Drowsily, half asleep, morning came, and the town of Wushan was particularly quiet in the thin mist. Descending the stairs, he found that last night's drunkards had all been tossed out onto the street, while the guard, Fat Tooth, lay snoring on the table. The fat dog seemed to have an endless supply of cups to clean, probably because the rag wasn't clean enough, and the water in the bucket had never been changed. Xiangji was diligently wiping the bar table, cleaning the vomit off the floor, and whistling, looking very cheerful. Good morning, Bai Mu greeted. Is this how the people of my greet each other? Good morning? Xiangji expressed that he had never heard anyone say that his entire life. Sort of, you have to adapt to this way of life. After all, everyone greets each other like this. Bai Mu smiled slightly. Is that so? Then I must learn it well. Good morning. Upon hearing this, Xiangji seemed very happy and waved at Bai Mu, a smile lighting up his face. Bai Mu glanced at the one-eyed old man polishing cups and consciously restrained his smile. Have you seen my cat? The white one. Bai Mu was still puzzled about where Fei had gone. The one that talks. No, there are quite a few little thieves in this town. Could have been stolen? Xiangji shook his head. Damn, it must have been Yuba who stole it. Bai Mu fumed, unable to believe that a Fei had just followed someone away. As Bai Mu was cursing, a sound suddenly came from outside the door. Sir, I was wrong. I want to dare again. Please make your cat stop. Bai Mu opened the door to see Yuba squatting on the ground, making a peace sign with both hands, bouncing around like a rabbit, while a Fei was clinging to Yuba like a barnacle. Don't stop, keep singing. I'm a fucking rabbit. I love eating carrots. My whole family's rabbits. Yuba sang the rabbit song with a pained expression. Is this the elite Jounin of Yuin Village? Bai Mu's view of Yuin Village was completely overturned. This cat is going to kill me. Hurry up and tell him to stop. I'll agree to anything, oh my gosh. Yuba's face was turning pale. All right, Fei, let him go. We still need him to take us to the exchange place, Bai Mu said helplessly. What a pity for a good rabbit. A Fei finally slid off Yuba, returning to his cat form. Damn, what the hell is this thing? Not a ninja beast, and it doesn't even have vital points. Yuba covered his lower body and jumped in place. Who knows? Take us to the exchange place, no. First take us to find those 3 from yesterday. You've settled them, right? Bai Mu suddenly smiled mischievously. Don't worry, old Ba will handle it. Definitely the best girls. Yuba patted his chest. AI Wuju was in stark contrast to the dilapidated Wushan town, with red lanterns hanging all over the traditional buildings, not particularly luxurious, but quite quaint. This was the real paradise, but unfortunately, it was also a den of vice. Yuba smacked his lips. I bet those three just stayed for one night. Mu trusted Yahiko's resolve, knowing he would never be swayed by beauty, mainly because Conan was there. Bet? I love to gamble. I don't believe that any man who enters AI Wu Ju can bear to come out. Back in the day, I spent a month in here and had all my willpower corroded, my hair fell out, and if I hadn't run out of money, I would have planned to rot here. Yuba licked his lips. What are we betting on? Mu looked at Yuba, who had nothing valuable on him. Bet on whatever you like. Yuba was fearless. If I win, you'll join Akatsuki and fight for Yuin Village. I believe in them. Mu suddenly became serious. Yuba was directly dumbfounded, silent for a long time before speaking. You want me to be your spy inserted inside? Is your heart that dirty? Just like Nara Shikaku. Mu was puzzled. Huh, from the first time I saw you, I thought you were not a good person. Treating people to a meal for ulterior motives, either a villain or a thief. Iuba spot vimentin. Damn, just say whether you want to bet or not. 5 million Rio. I bet with you. Is your worthless life worth 5 million Rio? Love to gamble or not? Let us bet. Mu trusted Yahiko and Nagato, knowing that under Jiraiya's guidance, they would definitely not be immoral lechers. You're definitely going to lose. This ISNT an ordinary establishment, and no one in the scum of Wushin town is ordinary. The girls here can use enchanting illusions. Yuba grinned. Aren't illusions afraid of those with strong willpower? Both entered AI Wuju. Like the tavern, AI Wuju marked the beginning of nightlife, and at this moment, AI Wuju should be very quiet. Why are people arguing? I'm sorry, Mom. We're done. A female voice came. Bullshit. I want to see which of you dares to walk out this door. A rough woman's voice. Madam, everyone is free. They have the right to choose their own lives. It was Yahiko's voice. Shut up. Don't think I don't know. It's you three who are spreading rumors. I kindly let them serve you with heart. And you think to take my girls away. The Madam's voice was filled with fury. Damn, persuading the girls to return to goodness? This is possible? Mu and Yuba were stunned and rushed into the hall, watching the standoff. On one side were the Akatsuki trio, with a dozen flamboyantly dressed girls standing behind them. On the other side was the Madam of AI Wuju, backed by several menacing bouncers. Everyone is born free and should never be imprisoned. Yahiko was cut off from finishing his explanation. Kill him. The Madam pointed, her imposing aura overwhelming. Nagato stepped forward, his cloak billowing without wind. Don't escalate the conflict. Yahiko quickly held Nagato back. Yahiko-kun, this is our own choice. Let us speak. A stunning dancer looked at Yahiko with pure eyes. Yes, sisters, we will speak. A group of girls held hands, their gazes firm, facing the bouncers' clubs without a hint of fear. We were born poor, drifting with fate to survive, unable to see our true selves. A girl spoke. We had to wear false masks, facing disgusting customers with smiles. After so long, we had forgotten our true faces. Only numb smiles remained. Another girl spoke. Once we had no dignity, exposing everything to outsiders. Now, awakened, we tightly wrap our injured bodies. This is the only thing we are worthy of. Having found our true selves, we are no longer mere shells clinging to life. We have forgotten past pains and will embrace a new life. The girls held hands and walked towards a madam. Mayahiko, Shiroki, would like to call you the strongest in the art of verbal combat. Shiroki smirked. He initially just wanted to see the three of them make fools of themselves, but he never expected this outcome. Shiroki always jokingly considered Mayahiko to be the first generation of verbal shadows, not realizing that he could truly use the power of words to transform a lascivious courtesan into a pure priestess. And it only took a single night. Madam, what are we going to do? The bodyguards kept retreating. These were all golden geese that laid eggs, and they couldn't afford to actually hurt them. Damn, you are all taken in by me. Raised with my care, I've taught you skills, I provided for your food and drink. You are my private property. It is only right for me to beat you. Madam screamed hysterically. Beat them to death. If the price of freedom is the realization of life and death in an instant, then I will not back down. They held hands and puffed out their chests. They had never been this brave before, just as the wooden stick was about to strike their delicate skin. Stop. Mayahiko used a body flicker technique and appeared between the two groups. Shinra Tensei. Nagato's long hair seemed to be brushed by a gentle breeze, and the row of bodyguards fell back in unison. How? How can you still want to forcefully take them? Madam's forehead was already slightly sweating. She was not someone without insight, and that last move was not something an ordinary ninja could achieve. We have redeemed these people. Conan, please. All right. Although Conan was reluctant, she didn't want to reject Mayahiko's request at that moment. After fumbling for a long time, she took out a stack of small denomination silver notes. Here is 5 million Rio. What are you joking about? Madame was about to explode in anger. 5 million Rio to buy over a dozen top courtesans was more ruthless than robbery. If we die, you won't get a single penny. The girls, however, were exceptionally determined. Then don't blame Madame for not warning you. Madame's anger surged, and her hands quickly formed seals in her sleeves. Jinjutsu, spring chamber flower scene. Cherry blossoms fell from the void. Just a glance at the petals could pull someone into an ambiguous illusion, triggering the dirtiest desires in the depths of human hearts. Madame was not an ordinary brothel keeper. She had once been the leader of the spring dance thieves, often seducing ninjas from various villages, corrupting their minds with illusions, and pulling them into the thieves' group. Unfortunately, her luck ran out when she seduced Jiraiya, who wiped out the entire thieves' group by himself. Madame fled to the godless town, using her substantial funds to open a brothel, hoping to lead a peaceful life. Unfortunately, they encountered Jiraiya's disciple again. Jinjutsu. Rebound. Nagato's Rinnegan flickered slightly, and the Jinjutsu energy was sent back into Madame's eyes, instantly turning her face bright red. Sorry, we only have this much. Mayahiko still put down the money and left with the girls. Chapter 47 Submission. Yahiko, where are you planning to take them? Baimu awkwardly pointed at the girls behind him. He could completely imagine the scene that happened last night. In order to earn that elusive red envelope, under the guidance of Yuba, the three of them arrived at Ai Wuju, where the Mama-san directly arranged for the youngest and prettiest girls to entertain them. Accustomed to the disgusting and ugly men of Wushan Town, everyone rushed forward when two young handsome guys suddenly appeared. Understanding what was happening, Yahiko managed to persuade them with his silver tongue, making a group of dancers realize the meaning of their lives, leading to today's scene. They were already free, able to go wherever they wanted. Yahiko hadn't finished speaking. We want to follow Yahiko-kun. A group of girls had already surrounded Yahiko, shouting. Xiaonan's face looked a bit grim, feeling jealous. She would rather settle them in some small town in the land of fire to live well than bring them back to the base. With men and women working together, it wouldn't be tiring. I think if they go to Akatsuki to handle logistics, the boys might be even more motivated, Moose said, fearing chaos. We can sew clothes and cook. The girls became even more excited. Well, all right. Once we finish our business, I'll take you back, Yahiko said, his face slightly flushed. Speaking of which, I won that bet just now. Baimu elbowed Yuba. Damn it. Is this guy really that good with his words? I don't believe it. Yuba touched his bald head and walked up to Yahiko. Hey kid, can you really motivate the demigods? Can you really develop the land of rain? That's right. This is the will of Akatsuki. We are all people who have suffered the pain of war. How can we let that pain continue? We are willing to burn ourselves so that the people of the land of rain no longer feel cold. Yahiko's thin lips moved continuously, omitting 1,000 words behind. I am willing to join your Akatsuki, return to Yuin village, and continue to serve the village. Yuba seemed to have become a different person. Baimu's mouth dropped open, unable to react for a long time. Welcome home. Yahiko was very happy. An elite jonin from his own village, even though his strength had declined due to despair, would still be more than enough to return as a guiding teacher. This interlude had come to an end. Yahiko let the girls find a place to stay for now. They still had important matters to attend to. The exchange center, the core of Wushan Town, all buildings were constructed around it. Truly capable hired ninjas would gather here. While most of those who liked to hang out in taverns outside were either incompetent or like Yuba, who had completely lost their will and traded swords for alcohol. The stone buildings made of black limestone appeared very rigid and serious, and the entire hall was enormous, with only a few dozen rogue ninjas scattered together, making it seem a bit empty and quiet. This is a bit different from what I imagined. Baimu looked around. Kid, what did you imagine it to be like? Iubasna. Shouldn't it be noisy, with a group of people greeting each other like a vegetable market? Baimu thought of the guild in Fairy Tale. Since you're a hired ninja, you should be prepared to abandon your connections. Everyone here has given up their morals for money. How many can truly trust each other? Who knows if they will be stabbed in the back by their companions as soon as they step out? Yuba scoffed. What are they doing? What a complicated set of hand signs. Baimu pointed to two middle-aged men in the corner who were forming hand signs at lightning speed. They are the Mute Brothers. They are arguing using sign language. Yuba said disdainfully. Is that really sign language? Wouldn't it be invincible for forming hand signs? Baimu watched as the two men's hands moved so fast they left after images. They probably formed more than 10 signs in a second. They are known for their speed in forming hand signs. One water dragon bullet, with 44 signs, is completed in the blink of an eye. They are S-class hired ninjas stationed in our town. Abba Abba, Abba Abba. The two were still engaged in a heated argument, using both their hands and voices. So what are they arguing about? Who knows, it's probably one wants to go drink, and the other wants to go to AI. Wuju Yuba shrugged. The wall of the exchange center had a huge mission board filled with wanted posters and some commission task lists. Bai Mu looked at it. The top few were almost always the 5 great villages' permanent mission lists, each with a bounty of over 100 million. But no matter how high the bounty, you need to have your life to claim it. Next were important elite ninjas from various villages, like Konoha's Namikaze Minato, Iwagakure's Anoki, and Tsunade Kirishio, all of whom were not easy to deal with. These wanted posters with numbers exceeding 9 digits served more to let everyone recognize them, so they could avoid them upon sight, rather than genuinely aiming for their assassination. The real task lists were posted below, ranging from tens of thousands to kill an ordinary person, to hundreds of thousands to kill a casino owner. Bai Mu even saw a stack of long-term war recruitment notices from Iwagakure, where anyone, whether a lone wolf or an organized band of thieves, regardless of their strength, could go sign up at a specific location. Bai Mu naturally took down this recruitment notice. His purpose for this trip was to enter the Iwagakure sequence. There's also a newspaper area for people to entertain themselves, with all kinds of newspapers from the ninja world, but they weren't very timely. Bai Mu grabbed a copy of the Konoha Daily, half of which praised Namikaze Minato's unmatched strength, making Iwagakure tremble in fear, while the other half lauded Orochimaru's strategic prowess, causing Tsunade to retreat step by step. In short, the situation in the Land of Fire looked very promising, as if victory could be achieved at any moment. The Iwagakure Daily also claimed that their 20,000 ninja army could break through the defenses of the Land of Fire at any time. And no matter how strong Namikaze Minato was alone, he would be powerless to turn the tide. A war cannot have 2 winners. Someone is always lying. Even the Exchange Center had its own newspaper, the Bounty Daily, which had mixed content, from selling medicine to seeking teams to catch rogue ninjas. From famous ninjas' romantic affairs to candid shots of Tsunade's profile, with content both true and false, and even some yellow jokes or same-sex dating written in. Chaotic like a forum in a past life. So boring. Bai Mu glanced at the submission box next to him, took a piece of white paper, and wrote an article with a flourish. Shimura Danzo peeping on Chio bathing sparks the 3rd great ninja, war sharp words, vigorous writing, shocking content, every sentence piercing the heart, as if the author had witnessed it firsthand. If it gets published, I'll write a letter every week. Bai Mu wiped his nose and dropped the manuscript into the mailbox. He hadn't forgotten the main business, walking to the counter of the office. The person in charge of the exchange center was clearly not someone skilled in management. Such an important reception position was not taken by a cute girl, but by a zombie-faced man, accepting tasks, submitting commissions, or registering as a mercenary. The language was very stiff. Do I need to register? Bai Mu thought anyone could come and take tasks. The zombie-faced man didn't respond. He was a novice mentor. What a waste of time. Without registration, how could I assign you tasks? You, an E-class mercenary. Think you can get S-class task information for free? Then I'll register for a hired ninja identity first, Bai Mu said to the zombie-faced man. A form was slammed onto the table. The table above is very simple, requiring even less than specifying which village one comes from or how strong they are. Even a simple code can successfully register. Code, Doctor. Bai Mu only filled in a code. Doctor? Do you understand medical ninjutsu? Yuba looked him up and down. Hee. A little. Bai Mu smiled mysteriously and said nothing. After paying the top registration fee of 100,000 Rio, Bai Mu received a book with a black cover and red letters, which could record mission information. The back was filled with numerous wanted notices like a photo album, which could be detached and taken to various exchange centers for updates. Bai Mu flipped through a few pages and felt that the 100,000 Rio was not wasted. At least these wanted notices contained a lot of combat intelligence about ninjas, what they were good at, and their weaknesses. Doctor, you're now an E-rank hired ninja, and can accept up to C-rank missions. After paying the registration fee of 100,000 Rio, the receptionist with a zombie face showed a much better attitude. I want to apply for a commission, not take a mission. This is the application form. I will categorize the mission level based on the details you fill in, so please make sure to provide accurate information. The zombie-faced receptionist handed over another sheet. I heard I can specify a person. Bai Mu did not fill it in directly. That's right. Who do you want to specify? Bai Mu quickly wrote down the name Kakuzu on the paper. The zombie-faced receptionist frowned slightly. Him? Although he is a very powerful guy with high professionalism, he doesn't stay at any exchange center and roams all over the ninja world. Our resident ninjas here are quite strong, like the recently returned mute brother. No need, I want him. Price is not an issue. Bai Mu was surprised to hear that Kakuzu was praised for his professionalism. It seemed that Kakuzu really took his mercenary job seriously. All right, please fill out the form. I will contact him as soon as possible. The zombie-faced receptionist was helpless. This kid clearly had money. If the mission was given to the resident ninjas in town, the funds would keep circulating in the town. Kakuzu was notorious in the hired ninja circle for being a miser. He always made money but never spent it. Wherever he went, the cash flow in that exchange center would be disrupted. I don't think I have anyone I want to kill. Yuba, do you have anyone you want to kill? Bai Mu held the pen for a long time without thinking of anyone to kill. Damn, the rest this good thing? That fat guy at the pig head bar, I wanted to kill him for a long time. You don't know how disgusting he is. He makes buns with human flesh and almost made me vomit. Damn, kill him. Yuba looked disgusted. Damn, he must be killed. Bai Mu started filling out the form, and in the bounty section, he wrote down 3 million Rio. This way, Kakuzu would probably come quickly. 3 million Rio for the head of the pig head. The zombie-faced receptionist's eyes twitched a couple of times. He couldn't help but want to take this mission. By the way, I almost forgot. Bai Mu also wrote in the task notes. The employer requests to watch the entire process. All right, pay the money and then wait. As soon as possible. Bai Mu obediently paid the money. Chapter 48. Hair growth in Ninja World is so vast that even if Jiao Do specifically ran here, it would take at least 3 to 5 days. Bai Mu simply wandered around Wushan Town. The Akatsuki organization, which came for the same purpose, also needed to wait for several days. After settling the girl, their funds were exhausted, so they set up a podium in Wushan Town, intending to recruit like-minded partners and see if they could raise some funds to create a peaceful ninja world. Old dog, what else is worth seeing in Wushan Town? Bai Mu leisurely walked down the empty street. During the day, aside from some drunkards lying on the road, there are basically no pedestrians. A true the life in Wushan Town starts at night. At this hour, the casinos are closed and the girls are sleeping. Where can we go? Yuba yawned and also wanted to find a place to sleep. Isn't there any special places? Like a slave trader selling catgirl lolis? Bai Mu casually mentioned. Such slave traders should go to the daimyo's residence. In this poor place, who has the spare money to buy slaves? By the way, there's indeed a place that might be interesting. Yuba suddenly thought of something. Oh, what place? Come with me. Damn it, this cesspit can't smell this bad. Bai Mu rolled his eyes and almost fainted. This place was simply a garbage dump, a rotting garbage dump. There was no word to describe its disgustingness. Even human corpses were casually tossed on the ground, with countless maggots and rats crawling in and out of them. The crows with red eyes around were very dissatisfied with the disturbance, cawing wildly. It was precisely because of their timely handling that this hellish place did not suffer from a plague. In comparison, the food odor from the tavern felt like a paradise full of girls. It smells bad, but think about it. Isn't it the eccentric geniuses who live here? Only truly capable people would stay here, right? Yuba stuffed 2 wads of grass into his nostrils. If the people inside don't satisfy me, this will be your grave, saving me the trouble of disposing of the body. Bai Mu wiped the goosebumps off his arms. Don't worry, it's definitely a good place. The strange little house looked like it was haphazardly pieced together from construction debris, and the roof was emitting dark green smoke, with a smell worse than that of corpses, enough to drive away even the rats. Before the two could approach, a hunchbacked, bald old man rushed out, with a face full of sores that made one very uncomfortable. Welcome, welcome, my guests. What medicine do you need? I have everything here. A medicine seller? Bai Mu was dumbfounded. He was healthy and in good spirits. What medicine did he need? Yes, a medicine seller. Let me introduce you to Yao Shiliang. He is definitely the most powerful pharmacist in the ninja world. There is no medicine he can't make. Yuba introduced proudly. Hee, that's an exaggeration. Yao Shiliang showed no signs of humility. But I really don't need any medicine, goodbye. Bai Mu shrugged. If he stayed a few more minutes, he would really need medicine for his sense of smell. Hey, don't go. If you're sick, I can treat you. If you're not sick, I can strengthen your body, boost your vitality, and nourish your kidneys. There's definitely something you need. Yao Shiliang really needed money and had no heirs of a master. If you really had such medicine, you would have sold it to the daimyo and become rich already. Why are you hiding here? Bai Mu didn't believe it at all. Don't mention it. I was just brewing medicine for the daimyo to nourish his kidneys, but I accidentally overdid it, worked the fields for 10 days and nights, and turned the daimyo into a human wreck. Since then, he lost all interest in women, and that's why I was wanted and had to hide in this hellish place. Yao Shiliang looked miserable. Farewell. Bai Mu turned and left. Wait. I just brewed some tiger wolf, a magical pain-relieving anesthetic. Taking it in small amounts over a long time can even enhance your illusion skills. Selling it cheap. Really selling it cheap. Yao Shiliang grabbed Bai Mu, not letting him leave. Bai Mu suddenly froze. What did you say, Tiger Wolf? In the original work, Itachi used it as a strong pain reliever to suppress the side effects of the Mangeki Sharingan and bodily pains. More importantly, the hallucinatory effects of the drug helped him temporarily forget the pain of the night of the massacre. From Itachi's true biography. However, this drug has a certain addictive dependency, and the clan that invented it, the tiger-swallowing clan, even used it to control powerful ninjas in the ninja world, which was deemed immoral, thus leading to their extermination. In other words, did Itachi come to Wushin Town after defecting from Konoha? Yes, that's the legendary tiger wolf. Little brother actually knows about this stuff. It seems we are like-minded people. Yao Shiliang grinned wickedly. Damn, who's your like-minded person? I will never touch such things in this life, or the next. Bai Mu cursed angredi. Then don't touch it. Why curse? Yao Shiliang wiped the saliva off his face, dissatisfied. However, if you can refine this kind of medicine, I believe a bit in your abilities. Bai Mu rubbed his chin. Of course. So, what kind of medicine do you want? As long as you can name it, I can refine it. Yao Shiliang was full of confidence. Bai Mu looked at Yao Shiliang, hesitating. Forget it. The medicine I want, you really can't refine it. Then say it. How would I know if I can refine it if you don't say it? Yao Shiliang was almost driven crazy. Can you refine long hair medicine? I bet you can't. You're a bald guy yourself. Bai Mu pointed at Yao Shiliang's nearly bald head. You're just mocking me. This baldness is a terminal illness. There's no cure. Yao Shiliang awkwardly touched his bald head. He used to be a handsome young man, but he often drank the medicine he invented and ended up bald. Could it be that you're also bald? Is your hair a wig? Yuba tugged at Bai Mu's long black hair. Get lost. My hair is real, but not thick enough. I want something like this. Bai Mu pulled out Jiraiya's wanted poster and pointed to his thick long hair. He actually wanted the kind that Uchiha Madara had, but he didn't have a photo of Madara, so Jiraiya's was also good. You should have said so earlier. It's indeed difficult to go from 0 to 1, but it's much easier to go from 1 to 100. I actually have a medicine for rapid hair growth, ready-made. Yao Shiliang turned around and rummaged through a shabby house, searching for something. Before long, he took out a bottle of sticky, black paste-like medicine stored in a wine bottle. Is it really useful? Bai Mu sniffed. It had an herbal smell and wasn't too unpleasant. I'll show you. Yao Shiliang casually grabbed a mouse, smeared some of the paste on its back, and in just a few minutes, the mouse's fur began to grow wildly, almost becoming a porcupine. Wow, with this medicine, you could open a barbershop at the daimyo's residence and make a fortune. Bai Mu exclaimed. Thanks for your patronage. 1 million Rio. It's all precious rare medicinal materials, plus the research costs. I really won't make money off you. Yao Shiliang rubbed his hands together. Wow, that's really black-hearted. It's more expensive than robbery. Bai Mu twitched his mouth but still paid. Real men don't like to haggle. Who told me I haven't opened for business in 3 years. Next time, I'll refine a few bottles of kidney-nourishing medicine for you. Yao Shiliang grinned, now having money to buy materials to refine new medicine. That's enough. I hope I never need to find you again. Just apply it to your hair. Don't apply it to any strange places. Chapter 49, Chaos. Bai Mu, who had obtained the secret medicine for hair growth, couldn't wait to apply the ointment by the riverbank. In just half an hour, he had grown waist-length hair, just like Uchiha Madara's, thick and jet black, enough to make many programmers in his past life envious to tears. At this moment, Bai Mu walked with a confident swagger. Damn, this is really useless for bald people. Yuba also applied some to his head, but unfortunately, not even a single hair sprouted. The kid really looked more and more like Lord Madara. Afei was extremely happy. It was just a bit troublesome when it came to taking a dump. He wondered how Lord Madara handled it. Bai Mu didn't care about such trivial details. After all, being handsome was a lifelong pursuit. By the time they returned to the town, it was already noon. Bai Mu found the Akatsuki trio, who had set up a wooden platform in the center of the town. Yahiko was passionately giving a speech to the audience about his dreams. Unfortunately, the audience consisted of only one snot-nosed kid who was staring blankly at the enthusiastic Yahiko while sucking on a malt candy. Bai Mu strutted over like a randy porcupine, and Yuba snatched the malt candy from the kid's mouth, kicking the only listener away. Sorry, we interrupted your speech. Bai Mu scratched his thick hair. It's fine. No one was listening anyway. Yahiko sighed in disappointment. After all, everyone was asleep. He would find a more popular tavern later. Bai Mu scratched his thick black hair. That sounds like a good idea. I'll give it a try in the afternoon. If there are no people, I'll set up a stage at the tavern. Yahiko nodded, humbly accepting the suggestion. Didn't you notice anything different? Baimu scratched his thick black hair. It seems a bit dark. Is it going to rain? Yahiko looked up at the sky. Yes, whenever it rains, my damn hair starts to hurt. Baimu scratched his thick black hair again. Baimu Cohen, are you itchy? Did you have lice in your bed yesterday? Conan looked at Baimu's actions curiously. Forget it. Baimu didn't want to communicate with someone who didn't appreciate beautiful hair. The daytime in No God's Town was indeed boring. After wandering around without anywhere to go, Baimu simply lay down under their speech platform, listening to Yahiko's speech about peace, soaking up the sun, as if he had returned to that summer math class, sleeping until dusk. When he woke up, the three of them looked a bit dejected. And it was the first time Yahiko doubted his speech. Empty. Conan looked at the donation box, which was as clean as off-Faye's brain. I will never give up. Tonight, I will keep speaking until midnight. Yahiko's eyes burned with determination. Yes, we will always stand behind you. Conan smiled gently. What she admired most was Yahiko's unwavering spirit. These three really were integral to the plot. Why couldn't they trigger a mission? Was the triggering method wrong? Baimu rested his chin on his hand, feeling unmotivated without a mission. Mission obtained. Help the Akatsuki recruit members. Reward. 100 gold coins for each member recruited, no upper limit. What? This is really a case of thinking something and having it come true? Baimu immediately perked up. Although there was no joyful lottery segment, gold coins were equally important. A modified hungry ghost path female demon veil had already significantly boosted his combat power, not to mention the complete set of 6 major items. Especially with this no upper limit, as long as the operation was flashy enough, if he could fool everyone in No God's Town. Wouldn't he earn tens of thousands of gold coins? Yahiko-kun, after listening to your speech all afternoon, I was really moved, so I've decided to help you recruit companions. Baimu sat up. You, weren't you just sleeping? Conan was taken aback. Nonsense, I was just too engrossed. Every word you said penetrated my will. Don't worry about the details. Fat Dog Tavern, assemble. Baimu kicked Yuba awake. But we only want people who share our aspirations, not just anyone. Yahiko pointed out the task limitations. Don't worry. You can always trust Baimu to ensure that everyone aspires for love and peace. Baimu flashed a bright smile, giving Yahiko a determined look. As evening approached, No God's Town gradually regained its liveliness. Countless shambling drunks emerged from every corner, spending every last copper they had in search of fun. Good evening. Xiangji was ready for another day of business, greeting Baimu. Good evening, still so spirited. Baimu waved back. Are you drinking again today? I can give you a discount. Xiangji shook a bottle of beer. No thanks, but we want to borrow your stage today. Baimu pointed to the platform in the middle of the tavern, where there were usually some mood-setting people who would go up to tell dirty jokes or lead groups in song and dance. Of course, anyone can go up, but I must tell you, if the performance isn't exciting enough, they'll get booed off. Xiangji chuckled. Baimu glanced at Yahiko with some concern. If he didn't change his speech style, he'd likely be booed off in just 3 sentences, as these drunks were the most realistic people. I can definitely win them over, Yahiko said confidently. Baimu had Xiangji prepare some food for them. Not the grand feast from yesterday. The prices here were shockingly high. And even if Xiangji was willing to offer discounts, they couldn't eat lavishly every day. They just had some filling bread dipped in minced meat potato curry soup to make do with a meal. Soon, more customers began to fill the tavern, sitting around the central stage, holding dark cups but not drinking. They were waiting for the mood setter to come on stage. That was how to truly enjoy the drink. But today, the ones who stepped onto the stage were not familiar drinking buddies, but the 3 little brats they had seen yesterday, wearing black cloaks. The blonde-haired boy was so handsome, he seemed out of place. Everyone fell silent, quietly watching Yahiko to see what tricks he could come up with. Everyone once had a beautiful dream. That is the meaning of our lives. Perhaps it has been forgotten, but it will never disappear. It has always been buried deep in our hearts. Yahiko delivered his heartfelt speech. A group of people looked at him expressionlessly, hoping that his next line would be a hilarious twist. Otherwise, they would boo him off. Sir, where do you wish to go? Yahiko asked a red-faced uncle in the front row, intending to interact and liven up the atmosphere. I plan to go to Xiangji's place for some drinks. The uncle, with a drunken smile, replied. No, you misunderstood my meaning. I mean, what is the ultimate destination of your life? Ultimately, what is the purpose of living? Yahiko quickly clarified. To go drink at Xiangji's place. The red-faced uncle shrugged. Ha 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 ha. Ah-Fei slapped the table, laughing heartily, and the whole tavern erupted in laughter. Shoo. This isn't a joke. Baimu covered Ah-Fei's mouth. No, people can't just live like mindless zombies. Everyone should have their own beliefs. That is the meaning of life. Yahiko attempted to suppress the atmosphere. Get off the stage. Stinky brat. Make way for someone who can tell a story. Someone shouted, giving a thumbs down. We want to hear dirty jokes. A crowd echoed. What the hell is the meaning of life? I live just to drink more. A group of people gave a thumbs down. Go ask your mom about the meaning of life. A stinky shoe was thrown at Yahiko's face. The situation gradually spiraled out of control. How about that girl behind you doing a hot dance? Ha ha. Someone has already noticed Xiaonan's gender, starting to tug at her cloak, wanting to see her appearance and figure. Shinra Tensei. Nagato would never allow his companions to be bullied. A forceful repulsion erupted, knocking a group of people down. Nagato, don't fight, Yahiko shouted urgently. He was there to recruit companions, not to fight. But it was too late. Dare to make a move. Beat them up, someone shouted, and a wine glass had already smashed onto Yahiko. The atmosphere was completely chaotic, and a brawl began. This was a total disaster. Baimu shrugged. Bang, a wine glass shattered on Baimu's head, and the cheap liquor soaked his proud, thick black hair. This guy is one of them. Let's beat him up together. Damn. Baimu grabbed a long bench and hit back. A full-on melee had begun. Most of the rascals in Wushan Town were rogue ninjas. Even if their bodies were drained by drink and pleasure, they still had their foundation, and their fists were merciless. Yahiko kept trying to ease the tension, but unfortunately, the bastards wouldn't listen. In the end, he had no choice but to defend himself, though none of the three used ninja techniques. Baimu had some talent as a weapons master. Instead of using proper weapons, he seemed to have entered the realm of furniture like Jackie Chan, using chairs, tables, plates, and stairs as makeshift weapons, smashing into the drunks with great skill. Go, Brother Baimu. Our bar rule is that the losers pay. Xiangji not only didn't stop it, but cheered from the sidelines. An hour later, the ground was already covered with people, and the only ones standing were Baimu and his group. Fortunately, all weapons at the tavern entrance had been confiscated, and everyone just had superficial injuries. Baimu touched his jaw. He had taken a couple of punches himself. I told you, your speech won't work here. Yuba shrugged. He was an old hand at bar brawls and hadn't taken a scratch. Yahiko felt very dejected. It was the first time his verbal tricks had been countered. Chapter 50, Do You Want My Treasure? To persuade a group of scoundrels who are rotten to the core to become messengers of love for the peace of the ninja world. Even Uchiha Shursui would have to weigh his own worth, let alone the mere words of Yahiko. The more adults experience, the harder they are to fool, without some benefit. No one would risk their lives for a vague concept of peace. Not even a fool would do that. While Yahiko felt frustrated, Shiroki also deeply sensed the helplessness of this task. Maybe we should just let it go. Once we find Kakuzu, we can leave. The ninja world is so vast, there are bound to be people who yearn for peace. Yahiko sighed. You can't give up. This is just a small setback. How can you give up? You need to stand up like your hair. Baimu still couldn't bear to take on this task of 100 gold coins alone. Do you have any good ideas, Baimu-kun? My Yahiko is still not very motivated to fit in with a group of jerks. You have to become a jerk yourself to gain their recognition, and only then can you discuss common ideals. Shiraki gave Maya Hiko an encouraging look. You understand speeches too? Miyako's questioning gaze. No one understands speeches better than I do. Shiraki's confident gaze. How about you demonstrate? Miyako looked at Shiraki with a very unreliable gaze. All right, I'll show you what true deception looks like. Baimu stood up. The Fat Dog Bar was still the same Fat Dog Bar. The atmosphere hadn't weakened at all despite the fight. Fighting here was as common as eating. Both beating someone up and getting beaten up had become a habit. Pouring more drinks, it was another joyful night. At that moment, a small, thin guy on stage was flailing his arms and telling some jokes. Baimu, used to big scenes, found it empty and boring. He jumped onto the stage and pushed the guy down. Stop, stop, stop. How many times have you told this joke? Can't you come up with something new? It's that kid who's really tough. His moves are really ruthless. What is he here for? The tavern fell silent as a group of people whispered, looking at Baimu, unsure of what he was up to. Tonight, all the expenses in the house will be covered by me, young master Bai. Roar. The atmosphere in the venue was ignited, with low roars and enthusiastic applause. Baimu instantly became the center of attention. Big barrels of cheap liquor were brought into the hall, and everyone raised their glasses in salute to Baimu. These bastards were always the most pragmatic people. If you wanted to recruit them, merely painting an empty pie was useless. Only when the meat was truly on the table would they settle down to listen to your ideals. After 3 rounds of drinks, let us quiet down. Baimu knocked hard on the wine barrel beside him. Everyone quieted down and looked at Baimu. Is it about to begin? What kind of way will he use to persuade them? Miyako is also listening and learning with a thirst for knowledge. Young Master Bai, do you want to tell a dirty joke? There are people causing a commotion below. Ahem. Today, let's not talk about dirty jokes. Bai Mu coughs twice. If he really had to tell one, just pulling a little bit from the dirty soul tainted by another world. Even a half-baked novelist like Jiraiya could end up starving. It's well known that Tsunade is always a hard-working model in the fan community. However, Bai Mu has always been very gentlemanly, and with a lady present today, it's a bit inconvenient. So, what do you want to talk about? Have you heard the story of pirates and treasure? Bai Mu smiled mysteriously. A mysterious legend is always more appealing than hollow declarations. 15 people were prying at the coffin. Oh ho, a bottle of rum. Come and taste. The rest have become victims of wine and the devil. Ha ha ha, a bottle of rum. Come and taste. 15 people are competing for the dead man's chest. Ho ho ho, a bottle of rum. Come and taste. The rest have lost their lives to wine and the devil. Ha ha ha, a bottle of rum. Come and taste. 75 people set sail on a ship, and only one returned alive. 15 men climbed onto the dead man's chest. Yo ho ho. Bring another big bottle of rum. Drunkenness and demons caused the rest to lose their lives. Yo. Ho. Ho. Bring me another big bottle of rum. The story of Bai Mu begins with a pirate song, filled with wicked and bloody lyrics that resonate with the villains, and a simple melody that makes it easy to hum along. The atmosphere is reignited once again. For 7 days, for a whole week, Bai Mu would start his storytelling session at the Fat Dog Tavern every night. The melodious pirate song echoed through the night sky of the town of Wushan, like a resounding bugle, drawing all the rogues to the Fat Dog Tavern, which had never hosted so many guests, nearly collapsing its long-neglected floor. The cellar of the Fat Dog was already emptied out, and now the drinks were bought from other taverns. The tales of the Pirate King, the Pirates of the Caribbean, the Ocean Disaster Plank, and Treasure Island were all woven into stories of the ninja world told by Bai Mu, a fate transformed in various ways. While Bai Mu became a pirate, and the mother-son duo worked in perfect harmony, performing a passionate live stage play. The treasures that rival nations, rebellion, personality, freedom, and the wild spirit of pirates ignited the most primal violence and chaos within people. Even the Akatsuki trio was completely captivated by Mu's stories, with Xiangji even wavering in his dreams for a moment. Does such treasure really exist in this world? Xiangji looked at Bai Mu with piercing eyes. This was the question everyone wanted to ask, and the tavern instantly fell silent. Only the sound of heavy breathing could be heard. That's right. I happen to know of such a treasure, Madara. Have you ever heard of this name? Bai Mu stepped on top of the wine barrel, his tiger-like eyes scanning the crowd of unruly people below. Oh, that terrifying man. Damn, when he was alive, no one dared to even mention his name. My father said that before this man died, no one from the 4 great villages dared to set foot in the land of fire. My grandfather told me a saying, it's not scary when Hashirama Senju gets angry, but it's terrifying when Uchiha Madara smiles. Everyone was weaving tales about Uchiha Madara's power, and even though he is already dead, his name still strikes fear in the ninja world. That's right, that terrifying man. The one who made the ninja world tremble before he died, left behind his treasures countless gold and jewels, powerful ninjutsu, and the secrets of the ninja world. Do you want them? Wealth, power, influence, he has put everything there. If you want it, then come with me. Let's go search for that treasure together. Go. Do what you want to do, break free from everything that binds you, and stride forward. A man should conquer the wild and unpredictable fate and explore all the mysterious unknowns, rather than rot away in this tavern. Strong liquor and blood, treasure and freedom. This is the romance that a man should have. The whole place fell silent. Dog, it's your turn. Kicked. For the treasure. For the strong liquor. For the women. With a loud bang, the atmosphere of the entire tavern exploded, the long silent blood of the man boiling in his veins. As for the peace in the ninja world, they couldn't care less. What they wanted was wealth. Your performance has caught the attention of the Ocean Disaster Plank, gaining Plank's recognition and acquiring skills. System malfunction, power system mismatch. Obtain the old version of the Ocean Catastrophe skill. Inspire morale. Boost the morale of surrounding allies, significantly enhancing all attributes. Bai Mu secretly gave a thumbs up to Yahiko. This was the real way to recruit manpower. As for the treasure you mentioned, I want 50%. A tall figure in a black cloak silently appeared at the tavern door, and everyone's attention was on Bai Mu. His arrival went unnoticed. Horn. All. A piercing roar drowned out all the noise. Boom. The entire tavern was smashed with countless holes. And in the blink of an eye, all the villains vanished without a trace. leaving only Mu in disarray in the wind. Chapter 51. I am the client. The tavern was instantly empty. Even Yuba had no idea where he'd fled to. Is he Kakuzu? Such an evil chakra. Yahiko couldn't help but take 2 steps back. They even thought that if they couldn't convince him, they would rob him. Just standing there, the evil chakra emanating from him made people fearful. If a fight really broke out, Nagato's still unskilled Rinnegan would likely struggle to be a match. Are you also interested in the treasure? Mu didn't expect to catch a big fish while fishing. Tell me, where's the Uchiha treasure? Kakuzu's strange eyes were filled with greed. It's fine to tell you, but it's in Konoha, a place you can't reach alone. Mu stood in front of Kakuzu's tall frame, showing no signs of fear. It is indeed a bit of a hassle. Remembering the scene where he was beaten up by the first Hokage, Kakuzu's gaze gradually cleared up. Follow us. The wealth accumulated by the Uchiha clan over 1,000 years will take you a lifetime to count. Mu sincerely offered a lure. Oh no, an invitation. Wait a minute. Kakuzu turned to the Akatsuki members, pulling out a small booklet from his pocket. The thick stack was his bounty notice. We don't have a bounty notice, right? Yahiko suddenly felt a bit nervous. It shouldn't be there. Conan also felt uncertain. Nagato silently guarded behind the two. After flipping through for several minutes and confirming that there was no bounty on them, Kakuzu closed the booklet and took out the mission scroll given to him by the exchange office. You're my employer? That's right, it's me. Mu nodded. There's no rush for the treasure. Let's complete the task first. Kakuzu was also a straightforward person, compared to the treasure far away in Konoha. The meat that could be eaten right now truly belonged to him. When he learned that someone had offered 3 million ryo for him to carry out an assassination mission, he rushed over from the land of lightning day and night. Such a big job is rare these days. Let's go, it's next door. Mu nodded. The owner of the Pighead Bar was sitting bored at the bar, chopping meat while picking at his toenails. Ever since a chatty little brat came to the neighboring Fat Dog Bar, he hadn't had much business for a week. You don't have to follow me. I'm a professional in assassination. Even when facing someone as strong as the first Hokage, I never gave up. Kakuzu hated being followed, especially with someone pointing fingers in his ear. There's no choice. Since the employer requested it, I must satisfy it 100. This is the professional ethics of a hired ninja. If you want to thrive in this line of work and make big money, reputation is very important. Of course, why one is the most professional. Otherwise, I wouldn't be able to offer such a high price. So tell me your assassination plan. Mu suddenly felt that this 3 million shuden tea be spent in vain. He at least needed to hear something interesting. An assassination plan? No one had ever asked Kakuzu this before. After thinking for 2 seconds, he said, I plan to use a shuriken to cut his neck. Simple and brutal, straightforward. Let us do it. Mu nodded. Turn into my bounty. Kakuzu held a shuriken in his palm, aiming at the greasy neck of the pig head. Wait. Mu suddenly shouted to stop. What's wrong? Kakuzu halted his throwing motion. I just thought about it. Your plan is perfect, but there are some details that need to be changed. Mu wanted to experience the feeling of being the client. After all, 3 million shouldn't be wasted. You say. Kakuzu, as an S-rank hired ninja, still had a good attitude. Don't use that shuriken. It's unprofessional. I see other ninjas use ninjutsu for assassination. You should use ninjutsu. Mu said. A shuriken is ninjutsu. Kakuzu quietly looked at Mu. This is indeed my first time hiring a ninja. But you can't fool me. I want that flashy ninjutsu. I understand. I'll use lightning release. Kakuzu nodded. Yes, use something more low-key, yet still colorful and cool ninjutsu. Kakuzu stared into Mu's eyes, and after a long time, he nodded. As someone who had mastered the 5 elemental ninjutsu for 100 years, this request was not difficult for him. He slowly formed 44 hand seals, 40 of which were used to adjust the color of the lightning release. I'll let you live another minute. Turn into my bounty. Lightning release. Fake dark fireworks. Wait. Mu once again stopped Kakuzu. What now? Kakuzu was getting a bit impatient. Can you give me an effect picture? I'm afraid that when he dies later, I want to feel satisfied, and I can't redo it. Mu quietly looked at Kakuzu. Boom! A lightning release shot at a wild dog by the roadside. The dark lightning ball drilled into the wild dog's body, and the next second, it exploded into a sky full of brilliant, colorful lightning. How is it? No. The colors are rich enough, but the contrast isn't strong enough. I hope it's simple while not losing the wild beauty. Mu looked at Kakuzu. Okay, I'll use Earth Release. After thinking for a long time, Kakuzu began to form the Earth Release seals. 55 seals. My bounty, Earth Release, colorful, simple, wild, earth thorn. Wait. Kakuzu gradually lost patience, his eyes turning red. The more I think about it, the angrier I get. I feel that he shouldn't die so simply. Is there any ninjutsu that can make him live like a walking corpse, like dying with vitality? Baimu tilted his head, looking at Kakuzu. Dying with vitality? Living like a walking corpse? Are you messing with me? Kakuzu's patience had worn thin. Forget it, forget it. Just use the original plan, throw the shuriken. Baimu felt that if he continued to play with fire, Kakuzu would probably kill him. Kakuzu stared at Baimu for a full 3 minutes, then threw out a shuriken that decisively sliced open the pig head's neck. Task completed. TSK. This 3 million still feels a bit unworthy. Baimu shook his head. Boom. Baimu was sent flying by a punch, nearly passing out. Yahiko-kun, I've stirred up the atmosphere in the entire godless town for you. Next, it's up to you. As long as you follow my script. These hundreds of people will belong to your Akatsuki. Returning to the tavern, Baimu patted off the dirt on his body. Thank you for your efforts. Daimukun. After hearing your speech, I felt a lot. My speech was indeed too hollow and boring, making it hard to resonate with people. However, what I want for Akatsuki is pure and clean. Ideals are the collision of hearts, without any lies mixed in. Yahiko bowed deeply. Brother, your idea is very dangerous and naive. The rise of that organization isn't done through deception. Although this group is a bit chaotic, there are still some with decent strength among them. If used well, they could be a dirty knife that can stab. Baimu earnestly advised. I understand your good intentions. Yahiko forced a smile, but I still insist that Akatsuki is just a purely lobbying organization and does not rely on power to coerce anyone. Without power, there is no voice. You don't even have the qualifications to make those above look at you more than once. Baimu also became serious. Power is merely a tool for self-defense. I believe that what can ultimately bring peace is still faith, so thank you. Yahiko bowed deeply. Baimu felt a bit awkward as he scratched his head. He had tricked a group of people, hoping to get Yahi to take over and indirectly complete the task. He never expected that Yahi wouldn't even want the subordinates he was giving away for free. So, does that mean he would have to take this group of people himself? Chapter 52, Treasure Hunting Team, the day of farewell always comes too quickly. Baimu looked at the pitiful reward of 100 gold coins. In the end, Xiao took Ibawe. Only he still had some lingering attachment to Yuin Village. While the other 10 or so girls probably didn't count as ninjas and brought no rewards at all. Thank you for all the trouble you've caused over the past few days. If you come to Yuin Village next time, let's host you. Yahiko said as he shook Baimu's hand. Over the past few days, Baimu had treated the 3 of them to meals every day, and they had gained several pounds by the time they left the village. Yahiko-kun, after you go back, try to experience things you haven't done before during this time. Be good to yourself, Baimu said, patting Yahiko heavily on the shoulder. Yahiko always felt that Baimu's way of speaking was a bit odd. Sister Conan, if you like someone, just say it out loud to avoid everyone guessing, Baimu said earnestly. Conan's face turned slightly red. Both of them were so outstanding. One was sunny and handsome, while the other was a quiet, warm guy. How could one choose? Nagato, take this bag of oranges to eat on the way. Remember to wear more autumn pants in the cold, preferably fireproof ones. Baimu stuffed a bag of oranges into Nagato's hands. This guy was as petty as a louse's egg. He could even do something like exterminating the Hans clan. So one had to be careful around him. Thank you, Nagato said quietly. It was hard to imagine how dull the Akatsuki organization would become after he became the leader. After sending off the 3 Akatsuki members, Baimu decided that staying in this godless town was meaningless and that he would take this group of idiots, who had been bewitched by the Uchiha treasure, to a Wagakure. Baimu used reason to persuade Kaku, spending half a day convincing him that the wealth in the Uchiha treasure was enough for him to count for a lifetime, and there was no need to care about some small profits. He told him that Konoha was still strong and that they needed teammates, not solitary wolves. This made Kakuzu agree to join the treasure hunting team and abandon the idea of hunting for bounties. The idiots from Godless Town believed Baimu and agreed to let Kakuzu join the treasure hunting team. After all, this guy was really strong. The morning in Godless Town was particularly lively, with people lining up at the Fat Dog Tavern extending all the way to the currency exchange. Old lady, we really can't take you, Baimu said, pinching the bridge of his nose in pain. What kind of people were these? From the elderly at 80 years old to children as young as 3 or 5, they all wanted to follow him to seek the Uchiha treasure. I don't want a single penny. I just want to see the mountain of treasures and the secret of eternal life before I die. I want to experience a second spring. The 80-year-old lady leaned on her cane, grinning with her toothless mouth. All right. If you can keep up with the group, I'll note it down. Bai Mu was too lazy to argue with her, and had Xiangji jot her down on the roster. Looking further back, there were a limping person, a mute, a deaf person, a blind person, a one-armed man, an old man, and children. What the hell are these people? Is this a beggar gang or a charity? In 7 days, almost all the residents of Godless Town had heard Bai Mu's pirate story. Even if they hadn't heard the story, they knew about the secret of the Uchiha treasure. A group of big mouths passed the word around, and now rumors were rampant. Bai Mu claimed that the Uchiha clan had accumulated treasures over 1,000 years, enough to rival a country, and by the time it reached the later stages, it had turned into the secret of eternal life and youth. Come on, Madara himself has aged like this. Wouldn't he know how to use the method of eternal life himself? Many of these people weren't even truly after the treasure, but were inspired by the romantic spirit of pirates, wanting to embark on this path. This couldn't go on. All sorts of people were showing up. I need to be selective. That little guy selling popcorn, yes, come out for a moment. Bai Mu pointed at a dwarf, barely a meter tall, carrying a dark popcorn barrel. A few days ago, he had asked Bai Mu if he wanted to buy popcorn while shopping. What is your name? Boom, release, explosive dwarf. The dwarf tore off his shirt, showcasing his muscular body, and fired a cannon shot into the sky with the popcorn barrel. The houses within 10 meters shook, but he was also blown away by the powerful recoil. Congratulations, you're hired. Bai Mu awkwardly pinched his nose and then pointed to another guy who had no legs. That one, the limping beggar, come out for a moment. What is your name? Bai Mu had seen him begging by the roadside a few days ago, and had even suspected he was hiding his legs. Empty ninja, swift. The limping guy flew up. Please come in. Bai Mu discovered that among this group of people, the stranger they looked, the stronger they were. You're too slow. Let me choose. Kakuzu was an impatient person. He stepped forward to the front of the line and scanned them, immediately able to see their bounty amounts. 500,000 Rio, pass. 400,000 Rio, pass. 100,000 Rio, get lost. 1 million Rio, pass. The bounty amounts might not fully prove their strength, but those with high bounties were definitely not weak. Once Kakuzu took charge, efficiency skyrocketed. Before noon, they had already recruited over 200 ninjas of various strengths, which wasn't a lot, even less than a squad from a Wagakure, but in the ninja world, it was already a considerable force. There were even 3 S-rank mercenaries who chose to join after hearing Bai Mu's pirate story. The Black Rose Treasure Hunting Team. This was the name Bai Mu gave to this small organization, with a clear purpose, not any political organization, just fighting for wealth. The emblem was a half-decayed skeleton entwined with a black, glamorous rose. Everyone toward the treasure. Let us go. Historically, this day was called the Fat Dog Tavern Uprising. A ragtag group, dressed in tattered clothes, was marching towards a Wagakure without any formation. Xiang, didn't you want to go to Konoha? Why are you following along? Bai Mu lay leisurely on a donkey cart. Behind them followed a chaotic mix of horse carts, ox carts, and dog carts, looking more like refugees than refugees, with half of the cart filled with barrels of wine. Although he had no experience in leading troops, he understood the principle that before soldiers move, provisions must be prepared. They weren't a regular army and had no discipline. Wine was the morale of this ragtag army. If they didn't drink for 3 days, half of them could run away. Empty ideals couldn't sustain fervor for long. Bai Mu. How many times do I have to tell you? Call me Captain. Bai Mu was particularly obsessed with this title. All right, Captain. Konoha isn't planning to recruit anyone yet, so going on an adventure together to search for treasure is exciting. Besides, half the people in Godless Town have left, and the tavern probably won't have any business left, so my dad simply closed the tavern. Xiangji was also sitting on the cart, as she had been responsible for the accounts at the tavern since she was young. The poor little Xiangji had become Bai Mu's secretary. Those who had been Hokage, who didn't have a secretary, that was called style. Bai Mu thought to himself, what? Your dad came too? Bai Mu was startled and quickly sat up, only to meet the warm smile of the one-eyed old man. Bai Mu still remembered what Xiangji's father had said when he had a knife pointed at his kidney. Whoever made Xiangji unhappy would make it, so that person could never be happy in their life. Chapter 53. The robber Bai Mu ran into big trouble. After purchasing alcohol and food, he was out of money. His extravagant spending had completely drained the bounty he brought from Konoha, and he was once again broke. To keep the horses running, you have to feed them grass. This saying was even more applicable in the Band of Thieves, a group of people without beliefs or loyalty, brought together solely by Mu's silver tongue. However, if they went hungry for 3 days, no matter how much Bai Mu could talk, even if he was a reincarnation of the ancient Ajura with an even longer tongue, he wouldn't be able to keep them around. Xiangji had a bit of money, but Bai Mu was definitely not the type to live off others. He preferred to feast on the rich. Jiao Du was reluctant to part with a little money. How could he be coaxed into giving up the big loot? No way. Jiao Du was like a steel pie shio, only eating and never giving back. If I find treasure, I'll give you an extra 20%. No. 50-50 split. No. 70-30. No way. The old man might have been getting on in years, but he wasn't foolish. How about I borrow some from you? Not lending. 7 out, 13 in. Then I can only borrow a little. Bai Mu shook his head helplessly after obtaining 10 million Rio. He really couldn't figure out how Xiaonan managed to get Jiao due to willingly spend money on explosive tags. Who is the strongest intelligence agency in the entire ninja world? Some might say it's the root of Konoha. Others might say it's the currency exchange points scattered throughout the ninja world. But no one knows that in the shadows, a heart blacker than the bottom of a pot, Kuro Zetsu controls all the intelligence in the ninja world. Tsunade might not even know where her great-grandfather is buried, but Kuro Zetsu knows it all too well. Running an intelligence network for over 1,000 years is no joke. Bai Mu was like a lost monkey king. With a stomp of his foot, he could summon a white Zetsu resembling the earth god. After all, a Fei was a special white Zetsu who had followed Madara, so he had a certain prestige and easily obtained the information he wanted. Nearby, there was a small town, which was a supply point for Konoha's front lines. Since these were just ordinary supplies and not military goods, the escorting team consisted of a mixed group of 10 Chunin and Genin. Just when Bai Mu, who was short on clothes and food, decided to generously accept this gift when this group of ragged rogue ninjas appeared in the sight of Konoha ninjas. They completely thought it was a bunch of starving bandits who had foolishly wandered into an important village town guarded by ninjas. Such bandits could be scared off with just one fireball. However, as their vision gradually cleared, the colorful forehead protectors on the rogues' foreheads, the scratches symbolizing rogue ninjas, and their arrogant and fierce, ugly faces all indicated that this group was not to be trifled with. Damn, when did such a large number of rogue ninja organizations appear within the Land of Fire? The leading Chunin gritted his teeth, completely losing any will to fight. Years of war experience told him that rogue ninjas were a very difficult group to deal with. Their combat power was not lower than that of regular ninjas, especially with such a large number of rogue ninjas. Don't be nervous. We are just... Bai Mu hadn't finished speaking. Retreat. We must report to Lord Hokage immediately. Bang, bang, bang. Dozens of smoke bombs were thrown to the ground like they were free, forming a wall of smoke. By the time the smoke cleared, the Konoha escort team had already vanished. The speed of their escape? Bai Mu was dumbfounded. They really have too much money. Even the Genin can casually throw smoke bombs. He couldn't help but lament Konoha's wealth. There was nothing he could do. The 4 major village bullies teamed up to bully an honest person, and in terms of numbers, it was almost 10 against 1. Konoha could only use their equipment advantage to reduce the gap in numbers. Master. The village chief was almost trembling in fear. Bandits were notoriously ruthless, and without the protection of ninja masters, their village was like a turtle without a shell. Am I that scary? Bai Mu touched his nose. He clearly wasn't wearing a mask and looked quite familiar. It must be that Jiao Du next to him was too ugly. And no. The village chief stammered like a pitiful quail. Don't worry, brother. We're not bandits. We're good people. You're all good citizens. We just came to find something to eat and drink. I guarantee we won't disturb the peace. Bai Mu comfortingly patted the village chief on the shoulder. He felt a bit like a foolish general entering the village. Really? The village chief looked at Bai Mu, then at the group of ugly guys behind him. And they didn't look like good people at all. Why would I lie to you? Bai Mu smiled sincerely. Then I'll get something to eat for the masters. Just eat and leave. It might not work to just eat and leave. We still need to procure some more. Bai Mu pointed to the pile of wooden barrels at the village entrance. That's not possible, masters. The supplies here are all for the Konoha front lines. We gathered them with great difficulty. We can't sell them to you. The village chief quickly waved his hands. Sell? If we take it without paying? Doesn't that mean it's not selling? A Fei made a very reasonable statement. Even Jiao Du gave him a thumbs up. Move. Bai Mu waved his hand, and a group of people rushed forward, immediately scattering the neatly stacked supply boxes all over the place. This is beefkin food? Damn. This is really enjoying life. Damn it. I haven't eaten such fresh fruit in years. Someone was gnawing on an orange with the skin on. What about alcohol? Isn't there any alcohol? Are you an idiot? Have you ever seen any village's regular ninjas providing alcohol? The chaotic group, grabbing their favorite food and stuffing it into their clothes, was no different from bandits. Forget it. It saves me from looking for a donkey cart to transport it. Bai Mu looked at the group of poor souls with a headache, wondering how he had become the head of the bandits. The village chief trembled and dared not speak. Get us some more alcohol, quickly. We're in a hurry. Baimu simply decided to go all out and act like a bandit for once. The village chief looked at the group of fierce-looking ruffians and couldn't bring himself to say no. He just wanted to send these plague gods away as quickly as possible. Konoha's support would not arrive in less than half a day. Barrel after barrel of ale was brought up from the cellar. If Baimu hadn't strictly ordered against it, they would have even planned to drink to their heart's content right there. This alcohol, if used well, could boost morale, but if misused, it could lead to total annihilation. Even on a pirate ship, the captain wouldn't allow his crew to drink freely. That was a strict rule. And Baimu's rule was that alcohol could only be drunk at night while camping, and only after winning a battle could they drink to their heart's content. A robbery had completely opened a prologue to enmity with Konoha, adding a small black flag symbolizing chaotic forces to Konoha's battle map. Having obtained enough supplies, the treasure hunting group set off towards the mercenary recruitment point established in Iwagakure. Konoha, I'm back. This time, I bring disaster. Baimu grinned maliciously. Chapter 54, The Country of Grass. Which hurts more, getting hit on the head with an egg or a stone? A headache. In the war between the country of earth and the country of fire, who suffers the most? The grass country, caught in between, suffers the most. The village hidden in the grass lacks the powerful strength of Hanzo the salamander and does not possess the courage to resist the 5 great nations. So they can only hold their noses and allow the village hidden in the rocks to treat the grass country as a stepping stone for war. As the guardians of the grass country, the grass ninjas not only fail to fulfill their duty of protecting the civilians, but they also have to gather supplies for the village hidden in the rocks and suppress riots. This feeling of helplessness is a tragedy for small countries. Today, at the frontline base of the village hidden in the rocks established in the capital of the grass country, a group of hired ninjas, equipped worse than bandits, arrived. We are here to help you fight. Why won't you even let us in? Exactly. Believe it or not, we are switching to Konoha. The elders are here. Hurry up and serve the good wine and meat. A group of people was shouting and making a commotion outside the daimyo's residence in the land of grass, creating a chaotic scene that made the guarding Iwagakure ninja frown. However, with so many mercenaries present, he didn't dare to be too arrogant and could only keep soothing them. We have already informed Lord Suchikage. Please be patient. Is the commander of Iwagakure actually Noki? However, it is indeed his tough style. Baimu nodded, and thinking about meeting this old ninja who had endured through 6 Hokages made him a little excited. Why is the Iwagakure army stationed in the capital of the land of grass? Xiangji was quite confused. They said it was the capital of the land of grass, but it was really just a bigger town in the land of fire, not particularly prosperous. At least it was somewhat electrified. At this moment, the walls were filled with ninjas from Iwagakure, who told Iwagakure to play with overwhelming forces. With over 10,000 ninjas, each one a big eater. The logistical pressure was immense, so they simply let the land of grass support them. Baimu sympathetically looked at the nearby, expressionless civilians of the land of grass, all pale and thin, still transporting supplies for Iwagakure. At first, he thought Hinata eating 46 bowls of ramen alone was just an exaggeration in the comics. But after becoming a ninja, he realized that ninjas could really eat, especially those training in taijutsu, who could down 20 rice balls in a single meal like it was nothing. Noki was parasitizing the land of grass and attacking the land of fire, truly playing it domineeringly. After over half an hour of noise, Noki finally found the time to agree to meet Baimu, but only Baimu could enter. He knew what kind of people hired ninjas, and even though this wasn't his own village, he didn't want to see a group of ruffians causing chaos here. You keep them here and don't cause trouble. I'll be back soon, Baimu instructed Kakuzu. Don't worry, whoever dares to cause trouble and disrupt my treasure hunting plan, I wouldn't mind taking him out for some bounty first, Kakuzu said with a sinister gleam in his red eyes, making everyone fall silent, too afraid to breathe. Baimu followed an Iwagakure ninja into the militarily controlled capital of the land of grass, and along the way, he saw a lot of information. Iwagakure was likely planning a big operation soon, as there were supplies being packed and transported everywhere. And the ninjas from the land of grass were requisitioning cattle and horses from house to house. The more cattle and carts transporting supplies, the larger the scale of the war it indicated. This reminded Baimu of the Battle of Kaminarabashi, the largest all-out attack initiated by Iwagakure, which even affected the entire ninja world situation. Perhaps they were preparing for this all-out attack now. Indeed, the ones helping to requisition the carts and horses were not Iwagakure ninjas, but the ninjas of the land of grass themselves, dressed in the uniforms of the security team, doing the dirty work. Regardless of whether they were willing or not, they had to hand them over. And having them collect peacefully was much better than having a Wagakure ninjas forcibly take them. Bastards, you are clearly our ninjas, not helping to protect everyone. Why are you taking away our property? Our whole family is counting on this horse. A young boy was hugging the neck of a short-legged horse, angrily scolding 3 grass ninjas. It's just requisitioned, it will be returned. The grass ninjas spoke so softly that they could barely hear themselves, and they didn't believe that a Wagakure would return the requisition supplies. The boy's father came out and slapped the boy across the face, bowing to the grass ninjas. The child doesn't understand, just take the horse, you are also in a difficult position. The grass ninja blushed and returned the gesture. Sorry for the trouble, everything will pass. What could they do? Resist? Onoki's dust release doesn't even require him to take action. The 2 Jinchuriki can level the entire village just by opening their mouths. From the daimyo to the Tsuchikage, everyone has submitted. What else can these lower ninjas do besides obey? The boy's father helplessly waved his hand. In such chaotic times, he didn't ask for more. Being able to survive and have enough to eat was enough. Who came up with the idea of using grass to control the common people? The heart is really dirty, Baimu said to the leading ninja. With this, all the anger of the common people is vented on the grass-hidden ninjas, while the rock-hidden ninjas, as invaders, bear no grudges. Give them a little sweetness, and they might even enjoy it. What is dirty or not? These are the rules set by our Lord Tsuchikage. No more nonsense. Let's hurry. The leading ninja urged impatiently. Those ninjas from big villages always had an inexplicable sense of superiority over wandering ninjas. Yes. Baimu only regretted that his strength was not high enough. He couldn't stand firm in front of big shots. He stopped looking around and quickened his pace. On the other hand, Onoki still gave a bit of face to the daimyo of the Land of Grass, not directly setting up the command center in the palace, but it was close enough. The audience hall outside the palace had already become the command center for the Rock Hidden, and the daimyo was virtually under house arrest. In the busy command center, Onoki sat in the highest seat, ensuring that his small stature of 1.3 meters didn't have to look up at anyone. Beside him, the honest and straightforward Tsuchikage bodyguard, Akitsuchi, was sitting cross-legged behind Onoki, loyally providing comprehensive protection. At a young age, he had already caught the attention of the Tsuchikage and became his direct disciple, showing remarkable talent. On the other side stood Onoki's son, KT, who was learning how to be a qualified Tsuchikage under Onoki's guidance. After all, in a ninja world where the average age was 50, a Tsuchikage in his 70s could kick the bucket at any time, and he had to be ready to step up as the 4th Tsuchikage. Are you the leader of that group of hired ninjas? Why are you just a kid? Daiyuki frowned. He was quite pleased when he heard that a large number of hired ninjas were coming to join them, but now he realized he might have been too early in his excitement. Indeed, I am the leader of the Black Rose treasure hunting group, bringing along 250 hired ninjas, willing to accept the employment of Lord Tsuchikage. Shiroki cupped his hands in a respectful yet assertive manner. The Black Rose treasure hunting group? Onoki had never heard of them and looked at the yellow earth, which also shook its head. It was normal for the Tsuchikage not to have heard of them, given that they had just been established for half a month. Baimu responded proactively. Our recruitment notice is very clear. We are looking for hired ninjas, not mountain bandits. I hope you haven't wasted my time, or else you will die without any pain, Onoki warned. Of course, only strength can prove everything. We also hope that the price offered by the Tsuchikage will be satisfactory to us, Baimu said, showing no signs of nervousness. Akitsuchi, go test their strength. Onoki waved his hand. Since the Tsuchikage has only sent a guard, then I will send our accountant instead, Baimu said with a slight smile. He had already anticipated that there would be a test of strength, so no matter who Onoki sent out, he would have Kakuzu take the lead. Not very old, but with a big attitude. Demu snorted coldly. Not tall in stature, but with a big temper. Baimu only dared to think it in his heart. Chapter 55, Betting on the Monster. Don't underestimate him, my lord. He is a bodyguard of the Tsuchikage. As long as we can take down this fat guy, the commission will definitely be substantial. Baimu was worried that Jiao Du wouldn't put in the effort, so he kept urging him by his side. I know, his bounty is 10 million Ryo. A greedy look flashed in Jiao Du's eyes as he flicked his cloak. Dark chakra flowing all over his body. Chi too, don't let your guard down. This guy is not to be trifled with. Among the S-rank ninjas in the exchange for gold, he is definitely among the top few. Huang Tu patted Chi Tu's shoulder. He had already recognized the infamous Jiao Du, but only knew his name and had no combat intelligence, as those who had fought him were all dead. In fact, Onoki had already realized after seeing this group of rough-looking hired ninjas that they were truly capable individuals, Their dirty appearance couldn't hide the powerful aura they exuded. He even recognized a few rogue ninjas who had defected from a Wagakure, one of whom was a former member of the Explosive Corps, Jiao Dun. Lai. Because of his dwarf stature, he was often mocked until one day he blew his captain into the sky, and from then on, he carried a bounty as a rogue ninja, escaping capture multiple times. Even so, a competition was inevitable. Onoki needed to ascertain the true strength of this group of hired mercenaries, as it would determine the final outcome of this decisive battle. Let the betting begin. Elder Anga battles the Tsuchikige's guards. 50 taels are not too few, and 100,000 taels are not too many. The gamblers on the Bai Mu side have already started setting up betting games. 1 million. I'm betting on myself to lose. The corners are starting to take out money. We can't throw a fixed match. Bai Mu let out a roar. Interesting. Since they're going to gamble, I might as well join in. Det muss mint turnet. And he was very confident in the strength of his personally taught disciple. Specializing in defensive earth techniques, born with incredible strength, and having earned the nickname Unmatched Shield, Chitu was already in an unbeatable position. If Lord Tsuchikige wants to bet, I am certainly willing to accompany him. Bai Mu knew very well what this old fox was thinking. He just wanted to hire these people at a low price. However, he had no idea about Jiao Du's strength. If my Chitu Gar can win, how about we settle this hiring contract at 100 million Rio a month? Diamu narrowed his eyes slightly. He was an old employer and naturally knew the market. 100 million taels was a high amount, but it was still not enough to hire someone of Jiao Du's caliber. Hiss! A group of people who had never seen money took a deep breath. 100 million taels a month. Bai Mu whispered to his secretary, counting with his fingers for a long time. 100 million taels sounds like a lot, but when divided among everyone, it only amounts to 400,000 taels per person. Moreover, Jiao alone takes 50%, which is definitely not too high. Does it cover food and accommodation? Bai Mu asked again. It doesn't matter. The Yimu shook his head. So what if Lord Jiao happens to win? Bai Mu asked. You set the conditions. How about all meals and accommodation provided? With a commission of 100 million. Bai Mu wasn't here for the money anyway, so he didn't raise the price. Is that it? The Yimu was taken aback himself. Is it really just food and accommodation? Is this all the ambition this group of bumpkins has? Our people can really eat. There's no shortage of wine and meat at every meal. We don't have any special requirements for where we stay. Just finding a tavern in the city will do. Bai Mu scratched his head awkwardly. He had been quite troubled by the logistics issue along the way. It really felt like a swarm of locusts, consuming everything in their path. So it's settled then, food and lodging included, for 100 million. The Yimu felt like he had struck a great bargain, with such conditions. It wouldn't matter even if Chi-Tu lost. Let's get started. Bai Mu nodded. His only goal was to officially settle in this stronghold. Kitu, don't embarrass the rock-hidden village. The Yimu's hands shrank into his sleeves, forming two seals in a place where others couldn't see, then patted Chi-Tu's thigh. He felt that Chi-Tu wouldn't lose, but he was still a bit lacking in strength to defeat a powerhouse like Jiao Du. Chi-Tu felt his body suddenly become light and immediately understood what had happened. His chubby face turned bright red. Old man, cheating in a fair fight is really embarrassing. What is this? Hurry up and go. Dian Mu was instantly furious and kicked the Red Earth's big butt. This disciple was good at everything, with amazing talent and loyalty, but he was just too honest. The Yellow Earth was too honest, and the Red Earth was too straightforward. Neither of the two disciples had inherited his cunning and shrewdness. In the future, when he was gone, no matter who became the Tsuchikige, the Iwagakure village was going to suffer a great loss. I still need to take on a few apprentices to train. Just that little ghost from the Dillian Marsh family, who was born with 3 mouths, will do. When something is unusual, there must be a demon. Bai Mu immediately looked over, and Chi-Tu's fidgety demeanor resembled that of a bride-to-be, walking as if floating. Looking at the footprints on the ground again, Chi-Tu, who was over 2 meters tall and weighed more than 400 pounds, had left behind thick footprints all the way here. Yet after taking just 2 steps, there were only a thin layer of loose soil left. It was the Earth Shadow secret technique, light and heavy rock, a technique that could alter gravity, making the body light enough to fly. For Chi-Tu, who was immensely strong but heavy-bodied, this was like an acceleration cheat. The old man really doesn't uphold martial ethics. Isn't it normal for elders to give a little encouragement to juniors before going on stage? If you have elders, you can care for them too. Onoki's face showed no signs of embarrassment or breathlessness, his hands casually resting behind his back, looking completely nonchalant. As a dignified Tsuchikige, he was caught cheating and was exposed on the spot, yet he still had the audacity to act shamelessly, as long as he wasn't embarrassed. The only ones who would feel awkward were others. Kakuzu's ancestors might have difficulty even locating their graves. Where would they find an elder to show some care? In that case, accountant, you can step back. I, the captain, will take charge personally. Bai Mu waved his hand and dismissed Jiao Du. It wasn't that he didn't believe Jiao Du couldn't defeat Chidu. Even if he opened up, he just wanted to step on Jiao Du's shoulder to show off a little. Huh. Onoki frowned. He had always thought that this young leader had only relied on his words to deceive a group of rogue ninjas. Could it be that his true strength was even greater than that of Kakuzu? Can you do it? Even Jiao Du himself doesn't believe it. A man cannot say no. Bai Mu took off his pretentious cloak and looked at Yi Mu. Is it okay if I make a substitution on the spot? Lord Suchikage? No problem. Ohayaki also want to see Shiraki's true skills. The captain is personally taking the stage, betting to restart a 10-to-1 payout. The gambler showed no respect for Bai Mu and offered astonishing odds. Captain, your ninja skills are unmatched. I bet on your loss. Come on, Captain. I bet on your loss. The commander is mighty. I bet on the commander to lose. In an instant, everyone placed their bets on Bai Mu losing. Damn. Do you have no confidence in me at all? Bai Mu pointed at a group of heartless bastards and cursed loudly. It's not that we don't believe you. It's just that everyone wants to make a little money. One is the direct disciple of the third generation of Tsuchikage. The other is a wild brat who popped out from who knows where. It's obvious who to bet on just by thinking with your butt. Xiangji also emerged from a group of gamblers. Xiangji-chan. You definitely bet on me to win, right? Bai Mu's gaze was intense. Xiangji scratched his head and laughed foolishly. Don't worry. Mom will always stand behind you. Only if Fei unconditionally supports Bai Mu. Since that's the case, the captain, will let you know what a gambling monster is. Bai Mu strides toward the gambling table. 50 taels, I buy my own victory. Chapter 56. Son of Thunder, this is my real mother. I'm borrowing a bit of my old mother's love. Lord Suchikage, you don't mind, do you? Bai Mu pointed at Ah Fei. Adopting a summoning beast as a mother? Go ahead. Onoki didn't care. Let my mother's love fill your body. Ah Fei was as flirtatious as ever. The upper body animation effect of White Zetsu had already been beautified by Bai Mu, resembling the movie Venom, as white cells slowly crawled all over Bai Mu's body, instantly raising his attributes by a notch. Next came the buying scene. Lord Kakuzu, can we discuss something? Can I borrow one of the masks on your back to wear? Bai Mu whispered to Kakuzu. How did you know my secret? The last time I used them was 40 years ago during the battle with the first Hokage. Kakuzu frowned. All right, no need to boast at a time like this. Look into my eyes and tell me what you see. Bai Midiunit met Kakushushgeish. Bounty. It's wisdom. Nothing in the ninja world can hide from the eyes of wisdom. Bai Mu pointed at his own eyes with 2 fingers. Not lending. Kakuzu shook his head. In principle, he never lent out 2 things, money and life. Why? Because I bet you will lose. Kakuzu took out a receipt. He usually didn't gamble, but today the money felt like it was free. Damn, can I rent it? Isn't that all right? Bai Mu slammed 1 million ryo onto Kakuzu's hand. Then it can only be rented for a while. In front of money, even small principles can sometimes be broken. Wind, thunder, water, fire, earth. Which one do you want? Do I even need to ask? To fight a Wagakure, of course it's thunder. Bai Mu said, don't blame me for not reminding you. Although the earth grudge fear is powerful, it has high physical requirements. If your body explodes, I won't refund you. Don't worry. Bai Mu was quite confident in this Hashirama clone. Kakuzu extended his hand, rummaging through his cloak for a long time, eventually pulling out a blue mask and handing it to Bai Mu. Behind him, a mass of small black tentacles was slowly writhing, resembling entangled iron wire worms, sending shivers down one's spine. One could vaguely see a bright red heart beating vigorously. This is my esteemed elder. Young man, accept a bit of encouragement from your seniors. Lord Suchikage doesn't mind, right? Bai Mu raised the blue mask. Isn't it just about who has more? But Tsuchikage sneered, showing no objections. Hope it's not too disgusting. Bai Mu took a deep breath and slapped the thunder mask onto his chest. The sharp tentacles of earth grudge fear seemed to sense some command and crazily pierced through his skin, drilling into Bai Mu's body. The piercing pain erupted in his mind. Cold sweat trickled down his forehead. He endured the intense pain, forcing his chakra not to resist the foreign invasion, allowing earth grudge fear to violently invade his veins, while thunder chakra flowed through his body along the tentacles. The cost of gaining external power was enormous. The pain of earth grudge fear invading his veins almost made Bai Mu faint, but his strong vitality kept him exceptionally alert, even triggering potential explosion at full value, doubling his attributes again. At this moment, Bai Mu was wrapped in white Zetsu's armor, his surface constantly overflowing with dazzling blue lightning. His attributes had even reached 5,000. Another shot of Overlord's pride could bring him close to the elite Jonin's attributes. System detects a large amount of foreign power invasion. Attribute Thunder triggering hero experience card mechanism. What? There's this function? Bai Mu was dumbfounded. Power matching. 1. Heart of Fury. Kane 2. Thunder Roar. Volibear. Please choose. Huh. Electric Rat and Ramen Bear? Only a fool would choose the bear. Isn't Heavenly Thunder Prison more appealing? By Muchakel Inwerdi. Selection of Thunder Roar successful. Power system integration. Hey wait, when did I say to choose the bear? Bai Mu roared, but it was too late. The integration had already been completed. Integration successful. Welcome to the experience. Mission acquired. Defeat Akatsuchi reward. 500 gold coins, woohoo, let's go. Bai Mu felt the love from the system and asked one last question. Can this experience card be monthly? Ugh, one time it's called experience, twice it's called freeloading. As the saying goes, freeloading is fun for a while. Freeloading forever is fun. Bai Mu got excited. Freeloading monster, goodbye. The system disconnected. Is it over? Should we invite our ancestors to possess us? Anoki was somewhat impatient. With the great battle approaching, he was quite busy and had no time to dawdle. All right, let's warm up and start. Brother Akatsuchi, do you want to join? Bai Mu twisted his waist. Oh, that works too. Akatsuchi clumsily followed and twisted his waist. Xiang Ji-chan, come and see the captain exercising. Bai Mu lay on the ground and patted the ground. Isn't this too many people? Xiang Ji covered her face, not daring to look. Bai Mu had already started doing sit-ups, and as sweat flowed out, his muscles expanded once again. With the items bought and buffs applied, Bai Mu patted off Fei, still feeling that the twisted armor was too ugly. Even if he won, it wouldn't look cool. In the next moment, Ah Fei transformed into a white bear skin and draped it over Bai Mu. The massive bear head resting on his own head, making him look as if he had turned into a giant snow bear. Let's start the battle. Roar. No matter how much they suppressed Bai Mu's loss, the cheers were far louder than those from Iwagakure. Because this was their captain, Bai Mu and Akatsuchi stood 100 meters apart, one shining with blue lightning, the other clad in earthy stone armor. Without any signal, both let out a roar and charged at each other. Akatsuchi, originally 2 meters tall, now clad in a layer of stone armor, transformed into a 3-meter-tall stone figure. His bulky body, enhanced by Anoki's heavy rock, was surprisingly light and agile, truly achieving the feat of lifting heavy as if it were light. Bai Mu, draped in white bear skin, also appeared robust and strong, letting out a beast-like roar that shook the air like thunder. His advancing speed was heavy and slow. Merely the fearless look in his eyes was enough to instill fear in his opponent. The sound of his heavy footsteps on the ground was almost indistinguishable from thunder. Thunder Roar activated. It will greatly increase walking speed. If you can attack the enemy, the first enemy will be knocked back and thrown behind it. Bai Mu's speed suddenly increased. The howling wind in his ears sounded like the grim laughter of death. The towering stone man and the charging warrior had yet to make contact, but the impact of such power would break bones and crush anyone. The aura of death had already colored the tense atmosphere. Going head-to-head with Akatsuchi? What a fool. Anoki thought it unnecessary to continue watching. Even if he used heavy rock, he wouldn't dare to clash with Akatsuchi's brute strength. The treasure hunters also covered their eyes, not daring to look. This captain, who could tell stories so well, might not even know how to fight. How could he compare to a stone man in terms of stubbornness? However, the collision that followed left everyone dumbfounded. As they made zero-distance contact, Bai Mu bent down, wrapping his arms around Akatsuchi's thick, stone-like thigh, and with an upward lift, he tossed the 3-meter-tall stone figure like a sack behind him. The ground shook heavily, sending countless stone fragments flying. Chida was uninjured, his skin rough and thick. But he looked confused, wondering what had just happened and why he was lying on the ground with his feet in the air. What? Anoki was shocked. Chida's charging speed was like a meteor falling, and his weight was like that of a giant elephant. How could anyone possibly lift him? Go for it, Captain. A group of people cheered. Chito, even in a match, you shouldn't hold back. Bai Mu grinned and did not take advantage of the situation. Instead, he extended a hand to Chidu. How to bully an honest person. First, show him some kindness. Let him feel a bit of friendship, so that the honest person wouldn't want to use excessive force. Bai Mu's heart was quite dirty. Thank you. Chida's face turned red as he awkwardly grabbed Bai Mu's hand. Using it to stand up, he had indeed eased up during the final sprint. This was just a spar, and there was no need to treat it as a life-and-death situation. However, he never expected that he would be thrown by a smaller opponent. Let's go again. This time I'm serious. Baimu's right fist, wrapped in iron chains and filled with the power of thunder, smashed toward Chitu. Charge strike. Bring it on. Rock fist technique. Chitu also threw a powerful punch, his fist made of incredibly hard rock, the size of a true clay pot. Boom! With a heavy impact, the lightning flickered out and debris flew everywhere. Baimu staggered back 3 meters, his arm hurting as if it were going to crack, confirming that Chitu's strength was indeed frighteningly great. It would be a shame not to challenge him. Don't compare strength with me. Chitu had indeed fallen for it and began to hold back. Again, before he finished speaking, Baimu threw a bloody butcher knife, accompanied by thunderbolts, straight at Chitu's face. The butcher knife was thrown with great speed, and Chitu, in heavy rock form, moved surprisingly agile, blocking with his 100-pound rock fist as if it weighed nothing. Unfortunately, chain blade weapons were known for their elusive nature. Even Hanzo, the salamander's sickle, could slice a plate of pickled fish in a second. Baimu yanked the iron chain, causing the bloody butcher knife to immediately change its flight path, swiftly circling around to the back of Chitu's neck, while Chitu foolishly used his fist to guard his face, wasting his visibility. The chain blade spiraled around Chitu's neck for 2 complete loops, catching the reverse teeth on the blade and tightly wrapping around both of Chitu's arms, using the power of the chain to leap onto the back of Chitu's neck. Roar! Chitu's unmatched strength made it seem easy to tear steel like tearing apart a spicy strip, with a powerful pull of his arms. The chain made by Mo Gang creaked ominously. Chitu, don't do this, it's a family heirloom. Baimu cried out in pain. Ah! The honest Chitu was stunned, momentarily unsure of what to do. Normally, during sparring in the village, he wouldn't destroy others' weapons, but if he didn't destroy the weapon, how could he escape? Just a few seconds of hesitation, and Baimu had already completed a set of sealing techniques in the blink of an eye. Thunder Fury Claw. Face the storm. A pitch-black thundercloud condensed in the sky as Baimu completed his seals, and with a thunderous roar, a thick pillar of lightning fell, targeting not Chitu, but Baimu himself. Such a fast sealing speed in the ninja world. I have never seen anything like it in my life. Inoki took a deep breath. This kid is indeed strong. Boom! As the bear's big move was unleashed, a bolt of lightning struck down, and endless thunder power surged into Baimu's blood, turning his eyes completely blue with electricity. Every movement filled with the power of the storm. Tremble at my roar. Supreme roar. Another soul-shaking thunderous roar made Chitu's heart tremble heavily. Baimu formed fists with both hands, guiding the power of thunder, pounding repeatedly on Chitu's stone armor. With the speed of his attacks continuously stacking up, the chain lightning that constantly arced through Baimu's hands made him resemble a skilled ramen chef. Only he was pulling lightning, while Master Ichiraku was truly pulling noodles. Due to the natural counter of lightning against earth techniques, the stones on Chitu's body continuously crumbled into powder, and the paralysis from the lightning left him unable to mount any effective resistance, possessing great strength but unable to unleash it. Damn, what a bargain. Jiaodu looked at Baimu, who had transformed into a child of thunder, clenching 1,000,000 Ryo in cash, and cursed with a dirty word he had just learned. Seeking investment, seeking recommendation votes. Chapter 57. The man with the name containing Huang Noki looked at Hakuki, who had transformed into lightning, with a serious expression. Due to the attribute suppression, he greatly disliked lightning ninjas, akin to a mouse encountering a cat, an enemy relationship. He secretly planned that if he defeated Konoha and still had spare troops, he would launch a surprise attack on Kumogakure. Father, can we call it off now? Huangta looked at his disciple's pained expression, feeling a pang of sympathy. Call it off? Akatsuchi hasn't even really made a move yet. Noki snorted coldly. Older people care most about face. His direct disciple being defeated by an unknown junior. Where would he put his old face? This battle must be fought to the end. At this moment, Hakuki was also experiencing a headache. Akatsuchi was truly tough. Even though the armor of the stone giant had shattered, his thick skin greatly hindered Hakuki's punches, leaving only a shallow white imprint with each hit. Akatsuchi seemed to have gradually adapted to the current flowing through his body, and the paralysis effect was wearing off, ready to counterattack. However, Hakuki decided to withdraw while he was ahead. After all, he came to ally with a Wagakure. It wasn't a good idea to start off by hitting his host. He actively dispelled the lightning storm, jumped down from Akatsuchi, and slightly bowed. Brother Akatsuchi truly lives up to the title of the Shield of Tsuchikage. I can't break your defense. Let's consider this match a draw. Akatsuchi looked at Naka's grim face and awkwardly scratched his head. Your lightning techniques are really impressive. I couldn't move at all. But brother Akatsuchi is still stronger. You too. Akatsuchi wasn't very good at mutual flattery. All right, let's leave it at that. The employment contract will be handled as you said. Naka's expression was not good. Calling it a draw, while having the upper hand, was no different from losing. Akatsuchi, being an honest man, couldn't understand the nuance. Did he not know that he should wait until he was being beaten down by Akatsuchi before begging for mercy? Whoa, a group of unruly mercenaries. Like a bunch of bandits, swaggered into the land of grass capital under the disdainful gazes of its citizens, further shrouding their already hopeless gray sky with a thick fog. To be clear, your people can come in, but no disturbing the peace. Otherwise, don't blame me for kicking you all out. Noki warned fiercely, knowing what kind of quality the wandering ninjas were. He was also thinking that once he defeated Konoha, the Land of Fire would surely be torn apart by the other 4 countries. In that case, the Land of Grass, as a buffer zone between the 2 nations, would no longer be necessary, and this city would eventually be incorporated into their territory, so there was no need to provoke intense public anger. Don't worry, our people are as well behaved as newborn kittens. They absolutely won't cause any trouble. When Hakuki said this, someone was whistling at a passing girl. Noki looked at him with a "I don't believe you" expression. Hakuki followed Noki back to his command center for a detailed discussion about the employment contract. Hakuki had no special requests. 1 billion ryo a month, keep the spoils, and provide food and lodging. Noki was not one to waste money. 1 billion a month meant treating them like livestock. He absolutely couldn't use this group of mercenaries as a harassment force. They had to be sent out to fight tough battles. Although Awagakure claimed to have 20,000 ninjas, as Tsuchikage, he knew this was just a bluff. The vast majority were useless, only able to throw shuriken. In reality, there were fewer than 7,000 with real combat ability, and even scattered along the entire defensive line. They were not much stronger than Konoha. If these 200 mercenaries were used well, they would be a trump card. However, Noki was well aware of what kind of people mercenary ninjas were. They would slack off and never put in effort, preferring to complain about being poor. He had to send a trustworthy person to supervise them. Since it was a supervisor, the strength must be sufficient. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to control this group of unruly mercenaries. Akatsuchi, that foolish boy, could be easily fooled into counting money for others. The 4-tailed Jinchuriki, Old Purple, had a foul temper and didn't get along with him, making him impossible to command. The 5-tailed Han was a good choice, but he had more important tasks at hand. His son Huang too had decent strength but lacked experience. After all, he was the one who would inherit the position of Tsuchikage in the future. It was time to let him stand on his own. If the compensation was acceptable, I have one more request, to temporarily assign a supervisor to your group, responsible for overseeing your tasks, the Jonin Huang too. Noki said in a very strong tone. No matter what the power, having someone assigned to take away authority was something everyone resented. Without prior discussion, Huang Tu, who was beside him, was taken aback. Huang Tu-kun. Welcome. Welcome, warmly welcome. A supervisor is not enough. Vice captain, at least a vice captain. If not, I'll let Huang Tu and I take over as captain. Hakuki tightly held Huang Tu's big hand, feeling deeply moved and enthusiastic. Noki was left confused. Wasn't the script supposed to be that he would vehemently refuse, then be sternly reprimanded, and finally have to helplessly compromise? Why wasn't he following the script? After this round of punches, even the experienced Noki was a bit dazed. As expected of someone who had seen grand scenes, he quickly came up with a compromise, showing a kind smile. Hee. There's no need for a captain. I'm afraid my subordinates won't accept it. Huang Tu, you could be the vice captain, helping Captain Hakuki manage this unruly group of mercenary ninjas. Hakuki sneered inwardly. Noki truly had no sense of politeness. Since he was giving me such a loyal and honest vice captain, it would be normal for his personality to change a little when I returned him, right? After all, he was a man with Huang in his name. Yes, Tsuchikage-sama. Although Huang Tu was somewhat reluctant, he understood his father's stubbornness well. Once Noki made a decision, no one could change it. Noki waved his hand, signaling Huang Tu to come closer. This group of mercenaries is gathering quite suspiciously, and their intentions don't seem pure. Investigate their true situation and report back. Renegade ninjas usually prefer to wander alone due to having bounties on their heads. Besides money, they trust no one. Suddenly gathering a band of all villains is very suspicious. Yes, Huang Tu nodded seriously. Vice Captain Huang Tu, let's go. Don't keep everyone waiting. Hot Cookie found it amusing to see the two whispering to each other. Yes, Captain Hot Cookie. Huang Tu, having been taken advantage of by Hot Cookie, didn't feel awkward at all, probably due to his overly innocent nature. Chapter 58. Why is there so much filler in this chapter? Bai Mu left the command room of Dame Mu with his newly arrived deputy. He felt no estrangement towards this person who was there to share his power. Lord Huang Tu. There's no need to be so formal. We'll be working together for a while. Just call me Huang Tu. Huang Tu was also a straightforward person and disliked rigid rules. Then I'll call you Brother Huang Tu. By the way, is this the logistics department? Bai Mu pointed to the room next door with the words logistics hanging on it, where a group of people was busily coming and going. Yes, what's the matter? You've seen what our team looks like, dressed in rags, no different from bandits. Brother Huang, as the deputy leader, having just taken office, what if we bring 200 sets of ninja outfits as gifts? This way, everyone can recognize you faster. Bai Mu put forward a shameless suggestion. Huang Tu pondered slightly and felt it made sense, still forcing a smile. But for the new ninja outfit, I still need to apply to Lord Suchikage. You might not know, but my father is very strict about power control and wants to handle everything himself. Is it really that troublesome? Bai Mu felt a bit disappointed, as he didn't expect Ohyuki to be a workaholic and power control freak. His plan to take advantage of its Suchikage's son for some benefits was ruined. Fighting against Konoha without protection was indeed inconvenient. So he thought he would go and ask his father about it. However, Keidu was very attentive and took the position of deputy leader seriously. That's not necessary. You guys at Awagakure must have a trophy storage room, right? Those second-hand weapons and equipment that are too troublesome to deal with can just be given away casually. Bai Mu doesn't want to deal with the old fox. Well, there are some, but most of the weapons and equipment, they're damaged goods. Anything that is still usable has already been picked clean. Iwagakure is not as wealthy as Konohagakure. The equipment loss for over 10,000 ninjas is almost astronomical. And the weapons captured on the battlefield have all been provided to the lower-ranking ninjas. It's fine. The ragtag army can just use ragtag weapons. It's better than being empty-handed. Bai Mu waved his hand casually. This is perfect. I'll take everyone there right away. Huang Tu nodded. The Yenin iron mine is indeed lacking in resources, and the weapons and equipment are quite insufficient. Asking to Yi Mu for help would mostly mean digging through their junkyard. Let's go. A group of bastards from the zoo and treasure hunting team is making a scene at the restaurant arranged by Yaki, acting as if they've never seen the world before. This place used to be the largest restaurant in the land of grass, but ever since Awagakure settled in, it has almost lost all its customers, making a perfect spot to accommodate this group of pests. However, the restaurant owner looks like he wants to die. Yaki did promise to reimburse all expenses, but also set a limit not to exceed a certain amount. On one side, there are these bandit-like big shots, and on the other, the stingy Suchikage. No matter how he tries to mediate, he ends up suffering. Moreover, these ninjas, who look no different from bandits, are clearly rough men. If they stay for a month or so, the decorations here will likely be ruined. He feels heartbroken about the new white silk cushions he just replaced. And with the situation happening so suddenly, he hasn't had the chance to remove them. He wonders if these country bumpkins will use them to wipe their shoes. Bai Mu and Huang Tu arrived at the hotel together. Bai Mu keeps nodding, thinking that Yaki is decent for not just finding a shabby bar to fool them. The decorations here could even rank among the best in the Land of Fire. Come on, let's not rush to drink during the day. Let me introduce you to our new vice captain, the son of the third Suchikage, the most reliable, loyal, and brave man from Wagakure. Huang Tu, everyone, give him a warm welcome. Bai Mu was proclaiming the joining declaration to a group of gang members. Roar! A chaotic mix of shouts and whistles expressed their feelings. They only wanted to hunt for treasure, and they didn't care who was the leader or the deputy leader. Well, hello everyone. I am Huang Tu, and for some time to come, I will be fighting alongside you. Huang Tu tried to greet everyone in a serious manner, but the rascals responded with indifference, even starting to pick their ears and yawn. They were the most straightforward and self-serving people, not hiding their thoughts. They could listen to interesting topics endlessly, but if they were uninterested, they would start causing a ruckus after just a few sentences. Later, Captain Huang Tu will take us to get some weapons and equipment, and no one should complain about the junk. If you want good gear, you can go and capture it yourself in the Leaf Village. Bai Mu helps the yellow clay to gain popularity. Oh, the atmosphere peaks again. Who doesn't like free stuff? Boss, come here. Bai Mu beckoned to the boss, who was frowning beside him. He boldly sat on the sofa, wiping his dirty leather shoes with a piece of snow-white silk. He wasn't a foot fetishist and didn't like sandals that exposed the toes like a ninja. Getting stepped on the toes wasn't worth it. Please give your orders, my lord. The boss, in his 50s, bowed deeply to the teenager Bai Mu. This was the charm of power. We'll be back later. Prepare good wine and good dishes. The wine must be sake. Don't try to fool us with beer. And the dishes must be meat dishes. There shouldn't be a single leaf of vegetables. But my lord, the standard given by Lord Suchikage is beer with bread. The boss's face showed bitterness. Nonsense. Bullshit. This is the son of the Suchikage, so ask him in his presence. Can we go back on our bet? The Suchikage can't be that stingy, right? Can beer bread fill people up? How can you fight if you're not full? Speak. Are you working for mastering from the black soil? Are you trying to profit from both sides? Ha! The unscrupulous businessman, by Mu, suddenly became angry and loudly scolded the hotel owner. The owner, feeling wronged, lowered his head and didn't dare to speak. Huang Tu awkwardly touched his big nose. From what he knew about his father, Yi Mu was indeed a miser, frugal to the extreme, unwilling to replace his own underwear until it had holes. Just go with the specifications we just discussed. I'll cover the extra costs, the owner said. Huang Tu scratched his head, trying to salvage a bit of his father's dignity. The grass country was a land of grasslands, with vast pastures and herds of cattle and sheep, which made the corresponding beef and mutton relatively cheap. This was part of the reason why Yi Mu chose to be stationed here. Even with the locally brewed barley sake, Huang Tu, as the son of the Earth Shadow and an elite jonin, could still manage it with some effort. After all, he was the vice captain. Oh, brother Huang Tu, how can I be so embarrassed? Bai Mu laughed heartily, without feeling the slightest bit of embarrassment. Captain Huang Tu is mighty. A group of people will praise whoever has milk, and they didn't even mention a word in front of Bai Mu. Damn, Bai Mu cursed. The spoils warehouse of a Wagakure really is no different from a garbage dump. After countless selections, not a single complete weapon could be found. But there were quite a few damaged Konoha ninja outfits. After all, Iwagakure has its own ninja attire, and they don't like this lightweight, multi-pocket style from Konoha. Konoha is a large and prosperous village, and they sew so many pockets to hold smoke bombs, explosive tags, soldier pills, and medical supplies. What would the poor Iwagakure need so many pockets for? So a group of bandits shook their heads and put on the green vests of the Leaf Village, along with black, tight-fitting outfits. They thought that after taking a shower and tidying up, they might even be able to impersonate Leaf Ninjas. Chapter 59. Beware of Spies. That night, Huang Tu didn't even know how it passed. He had originally refused, but the captain's warm invitation was hard to decline. Despite desperately using chakra to suppress the effects of alcohol, he unexpectedly ended up getting drunk. However, he felt very comfortable while drunk. He vaguely remembered dancing the tap dance with everyone, singing wicked pirate songs, and feeling an unmatched sense of freedom. Something he hadn't experienced since he became aware of the world. From childhood to now, he had always been the son of the third Suchikage, raised entirely according to the fourth Suchikage's demands, Inoki's strict requirements, the expectations of his elders, and the admiration of his peers meant he hadn't had a moment of true relaxation since he was 5. He had to maintain the image of a serious and reliable older brother, unable to joke around freely, and no one dared to joke with him. He could never join in on his friends' jokes. Whenever others saw him, they would unconsciously stop their conversations. No one knew that he actually wanted to be part of it. But unfortunately, his identity as the Suchikage's son and his overly mature face created an unbridgeable gap. A group of reckless rogue ninjas helped him rediscover the joy he once longed for, and the strict ninja code imposed by Inoki was shattered in one night. He had only intended to drink 3 cups, yet he had consumed at least 3 jars. He was forbidden from gambling, but he ended up losing all the money on him, and even found himself forced by the captain to dress as a woman to pay off his debts. If it weren't for the guards outside of Wagakure, he might have been taken out to break the last rule, although he did hear quite a few embarrassing jokes. Fortunately, he had still completed the task Inoki assigned to him, and he was now heading to the command center to report. Lord Suchikage, the intelligence has been thoroughly investigated, Huang Tu said with a somewhat tired expression. Bai Mu didn't expect this group of loose-lipped individuals to keep the treasure secret, since it was all fake anyway. Those who believed it would, while those who didn't could see through the flaws at a glance. Let us put the intelligence aside for now. Are you drunk? Inoki frowned as he looked at his son. Yes, but it was for the purpose of gathering intelligence. Lus felt a bit dry in the mouth, worried about being scolded by his father. He didn't drink for the sake of gathering information, but rather because he was drunk and had heard the information from other drunkards. A true ninja is one who goes to any lengths to complete a mission, and occasionally breaking the rules can be understandable, but one must never become addicted. Inoki did not pay attention to these details. Although today's ninjas have changed and have almost become regular troops engaging in direct confrontations, he still strongly agreed with the true professional ethics of a ninja. So what is the information? This group of people joined us for Uchiha Madara's treasure, with the intention of taking advantage of our victory over Konoha to enter the village and plunder the treasure. Inoki began to report seriously. Uchiha Madara. Inoki clenched his fists tightly, his face pale, recalling the man who once intimidated him into kneeling with just a glance. It's a pity he died too early. After mastering Dust Release, he never had the chance to take revenge. Father. Suchi was somewhat worried about Inoki. He continued, "What is in Uchiha Madara's treasure?" Ohayajai responded to the serious situation. It is said that there is everything from Uchiha Madara's secrets to mountains of treasures, immensely powerful abilities, forbidden techniques that cannot coexist with the world, and a spring water that grants eternal life when consumed. I even heard a song from the leader's mouth. Huang Tu is a bit excited. What song? Hurry up and say it. The supreme of the ninja world, the treasure of Uji, commands the world, and no one dares to disobey. Dayama began to think. Father, do you really say this is true? Huang Tu himself has some doubts. Huh? Of course it's fake. If it were true, Uchiha Madara wouldn't have lost to the first Hokage. Moreover, how could a little outsider know about his treasure? Didn't the Uchiha clan already dig it out themselves? Ohayaki laughed, but deep down he was extremely eager for this to be true. Not to mention, a secret of eternal life could make him take a gamble. He wasn't afraid of death, but he could still die now. The Hidden Stone Village is facing a serious succession crisis. Dust Release has no successors, while Earth Release, though strong, is not enough to deter others. Red Earth is too honest, and Old Purple is ambitious. He is already 70 years old. Once he dies, the entire Hidden Stone Village may fall into decline. He still needs some time to make the village incredibly strong. 20 years is not too little, and 500 years is not too much. Shouldn't we be concerned about this? Huang Tu asked. You continue to lead the team. Since they have joined us, even if there is really a treasure, it will only be possible to dig it out after the Leaf Village is destroyed. Noki nodded. Yes, Lord Suchikage. You should go back and rest. There might be combat missions assigned to you soon, and my commission can't be used to support idle people. Daimyo smiled very stingily. Huang Tu got up to leave, touching a new book with an orange cover in his arms, which was highly recommended by Baimu, who insisted that he must finish it no matter what. He thought he would take a few glances at it before going to sleep. Nay, why isn't my tea ready yet? Ohayaki suddenly frowned and shouted at the secretary in the distance. He has always preferred to do things himself and does not trust anyone. However, as his body gradually aged, especially after he injured his back some time ago, his mobility became increasingly limited. Chitu, being clumsy and careless, led the old wife in the village to find him a secretary to take care of his daily needs. Nay, a bookish woman wearing thick glasses was also quite clumsy in her work, even less efficient than Chitu. If it weren't for her clean record and the good intentions of his wife, Ohayaki wouldn't have wanted her to appear in the command center at all. Yes, I'm coming right away. The young woman, named Nay, hurriedly handled the boiling tea, bumping into things as she walked, her hands turning red from the heat. A vague expression flashed beneath her lenses. Her eavesdropping skills, developed since childhood, allowed her to hear even the buzzing of mosquitoes from 100 meters away. Uchiha Madara's treasure? This intelligence must be reported to Danzo-sama immediately. He will definitely be interested. Even if Shiraki saw her with his own eyes, he wouldn't be able to recognize her. This clumsy woman is actually the top spy of the route, the wandering Miko Yakushi na Noyu. The battle with the Wagakure can no longer be delayed. The two new generation powerhouses from the Land of Lightning cannot be stopped, and Kirigakure is rampaging domestically. It is essential to withdraw Minato Namikaze and other strong individuals from his quagmire as soon as possible. The third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, is considering peace talks with Inoki, even if it means ceding territory and paying reparations to end the war here quickly. Danzo Shimura agrees to the negotiations because once reparations and talks are initiated, the third Hokage, as the signing scapegoat, will definitely be forced to step down, creating an opportunity for him. However, he firmly disagrees with negotiating under Iwagakure's advantageous conditions, as Inoki's character would lead to exorbitant demands. Thus, he dispatched his top spy, codenamed Wandering Priestess, to find a way to steal intelligence and achieve a decisive victory to negotiate for a lesser financial burden at the negotiation table. Chapter 60. Tower Demolition Mission. Shimura Danzo interrupts the third Raikage chest workout. Today marks the second submission of Bounty Daily by Baimu. Surprisingly, the last submission was approved directly and received an excellent response, with quite a few people even giving tips, although Baimu has yet to claim them. The information about the exchange of gold comes from a secret informant known only to S-rank hired ninjas, and the channel is very discreet. This submission might just make it to the front page next time. Noki is definitely not one to lose out. On the 5th day of his stationing, he eagerly issued a combat mission, utilizing every bit of the commission to the fullest. Take down the main watchtower of Konoha. This is, of course, not a task for just one mercenary group, but for the entire Iwagakure forces. They will act as a special unit, directly penetrating Konoha's rear and serving as the most dangerous vanguard. This is a necessary step before launching an all-out assault. They cannot allow any information leaks that would enable Konoha to prepare in advance. Baimu merely glanced at the mission scroll. The information didn't even specify the location of the watchtower or how many main watchtowers there are. He only knows that based on past war practices, there should be several towers monitoring the entire battlefield. One must admit that Konoha's intelligence secrecy is truly commendable, or perhaps Iwagakure is simply underestimating espionage activities. Brother Noki, giving us only this little information and sending us out to battle is quite troublesome. Baimu sighed, realizing that even in the world of Hokage, he could not escape the fate of demolishing towers. He had already asked Akatsuki. This battlefield is so dangerous that even White Zetsu doesn't dare to enter. With dozens of Byakugan eyes scanning the area, the opponents are from Iwagakure, and they spare not even the tens of meters below. Even the earth float technique cannot completely hide in front of the Byakugan. In fact, there are not completely no clues. Based on past experience, Konoha would set up 2 main watchtowers, but since their attacks have been repeatedly thwarted since the war began and large-scale operations have been intercepted each time, the intelligence team concluded that Konoha has established at least 4 main watchtowers, possibly even more, to achieve this level of defense. Noki tapped a few spots on the map and continued, assuming there are 4 towers. Konoha would definitely not place them together, but rather in a cross arrangement with no blind spots. Recently, our intelligence team has analyzed previous mission records through rigorous data analysis and estimated approximately 16 points. What we need to do is to go to these 16 points, scout or demolish them. Having a clear target is good. It's better than searching blindly. By the way, they won't just send our 200-plus people to demolish the tower, right? The defense of the main watchtower should be quite strong, right? Baimu asked. Of course not. Our Iwagakure forces will also set out together. We only need to handle these 4 points. Noki circled a few points on the map, only marking their points without revealing information about the others. He is not a fool. He won't fully trust Baimu. Another question, since it's a tower. It must be built of stone, right? How do we demolish it? Baimu remembered encountering a small watchtower that had been dismantled while rescuing Guy. Although it was made of wood, it looked very sturdy. For Iwagakure, skilled in earth release, it might be very easy, but for this group of rogue ninjas with chaotic combat prowess, who don't even have a detonating tag, how can they demolish a tower? That's right. We once demolished a main watchtower during the Second Great Ninja War. Here are the original blueprints of the tower. There might be some changes, but not too many. The main structure is made of adamant rock, and ordinary earth release techniques cannot destroy it. Even for me, it would take at least 5 to 10 minutes to demolish it. Noki then unfolded a scroll revealing an anatomical diagram of the watchtower. Good gracious. There's even artillery on top. Baimu pointed at the weapon structure at the top of the tower and smirked. The crossbow artillery from the Second Great Ninja War is powered by bowstrings and is extremely powerful. Under the aim of the Hyuga clan, even those hiding behind earthen walls would be pierced by a single bolt, though its drawback is a slower firing rate. Noki showed a serious expression. The Second Great Ninja War, which means that now, over 10 years later, the weapons on top will only be more advanced. Baimu felt like he wasn't a tower demolisher, but a mere infantryman facing the towers. We can also gamble that Konoha's technology hasn't developed in those years. Noki surprisingly made a joke here. Why not say there are 20 monkeys up there just throwing stones down? The Land of Fire has always been the country with the fastest technological development. Even large cities have television now. Relying on their weapons not being updated is less likely than betting on their artillery jamming. Can I ask how many people died back then to dismantle that tower? Baimu cautiously pointed at the blueprints. 2,000. Naka's expression was heavy. Damn, isn't that sending people to their deaths? Baimu tossed the scroll aside and attempted to surrender. Listen to me, the situation was different back then. We used a strategy of attrition. Both sides fought around that tower for 7 days and nights, which led to so many casualties. Noki explained, so this time we need to use a lightning strike approach, quickly destroying the watchtower before Konoha's reinforcements arrive. We absolutely cannot allow a repeat of the drawn-out battle of that year. You still haven't said how we are going to demolish it. We don't have many people who can use Earth Release. Baimu asked again. That's why I brought these. Noki pointed to 2 large boxes outside the door. A group of rogue ninjas, like bandits, had already opened them, and inside were filled with a whitish dough-like substance. If Baimu wasn't foolish, this should be Daidar's explosive clay. A crowd was playing with the explosive clay, exclaiming that the texture was nice. And even Akatsuki was shaping a piece into a balloon. This is our land of Earth's special mineral explosive clay, processed through unique secret techniques, possessing extremely strong destructive power. Our demolition team is famous in the ninja world for using this explosive clay. What Noki said was not a secret. It was common knowledge in the ninja world. After all, this was a specialty of the land of Earth, and they couldn't replicate it even if they knew. Ordinary demolition team members would typically use the explosive characteristics of the clay in combat, while the special ability of the Daidara clan is to activate the explosive clay, turning it into explosive creatures with autonomous movement capabilities, thereby increasing its power. So, is it really okay for them to play like that? Baimu pointed at the group of silly kids outside, playing with the clay. Don't worry, the explosive clay only detonates after chakra is infused. A skilled demolitions expert can precisely control the explosion timing, and before infusing chakra, they are very safe and stable. Oh damn, Akatsuki was currently infusing chakra into the starfish-shaped explosive clay. Earth release, Earth prison. Noki instantly appeared and placed the clay starfish into an Earth prison. Boom! The entire city shook. Chapter 61. Tower Demolition Operation Huangtu is just too honest. The reason detonation clay has not become standard equipment for the Rock Hidden Village's forces, but rather a specialized tool for the demolition squad, is that using detonation clay requires long hours of training to accurately control the explosion timing. If an untrained novice attempts to handle detonation clay, the most common result is boom. Dainoki's plan was to not inform this group about the characteristics of the explosive clay or the terrifying nature of its lightweight version, allowing them to be caught off guard after placing the explosives and perish together with the uncontrollable clay. This way, they could capture the Konoha lookout while saving a significant amount in commissions, achieving a win-win situation. Unfortunately, the honest person, Huangtu, inherited none of his father's cunning and clearly explained the dangers, causing everyone to keep their distance from the 2 boxes of hazardous materials. Luckily, among their defectors, there was a dwarf named Bao Dunley from a demolition team who was very eager to accept the 2 boxes of explosive clay, embracing them as if he were kissing his wife, relishing the combat prowess from back in the day. The mission required immediate departure, with the target being the 4 suspected lookout points. Brother Huangtu, I think since the target is the lookout, if we make it too big and attract their attention, Konoha is likely to send a large force to encircle us in advance, even possibly involving Minato Namikaze. We must act separately to minimize their threat assessment, so they don't immediately treat us as the primary target, Baimu seriously suggested. Konoha's ninja numbers were at a disadvantage, and it was impossible to send people to intercept every invading ninja. There would definitely be a threat assessment, and once the number or strength exceeded the threshold, a team would be dispatched to intercept. What you said makes a lot of sense, but if we split up, a single team would probably find it difficult to demolish a lookout. Huangtu pondered while stroking his chin. We can split into 4 teams, each heading to a target point. Grandpa Jiao would lead one team, Brother Huangtu would lead another, I would take one, and the last would be led by Bao Dunley. This way, if we do encounter a lookout, we all have the capability to take it down, Baimu proposed. Independently, confronting Konoha's regular forces was a very dangerous task. Grandpa Jiao wore a large mask, and no one knew what his expression was. Not dangerous, not dangerous. Grandpa even dares to assassinate their first Hokage. These youngsters are not a problem at all. Moreover, for the treasure, we must. Baimu tried to persuade Grandpa Jiao. What I mean is, we need more money. Jiao Du's peculiar eyes hid his accomplishments and fame. Baimu was taken aback. All right, more money, more money. Since that's the case, then let's go with your plan and split into teams. Huangtu agreed. However, when it came time to divide into teams, since no one had cooperated before, even Baimu, the team leader, was unclear about the abilities of his subordinates. They had to rely on a voluntary principle, with everyone choosing which team they wanted to join. Baimu thought he would be the most popular choice, but unexpectedly, a group of people ran over to Baodu. While another group went behind Jiao Du, Baimu found himself standing alone with a lone Fei beside him, while even Xiangji waved and smiled from behind Jiao Du, and Huangtu had no one behind him either. This Baimu was furious and scolded the group of grinning guys. I treat you all well normally, and when I need you, you all run away faster than dogs. Do you have any conscience? Do you? This group of rebellious ninjas has become very shrewd to survive until now. They can clearly see the pros and cons at a glance. Following Jiaodu is because he has the strongest backing. Even shouting 666 behind him can ensure survival. They are unwilling to follow Bai Mu because they think the leader is too young and too weak. Even though he showed some skills during the spar with Qi Tu, he doesn't possess overwhelming strength, so following him would be like walking to their death. As for not following Huang Tu, it's even more unnecessary to mention. Do they really want to risk their lives for money? As for the group of people following the explosive escape, they definitely weren't after that popcorn vendor in this godforsaken town. Most likely, they just wanted to enter the land of fire, and once there, unable to maintain control of the situation, they would scatter and find a corner to hide for a day or two, waiting for the battle to end before coming back and claiming they got lost. Bai Mu could see through the true intentions of this group of people at a glance. Only Jiao is the most honest and pays attention to professional ethics. Once he receives the money, he will definitely get the job done. Damn, a bunch of lazy and bad guys. Let's regroup. Divide into 3 teams, explosion escape. Follow me. The rest of you, half of you, follow Deputy Commander Huang Tu. For the 4th point, whoever is empty should go over there. Bai Mu gave this group of bastards a round of Zon-style cursing, splitting the team into 3 parts. Huang Tu's side had the least people, but he went to the Awagakure team to request 20 upper ninjas to join the team. The mission officially began, and the 3 teams set off towards their respective target points, each with their own ulterior motives. Bai Mu noticed a detail. Huang Tu said that Awagakure would act in sync, but until they set off, there was no sign of any troops being dispatched from that base at all. Additionally, the 4 reconnaissance points assigned to them were all extremely off. Onoki, that old bat, is definitely trying to use them to divert Konoha's attention. Once they draw Konoha's forces away, he will launch his attack. The shinobi are all quite dirty in their hearts. Then let your son bear the damage alone. After all, he practices earth release, and even if he encounters Minato Namikaze, he has ways to escape. Bai Mu and his team rushed into the forest within the borders of the Land of Fire, and once they separated from Huang Tu, they began to slack off. Everyone, lie down and check thoroughly. Not a single spider thread can be overlooked. Konoha is both rich and wicked, and it loves to set explosive tags as traps. If you don't want to lose an arm or a leg, make sure to check carefully. Just like those wild mushrooms, wild chickens, wild rabbits, wild carrots, and all kinds of wild cinnamon, star anise, and bay leaves, none of them should be overlooked. They could all be spies from Konoha. Capture them all, and we'll slowly torture them at noon. Bai Mu issued the order sternly. Yes, Captain. A group of slackers received orders to happily lie on the ground and move forward at snail's pace, enjoying the moment of splashing around. It feels great to splash around continuously. Captain, please rest assured to leave the cooking to Sanji. Xiangji bowed deeply. The moment you walked away and chose to side with Kaku, you lost me forever. Bai Mu looked disgusted. Meanwhile, the one-eyed old man was quietly sharpening his knife. But I choose to forgive you. Hee. Thank you, Captain. I offer my heart to the captain. Xiangji made a gesture taught by Bai Mu with a playful smile. At the number 4 main watchtower of Konoha, members of the Hyuga clan, their faces filled with bulging veins, were scanning the borderline. Captain, come quick. What are these people doing? Wearing the vest of our village, with his headband in disarray, he has been crawling on the ground for an hour, making only 500 meters of progress. A young reconnaissance ninja, no more than 8 or 9 years old, chuckled. He had just graduated this year and was assigned to the watchtower as a reconnaissance ninja. Because of his youth, everyone liked to call him Little Hyuga. A team of 50 people is actually quite a large target. As soon as they crossed the border, they were discovered, and the alert level was raised to the 3rd level, which should be reported to the commander. Captain Hyuga also activated his Byakugan and looked in that direction. It seemed like he was checking for traps. Captain Hyuga analyzed seriously. But did we set any traps in that area? Xiaorihua asked. No, the border is so vast. How can traps be set everywhere? Moreover, the detonating talismans become ineffective once they get wet. Which village has such financial resources? The captain shook his head. Look, some of them have started catching rabbits. They're also picking mushrooms and digging bird nests. The young Hinata is still full of childlike innocence. The captain is still thinking. Captain, look, someone is holding a banner that says, "We are a ragtag mercenary group, just trying to make a living. So please give us a break and don't fight us. We'll buy you a meal after the war." And they even drew a smiley face. Hinata chuckles lightly. TCH. So it turns out this group only cares about money. They're really as annoying as flies. Captain Hinata curses fiercely. The constant vigilance is already exhausting, and the clan's ocular power also needs to be replenished. The 3-shift rotation is simply not enough for recovery, and many clan members are showing symptoms of ocular power exhaustion. Now, even the children of the clan, who are just a few years old, have been pulled into battle. Every time he sees them fall asleep in exhaustion, he sometimes can't bear to wake them up and can only take their place on guard duty. Now another damned group of mercenary ninjas has arrived, and they even need to assign someone to keep an eye on them. Captain, what should we do now? I see a white cat doing a backflip. Hinata asks, you keep an eye on them. I'll notify the base to send a team to drive them away. They're just a bunch of rabble. Mercenary ninjas are always easy to defeat. Captain Hinata turns and walks towards the communications department. Chapter 62, The Fat Pig Deer. And Butterfly the Land of Fire truly boasts abundant resources. After setting traps for half a day, they managed to catch 3 rabbits and 2 fawns, which they then happily stewed into a pot of soup. So, what are we actually setting off? A Fae asked contentedly, basking in the sun. I don't know. I guess we'll leave when things start to get heated over there, Moose said lazily, lying in the shade of a tree after a hearty meal. Why don't we just have a picnic? We can go back and say we found 3 rabbits, a Fae suggested, taking his leisurely approach to the extreme. That is a great idea, but this is ultimately a ninja world where we need to push forward. Moo felt that there were missions to be completed over there. After all, how could they get stronger without doing missions? As the group continued to soak up the sun, a rustling sound suddenly came from behind them, causing them to scramble to their feet. A team of 5 Awagakure ninjas had jumped into their resting spot. Draw your weapons. Both sides immediately reached for their swords. Moo and the others were wearing the discarded Leaf Village vests from the spoils of war. Wait, we're allies. Moo exclaimed, raising his hands like a fool. We're the Black Rose mercenaries, and Lord Huang too is even here as our deputy commander. Mercenary ninjas. Didn't you leave this morning? Why are you still near the border in the afternoon? What's this? The leading Awagakure ninja pointed to the banner Moo had written. It turned out that Anoki had sent them out to attract fire and had them charge forward. Let me explain. Moo raised his hand to signal. Damn it. Mercenary ninjas, you're so unreliable. I'll report this to Lord Suchikage. The Awagakure squad leader hadn't finished speaking when shurikens flew from the surrounding rogue ninjas, instantly pinning the Awagakure squad like a porcupine. These people were seasoned killers, and at the slightest signal from Moo, they knew exactly what to do. Oh no, we've killed our allies. What do we do? Anoki will use dust release to turn us to ash, find the windiest day, and throw us from the highest mountain for 3 days and nights. A Fae shouted, grabbing his head in panic. Just put them in enemy clothes, and let us go. It's time to set off. Moo waved his hand. You always have good ideas. A Fae gave a thumbs up. Moo's prediction was spot on. After Anoki treated them as bait, he began dispatching teams to scout the other 12 reconnaissance points. Once the main watchtower's location was confirmed, a large force would immediately launch a fierce attack. Moo's team also stopped slacking and began moving toward their target location. Captain, that team of mercenary ninjas is coming our way. 30 degrees northwest, 7,600 meters. The member responsible for monitoring them, Hinata, urgently reported to the captain. Captain Hinata quickly focused his Byakugan on Moo's team and frowned. Just now, a lot of Awagakure ninjas suddenly invaded the border. They look like they were driven here. But if they don't change direction, wouldn't they accidentally discover us? Hinata voiced his concerns. The reason the main watchtower stood firm was not because it was particularly sturdy. Even the strongest fortress would collapse if discovered. Instead, it was due to its concealment, with the top-tier camouflage array completely disguising the watchtower as a giant tree. In this ancient forest dense with giant trees, even sensory ninjas would find it difficult to discern its true nature. Sometimes one had to take a gamble. Even if enemies passed right under the tower, one had to harden their resolve and bet on the chance that they wouldn't discover it. The more manpower was used for interception and traps, the more others would suspect that something was hidden along the road. There are too many of them. The chance of exposure is greater. The headquarters hasn't sent support yet. Let us send someone to intercept them now. The closer they get, the easier it is to expose us. Team Pig, Deer, and Butterfly, move out. The 3 clans had been allies since the Warring States period, with connections between their secret techniques. After graduation, all the children would form 3-man teams. However, this was quite a peculiar combination of Pig, Deer, and Butterfly. Akito, the son of a barbecue restaurant owner, was more skilled in cooking than in ninjutsu. He had guarded the main watchtower for 5 years, rarely going on missions. So he returned to his old profession as a chef. There was no way around it. For the sake of the watchtower's concealment, supplies were only delivered once a month. and they could only rely on their hard-working hands to live well. The usually lazy Nara clan members, after settling into the cramped main watchtower, had become even lazier, either eating or sleeping, occasionally playing chess, and hardly going on missions all year, nor allowed to leave the tower. After 5 years, they had surprisingly gained weight. Yamashiro Toya truly lived up to the nickname of Pig, thanks to his chef teammate, eating to his heart's content, and the three were awarded the title of Fat Pig. Deer and Butterfly, didn't we just go on a mission last year? Why are we going out again? Nara Field Yanlong. If you had team mentioned it, I would have almost forgotten we were actually a guard team. Wait, this barbecue will be ready soon. Akito hastened to flip the meat. Captain, can we finish eating first? Yamashiro Toya slowly raised a fat hand. Move out immediately. I have a very bad feeling about this. If possible, don't let a single enemy escape. Yamashiro Toya, maintain contact at all times, and we will provide visual support, Captain Hinata ordered sternly. Yes, let us move out. The Fat Pig, Deer, and Butterfly team, being of Jonin level, immediately snapped into a serious state upon hearing such a serious order. 3 rotund figures formed complex hand seals against the wall, and a narrow stone door opened in a giant tree in the ancient forest, with the 3 squeezing through with difficulty. Compared to last year, the door is even narrower. The 3 complained. Bai Mu's team continued to advance, and the seemingly tranquil forest was fraught with hidden dangers. No one knew where a trap lay or which stone by the roadside was a transformation technique in disguise. They could only remain as vigilant as possible. After all, even the destined child, SH Ju, could be killed by stepping on a trap. A slope leading to the mountain peak loomed ahead. This mountain is really steep. If some rocks start rolling down now, there would be no way to dodge. Bai Mu looked up at the slope. The terrain here was indeed suitable for building a watchtower, with a wide view and steep elevation. Yeah, and the flowers here are really beautiful, just as white as his eyes, but a Fae unexpectedly took the time to pick small white flowers from the ground. If you like it so much, why not give this place a name? Bai Mu felt powerless to retort at a Fae-esque analogy. Let us call it White Fall Slope. A Fae gave a thumbs up. Huh. Bai Mu looked at a Fae in horror. Suddenly, the ground began to shake, and the surrounding trees started shedding leaves. Captain, what is happening? Xiangji also felt the tremors underfoot. Are rocks really rolling down? No, it's a meat tank. Get out of the way. Quickly move. The forest ahead looked as if it had been plowed, with trees snapping and falling, sending splinters flying in all directions. Bai Mu pushed Xiangji out of the attack path and ran toward a giant tree. The sparse team behind him immediately scattered like birds and beasts, chaotically fleeing in all directions without any discipline, even colliding with each other. The medic Rio, who had been fooled into joining by Bai Mu, stood frozen in place, his legs trembling. The Fat Pig, Deer, and Butterfly team had long laid an ambush on this unavoidable downhill path. Nara Field jumped out from a nearby tree, and countless shadows spread out along the tree shade, immobilizing the fleeing rogue ninjas. This is Konoha, winning through tactics, working in harmony, and fighting with fewer against more. No matter how many chaotic crowds there are, a 3-person elite team is enough to handle them. Chapter 63. Power Sprint. Countless shadows blossomed like a black-lined flower, intertwining from various twisted corners towards the hired ninjas. More than 20 people who failed to escape in time were instantly caught by the shadow seams at their ankles, which then wrapped around their entire bodies. Secret technique. Shadow convergence. More than 20 shadow lines rapidly converged towards the center, enveloping the bodies of the hired ninjas and tying them into a massive bundle of human flesh. While the incoming meatball war machine was the bloody meat grinder that would turn them into minced meat. Captain, save me. No. The captured renegade ninjas cried out in despair. Nothing was more terrifying than waiting for death. They knew their teammates were unreliable and could only hope that the young captain could save their lives. Fat Pig, how about a race? At this moment, Bai Mu had donned the white armor and was standing on the treetop, twisting his hips as he taunted the meatball war machine version of Akimichi CHG. Provocative taunt. Fat Pig. Akimichi CHG's anger was instantly ignited. Every Akimichi clan member hated being called fat, even if it was true. The term Fat Pig was simply beyond tolerable, and his eyes turned red as the path of the meatball war machine turned towards Bai Mu. The giant tree under Bai Mu was instantly crushed into a cloud of wood chips, but he immediately threw the bloody butcher knife at another tree, swinging over with the iron chain. Free! Nara Shikaku shouted urgently, just when they were about to crush half of the enemies. How could he suddenly turn around to chase someone else? All for a simple truth. Hey, don't get distracted. Want to try my big treasure? Ha ha. Explosive release. Reiji was holding a large cigar and a thick black iron tube. A ball of explosive clay burst out violently from the cannon. Bastard! Nara Shikaku, who had become too fat to perform the body flicker technique after 5 years of being a lazy bum, could only weave a shadow net to intercept it midair. Boom! The explosive clay collided with the shadow net, instantly exploding. The violent shockwave still blew Nara Shikaku away through the gaps, and the shadow seams binding the renegade ninjas lost control, allowing everyone to escape. The entire ambush was thus ruined. What is going on? Watching a perfectly good sneak attack suddenly turn around, Yamashiro Toyo, who was still hiding in the dark to coordinate, immediately launched a mental attack on the gnome preparing the second shell. Secret technique. Mind disturbance technique, haha. Let us have an explosive carnival. Reiji bit down on a cigar and unleashed a barrage on his own people. You crazy little dwarf. You idiot. Haha. I'm blowing you up. Reiji had completely gone mad, randomly firing at the people around him, causing chaos everywhere. Damn, it's the Yamashiro clan's secret technique. Quickly find him. The price of fame is information leaks, and since the boar, deer, and butterfly always appear together, some renegade ninjas immediately analyzed the information and began searching for Yamashiro Toyo. Over here in the melee, Baimu was also being crushed by a Kimichi CHG's meatball war machine, running around like Tarzan, continuously swinging through the forest with his chain blades, never stopping the taunts. Ha 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 ha. Can't catch me. La 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 la. Ha 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 ha. Can't keep up with me. La 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 la. Why call him a butterfly when he looks like a fat pig? Akimichi CHG's anger surged, channeling all his chakra to accelerate his rotation. His skin turned red from the heat, and the friction with the ground and trees ignited natural flames on his body, leaving charred trenches in his wake, as if he were releasing fire release. This was the advanced technique of the meatball war machine. Fire Fury war machine. Why isn't he coming yet? Has that dragon turtle grown green hair? How can he endure this? Baimu appeared calm as a dog, but in reality, he was panicking. He could show off countless times, but one failure was unacceptable, and the forest was becoming sparser, making unlimited jumps increasingly difficult. Clang! The bloody butcher knife was thrown at a distant tree again, but the distance was too extreme. Baimu had no choice but to take a gamble. Hit! Missed! The iron chain had been pulled to its limit, but still couldn't reach the furthest tree, and the butcher knife fell weakly. Oh, shift! As the giant tree beneath Baimu was smashed into wood chips, he suddenly remembered something as it fell from the sky. Armored green hair turtle. I bet you can't outrun this wild boar, so you dare not show yourself. When I get serious, I can even taunt a dragon turtle. Let us see how much longer you can hide. Your words have provoked the armored dragon Turtle Ramos. It grants you the skill power sprint as a bet. If you can outrun the meatball war machine, you will permanently gain this skill. Power sprint. Curl into a ball and launch a rapid impact. The faster you go, the stronger the impact. How about a turtle pig race? Finally, he is willing to show himself. Baimu breathed a sigh of relief. Power sprint activated. It sounded like a motorcycle starting, and Baimu curled into a ball, already accelerating in the air, crashing heavily onto the ground and creating a large pit. Akimichi CHG let out a howl as his massive meatball, far exceeding Baimu's size by more than 5 times, ruthlessly rolled over. Enjoy my exhaust. Baimu burst out, leaving a trail of yellow smoke in the air. What a genius idea. He could instantly copy the opponent's secret technique. Mom would call you the copy ninja. Oh la 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 la, a fey. Without a brain, naturally wouldn't he feel dizzy and was having a blast. Ack. Baimu, rolling at high speed, couldn't he even speak. This wasn't a game. He could only rely on a fleeting vision to control his direction, which wasn't easy in the dense forest, especially with thorns and weeds everywhere, severely affecting his speed. Akimichi CHG was immensely strong, crashing through mountains and trees. But Baimu couldn't do that. He had to get some shoes. Mercury boots, 25 magic resistance, 45 movement speed, unique passive, resilience, reduces duration of illusion control by 30. Why not get ninja shoes? Why not get speed shoes? Because of stubbornness. With the speed boost from the Mercury boots, Baimu could now keep pace with Akimichi CHG, but he still needed a bit more to completely win. Ghostly step activated. In an instant, Baimu's skin turned a ghostly blue, and his body became as light as a feather, significantly increasing his speed while also gaining the ability to ignore collisions. He dove into a tree trunk and, like a ghost, emerged from the other side. Boom, boom, boom. Akimichi CHG was still crushing everything in his path. So ruthless? Just how much damage did that fat pig comment do to him? The taunting time was infinitely extended. Baimu even began to feel sorry for him. Power Sprint, with a ghostly blue tail, surged ahead, tearing through wood and stone. The meatball war machine crushed everything in its path, destroying trees and bushes indiscriminately, even causing the bears in the forest to jump out and curse. I'm done playing with you. Time us up. Baimu suddenly made a sharp turn towards a big mountain, with a Kimchi CHG following closely behind in a rage. Boom! With a deafening crash, countless fragments of stone flew, and a Kimchi CHG's meatball war machine finally got stuck in the rocks, ultimately failing to smash through the mountain, with half of his body trapped inside and already unconscious. This time I won. Baimu crawled out from the rocks. He himself was almost trapped and suffocated because the duration of Ghostly Step had ended, but it was a phase earth flow technique that helped him out. How does Mom feel? Oh, I feel as happy as a piece of poop in a toilet. This is the worst metaphor I've ever heard. Chapter 64. One says I buy. One says I sell. Baimu dragged Xiaodao back to the battlefield like a dead pig, heavy and cumbersome. Who knows how far they had run? In any case, there were broken trees everywhere along the way. By the time they returned to the battlefield, half an hour had passed. The battlefield was very strange at this moment. A group of people were cursing and shouting, but no one was fighting. Nara Field was leaning against a big tree, tightly gripping a seal, sweat covering his forehead, clearly just finishing a fierce battle. The shadow beneath his feet spread out in bundles, entangling Xiangji, with both hands gripping her neck tightly, able to snap the delicate stem of this wildflower with just a little more force. After all, he belonged to a clan of geniuses, even if he had gained weight. His mind had not degenerated, and he had found a glimmer of hope amidst the disadvantageous battle. Xiangji, amidst a group of grotesque and fierce thugs. A strangely beautiful girl suddenly appeared, which looked like a flaw. As expected, once Xiangji was caught, the attacks from the rebel ninjas stopped. But he suspected that this group of bastards had broken radios in their mouths, making a racket that was painful to the brain. Meanwhile, a one-eyed man had a shuriken pressed against Yamanaka Toya's neck, blood trickling down. The captain hadn't died. He had survived. Captain, think of a way to save Xiangji. Be quiet, Nara Field shouted. Who just said I was going to die? I remember your voice. Baimu squeezed through the crowd, dragging Xiaodao and throwing him on the ground. What happened to him? Nara Field asked anxiously. You really know how to name things. Baimu looked at the inverted triangle hood on Xiaodao's head, unable to look directly for a moment. Don't worry, he just knocked himself out. Now we can talk about the trade, right? Baimu stepped on Xiaodao's fat belly. Trade? How do you want to exchange people? Nara Field frowned. Everyone knew that the international practice for exchanges was 1-for-1. But he had 2 teammates in the enemy's hands and had to find a way to get them both back. We are hired ninjas, and we come out for money. Right now, the market price is 1 million Rio per hostage. If you weigh it, it's 5,000 Rio per pound. If you add a little more money, you can enjoy escort services and medical services. You choose how to trade. Baimu rubbed his hands, displaying a greedier look than even a goat's horn. Nara Field was completely stunned. No matter how high his IQ was, he couldn't accept this result and could only cautiously probe if we're selling them one by one. 2 million Rio? Okay, cash or check. Gold will be best. Baimu smiled brightly. What about this girl? Nara Field planned to negotiate a lower price for Xiangji. Her? You can take her for 500,000 Rio. Baimu winked at Xiangji. Baimu, you bastard. I'll kill you. Xiangji roared, struggling. I didn't mean it like that. I can still give you this girl back. How much less can I give? Nara Field explained, as they had not brought much money while on a mission. Oh, then let's settle for 300,000 Rio. Baimu seemed a little disappointed. Bastard. I'm worth at least 3 million. Xiangji was very unconvinced. Shut up. Baimu was furious. How could this girl not see that he was trying to save her? It still raised the price on the other side. 170,000 Rio, but I don't have that much money on me. Nara Field didn't mind the money. The wartime salary from Konoha was very high, and they were stationed at a watchtower, which is a lucrative job with little expenditure. So they had saved quite a bit. How much do you have? Baimu asked. 1 million Rio. Nara Field touched his ninja tool pouch, in which he still had a salary check from Konoha. Still short 70,000 Rio. Just note the next time, our mercenary group believes in Konoha's credit. Baimu laughed heartily. Is this guy too easy to talk to? Nara Field frowned. Although hired ninjas were known for being greedy. By the way, do you want information? Information about a Wagakure. Regarding this mission, just 1 million Rio. Baimu continued to pour oil on the fire. What? You guys sell information too? Nara Field was taken aback. Sell? There is nothing in this world that can't be measured with money. As long as it's what you want, we can provide it. And if the price is right, I'll sell. Baimu nodded. We'll buy the mission information, and the money will definitely be sent to you. The one speaking was Yamanaka Toya, who was being held hostage. He was still connected mentally to the watchtower. Compared to these hired ninjas, the increasing number of Awagakure ninjas entering the country was more concerning. I have to sell it quickly. If I wait a few more minutes, it might not be worth anything. Baimu smirked. We came this time to find the 4 watchtowers of Konoha and dismantle them as much as possible. The Awagakure command used big data statistics to reverse engineer 16 possible locations for the watchtowers, but I only know about the 4 we are responsible for. Baimu took out a map scroll from his body, on which the 4 nearby investigation points were marked. That mountain in front is where we're supposed to go for our mission. I hope it's just a wild goose chase. We charge by the day and don't want to risk our lives. Nara Field stared directly at the map in Baimu's hand. Even he didn't know where the other towers were, but he was very clear that the point Baimu mentioned was where his watchtower was located. Reverse engineering using big data. It's not unfeasible. After all, the war has lasted so many years, and the locations of the towers have never changed. Numerous clues can come together as leads. What is wrong? Baimu shook the scroll in his hand. Nothing, just didn't he expect a Wagakure to suddenly launch an attack? Let us trade now. Nara Field was a bit anxious. They had to return to defend the watchtower immediately. Okay, let the old blind man release him. Baimu waved his hand readily. The old blind man was Xiangji's father's nickname. The one-eyed old man roughly released Yamanaka Toya, allowing him to leave. Yamanaka Toya used his mental power to awaken Xiaodao, who was as dazed as a dead pig, and supported him as they staggered back to Nara Field's side. We will give you the money. You can continue with your mission. Don't worry, there is nothing there. Nara Field also pretended to deceive Baimu and generously release Xiangji. There is a chance for long-term trade. Baimu kissed the Konoha check hard. Whether or not there were watchtowers, there wasn't he up to them. But since someone came to intercept, it was most likely there. The two helped the unsteady Xiaodao deliberately take a detour towards the watchtower. Are you okay? Baimu patted Xiangji's head. Next time, remember to sell me for a higher price. Xiangji pouted angrily, knowing that Baimu was saving her. Serious negotiations might involve some hardship. Being grabbed by the neck was not a good feeling. Is there such a request? Baimu scratched his head. Where's your mom? Xiangji suddenly remembered the cat that claimed to be Baimu's mother. Don't mention it. Just thinking about how he had made a Fey transform into spores and parasitize Xiaodao's body gave Baimu goosebumps. Chapter 65 Investigation. The trio of Pang Zhu, Lu Dai, and the others almost fled back to the watchtower. Are you okay? Narafei Lu was still somewhat worried about his teammates. I'm fine. Just a bit of pain in my, but after passing out. He grabbed his backside. No way. I thought that captain looked handsome. Could he have such a perverse hobby? Shan Zhongfeng shivered as he looked at Xiaodao's large backside. Stop talking nonsense. Hurry up. Captain Hinata, at the top of the tower, was already sweating profusely from anxiety. How is it? Is the information from that hired ninja accurate? Narafei Lu asked. Completely correct. I've already contacted other watchtowers in the command center, but the information came too late. The Wagakure has already sent a large number of troops to invade. Watchtower no. One has already started fighting, and Lord Minato has gone to assist, but support from Watchtower number 2 and number 3 might not arrive in time. The Hinata captain was extremely anxious. There's nothing we can do now but leave it to fate. I just hope we don't get exposed. Narafei Lu took a deep breath and began to gnaw on a meat pie on the table. Fei Lu, why do you say that? I think drawing some fire would be good. Our chakra cannon can definitely make them come back without return, said the 9-year-old Hinata. If all 4 main watchtowers fall, we would completely lose our intelligence advantage at the border. It might take months to re-establish the watchtowers, and they would be poorly concealed. The Wagakure would definitely take the opportunity to launch a large-scale attack, and we have too few people. We could defend but not counterattack. If our watchtower survives and a Wagakure still doesn't know we exist, we can still send out intelligence. Then a Wagakure 1T be able to act under our noses. Narafei Lu explained while eating. You're right. So we wait for this group of hired ninjas to come over. Then trick them into taking back false information that there are no watchtowers here, and we can survive. Captain Hinata nodded. What if they find us out? Little Hinata was a bit worried whether the tower's disguise was that reliable. Don't worry, our illusionary disguise was made by Lord Kuruma Songyun, the strongest illusion master in the ninja world. Except for the 2 great ocular techniques, absolutely no one can see through it. The Hinata captain smiled and patted little Hinata's head to reassure him, but even so, his heart couldn't help but race. Illusions can deceive the eyes. But once the enemy figures out the general location, a large-scale ninjutsu would expose any illusionary disguise. Now, they could only hope that this group of hired ninjas really was just passing through, because once exposed, whether they silenced them or not, people would know that this was the location of the watchtower. If a short person flies by from the sky and a laser sweeps across, it would definitely be catastrophic. A group of people cursed as they climbed a mountain peak, in this ghostly place resembling a primitive forest. The most troublesome enemies they encountered were not the ninjas from Konoha, nor the insidious traps, but the mosquitoes and poisonous insects that were everywhere. One bite would leave a big lump, and it was unclear whether they were intentionally raised by the Oil Girl clan or were a natural barrier. Just the bugs here could make most ninjas take a detour, but this kind of arduous journey further convinced Bai Mu that the watchtower was just ahead. Isn't this map drawn too roughly? A random circle is just a mountain peak. Bai Mu looked at the hundreds of square kilometers of forest on the mountaintop, with several thousand giant trees that seemed to be disguised as watchtowers. How were they supposed to investigate? Captain, why don't we just set this place on fire? Wouldn't it be clear if there's a tower or not? Suggested a team member who could use fire release. Great, set the mountain on fire, and you'll be grounded for the rest of your life. Go back and copy the team rules 10 times. Bai Mu gave a middle finger. But do we even have team rules? Xiang Ji asked. Now we do. Everyone spread out and check anything that looks like it could be a disguised tower thoroughly. Bai Mu immediately ordered. He didn't want to spend the night in this ghostly place. A group of people immediately dispersed, using their own methods to prove that the trees they had their eyes on were transformed watchtowers. The most common method was to chop down trees, taste the sap, and if it was sweet, they believed it was a real tree. Boom! A giant tree suddenly fell, crushing a patch of smaller trees. Looks like it's not this one. Ba Duan muttered as he carried the cannon and turned to another tree. This method is good. Keep it up. Who cares if it's a real tree or not? Whatever falls after a shot is a good tree. Bai Mu grinned and gave a thumbs up. Other rogue ninjas capable of destroying trees followed suit and began to use ninjutsu to chop down trees. Bai Mu took out a scanning lens and scanned the surrounding giant trees one by one, but unfortunately, the cooldown time was 90 seconds, so the efficiency was not high. Captain, they started chopping down trees. It doesn't look like they're just passing through. Little Hinata said nervously as he looked outside through the illusion glass. Even without the Byakugan, he could see the large trees continuously falling outside. Don't be afraid. There's still some distance away from us. Their chakra is not enough to support chopping down so many trees. At most, in an hour, they will exhaust their stamina. Our reinforcements will arrive. Moreover, Lord Kuruma Sungyun's illusionary disguise is powerful enough to deceive the 5 senses. The method of chopping trees and tasting sap cannot break the illusion. They can see the wood chips falling when they chop the bark and can also taste the sap. The Hinata captain reassured everyone, but he was more worried about what the hired ninja captain was holding in his hand that emitted a red beam. Could it break the illusion? If they were really exposed, then we would join forces with the arriving ninjas to annihilate them, delaying the exposure for as long as possible, and then abandon the tower and retreat. Narafei Lu's face was serious as he contemplated. Abandoned tower? Little Hinata's mouth dropped open in disbelief. Are we just running away without a fight? We still have the chakra cannon. We can hold our ground. Maybe we can hold for a while. But once the Tsuchikage or the Jinchuriki personally intervenes, or if they deliberately surround the support, this place will become a meat grinder. Narafei Lu patted little Hinata's head and smiled slightly. As long as you are alive, the watchtower will never fall. If we preserve the tower but lose people, we lose both. If we preserve the people but lose the tower, we save both. Remember, as long as the people are there, the tower is there? I understand. Little Hinata bit his lip and nodded vigorously. He was still reluctant to part with this watchtower where he had lived for more than a year. Don't worry, the war will end, and we will all survive. The Hinata captain forced a motivational smile. Others might not know yet, but news had already come from the clan leader that the situation was critical on the other 3 battlefronts, and the 3rd Hokage wanted to negotiate peace and reparations with Inoki. Konoha might not be the winner. Chapter 66. How to break the fortress. Captain, I feel like this tree has a problem. There are so many holes in it. Idiot, that's what woodpeckers do. What to say, woodpecker? How about I buy you a children's encyclopedia? A group of people shouted in alarm, causing Bai Mu to run around in confusion. There were bird nests on the tree, and the bark had been rubbed against by bears. Every little strange thing was called out, but they still couldn't find the real lookout tower. A bunch of fools. Can't anyone use sensory ninjutsu? Bai Mu cursed. If we could use that advanced stuff, why would we be defectors? A group of team members shrugged innocently. Most of them had left the village because they lacked strength and didn't want to become cannon fodder. Sensory ninjutsu was already considered advanced ninjutsu. Could it really not be over here? Bai Mu began to doubt his luck. Captain, I found this. A foolish team member brought over a small puddle of white, semi-solid liquid. Idiot. That's bird droppings. Xiangji helped Bai Mu scold him. Damn. The team member almost threw it away. Wait. Bai Mu stopped him, dipped a finger in it, and tasted it. Oh. Xiangji felt nauseous. It's sweet, it's off-phase scent. Where did you find this? Bai Mu's eyes lit up. This should be the juice that Fei left behind to guide them. A flavor he was very familiar with since he had eaten it since childhood. Over there. A team member pointed excitedly. Everyone come here. Search in this area, and report immediately if you find similar liquid. Bai Mu ordered loudly. This command made the ninjas in the lookout tower tense up. What exactly is that thing? Captain Hinata frowned deeply. Captain, attack. A single wave can take out half of them. Xiao Hinata's veins were popping, gripping a chakra crossbow, aiming at Bai Mu's heart, almost unable to hold back from firing. Wait a minute. I bet they can't break our disguise. Captain Hinata still trusted their illusionist. Bai Mu's subordinates found 3 more blobs of white liquid, further narrowing down the search area to just over 30 large trees that could serve as lookout towers. Everyone immediately scattered, with several people hugging one tree and inspecting it closely. Bai Mu found an old tree that looked very ordinary, thick enough that a dozen people couldn't wrap around it. The surrounding weeds were dense, making it impossible to spot any weaknesses. Getting closer, he could smell the unique musty odor of the old tree. He struck it twice with a kunai, and fresh wood chips appeared. Tasting it, it was astringent with a hint of sweetness. To be safe, he activated the scanning lens, and red ripples swept across the tree trunk. Bai Mu's eyes widened. The original bark became transparent under the red light, revealing a cylindrical stone tower covered in dense mystical inscriptions. Quest acquired. Dismantle a Konoha lookout tower reward. 1 hero skill draw. Where the person is, there the tower is. Here, Bai Mu shouted loudly. Almost simultaneously, Captain Hinata roared from the top of the tower. Fire! Dozens of chakra crossbows, already charged, simultaneously shot bolts toward Bai Mu with lightning speed. Swish, swish, swish. Swish. The chakra-powered crossbows fired rapidly, completing a 6-shot volley in the blink of an eye, filling the area around Bai Mu with arrows, astonishingly precise. And he was instantly engulfed by a rain of arrows. The captain is down. Run, run. Quickly go to Deputy Huang Tu and claim the reward. Captain, I will burn paper for you. A group of disorganized people turned to flee. The Konoha lookout tower was not something they could take down. Everyone stop. Bai Mu stood up from the sea of arrows, swinging his blood-stained chain blade, causing the surrounding arrows to explode into countless short branches. Come back. This was the counterattack storm. Bai Mu activated the counterattack storm at the most critical moment. With superb martial arts, assume a defensive posture within 2 seconds to evade all physical attacks and counterattack at the end. What? He didn't die? Captain Hinata immediately ordered, redirecting the crossbows that had just aimed at others back at Bai Mu. Swish, 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 swish. Another wave of arrows flew. Damn, I didn't even provoke them. Bai Mu activated ghostly steps and dashed, crashing into a nearby tree. The force of the arrows pierced through the half-meter-wide trunk. With Byakugan activated, there was no hiding place for him. The arrows seemed to have eyes, chasing Bai Mu relentlessly. After a long search, he finally found an old tree that wasn't easily pierced. However, it was already crowded with defectors behind it. Captain, your ninjutsu is extraordinary, but there is no space left here. Should we look elsewhere? A group of scoundrels showed no intention of giving way. Damn, squeeze in tighter. Bai Mu cursed. Switch to explosive tag arrows. Captain Hinata ordered. Hud, hud, hud. Dozens of arrows, each carrying a lit explosive tag, were pinned to the tree. Boom, boom, boom. The giant tree was blown to smithereens, leaving no one with a place to hide, as everyone scattered in panic. Fire. Think of a way to blow him up. Bai Mu shouted while running. Here is your cannon. You blow him up. Explosive release. Flame through the cannon, filled with arrows at Bai Mu. The short legs of the gnome ran like wheels, but the destructive power just displayed made him a prime target for the arrows. However, his short stature made him hard to hit. Damn, what I need your broken cannon for? I can't even use it. Bai Mu tossed it aside, curling up and activating power sprint, wildly dodging around the tower. So fast that we can't hit him. Switch to explosive tag arrows for area coverage. Captain Hinata ordered again. Thud, 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 thud. Countless arrows filled the area around Bai Mu, blocking all escape routes. The explosive tags on the trailing arrows instantly blew the ground apart. The violent impact sending Bai Mu flying, crashing heavily into a tree, feeling as if his ribs might break, even triggering the effect of fighting back with his back against the wall. Can't play nice? If precise strikes don't work, then let us use firepower coverage? Blood streamed down Bai Mu's forehead as he raised his middle finger toward the top of the tower. Captain Hinata decided to remove the illusion disguise, revealing the full view of the giant lookout tower, which loomed over Bai Mu, slowly raising a hand. Sorry, Dai. Click, 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 click. The chakra crossbows were reloaded, just waiting for the command, and Bai Mu would become a sea urchin. Have you heard a saying? The most solid fortresses are often breached from within. Bai Mu looked up at the top of the tower, a confident smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Captain Hinata suddenly felt a jolt in his heart, an ominous premonition rising from within. With Byakugan, he couldn't hear what others were saying, but he understood lip movements. This was a high-level reconnaissance course of the Hyuga clan. The most solid fortresses are often breached from within? What does that mean? Could it be that Zhu, Liu, and Dai are? Captain Hinata swallowed hard and turned his body with great difficulty. What is wrong with you? Yamashiro Toyo shouted anxiously. Akito's skin was covered with white spores emerging from his pores, and in just a few breaths, his entire body was covered. A whirlpool-like white object tightly wrapped around his chubby face, and throughout the process, kept his eyes tightly shut, completely losing consciousness. Would release, spore parasitic technique. You just aim at my cub with that eye? No worries, I will squeeze all your poop out of that eye one by one. Multiplication technique, mid-bal tank. The entire top of the tower was suddenly thrown into chaos, and all the crossbows fell silent. Chapter 67, Breaking Bad Stop. What's going on? A group of hurriedly fleeing ninjas suddenly noticed that the rain of arrows had ceased, and they looked up in confusion at the trembling top of the tower, completely unaware of what had happened. Stop dawdling, Lai. Blow up the tower. Bai Mu ordered anxiously, not knowing how long Ah Fei could hold out. Captain, there are only 2 explosive clay left. Baidu Lai scratched his bald head. Damn it. Why didn't you save some? Bai Mu scolded, realizing that the tower was exceptionally sturdy, and it didn't seem like 2 pieces of explosive clay could bring it down. Hey, how can you blame me? Didn't you just tell me to blow up the trees? Baidu Lai retorted. How was I supposed to know you would waste 2 boxes of explosive clay? I just got carried away. What are we going to do now? Those who practiced explosion techniques were all hot-tempered. Don't be angry, Uncle Lai. Think of a way to blow a hole in the tower. Once it's done, I'll reward you with half a kilo of sweet potatoes. Bai Mu said with a smile, trying to coax him. Baidu Lai shot a sideways glance at Bai Mu, then held 2 clumps of explosive clay, standing under the tower and fiddling around for a long time. Come on, Bai Mu. Watching the activity at the top of the tower gradually diminish, was sweating with anxiety. I'm not in a hurry, so why are you? Baidu Lai continued to leisurely tap on the wall with a stick, calculating something. Your mother isn't up there. Of course you're not in a hurry. Bai Mu roared. That little guy actually understands this? Xiangji exclaimed, watching Baidu Lai continuously write out complex mathematical formulas. It was hard to imagine that a beggar-like dwarf could jump up and write a bunch of complicated math formulas. At least Bai Mu couldn't understand. Since that summer day in middle school when he bent down to pick up a pen, math had been out of his reach. Of course, you think building houses in a Wagakure is something a 3-year-old does with mud? We study civil engineering, both soil and wood, but don't judge a person by their appearance. Back in my day, I was also known as a math whiz in the Ninja Academy. Directional blasting, clay mixing, architectural design, none of them were subpar. Baidu Lai rolled his eyes. So what are you calculating? Xiangji asked again. The weak point of the tower. No matter how strong a force is, there is always a weakest point. I'm looking for that. Lai said confidently. All right, we get it. You're amazing. Hurry up, shorty. Bai Mu was losing patience. Okay, this is it. Baidu Lai finally marked 2 locations, drew a big cross, stuck on the explosive clay, infused it with chakra, and retreated 100 meters away. Boom! A cloud of thick smoke billowed, scattering countless bricks and stones, and a hole just big enough for 1 person appeared before them. Get in. The crossbows inside can't shoot us. Bai Mu waved his hand, leading a group of people to enter in a line. The entire watchtower looked like a giant mushroom. There was nothing beneath the mushroom stem, just a ladder leading up. The people from Kanagacore lived on the mushroom cap, and climbing up one by one was practically a death sentence. The sound of chaotic fighting was already audible from the top. Quick, tear that thing off, Spotty. Can Finya wake him up? Don't attack. P.S. Just being controlled. The tower had been blown open, and they needed to hold the ladder. This design is so easy to defend and hard to attack. Baimu looked up at the ladder, realizing that as long as someone proficient in fire release stood at the exit, 100 people wouldn't be able to rush up. Think of a way. You can do it. Baimu rubbed his temples, trying hard to think. His gaze swept over his subordinates. He didn't understand many of their abilities. But there was one person he knew very well, Yao Shi Liang, who was timidly hiding at the back of the crowd. It turned out he had only reluctantly come out. Wanted to secretly study medicine in Wushan town. Baimu had coaxed and tied him up to bring him along. He had to have a doctor on board the pirate ship, and he could be considered half a medical ninja. On the first day after being dragged out, Baimu threw him into the river with a steel wool ball, scraping off a layer of skin, and he still hadn't gotten rid of the bad smell from years of brewing medicine. Yao Shi, hurry. Help me brew a pot of medicine to knock out the people upstairs. Baimu pulled Yao Shi Liang from the crowd. No, Captain, I'm a pharmacist. Not a poison master. All the medicine I've studied my whole life is to heal people. I can't brew poison. Yao Shi Liang looked troubled. Uncle Pharmacist, you don't need to be modest with me. I believe in you. You have no idea how much powerful wisdom is contained in your brilliant mind. Just brew it the way you usually do and bring out your best medicine. Baimu patted Yao Shi Liang's shoulder heavily. The hunched Yao Shi Liang brushed his sparse 3 hairs and looked at Baimu with gratitude. Thank you for your appreciation, Captain. Indeed, my talent and looks as a pharmacist can meet someone who understands me. I'll make an exception today and brew a pot. No need to thank me. It's my honor to see your endless potential as a poison master activated. Get to work. Baimu gave him a trusting look. Yao Shi Liang looked around, carefully took off his pants, and from the inner thigh, took out a sealing scroll, made a few hand seals, and summoned a complete set of alchemical tools. Oh damn, a quack actually has a sealing scroll. Oh, it's the legendary sealing scroll. To be honest, I had the fortune of seeing one 800 miles away once. Oh, goddess of the rabbit, we must pay our respects. A group of inexperienced guys exclaimed loudly. Since the Uzumaki clan of the land of whirlpools, the best at making sealing scrolls, was destroyed, the art of making sealing scrolls was also lost, and their prices soared in the ninja world, being classified as strategic materials by the major villages, rarely circulating in the market. Currently, besides Konoha, which had good relations with the land of whirlpools back then, there were almost no other villages in the ninja world that had the ability to produce sealing scrolls. The alchemy began. A large pot was placed in the center of the tower's base. Water was added by those who could use water release. Fire was lit by those who could use fire release, and smoke was blown to the top of the tower by those who could use wind release. Those who couldn't do anything ran outside to gather wood. Without exception, they all tore strips of cloth to block their noses, knowing the dangers of the quack's medicine. Lizard saliva, centipede feces, rat tail juice, octopus eyeballs. Countless messy medicinal materials were thrown into the large pot, and, as the chakra flames licked it, wisps of green smoke floated towards the top of the tower. Damn hired ninjas. It's a poison mist. Immediately activate the exhaust system. Captain, the exhaust system has already been damaged. Wind release. Great breakthrough. Takes a deep breath. It stinks vomit. Smash the glass. 8 trigrams, empty palm. Vomit. Don't breathe. A series of retching sounds, accompanied by the chaos of the meat tank rolling around, lasted for more than 20 minutes before finally quieting down. Stop burning. Baimu immediately ordered to extinguish the fire, straining to listen to the sounds above. Come up. They're all down. We could do whatever we want with them. Ah Fei's voice came from above. First, break the glass. Otherwise, we can't go up. Baimu said. Oh. With a few loud crashes, the sound of breaking glass came. Only then did Baimu lead his people to climb to the top of the watchtower, a circular building of several hundred square meters, now in disarray, with 30 or so Konoha ninjas lying around, all foaming at the mouth and rolling their eyes, unconscious. Ah Fei also detached from Chiu Dao and transformed back into a cat, hanging on Baimu's shoulder. Mom, don't you have no sense of smell? Baimu looked at the tearful Ah Fei. I don't know why, I just feel a bit stinging in my eyes. Ah Fei rubbed his eyes. Chapter 68, it's them again. Hurry, move everything out, not a single kunai left behind. First, tie up the people, tie them tightly, or we're all done when they wake up. Idiots. Why are you taking off his pants? What? His pants look good? Move the whole person back and take them off slowly. Stupid. How much is a kin worth? One captive can supply you with cans for a lifetime. Don't be picky. Stuffing so many explosive tags in his pants isn't afraid of blowing up. These crossbows are also good stuff. Take them all apart and bring them back. Lie. Stop stealing things, take some explosive tags, and cover the tower. Bai Mu was commanding a group of people, determined to clean out the watchtower. As expected of Konoha, the supplies in the entire watchtower were like a battlefield warehouse, with boxes piled high, with a large number of crossbow bolts and explosive tags. And plenty of high-quality soldier food pills to ensure these reconnaissance ninjas had ample chakra. No one cared about the canned food anymore. Hurry, hurry, grab the valuable things and move. Evacuate in 10 minutes. Bai Mu was very worried about Konoha's reinforcements arriving. A group of rogue ninjas, usually lazy like dogs, were now as excited as newlyweds, with one arm carrying a captive, the other hugging a box stuffed with kunai, shuriken, and explosive tags, not caring about their injuries. Their mouths full of soldier food pills and healing medicine, their faces flushed. You can't eat like this. It will be wasteful. The medic Ryo was jumping in distress while holding several medical boxes. Yet one fool managed to search a box of tricolor pills from Akimichi's body, picked his favorite green one and swallowed it, turning as red as fire instantly, kicking away the donkey carrying the goods and dragging it for 3 miles. Captain, look, there's a little ghost here. Super cute. Xiangji excitedly carried a Hyuga clan ninja dressed in a white robe over. Bai Mu lifted his forehead protector, and sure enough, it had the blue caged bird symbol, shaking his head. What a pity it's not from the main house. It means it's not valuable. Xiangji felt a bit disappointed. Like locusts crossing the land, the entire watchtower was cleaned out in less than half an hour. Even the mice that came in had to leave with tears. Bai Mu looked at the tower covered densely with explosive tags, all connected by fuses, needing just a little fire attribute to detonate the entire watchtower. System, help me record this scene. I want to make a poster to put at my bedside in the future. Bai Mu stood alone in front of the watchtower, adjusted his cloak, spat to style his bangs, and struck the coolest pose. Bloom, the art of explosion. Destroy chaotic world. Striking a lighter, flipping his long hair. With his back to the tower, he tossed it behind him and walked forward without looking back. After a long time, however, there was still no sound of an explosion. Damn, missed. Bai Mu quickly turned around to pick it up. Upon turning around, he unexpectedly saw 3 people. Tsukikage Shippu, Yuzuki Yuin, and an old hunchback man carrying a black iron pot. The lighter was held in Tsukikage Shippu's palm. Oh, our friends are here. A Fei happily whistled. We rushed over as fast as we could. Has it fallen so quickly? The old pot man looked painfully at the watchtower covered in explosive tags, but unfortunately, no one answered his question. Bai Mu, why is it you? Yuzuki Yuin's voice trembled slightly. Heh. I find it strange too. Life is so wonderful. How do I keep running into you? Bai Mu looked at the 3 with interest, not expecting to have such a fate with these 2, meeting them time and again. Why did you defect to IWA? Didn't you ever think about us? We were clearly already friends. Tsukikage Shippu tightened his grip on the sword hilt. Friends? Ha ha. Friends? You were merely a stepping stone for me to enter Konoha. Ha ha. It's a pity that your damn commander is still too smart. Bai Mu laughed maniacally, suddenly showing a resentful expression. Could it be? Could it be? You don't have any bonds left? Yuzuki Yuin's eyes turned slightly red. Bonds? What does that mean? Can it be eaten? Bai Mu snapped his finger, the sharp pain revealing a crazed look on his face. They absolutely wouldn't give him time to do sit-ups, and the battle had to end quickly. Konoha would definitely not send just one team of reinforcements. Friends killing each other, the big knife painfully stabbing into a teammate's body, blood splattering, was absolutely the most beautiful tragedy in the world. How exciting. Afei was also a big bad guy, transforming into a mass of white venom wrapping around Bai Mu's body. Stop wasting time with him. Finish him off immediately. There are no corpses in the tower, and we can still catch up to rescue the hostages. The old pot man had already checked the situation inside the tower. It's a bit unlucky for the teammates of these 2 guys. 2 died in a month. Bai Mu looked at the weathered old man, feeling he looked somewhat familiar. Although the old man was just a lowly ninja for 10,000 years, he wasn't so easy to kill. The old pot man had a determined look on his face. He didn't know Bai Mu and would definitely not show mercy. What? 10,000 years lowly ninja. Bai Mu's eyes widened, a trace of fear spreading in his heart. The most terrifying thing in Konoha was definitely not the Hokage, but those mysterious 10,000 years lowly ninjas, who could easily possess world-destroying power. May I ask which one of the 10,000 years lowly ninjas you are? No need for honorifics, I am just Maruhoshi Koji, the old pot man said lightly, and it seemed no one would know his name. For this character with very little presence in the original work, it's hard to remember without mentioning the name, but hearing the name, all the information flooded into Baimu's mind. Young Maruhoshi Koji, during a mission, due to his impatience and wrong commands, led to the death of his two partners. To atone for his sins, he vowed to the second Hokage to forever remain a lowly ninja. However, his strength had long reached the level of Jonin. Many famous ninjas in the village had executed missions with Maruhoshi Koji and received his guidance. Even now, in his 60s, though his physical strength was no longer at its peak, his power was still formidable. Konoha's side was very meticulous in their considerations. Maruhoshi Koji was a senior who understood how to take care of people, with a delicate mind, easygoing and kind-hearted. His cooking and survival skills in the wild even surpassed his swordsmanship, making him the best candidate to take care of a child with a very poor constitution. At the same time, Maruhoshi Koji was a personal guard of the second Hokage, having received direct training from the Hokage in the Konoha-style Willow Illusion Sword, which he could also teach to the two children learning Konoha-style sword techniques. But since he wasn't a monster-type lowly ninja like Might Guy, let's stay and fight. Baimu waved his finger at the three playfully. Chapter 69. Maruhoshi K. So don't make a move. Let this old man handle it. After understanding the bond between the two children and Shiraki, Maruhoshi K. Suk decided not to let them bear the pain. Water release. Water dragon bullet. Water dragon bullet? You first make 30 seals, and I'll have a cup of tea while waiting for the remaining 10 seals. For the last 4 seals, I'll run another 100 meters. Shiraki leisurely waited, holding the back of his head. With 44 seals for the water dragon bullet, even if he made 4 seals per second, he could run 500 meters away. Fool! The legacy of the second Hokage is not something those water-brained idiots can comprehend. Swish, 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 swish. In just 4 seals, a blue water dragon appeared in the sky and lunged at Shiraki. Shiraki looked at the water dragon barreling toward him, his mind racing with questions. Splash! The gigantic water dragon instantly swallowed Shiraki whole, the immense impact capable of shattering boulders, let alone a mere human body. Is this what you call a strong person? Your savior? How arrogant! Maruhoshi K. Suk never imagined it would come to this. He clearly saw that Shiraki didn't even attempt to escape before being devoured by the water dragon. Shiraki, Tsukikage and Yuzuki Yuin stepped forward, as they had many questions to ask Shiraki. However, the massive water mass left by the water dragon was rapidly disappearing, completely defying logic, as if a gigantic black hole had sucked the water dragon dry. Why are you calling me? Shiraki walked out from the water mass while brushing his teeth and washing himself. The swirling water mass behind him being drawn into his body like a whale swallowing the sea. Female Demon Veil. A hungry ghost realm shield appears every 40 seconds, absorbing ninjutsu damage. What is this? Tsukikage and Yuzuki Yuin were shocked. Kakashi wouldn't casually spill Shiraki's information, so they had no idea what was happening. What? The water dragon bullet was absorbed. Maruhoshi K. Suk couldn't help but break into a cold sweat. After decades in the ninja world, he had only seen such a situation once before. Could it be the underworld release? This was during his youth, following the second Hokage in a battle where an underworld release ninja could absorb all ninjutsu and then counterattack using the absorbed ninjutsu, effectively using the enemy's strength against them, growing stronger with each battle. No wonder a watchtower was taken without any resistance. At this moment, Maruhoshi K. Suk had already concluded that Shiraki was the possessor of the underworld release bloodline limit. I didn't expect the old man to have such insight. Shiraki revealed a sneer after his information was exposed. Since he mistakenly believed it to be underworld release, then let it be so. This way, the three of them would no longer be able to use ninjutsu to attack, perfectly addressing his weakness in long-range defense. Teacher, what is underworld release? The two youngsters, being young, lacked the experience of the older generation. It's a bloodline limit that can absorb ninjutsu chakra and then spit it out as a counterattack. You just need to know to use taijutsu to attack and never use ninjutsu. Maruhoshi K. Suk warned the two younger ones. However, he was already old. His taijutsu, not at its peak, his left eye blind, his left leg just crippled, and his newly fitted prosthetic limb still not adapted. This was why he had been called back to the camp to temporarily train the two children. If they couldn't use ninjutsu, he would be at a significant disadvantage in battle. Hey, don't think that knowing the characteristics of underworld release means you have me figured out. If the white-haired one came personally, I might still be a bit wary, but unfortunately, your swordsmanship is far inferior to his. Shiraki slowly unfastened the chain blade from his wrist, letting it hang down to the ground. What do you mean by that? Have you seen the second Hokage? That's impossible. There's such an age gap between you. Maruhoshi Suk frowned. Only one person dared to call the second Hokage white-haired, and that guy should have been dead long ago. But their hairstyles really do resemble that terrifying man. All right, 40 seconds are up. No more blowing. Shiraki looked at the successfully delayed reactivation of the female demon veil and grinned. Don't waste time. Let's all attack together. I won't call you despicable, after all. The enemies I will face in the future are the 5 Kages. I must uncover the truth. I don't believe you're that kind of person. Yuzuki Yuin launched a surprise attack with her sword. I have never put down the book you gave me. Tsukikage Hate attacked simultaneously. Capture this child and bring him back to Konoha. He has secrets. Maruhoshi Suk assisted the 3, forming a triangular encirclement. Shiraki, however, stood with his arms crossed. His head bowed deeply, completely ignoring the 3 who were rapidly approaching. Damn it. Still in a daze? What is he doing? Completely ignoring us? The 3's blades unintentionally veered away from Shiraki's vital points. You can't do this. Without the resolve to kill me, you can't defeat me. Shiraki shook his head with his eyes closed, suddenly spinning like a dancer, completely evading the 3 incoming blades. Counterattack storm. What? Such an unusual body technique. Maruhoshi Suk was momentarily shocked. What kind of combat experience is this, that he could instantly evade 3 swords with his eyes closed? The 3 Konoha-style swordsmen were superb. Being from the same lineage, and immediately countered with greater synergy, forming a set of 21 consecutive strikes in the blink of an eye, dense as a light rain. You don't even understand what it means to achieve 100% evasion. Shiraki danced with the chain blade, creating a rain-like sound of strikes, blocking all 21 combined attacks, with not a single hit landing on him. Now, it's my turn. The chain blade in Shiraki's hand erupted with a fiery red glow. Using the finishing move of the counterattack storm, he swung in an arc towards the 3. Boom, boom, boom. Although the chain blade was blocked by the long swords, the explosive effect of the fire attribute charge strike still blasted the 3 back. Were you just pretending when you practiced with the chain blade? Yuzuki Yuin couldn't imagine that a person could master such a peculiar weapon so proficiently in just a month. For a genius, mastering one technique means mastering all. Any weapon is merely an extension of one's physical strength. Shiraki, carrying the chain blade, felt very excited inside. This was the first battle that truly held significance for him. I'll be on the offensive. You take the chance to sneak attack. This time we must go all out. This kid is very strong. Maruhoshi Suk slowly began to tremble with his long sword. Konoha-style willow sword technique, like willows swaying in the spring breeze. More and more floating long swords appeared in the air, weaving around Shiraki like a cage of sharp swords, binding him so he couldn't move. Oh no, it's an illusion. Shiraki, who only watched anime for cute girls' thighs, had been dragged into a nostalgic memory when he saw the old man's name. Remembering his name was already quite difficult, let alone recalling his combat information. Just a glance at the trembling long sword had already put him under the illusion. Although he had resilient shoes to increase his resistance to illusions, his opponent was the seasoned elite ninja Maruhoshi Suk, and he didn't dare to gamble. System. For the second summoner skill, I choose Purification. Purification removes all illusion effects and negative status effects, and if subjected to an illusion again within the next 3 seconds. The duration of the new effect will be reduced by 65. The moment Purification was released, a white light flashed in Shiraki's eyes, and instantly the entire world became clear. The myriad willow swords vanished, leaving only Maruhoshi Suk's solitary figure flying toward him. TCH, is this the extent of your illusions? I am truly disappointed. Shiraki looked coldly at Maruhoshi Suk with a disdainful gaze. The Barbarian King's contempt. What? How could my illusion be dispelled in an instant? What was that look just now? Maruhoshi Koguk's body trembled heavily. A long-lost sense of dread appeared in his heart, causing his entire body to momentarily freeze in midair. Crash! The bloody butcher's knife flew straight towards Maruhoshi Koguk's slightly hunched body, but unfortunately, that black iron pot was used as a shield to block it. Bam! The black pot was shattered into countless iron fragments by the immense force of the bloody butcher's knife, falling to the ground. Maruhoshi Koguk's body crashed heavily against the big tree and fell down. His aging body could no longer withstand such injuries, and after struggling for a long time, he was unable to get back up. Who's next? Chapter 70. The Battle of Wave's Teacher. Yuzuki Yuin immediately ran to Maruhoshi Gyuk's side, her hands glowing with blue medical ninjutsu to heal Gyuk's wounds. I'm fine. Just old. If I can't use ninjutsu, I'm afraid I won't be able to help you, Maruhoshi Gyuk said, supporting his old waist. After 3 great ninja wars and decades of fighting, he had countless hidden injuries. Yuin, you treat the teacher first. This time's my turn, Tsukikid Shippu said as he walked toward Shiraki. Hey Shippu, those dark circles under your eyes are even more pronounced, Shiraki joked, remembering how Shippu had only a faint shadow when they first met. Thank you very much for your 2 rescues, but Shiraki, from now on, our bond is severed. Tsukikid Shippu pulled out a dog-eared copy of Intimate Paradise from his ninja tool pouch and threw it into the sky, slicing it into countless pieces, symbolizing that their friendship had completely shattered. That's right, it's got that flavor now, but unfortunately, I've long since thrown away the short knife you gave me, Shiraki shrugged, not minding to chat a bit more while waiting for the cooldown on his counterattack storm to finish. Then let's end this. Tsukikid Shippu gripped his sword and charged forward, but just as he was about to reach Shiraki, he suddenly vanished. Body flicker. Another invisibility? Unfortunately, it doesn't help me at all. Shiraki smiled slightly, showing no signs of tension, and bent down to pick a small flower. Scanning lens, activate. A red wave of light spread from the crystal in his hand, instantly enveloping an area of 10 meters. Tsukikid Shippu's cautious figure was illuminated by the light, revealing a red shadow and completely exposing his form. I see you. Tsukikid Shippu froze in place, completely unaware he would be exposed so easily. Huh. Shiraki, like a mischievous child, blew the small flower in his hand towards Tsukikid Shippu, the petals and pollen blowing right into his face. Cough, 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 cough. Even though Tsukikid Shippu immediately jumped back, he still inhaled a bit of pollen, which was irritating to his tuberculosis-affected lungs. With your physical condition, I'm quite skeptical about whether you'll survive to see the Wind Legend, Shiraki chuckled. Even if I die, I will take you down. Tsukikid Shippu took a moment to catch his breath and then rushed forward again, a puff of white smoke creating 2 shadow clones. This would be his all-out attack. Another dance of the crescent moon? It's indeed troublesome. Shiraki looked at the counterattack storm still on cooldown and knew he had to rely on his own skills. Konoha style, dance of the crescent moon. 3 identical Tsukikid Shippus attack from 3 directions, their blades infused with wind chakra, extremely sharp. 3 against 1? How about I buy them all? Shiraki dragged a chain blade, twisting it to form an iron chain dragon, blocking the 3 shadow clones. Self-created technique, mama. Help me name it. Iron chain across the river is too klitsch, and Shiraki wasn't good at naming techniques, so he left it to a fae. Let's call it Longworm Drives Away the Dodo. A fae loved naming things. Good name. Tsukikid Shippu refused to give up. 2 clones slashed upwards at the iron chain, giving the 3rd body a chance to attack. Is this the real body? Shiraki pulled the iron chain again, making it move like a living dragon, performing a dragon's tail sweep and striking the blade across Tsukikid Shippu's chest. Tiger's tail swats flies. A fae was getting addicted. Bang! Tsukikid Shippu turned into a puff of white smoke, and it was a fake. Then let's do it again. Shiraki's iron chain dragon danced again, dragging the bloody butcher's knife to sweep across the 2 figures. Iron blade hits, but bang, bang. It turned out to be 2 shadow clones again. Shiraki, you got careless. Who said the body flicker couldn't be used consecutively? Tsukikid Shippu's figure gradually appeared behind Shiraki, his face as pale as paper, and a long knife pierced through Shiraki's abdomen from behind. The dance of the crescent moon had all been shadow clones. The real body used the smoke to reapply the body flicker to sneak attack, and this series of strikes exhausted all his strength and belief, depleting his already low chakra. I'm sorry, dear friend. Tsukikid Shippu rested his forehead against Shiraki's back, slowly twisting the long knife. That's so touching. I'm so moved I don't want to kill you anymore. Shiraki walked out from the side of the grass, pretending to wipe away tears. What? Tsukikid Shippu was startled and looked up at Shiraki in front of him. This was no longer a person, but a straw man with a horrified face. Bang! Shiraki's straw man instantly exploded into dozens of black crows, flapping into Tsukikid Shippu's face, causing him to stagger back several steps, and then fall to the ground due to exhaustion from chakra depletion. Grass substitute technique. Shiraki had already set it up in the hidden grass. When he saw 3 Tsukikid Shippus were all shadow clones, he immediately activated the substitution technique to replace the real body. I lost. The 3-second man leaned on his sword, his head hanging low, no longer able to fight. So, let me see who the last one is. Shiraki tilted his head to look at Yuzuki Yuin, leaving only the weakest girl completely without pressure. Shouldn't he have a little fun? Be careful. If you're not sure, retreat and report the information, Maruhoshi Gyuk advised. Don't worry, teacher, no matter what, I will defeat him. Yuzuki Yuin stood up again, holding her sword. TSK, TSK, TSK. You still don't understand. Just thinking you can defeat me won't make you victorious. As I said, with a man in your heart, drawing your sword will naturally be slow. Shiraki shook his finger. Bah, shameless. I also have the will to win. Take this. Konoha style, hazy moonlit night. Yuzuki Yuin's face flushed red, feeling she completely misunderstood Shiraki's meaning, and with a soft shout, she charged forward. Hazy moonlit night, also a sword technique supplemented by illusions. Countless sword shadows formed a crescent-like afterimage, making it difficult to distinguish between real and fake. Is that so? Then bring it on. Let me feel your will. Shiraki looked up at the sky at a 45-degree angle, arms wide open, with a smile on his face, as if embracing a lover, showing no signs of resistance. What are you doing? Yuzuki Yuin's sword came to a halt just above Shiraki's left chest, needing only a little more strength to pierce this man's heart. Yet she couldn't bring herself to do it. Shiraki's fingers tightly gripped the blade, allowing blood to cover the sword, slowly leaning forward. I told you, no matter how fast the sword strikes, without the determination to kill, you will never become strong. Shiraki gently lifted Yuzuki Yuin's trembling chin. Don't you want to see my true form? Then let me show you. Shiraki suddenly tore open his own scalp. A mass of fear-filled black horror burst forth from beneath his skin, accompanied by the cacophony of countless black crows, dyeing the entire sky dark red. I will devour your soul. Yex, fear descends. With a thunderous crash, Yuzuki Yuin felt as if her entire head was filled with a mass of black fear. Wanting nothing more than to turn and flee, the farther away from this demon, the better, but she was tightly held by Shiraki. Ding! Fedetic is very pleased that you willingly sacrificed your bond. Skill obtained. Soul drain. The new version is called 5 Bones Prosperity. But I think the old version is more vivid and expressive. After all, I have to consider readers who don't play LOL. Create a spiritual chain close to the face that leads to the target and guide the soul drain along the chain. First absorbing the opponent's chakra and using it to heal your own wounds. When the target's chakra is exhausted, it will begin to drain the soul. This. Mu scratched his head. He was happy to receive a skill for free, but why was the description so lewd? Just sleep peacefully. Mu leaned close to Yuzuki Yuin's face and activated the soul drain skill. A azure spiritual chain connected Mu and Yuzuki Yuin's mouths. With Mu's breathing, Yuzuki Yuin's chakra was continuously drawn from her body. Her soul began to tremble, and her limbs resisted weaker and weaker. In less than a minute, she collapsed into Mu's arms. Bastard! Let go of Yuin! Cough, 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 cough. Moonlight Gale roared furiously, and in a fit of rage. He spat out a mouthful of old blood and fainted. Did he misunderstand something? I didn't touch anything. We were a centimeter apart. Mu scratched his head, placed the drained Yuzuki Yuin on the ground, and took off his green vest to cover Moonlight Gale. Kid, do you like this girl? Why don't we? Mom is waiting so anxiously. Ah Fei, who was originally not a patient by Ju, had already endured for several months for that issue. The road to becoming a king doesn't need women. Emotions will only create flaws in my will. Mu looked down at Yuzuki Yuin and coldly said, Moreover, she is such a weak and indecisive woman. Tears streamed helplessly from Yuzuki Yuin's eyes. And what about Moonlight Gale? He was very decisive when he just inserted himself into you. Ah Fei pointed and continued to recommend. Mom, Moonlight Gale is a guy. Mu thought there might be no concept of gender in by Ju's mind. I just want to be a grandma. Gender doesn't matter. Ah Fei was unusually open-minded. I do care. By Murord. Chapter 71, A Real Man Never Looks Back at the Explosion Boom. Mu ignited the detonation symbol of the watchtower. The scorching flames licked at his back, and the flying stones pelted him painfully, but none of it could make him look back at the explosion. Kid, your butt is on fire, Ah Fei reminded. Don't talk. Mu wiped his hair, enduring the intense pain in his burning backside, and completed this path of a real man. Mission. Tower demolition complete. This mission was completed perfectly. We have the evaluation of Tian Xiao. To present Mu revealed an expectant smile. Ah Fei. Reward. 1 hero skill draw, 500 experience, 500 gold. Damn. Mu was so angry his teeth itched. Yet he had no choice. This success truly depended on Ah Fei. Skill draw. Demon Clown Seiko. No one treats death as a joke. Unless you are Seiko, the first murderous comedian on the Valoran continent. He always tortures the innocent with tricks until they die, then he laughs out loud. His venomous dagger is equally coated with deadly poison, bringing pain, torment, and death to his enemies. To complete his nearly perverse symphony of murder, he also sets up crazy dolls on the battlefield to toy with surrounding enemies like a madman. I knew it. Another pervert. But this guy's skills are pretty good as long as it's not some trick box or a dagger coated with deadly poison. Baimu suddenly covered his mouth. The system was eavesdropping nearby. Skill drawing in progress. Deceptive magic enter a brief invisibility state, duration depending on the chakra injected, lasting no longer than 1 minute, and making the next attack deal extra damage. Oh, I hit the jackpot. It's invisibility. I love you, system. Moi. After just finishing the Moonlight Gale, he was extremely excited. What could be more thrilling than invisibility? A minute is enough for you to do something in the women's bath? The system sneered. What kind of dirty mind do you have? Just because I can become invisible, I should go to the women's bath? No wonder you'll only ever be a system. No future. Bye muspat. Huh. The system chuckled coldly. By the way, system, I think I found a bug. Why didn't I gain experience for defeating those 3? Why do I have to kill them to gain experience? Isn't that forcing me to become a murderer? Baimu pointed at the 3 people. Otherwise, how would you farm experience from them? The system replied. But I shouldn't have to kill them to gain experience. That would make me a villain in the eyes of the audience. Baimu said awkwardly. Hey, I think you have a point. Then how about this? Defeating an opponent will grant experience, but experience gained from the same person will decrease sequentially, and you can't keep gaining experience in a short time. The system pondered for a moment. All right, Baimu gladly agreed, as he was about to level up. Defeated Wanshingujia, gained 100 experience. Defeated Moonlight Gale, gained 50 experience. Defeated Mitsuki Yuen, gained 30 experience. Level up to LV3, gained 1 EX skill point. Life Energy 200, Chakra 200. Gained skill points again. This Counterstorm, Energy Charge, and the newly acquired Invisibility all need upgrading. Baimu thought for a long time and decided to upgrade Counterstorm first. It would add some meat every day and make life more colorful. EX Counterstorm. Within 5 seconds, dodge all physical attacks and reduce 50 of ninjutsu damage. Then perform a powerful charged counterattack at the end. Not bad, the effect is amazing. Baimu was very satisfied with the upgrade effect. Speaking of which, the clown skills are all pretty good, especially the ultimate move, which is simply an enhanced version of Shadow Clone. Next time, I'll use the Demon Clown as my perverted identity, striving to gain the clown's recognition and create shadow clones. Sinister laughter. He had Fei tie up the 3 newly captured prisoners and chased after his teammates, only meeting up with them at the agreed gathering point after a long while. Damn, always just running. Didn't they notice the watchtower didn't explode? Didn't they see the captain didn't catch up? Baimu pointed at a group of idiots and scolded them. The captain is fine. A bunch of people are grinning with their spoils. Are these the girls from Konoha? Their skin is so tender and white. I really don't know what they eat to grow up. Xiangji enviously pinched Mitsuki Yuen's face. Mitsuki Yuen's heart was like dead ashes, not knowing what fate awaited her. At this time, Xiao Du and the team from the Earth Country had also arrived at the gathering point after seeing the explosion of the watchtower. How did you capture so many prisoners? Huang Tu was extremely surprised, and upon closer inspection, there were even a dozen ninja from the Hyuga clan among them. But unfortunately, they were all from the Branch family. More oddly, although they looked a bit disheveled, they weren't heavily injured. How were they captured like this? Haha. I heard Konoha's ransom is particularly high, so I just brought them all back. By Munafhartali. That's not what I meant. I meant, how did you manage to catch them all? And without injuring a single one? Huang Tu pointed at the teammates who were unwilling to let go of their spoils. They hadn't even gotten injured, let alone dirty their clothes. That fat guy ate something bad and farted, and it knocked out everyone in the watchtower. I just happened to take advantage of it. Baimu pointed at a Kimichi and laughed loudly. Their such luck? Huang Tu, being an honest person, actually believed about 80 of it. Where are the other watchtowers? I want to demolish them now. Xiao Du looked at the boxes of detonation symbols in Baimu's team members' hands, and at the Hyuga clan members, each worth millions, and his eyes instantly turned fiery with envy. Hold on, we can't demolish the watchtower all at once. Let's go back and rest first and settle these prisoners. Always knocking them out. What if we accidentally turn them into idiots and they lose their value? Baimu reassured. They didn't have any good binding methods. The highest level was various chakra sealing techniques, and their poor bindings could easily be escaped by ninjas who had learned the rope escape technique. So they used the second worst method, knocking them out. It is time to report the battle situation. Wong Tu no dead. The ninja's code is absolute obedience to mission arrangements, and they shouldn't act independently. Let's go. Hurry up and get back to the capital of grass before dinner to drink. Share the things we can't carry with the brothers. We can still have kids. Bai Mu shouted loudly, driving a group of people towards the capital of the grass country. Finally, before dusk fell, they returned to the inn where they lived, bringing back their spoils and prisoners. Chapter 72. The tentacle monster Bai Mu was urgently rushing to finish the manuscript, hoping that when the bad news reached Konoha, this article would also be on Sarutobi Hiruzen's desk. Shimura Danzo instructed Inoki to steal the tower. The restaurant's wine cellar was temporarily converted into a dungeon, where a group of Konoha captives were imprisoned. Captain, they refused to eat. Should we break their teeth and force it down? A rogue ninja, with a malicious expression, held a wooden bucket of medicinal soup. This was a potion that could suppress chakra production. After taking it, one would be unable to generate chakra for a day. I think we can mix it into their food and trick them into eating it, said Akai, coming up with a good idea. I think mixing it into the sea would kill half the ocean, Bai Mu said, looking at the green smoke rising from the bucket, the foul smell making his eyes water. It was hard to understand what kind of talent the pharmacist Ryo had to turn all the medicines into this swampy sludge. Bai Mu squatted in front of Yuzuki Yuin with a bowl of extremely foul-smelling medicine, speaking in the gentlest tone, "Don't worry, it's just a medicine to suppress your chakra. As long as you obediently take it, I guarantee you can return to Konoha safely." Yuzuki Yuin stared at Bai Mu. "Why are you looking at me like that?" Bai Mu felt uncomfortable under the gaze. "Keep staring. Cough, cough. If you don't want to drink it, then forget it. One person can't stir up much trouble." Bai Mu walked over to Tsukikage Shippu. "Come on, get up and drink your medicine. Cough, cough. Cough, cough." Tsukikage Shippu's face was pale, unable to speak, as if he could drop dead at any moment. "Get him 2 more blankets, and let the pharmacist Ryo come over to see if this illness can be treated. After all, a bloodline limit is worth at least 3 to 5 million. Bai Mu felt Tsukikage Shippu's body temperature. It was indeed a bit cold in the dungeon. Looking at the others, they were all quietly sitting cross-legged with their eyes closed, not sure if they were thinking about how to escape. "Don't you want a drink?" Bai Mu grabbed the most ferocious-looking burly ninja and pulled over the youngest Hyuga, slamming a bloody butcher knife into the burly ninja's hand, saying fiercely, "If one person doesn't drink, we'll chop off a finger. After the fingers, we'll chop off toes, until there's not a single cylindrical thing left on your body." The young Hyuga gritted his teeth, pretending to be strong, but his trembling body betrayed his fear. "Big brother." "Captain, why don't you switch to someone else? I think he looks quite ugly and fierce. But I'm timid. I can't even kill a chicken. Look at the scarf I made for you." The burly man looked at Bai Mu with a mournful face, still fiddling with half a red scarf in his hand. "How did you defect from the no-god town?" Bai Mu looked up at his muscular frame, over 2 meters tall, with the rogue ninja's mark on his Cloud Village forehead protector. Ninjas from a Cloud Village liked to challenge the most muscular people to prove their bravery. "I do have big muscles, but that's because I eat. I can't fight at all. They laughed at me, bullied me, forced me to fight. I was beaten so badly that my hands trembled. I could barely knit scarves anymore. How could they bear to hit someone who brought them autumn gifts? I really couldn't take it anymore. So I became a rogue ninja and escaped here." The big guy wiped his tears, leaning on Bai Mu's shoulder, sobbing. All right, big guy, don't cry. Your scarf is very pretty." Bai Mu patted his big head to comfort him. Even the Konoha people couldn't help but chuckle. "No laughing. I'll show you what cruelty is." Bai Mu made a fierce face. "Time is money. If you can't even handle a little thing and keep dragging your feet." Jiaodu stepped into the dungeon, and the entire space was filled with a chilling, evil chakra. Each of these Hyuga ninjas could spray chakra from every pore. Ropes had no binding force on them. The reason they didn't resist was that they feared this terrifying man. Looking at him with the Byakugan, one could see his body filled with twisted tentacles and 5 violently beating hearts. "Drink the medicine yourself, or I'll force it down your throats with my tentacles." Jiaodu's wrists extended with long tentacles, wrapping around a Konoha ninja, 2 tentacles slowly entering his nostrils, reaching into his lungs. Unable to breathe, he could only open his mouth wide in desperation. I'll drink. This Konoha ninja felt the iron wire-like tentacles entering his body, and his will instantly collapsed. Gulp, gulp, cough, cough. A group of captives immediately compromised the foul, viscous soup, causing them to cough intensely. No matter how bad the soup tasted, it was better than having tentacles invade their bodies. TSK, these tentacles are really useful, Bai Mu said enviously. The sea beast priest Oloi was arranged. The system was monitoring in real time. Hey, I was joking, Bai Mu said urgently. If he drew a passive Oloi that produced a tentacle every 20 seconds, how would he live? He might as well set up a stall selling grilled octopus legs. The system didn't T-respond. It might have really gone to arrange it. Bai Mu was speechless. In just a few minutes, the soup in the bucket was completely finished, and the captive's chakra dissipated, making it difficult to condense again within a day. One bowl a day, and you better show me. If you run away, I'll chop off your heads and collect the bounty, Bai Mu warned the guards. Yes, Captain. We wouldn't let them escape, even if we had to abandon our mothers. Bai Mu, how about we take them to our Wagakure prison? The guards there are definitely stricter than here, Huang Tu suggested. Brother Huang Tu, it's not that I don't trust you. I'm just worried about that old man above you. It's safer to keep the spoils under our own watch, Bai Mu said with a smile. All right. The old man is calling for you to go over. Huang Tu didn't pursue the issue further. Wait, I have one important thing to do first, and then I'll go. Bai Mu beckoned to Maruhoshi Koji. No. What do you want to do to the teacher? Yuzuki Yuin immediately stood up. The other ninjas also glared at Bai Mu. Maruhoshi Koji, as one of the oldest ninjas, had many people who had heard his stories and received his favors. We demand humane treatment of the captives and refuse torture. It's just a simple special treatment. Don't overthink it, Bai Mu said casually to calm them. Okay, the old man has lived all these years. What kind of storms haven't I seen? Even when I was captured and tortured, having one of my eyes gouged out, I didn't make a sound. I'll go with you. Maruhoshi Koji patted Yuzuki Yuin's hand, voluntarily standing up and walking to Bai Mu's side. Bai Mu. Yuzuki Yuin glared at Bai Mu. Don't worry, it's just a small matter. I'll be back soon. Bai Mu waved his hand and took Maruhoshi Koji to his room. Soon, strange sounds came from inside, making passers-by stop and listen. What? At my age, you actually want me to do this? Impossible. A gentleman can be killed, but not humiliated. If you don't want to, then I'll make each of those captives. Devil. You are a devil. Isn't Konoha about the will of fire? Elders burning themselves to illuminate the path for their juniors. Come on, the man with a name. I never expected my life to end like this. Then there were rustling sounds of clothes being taken off. Outside, a group of eavesdropping members whispered. Could it be? The captain actually likes men? Or old men? No wonder he doesn't touch such a beautiful Shanji. You guys don't understand anything. Old garlic is spicier. Just a few minutes later. Ha ha ha, thank you. Lord Maruhoshi, I will definitely keep this a secret. Here, take this as a reward for you. Bai Mu dropped a book and opened the door, only to see a group of people eavesdropping at the door. Captain, so soon? The group was startled and pretended to be crazy, shaking their heads. What soon? Don't you have anything to do? If you have nothing to do, go brush your teeth. Bai Mu was confused. Yes. A group of people craned their necks to look at Maruhoshi Koshuk, who was putting on clothes while shedding tears. The bright orange envelope on the bed was so eye-catching that they immediately covered their mouths and scattered. A bunch of lunatics. Bai Mu looked at the 100 gold coins he had just received, feeling pleased in his heart, and stepped closer to the abyss of no return. Chapter 73. So many figures. Bai Mu arrived at the Iwagakure command room along with the Yellow Earth. Onoki was seated on a high platform, with a massive sand table displayed in front of him, showing the troop deployments of both sides, representing the current state of the tower-pushing battle. Since Onoki generously revealed it, Bai Mu also leaned over the sand table, interested in observing. The sand table of Iwagakure was incredibly impressive. Even the red-blue army drills from his past life paled in comparison. All the troops were sculpted in solid form, rather than represented by flags. And the leading ninjas were perfectly proportioned clay figures. At that moment, Onoki was showing off, controlling the puppets in mid-air with his dust release, as if two telekinetic masters were playing chess. What a cool Minato Namikaze. I'll give it to Tsunade to increase my favorability. Bai Mu actually reached out and took down Minato figure near the second watchtower. Put it down. Onoki glared. How much? I'll buy it. Bai Mu flipped the Minato figure in his hands, nodding in delight. It was detailed down to every strand of hair. Even in his past life, such a figure would absolutely be a top-tier collectible. Is this about money? Put it down. Onoki roared. Is 100,000 Rio enough? If it is, I want to say anything more. If not, I'll add more. Bai Mu pulled out 100,000 Rio in cash. He truly liked this item. He was too poor in his past life to buy it, and now he wanted to indulge himself. Onoki was taken aback. The power of dust release was too great to control, and with a slight misstep, he could turn to ashes. These clay figures were creations he made while practicing chakra control. He never expected someone would actually spend 100,000 Rio to buy them. Knowing their value, why was he even fighting against Konoha? He could just sell clay figures. Will you sell or not? Why does this old man look so fierce? As if everyone owes him 200,000 Rio? Bai Mu asked, looking at Anoki. Is this the Jinchuriki of the Five Tails? The armored warrior is indeed cool, but they're all exquisite. I want them all. That LLB 300,000. Bai Mu grinned while holding 3 figures. Fine, take them. Anoki compromised for the sake of money. After all, he spent a lot of time before bed creating clay figures to maintain his chakra control proficiency, but unfortunately, he would crush them after finishing, so not many remained. Come on, old man, give me a signature. Bai Mu smiled as he presented the figures to Anoki, becoming more affectionate in his address. Once he passed away, this would be a family heirloom that continuously appreciated in value. Add 100,000 for a signature. Anoki was not polite. Deal. If you have any new products in the future, remember to sell them to me. I'll buy anything. Drunken Tsunade, Konoha's Danzo, Leg Shadow Karatsuchi. The 9-tailed beasts. The prices are all negotiable. Bai Mu rubbed his hands together. I know everyone else, but who is Leg Shadow Karatsuchi? Anoki asked while signing. At this point, Karatsuchi hasn't even been born. You'll know later. Well, if the Yellow Earth can be more assertive, and let me retire a bit earlier, this kind of life wouldn't be bad. Anoki nodded. The Yellow Earth blushed. He indeed had no way to comprehend dust release, not even being able to perform the simpler lava release. Nay, help him wrap it up. Be careful not to break it. We need to discuss business. Anoki tossed the 3 figures to the secretary, who was staring blankly at the sand table. Bai Mu just noticed the young woman with glasses beside him, staring intently. What are you doing? Yakushi Nanoyu felt a bit flustered. She had never seen this person before. Could she be recognized? You. Nanoyu took 2 steps back, clutching her chest. Where did you get your glasses? I've been wanting a pair of sunglasses, but I don't know where to buy them. Bai Mu pointed at Nanoyu's black-rimmed glasses. Oh, these? Just from the village's optical shop. Nanoyu finally breathed a sigh of relief. All right, it's a bit far. Next time then. Bai Mu completely failed to recognize her. I heard you just captured quite a few Hyuga clan ninjas. Anoki looked at Bai Mu with a smile. 5 million Rio for the Hyuga clan, and 3 million for the others. The old and fat ones can be cheaper, but the girls are not for sale. Bai Mu quickly quoted, that's too expensive. Anoki was taken aback, not expecting Bai Mu to be so direct. Not expensive at all. So many strong young men. Take them back to the village to find a partner, and next year you'll have a bunch of little Byakugan. Bai Mu pushed like a salesman. Useless. If it were that simple, which village hasn't captured Hyuga ninjas? To prevent their bloodline from leaking, the cage bird on their foreheads will kill them. Anoki shook his head. Everyone coveted the strategic value of the Byakugan. It had been used countless times for schemes, but unfortunately, none had succeeded. All right, so are you looking to interrogate, for information, Lord Suchikage? 1 million Rio per session. Bai Mu was eager to get the money back. Forget it. I'm too lazy to waste time with you mercenary ninjas who only care about money. Yellow Earth. Introduce him to the battle situation. Anoki shook his head. He originally wanted to ask Bai Mu to send some people to exchange hostages with Konoha, as Konoha valued life and often exchanged 10 for 1. Yes, the Yellow Earth nodded, pointing to the massive sand table. After our reconnaissance, we found a total of 4 watchtowers. Among them, the 4th watchtower has already been destroyed by you, Bai Mu, so quickly that Konoha didn't even have time to send reinforcements. Hey, no need to flatter me. I'm just doing my job. Bai Mu was not modest at all. The 3rd watchtower, just 1 minute before the Konoha reinforcements arrived, 50 members of the demolition ninja team detonated their explosive clay, taking the watchtower down with them. The Yellow Earth spoke seriously, and the entire command room fell silent for 3 minutes, the atmosphere heavy. They were the strongest ninjas, and their sacrifice was worth it. Iwagakure will ultimately win. Anoki said solemnly, whether evil or justice, heroes will emerge. Bai Mu also became serious, feeling a sense of respect. At least he could not achieve such a thing. Next are the 1st and 2nd watchtowers. Although we have identified their exact locations, we haven't been able to destroy them in time because Minato Namikaze has provided support too quickly. Now over 2,000 ninjas have gathered for a tug of war. The Yellow Earth continued. So, I need you to go on another mission and take down a tower. Anoki was the harshest employer, wanting to extract every bit of value from Bai Mu. Mission acquired. Destroy Tower 0. 2 mission reward. 300 per tower, may I ask. Why doesn't Lord Suchikage go himself? With your strength, you should be able to destroy it with a wave of your hand. Right? Bai Mu was confused. Bai Mu, you don't know this, but a few months ago, my father fought against Minato Namikaze and couldn't determine a winner after a long battle. Thus, a verbal agreement came into play. My father is not allowed to use dust release against ordinary ninjas, and Minato won't come to a Wagakure to kill indiscriminately. The Yellow Earth explained. This agreement is good. It's a non-proliferation treaty for forbidden techniques. Otherwise, it would be a divine battle, and the common people would suffer. Baimu nodded. It's a disgrace to tie with a junior. If I were 20 years younger. Anoki was very dissatisfied, but being dissatisfied, he could only hold it in. After all, Minato Namikaze had no cooldown on his teleportation. No problem, we're mercenaries with professional ethics, but I have 2 requests. Baimu raised 2 fingers. Speak. First, our people are tired and need to rest for 2 days. The first day of battle is often the most intense, and I just don't want to lead the charge. Fine. Anoki thought that since both sides had already clarified their battle objectives, there was no rush to destroy the tower in the next couple of days. Secondly, he would only go to the first watchtower. Because the figure of Minato Namikaze had just been placed near the second watchtower, he didn't want to face that fastest man yet. All right, Anoki nodded. He didn't expect this little brat to defeat Minato Namikaze anyway. Chapter 74. Women only affect the speed at which I draw my sword, the meeting concluded. And Baimu and Huang Tu left the command room. Let's go back and have a drink, Baimu said, reaching out to pat Huang Tu on the shoulder. No. Too many comrades sacrificed today. I'm feeling a bit down. Huang Tu thought about the bodies retrieved from Tower 3, even struggling to piece them together, and felt a deep sadness. Drinking is just what you need when you're feeling down. Think about it. The sacrifices of our comrades are for us to live happier lives. Holding in your feelings won't help your training. Let's go back and pay tribute to our warriors. Baimu encouraged. Well, okay, you go ahead. I still have some things to take care of here. I'll join you later. After a moment of thought, Huang Tu nodded. He loved drinking with this group. It was true happiness, though always losing seemed to have depleted his funds. It was time to ask his father for some money. All right, hurry up. If you're late, I won't wait for you. Baimu waved goodbye. Save me a spot. Huang Tu quickly picked up his pace and left. Baimu was about to head back to the hotel to check on his captives when suddenly someone caught up to him. Sir, you're dull. It was the Yimu's secretary, stumbling as she ran, giving off a clumsy vibe. She tripped on the threshold and fell. Be careful. Baimu lunged forward and caught the figurine. Phew. Luckily it didn't break. Baimu gently held the figurine, blowing on it and touching it with great care. Even if a person dies, they can be revived somehow. But if this figurine breaks, it won't be so easy to replace. Ouch! Yinayu lay on the ground, waiting for someone to help her. Since passing the news about the Uchiha treasure back to the root, Shimura Danzo had shown great interest and required her to ascertain the treasure's location. So, she needed to find a way to connect with Baimu. It seems that Minato Namikaze's face is a bit dirty. Phew. Thankfully it's just dust. Baimu still paid no attention to her. Yinayu had to get up by herself, holding her knee and bowing repeatedly. Is everything okay? Ebisu. It's fine. It's fine. What is your name again? Nice something? Not wild at all. Thanks for bringing it out. I'll be on my way now. Baimu waved his hand, eager to return to his bed. I'm Nai, the secretary of Lord Suchikage. Yinayu extended a hand, tried to establish some rapport. So you're his secretary. As expected, big shots always have secretaries. Hey, if those glasses were paired with black stockings, it would look even more professional. Baimu commented on her professional attire, gently shaking her hand. Baimu. Baimu, is that your surname? What's your first name? Yinayu wanted to dig into his background through his name. Goodbye. Baimu turned away expressionlessly. The cat on his shoulder was making gestures, but Baimu covered its mouth. Yinayu felt like a failure for the first time. Her charm and looks had always been outstanding. Was it because she wasn't wearing black stockings? Upon returning to the hotel, the noise of drinking and singing could be heard from 300 meters away, as if the entire street had moved their homes closer. Xiangqi, come here. Baimu carefully cradled a large cloth bag in his arms, afraid that these clumsy fools would bump into it. Calling to the little girl who was sitting at a table drinking. What is up? Xiangji bounced over. Shoo, let me show you my treasure. Touch it yourself. Baimu cautiously opened the bag in his arms. The captain. How annoying. Xiangji's face turned red as she reached in and pulled out the figurine. What is this hard thing? It's the figurine of Minato Namikaze. Wow, what a handsome figurine. Xiangji's eyes lit up with excitement. Could it be that the captain remembers I have the bounty notice of Minato Namikaze on my bedside? Did he specially choose this from countless stores just for me? If he confesses to me, should I play hard to get? Oh, how embarrassing. Do you like it? Baimu watched her joyful expression. I love it. Xiangji was thrilled. Afei also jumped up and down, repeatedly saying it's coming, it's coming. If you like it, look at it a few more times. I'll lock it in my bedside cabinet later. No one can touch it. Bai Mu grinned. Hey, Xiangji's expression turned fierce. Almost like a character from JoJo. Bai Mu vaguely heard the one-eyed old man sharpening his knife faster and quickly turned to run. After showing off his figurine, Bai Mu went to take a look at the cellar. The two idiots guarding the captives were actually drinking and playing cards, a complete prelude to disaster. After kicking one of them in the rear, he reconsidered and felt it was unreliable. Since they were just a bunch of misfits, he couldn't expect them not to slack off. He gritted his teeth and spent 125 gold coins to buy a true sight eye to install at the entrance of the cellar. This way, as long as he closed his eyes, he could check the real-time situation here through his thoughts. A purple-red staff was planted in the ground, topped with a pair of eerie magical eyes scanning left and right, making anyone who looked at it feel an urge to smash it 3 times. Once inspiration struck. Since he could use the guard for monitoring and the image was so clear, then invisible guards. Damn it! Bai Mu slapped himself hard. Captain, what is this thing? Is it valuable? The 2 temporary guards poked the eye of the true sight guard. Get lost! Get lost! Don't poke my eyes. Let me tell you, I can monitor you in real time through this thing. If I catch you drinking and playing cards again, you can go back to Wushan Town and drink tea. Bai Mu scolded. He. We want tea drink anymore. We want tea drink anymore. Where can you find a place as comfortable as drinking and eating meat with the captain in Wushan Town? The 2 temporary guards quickly waved their hands. Good to know. What's the situation with you? Bai Mu asked. Nothing special, very honest. We just had dinner. As you said, there was meat and vegetables. We didn't treat them poorly. Well, if they have any requests, just tell me. Bai Mu peeked into the cellar. Most of the members of the Hyuga clan were sitting cross-legged, always looking indifferent to everything. Maru Shingu Jie seemed to be in a bad mood, while Atsutsuki Yuka was nearby, trying to console him. Whereas Moonlight Gale, Bai Mu suddenly noticed he was missing. That tuberculosis patient? He was taken away by the medicine seller and is boiling medicine in the backyard. It smells terrible. Well, you all keep an eye on them. Don't slack off. They are Konoha ninjas. Who knows what strange escape methods they might have. Be careful, or you might lose your heads. Bai Mu warned as he headed to the backyard to find pharmacist Ryo. Another strong smell of medicine hit him. Moonlight Gale lay on the bed looking lifeless, no longer coughing, and his complexion had improved a lot. Pharmacist Ryo was grinding other medicines nearby. Can you cure his illness? Bai Mu looked at pharmacist Ryo in disbelief. Just a minor ailment. Pharmacist Ryo brushed his hair back. Minor ailment? Princess Tsunade from Konoha said she couldn't cure it. You say you can? Bai Mu still looked skeptical. I admit that medical ninjas are good at treating injuries, but when it comes to illnesses, they don't know a thing. They only know how to treat symptoms, not the root cause. Pharmacist Ryo said confidently. What is the root cause of his illness? Bai Mu asked curiously. The root is the root. What nonsense? Speak human language. It's just the root. Pharmacist Ryo was getting frustrated. Which root? Bai Mu's eyes widened. How many roots does a man have? Pharmacist Liang chuckled lewdly. You cut him off? Bai Mu looked at Moonlight Gale, who had a lifeless expression, and raised his voice by several decibels. Chill. Don't make a fuss. I'm a pharmacist. How could I do such a thing? It's just a little medication to suppress bad thoughts. Pharmacist Liang explained. That is not okay. This medicine can be detoxified, right? Bai Mu exclaimed. He agreed to it himself. I didn't force him. If he wants to stop, he can just stop taking the medicine. The effect lasts at most a week, Pharmacist Liang shrugged. Phew, that's a relief. But why did he agree to take such medicine? Bai Mu glanced at Moonlight Gale and guessed he didn't want to talk. Children have poor self-control, and he happens to have the ability to become invisible. You know, the loss of yang attributes leads to lung indeficiency. That's the root cause of his persistent cough. You even showed him that book Intimate Paradise, which pushed him further into the abyss. Now he has lung indeficiency and has transitioned to kidney indeficiency. If he doesn't stop, he might lose his life. Pharmacist Liang lamented about the cause of the illness. Cough, cough. Bai Mu coughed to cover his embarrassment. Bai Mu, you're right. If all one thinks about is women, one can never become strong. I have blamed myself countless times, regretting my actions. But the next day I would continue, as if possessed. This time, perhaps it's time to completely sever desires and focus on honing my sword. Moonlight Gale looked at Bai Mu with hollow eyes. Lin Pingji. Bai Mu jumped in shock. His junior brother's martial arts improved rapidly after he castrated himself. Could it be that Moonlight Gale is also going to take this path? A person's energy is limited, and romantic feelings are the most draining. When people concentrate their energy on one thing, they often achieve success more easily, which is why those top experts are usually eunuchs. Oh no, what about Yuzuki Yuin? Bamu suddenly remembered question. The one who severs emotions focuses entirely on the sword. Women will only affect my clear and transparent sword heart. Moonlight Gale's expression was extremely cold. Abstinence. Abstinent Gale. Bamu gave a thumbs up. Brother, your will is extraordinary. Your future achievements will not be less than Konoha's White Fang. And on that day, I will kill you. Moonlight Gale turned his head, his eyes filled with a killing intent that disregarded everything. Why go through this? Delang. Bamu smiled wryly and ruffled Moonlight Gale's hair. He never thought he would one day help someone quit their lust. Chapter 75. Manly Man Moonlight and Gale still resided beside the pharmacistery, receiving treatment to compensate for years of physical depletion. Bamu also wanted to see how high this guy could climb after abstaining. Could he really surpass Baya? After a 2-day rest, Noki urged Bamu to set off. The 2 watchtowers had been besieged for a long time, and the casualties were increasing day by day. However, this time he did not plan to take too many people. First, he felt that the regular troops of Awagakure could not take them down, so what could their ragtag group accomplish? Moreover, pushing towers was naturally about psychological warfare first and brute force second, with the essence being one word: stealth. Second, he was worried about the prisoners here inciting a riot, as the chakra suppression medication was sometimes unreliable. I don't plan to take too many people this time. We'll follow the principle of volunteerism. Those willing to act with me. Step forward, Bamu shouted. A group of people instantly took a step back, revealing a few slow-reacting individuals. Good, just you few then. 1, 2, 3, 4. Don't run. I see you. 20 people, plus me, Kakazu, and Deputy Leader Huang Tu. We move out. Nearby, the first watchtower. The air was thick with smoke and the smell of blood. In just 2 days, a bloody meat grinder had formed around this watchtower, with both sides continuously feeding in manpower. Iwagakure had lost over 500 ninjas, while Konoha had suffered nearly 100 casualties, though fewer. At this moment, the frontline commander of Iwagakure was a guy named Dong Shuren, but the real main attacker was the host of the Five Tails Han. Once Huang Tu arrived, he automatically replaced Dong Shuren's position. What is the situation now? Huang Tu asked. Lord Huang Tu, Konoha has established a defense line relying on the watchtower, with about 200 ninjas. These ninjas are not a concern. The real threat comes from the crossbows on the watchtower, which are formidable. Their effective range is 1,000 meters and controlled by the High GA clan, making their accuracy terrifying. Many of our excellent ninjutsu users have been sniped while releasing their techniques, Dong Shuren said, shaking his head helplessly. Indeed, one shot takes down a kid. The 12 chakra crossbows at the 4th watchtower are just sitting in a corner of the restaurant. Too bad they are all city defense-grade ninja tools, not usable by individuals unless one is really strong. Huang Tu also tried firing a few shots. With chakra infusion, the power increased significantly, and, at maximum mode, it could easily penetrate a mud wall from 500 meters away. Bamu even sold one to Noki for 5 million ryo, allowing their technicians to disassemble and analyze it. Indeed, it's a troublesome ninja tool. Who is currently commanding Konoha? Huang Tu stroked his chin and continued asking. Narashika Hiza, Yamanaka Inoichi, and Akimichi Choza, Dong Shuren replied seriously. Oh. Bamu whistled, finally encountering acquaintances, and all at once, there were 3 of them. It's actually them. This is troublesome. Huang Tu frowned. These 3 were the strongest inheritors of the pig deer butterfly, all sons of clan leaders, with exceptional strength and talent, standing as the backbone of the younger generation. Having made a great name for themselves on the battlefield, forming the strongest combination below Minato Namikaze. And there's another piece of bad news. Dong Shuren took a deep breath. Yesterday, we sacrificed over 200 people under the crossbows. We finally reached the base of the tower. And then Minato Namikaze came to support us, causing our entire line to collapse. Double line support? What a headache. Bamu tapped his head. Sigh. The 3 sighed simultaneously. Everyone knew Minato Namikaze was unbeatable. If things were really bad, they could only give up the mission. Kid, I have a good idea. Afei leaned in to whisper in Bamu's ear. You have a good idea? Bamu jolted, and the other 2 raised their heads sharply. How about we drink a bottle of cola? Thinking about problems while drinking cola make your head hurt less. Afei pulled out a can of drinks seized from Konoha and grinned. Oh, you truly are my dear mother. Bamu happily embraced Afei. Huang Tu remained expressionless. Burp. Bamu took a long swig of cola and burped, feeling much better. He looked around the command tent and asked Dong Shuren, "Where's your Jinch Ricky Han? I haven't seen him." Him? Why are you looking for that eccentric? Dong Shuren asked with a dismissive tone. Eccentric? Baimu was even more puzzled. After all, Han could be considered his comrade. It was inappropriate for the commander to describe his village as Jinchuriki with such a term. Well, Han has had a strange personality since childhood. He doesn't get along with us, Wangtis said. But thinking about it, Gaara, Yagura, Killer Bee, and Naruto all had not received fair treatment in their villages, and it seemed that everyone in the ninja world inherently disliked Jinchuriki. I'm just curious. I've never seen what a Jinchuriki looks like, Baimu replied. Just a bunch of freaks. If you want to find him, he is probably by the river. Dong Shuren waved his hand. Then you all think about the plan. I'll go talk to Han. Baimu left the command tent. In a world of Hokage, everyone was so kind. Where's the notion of freaks? If you entered their hearts, you would find that these people were truly adorable. By a small stream, a tall man clad in full metal armor was squatting there, hammering and polishing the damaged parts of his armor. The system immediately issued a task. Task acquired: kill, abduct, kidnap, violate, fall in love, and then abandon the Jinchuriki. Reward: hero skills extraction, gold coins, and some experience. What the hell, starting with such nonsense? Do I look like that kind of person? Baimu felt a headache coming on. Just be a paragon of righteousness. You can choose not to do it. I'm just afraid you'll end up saying it's actually nice. The system replied disdainfully. I will bear the humiliation. Hey, are you Mr. Han? Baimu approached to greet him. Han raised a thumb, tipping up his metal hat, revealing half of his masked face, but he did not speak. Just tapped on his armor, on which was engraved a large traditional character. Sweat. Baimu did not expect Han to be kindred spirits. Yes, it's Han, the manly man. Han spoke in a muffled voice behind his iron armor. Seeing this cool armor, I came over. You are indeed Mr. Han. Baimu showed an admiring look. Armor. Cool. Han tilted his head, stunned. Everyone in the village called him the freak hiding under iron plates, and it was the first time someone said his armor was cool. Of course, steel and armor are forever the romance of manly men. Baimu gave a big thumbs up. Homunsi. Exactly. Only manly men can understand the tenderness of steel. Baimu flashed a bright smile. A man discriminated against by villagers. A man rejected by his ninja companions. A man who was infatuated with armor. What would be easier to lure than this? I want to become a stronger human trafficker than Orochimaru. Chapter 76. The heroic spirit of a man. Han has lived in Yanin village for over 30 years, yet not a single person understands his dreams. The emotions left behind are even less than the 2 sentences from Baimu. What is a soulmate? This is a soulmate. The 2 of them sat by the creek, sharing their innermost thoughts, each with a cup of wine, listening to Han's story. When Han was just a baby, he was implanted with the 5 Tails Mu King, becoming the Jinchuriki of Yanin village. To prevent him from being assassinated by other villages during his infancy, this was supposed to be a very secret matter. However, the 5 Tails Mu King was a wild and free-spirited tailed beast, deeply resistant to being confined within the Jinchuriki's body. The sealing technique of Yanin village was unreliable, leading to frequent rampages of the tailed beast. The scorching steam that erupted burned young Han all over, and the immense chakra continuously healed him, causing him to suffer torment between life and death from a young age, leaving his skin with irreparable scars. His mother was heartbroken and even ignored the scalding steam as she held Han, just to provide him with a comforting embrace during his pain. She told him, a man should endure all suffering. Poor mothers everywhere. Ah-Fei was moved to tears. As Han grew a bit older and reached the age to attend the Ninja Academy, the Mu King perhaps grew tired and was no longer so violent, only rampaging occasionally. Han was thrilled to see so many children his age and to be able to play together. At that time, it was still autumn and winter, and he wore padded clothes, gloves, and a mask to cover his burns. The children's thoughts were not so complicated, and they didn't pay much attention to their companion. Until the weather gradually warmed up and the children took off their coats, Han, wanting to hide his burns, could only continue wearing thick clothing, which gradually led to him being mocked by his peers. Mischievous kids even took advantage of his distraction to pull off his mask and gloves. A face that looked as if it had been burned by boiling oil, skin wrinkled like tree bark all over. After a brief shock, Han became the target of everyone's disdain and ridicule, and all his companions left him. That day, his mother told him, a man must endure loneliness. A man should drink heartily. Cheers. Baimu didn't say much and raised his cup in respect. Children are often the cruelest, while adults might disguise their thoughts. Children are purely bad without any mix of self-interest. After that, Han was given the title of monster. Everyone teased him, threw stones at him, and he became the most hated person among them. But he didn't care, merely enduring silently, until one day, his beloved pet, a beetle hiding in his pencil case, was stepped on by the class leader. Losing control of his emotions, the tailed beast rampaged again, and the scorching steam swept through the entire class. Although the umbu protecting him immediately intervened, many were still scalded by the steam. That day, his mother told him, "A man must learn to be gentle. You should have fought back sooner." Baimu raised his cup. Old Z's situation in his youth wasn't too much better than Han's, but his bad temper made others afraid to look him in the eye, isolating him on the edge of the village. After the rampage incident, although no one dared to bully Han anymore, they still regarded him as a monster, and no one wanted to talk to him. He endured loneliness and silence until he turned 13 when a brilliant light appeared in his life. A blind girl, a chance encounter, a girl who couldn't see Han's appearance, a girl who wasn't afraid of Han. The two became good friends, and gradually Han fell for her. She said she wanted to see the forest. Han knocked out the umbu guarding him and took the girl to the border of the land of fire. Those were his happiest days. The girl personally injected him with the paralysis needle, and waiting for him were a group of umbu ninjas without any identification. This was his first complete tailed beast transformation, and he didn't even know what had happened. When he regained consciousness, all that remained was a ground full of flesh and blood. This must have been done by Shimura Danzo. I'm going to write a 20,000-word manuscript to condemn him. Baimu smashed his cup angrily and heavily patted Han's armor. Brother, your life is really too tragic. When you go back, didn't your mom tell you that a man doesn't need a woman? Only a sissy plays with girls. No. I wandered in the land of Earth for a long time before returning to the village, but my mother was already gone. My act of defection enraged the Tsuchikage. It was my mother who always protected me, even sacrificing her life to stop the Tsuchikage from issuing a kill order. She believed I would never become a traitor. From then on, Han had no relatives in the ninja world, hiding in his cold armor, avoiding everyone's gaze, saying the words of man while concealing his gentle heart. Woo-woo, what a great mother. Cry, let us cry together. A fils obède incontrôlable. A man doesn't cry. Han's eyes turned red as he took a big gulp of wine. You are a true man. Baimu toasted. After 3 rounds of drinks, you just said my armor has defects? Han suddenly asked. That's right, if I'm not mistaken. You're using conduits to spray steam to enhance your speed and power, right? When it came to serious matters, Baimu became serious. Yes, when I was boiling water as a child, I discovered that the steam produced by boiling release could push a heavy lid. So I've been studying steam conversion into propulsion and modified it to fit into my armor. Han did. What a genius idea, but without guidance. Making things in isolation will fall behind the times. A man also needs help to provide some ideas, right? Baimu gave a thumbs up. You understand armor too? Han was slightly taken aback. Nowadays in the ninja world, the trend is declining. Everyone pursues speed and the power of ninjutsu, and the equipment on their bodies has started to simplify. The warring state's armor has been eliminated, and girls wear less and less. Research on body armor has almost reached zero. He had also pondered for over a decade to come up with this simple steam propulsion mechanism. No one understands armor better than I do. Baimu gave Han a reliable look. Then can you share it with me? Of course. We are friends now, aren't we? Friends. Han fell silent. You already understand that steam can bring immense kinetic energy, but merely using this steam power to assist physical techniques is too narrow-minded. What if you transformed it into artillery? Give me paper. Baimu stretched out his hand. Aside from excrement, Afe had everything in his stomach. While speaking, Baimu frantically scribbled, drawing the mech he envisioned on the paper. The armor must be thick as possible, regardless of mobility. Just make the armor thick enough so that standing still, one cannot be killed. The more turrets, the better. The larger the caliber, the better. Below 460. All beings are equal. No need for movement, just fire. If one shot doesn't kill, then fire another. What? The enemy runs fast? Then cover them with firepower. What? They can fly? Then put a cannon on their forehead too. Caliber is justice. Tonnage is victory. More riveted steam, more turrets. Billions of stars, billions of turrets. More riveted steam, turrets above all. Billions of turrets, billions of glory. Each shot symbolizes the romance and glory of a man. Han was stunned by Baimu's advanced ideas, holding the blueprint in his hands, a fierce heroic spirit burning in his chest. The armor of a man should be like this. Han, would like to call it the Yamato. Are you a devil? Baimu tilted his head and looked at Han with a blank expression. Chapter 77. The falling, but the two of them drank until the afternoon, and only returned to the command tent when Huangtu sent someone to find them. Did you drink? Huangtu smelled the alcohol on them. What is wrong with you? Dong Siren shouted angrily, with the battle imminent. Drinking is punishable. Exactly. Why didn't you bring me along? Huangto added, which nearly dislocated Dong Siren's jaw. Hey, I promise next time, Bai Mu chuckled lightly. Ahem. Just kidding. Let us get down to business. We don't have a good way to restrain Bo Feng Shui Man, so we thought of a simple method. We'll launch an attack in sync with the No. 2 watchtower, letting Lao Zi over there hold Bo Feng Shui Man in check, while we 4 strong ones launch a strong offensive, Huangtu said seriously. Han, Lord Kakuzayu. Does Dong Siren count as a strong one? Bai Mu looked at this ordinary ninja in surprise, not remembering that this guy was actually a named character in the original story, which allowed him to escape a catastrophe. The 4th strong one is you. Captain Bai Mu. Huangtu looked at him meaningfully. I'm a strong one? I didn't expect my reputation to be this high already. Bai Mu scratched his head and chuckled foolishly, feeling that he was not far from inheriting Uchiha Madara's name. If there are no objections, we are ready to launch the attack. The agreed time with the number 2 watchtower is precisely at 1 o'clock for a synchronized attack. Huangtu glanced at the time. Only half an hour was left. Well, I have no objections. 4 great strong ones attacking at the same time, and Kakuzu will crush them. The mere pig deer butterfly should be able to take me out, right? Bai Mu shrugged indifferently. This wave is secure. Afei also chimed in with a supportive remark. Half an hour later, Huangtu had already led the Awagakure troops to within 1,000 meters of the watchtower. This area was already within the effective range of the watchtower. The battlefield still bore many bloodstains and severed limbs, but the bodies had been cleaned up by the Konoha forces. The earth flow wall, lacking chakra support, had turned into piles of dirt, resembling short graves. Huangtu led the earth-style ninjas cautiously, building an earth flow wall every 5 meters and a trench every 10 meters, trying to avoid exposing his subordinates directly to the watchtower's line of fire. Bai Mu and his team hid at the back, watching Huangtu advance step by step. Suddenly, he felt the sky darken, as if a cloud was drifting overhead. What a coincidence! Is it going to rain? Bai Mu raised his hand to shield his eyes and looked up. Enemy attack. A shrill howl sounded nearby. Bai Mu looked up and was greeted by a gigantic one he had never seen before, and it was still growing larger. Holy crap, a Kimchi Dingza! Who else besides the super enlargement of a Kimchi Dingza could have but with a diameter of 100 meters? Who told me that a Kimchi Dingza could fly? It's a butterfly. Bai Mu watched the dissipating red chakra wings on a Kimchi Dingza's back. Many people would think that in the pig deer butterfly trio, the Akimichi clan represents the pig, but in fact they are the butterfly. Of course, butterflies can fly. Super enlargement technique. Meat bullet crush cutting board. A giant over 100 meters tall descended from the sky like a crow on a plane, landing right in the midst of the Awagakure troops. The violent tremor was equivalent to an A-rank ninjutsu earthquake. The earth flow walls built by Huangtu collapsed instantly, and the Awagakure ninjas fell into chaos and scattered in all directions. Fire! On the watchtower, 12 chakra crossbow cannons had already been charged with energy under the control of the Hyuga ninjas. Upon hearing the command, they immediately fired at the Awagakure ninjas rolling away. Hut, hut, hut. Each shot sliced through the air like a wailing death god, taking away the lives of Awagakure ninjas. My goodness. Nara Shikaku is indeed the future top strategist of Konoha. This ambush is brilliant. Bai Mu smacked his lips. They had been at the back of the team and had not suffered much damage. Don't panic. Build the earth flow walls. Continue the attack. Huangtu roared to boost morale. Although they were caught off guard by the sudden ambush, they couldn't just retreat in disgrace. However, Akimichi Dingza's second attack followed closely. This time, a giant foot descended with earth-shattering force, targeting 3 Awagakure genin who were huddled together in fear and chaos, ready to stomp them into the ground. Earth-style, Earth-esque grasp. Huangtu was undoubtedly the most reliable older brother of Awagakure. With a series of hand signs, he slammed his hands to the ground, causing the earth to tremble and fracture. A giant arm made of rubble shot up from the ground, and with a loud crash of falling debris, it held back the massive foot of Akimichi Dingza. Don't be afraid, hurry and go. Encouraged by Huangtu, the 3 young Awagakure ninjas finally gathered their courage and rushed forward. Steam Rising Dragon Fist. The steam boiler behind Han let out a long, resonating hum, and the intense steam propelled him into the sky. He aimed to break Akimichi Dingza's super enlargement technique with a single powerful punch. Not on my watch. Shadow Stitching Binding Technique. Nara Shikaku had somehow appeared inside the giant Dingza's pocket. Anyway, The 100-meter giant blocked the sun, casting shadows everywhere, allowing him to play with his shadow techniques as he pleased. A net woven from shadows descended upon Han, immediately capturing him and binding him in midair, leaving him unable to move without any leverage. A real man can't stop here. Boil release, old driver technique. Woo woo woo, a sound like a train whistle erupted from the boiler behind, and the steam propellers in his limbs expelled scorching gas, greatly enhancing his strength. The shadow net was instantly stretched to the brink of tearing, and sweat began to bead on Nara Shikaku's forehead. I really don't want to see that monster again in my life, but let us just sleep peacefully this time. A handsome guy with a flowing blonde ponytail appeared on Akimichi Ding's shoulder, striking a peculiar hand seal. Ninjutsu, heart sleep technique. Instantly, Han's entire soul crashed into the mental world controlled by Nara Shikaku. Looking at the five tails, Mu King bound by iron chains, raising his hands to emit a hypnotic illusion. Yamanaka Inoichi, as the most talented young member of the Yamanaka clan, possessed such powerful mental abilities that he could invade the mental world of a Jinchuriki, but he could only make the tailed beast fall asleep along with the Jinchuriki. After struggling a few times, Han surprisingly closed his eyes and fell into a deep sleep. The situation is a bit off. It's our turn now. Bai Mu glanced at the silent Kakuzu beside him. What else on your mind? Temporary price increases R&T, something a dedicated hired ninja should do. It's just that I've never seen so many bounties fighting. So I was a bit distracted. Kakuzu took a deep breath. In his field of vision, there was 1,000,000 tails stepping on 3,000,000 tails, 2,000,000 tails swinging on 50,000,000 tails, and 1,500,000 tails sleeping. Small matter. If you can catch those 3 from Konoha, we'll go exchange for bounties. Bai Mu grinned. Why catch? Isn't taking their heads enough? Kakuzu looked at Bai Mu in confusion. Fool. Cutting off their heads for bounties can only be done once. Sooner or later, the ninja world will be wiped clean by you. We catch and release, release and catch. Going back and forth for ransom is much more profitable, right? Bai Mu grinned mischievously. As expected of the captain, Kakuzu gave a thumbs up. Come on, since I've given you a way to make money, lend me a heart to use. Bai Mu spread his hand. Not lending. Kakuzu flatly refused. He never made free deals. Then the old rule, rent. Bai Mu prepared to pull out money generously. Which one do you want? Kakuzu's eyes lit up. Last time I played with the lightning attribute, and I wasted the experience card. This time, let's go with the earth attribute. Bai Mu stroked his chin. The earth attribute won't do. This is my original heart, which has been with me for 100 years, and I have deep feelings for it. Moreover, it is the foundation of my life-saving ninjutsu, the earth spear. All right, enough of that. How much is it? 10 million Ryo. You're ruthless. Bai Mu gritted his teeth and still decided to spend the money. At worst, he could sell a few chakra crossbows to Wanoki when he got back. Buffed. Kaidi took out a heart from beneath a yellow mask and handed it to Bai Mu. Chapter 78. The Joy of Men, with Kakuzu joining the fray. The Konoha team of Ino, Shikamaru, and Choji has reached a 3v3 situation against the Wagakure. Akimichi Choji and Iwagakure Zanoki are both formidable figures on the battlefield. One a giant towering over 100 meters, the other commanding the earth in battle. As they lift their feet and wave their hands, the ground shakes. And a mere mortal like Hakuki doesn't want to get involved in their fight. He'd be squashed without anyone knowing his name. At this moment, Kakuzu is up against Nara Shikaku. Kakuzu, being older, finds his mind not as sharp as the younger generations, and he's caught off guard by Shikaku's various strategies, getting spun around by large-scale ninjutsu that either scorches his shadow clones or crushes his substitutes, wasting chakra and inadvertently injuring many Iwagakure ninjas. On the other side, Hina and Yamanaka Ino are snuggled up in Choji's pocket, seemingly a good opportunity. If they can wake Hina, the tide of battle might turn. However, Hakuki never plays support. He always aims to be the MVP, the brightest star on the battlefield. He slams Kakuzu's earth attribute hard into his chest. The pain of the tendrils invading his veins surging again, accompanied by the system's pleasant notification. Monitoring large amounts of earth chakra invasion. Activating experience mechanism. Hero matching. Iwagakure's Talia Magma Beast. Murphy, please select. Iwagakure's Talia and the Stone Golem. Do I even need to think? Fool. I choose Yasuo's good buddy. The Stone Golem. Hakuki almost fell into the trap. As soon as he finished speaking, the surrounding rubble seemed to be attracted by some force. Floating up and gathering toward Hakuki, actually assembling him into a magma beast. Am I really going to pilot a giant mech? Hakuki was momentarily stunned, then overjoyed. Thankfully, he didn't choose that girl who throws stones. Otherwise, he'd just be an ordinary Jainin. With his hands together, he stood atop the highest earthen wall, and as chakra surged wildly, countless stones enveloped him. He shouted, "Brothers of Awagakure, I will draw their fire, break their formation." Inoki turned back to take a look and saw a stone giant being constructed by invisible gravity, with the core of that gravity being Hakuki? What kind of advanced earth ninjutsu is this? Why is there no hand sign, just hands together, and it appears? Inoki looked up, mouth agape. What serious ninja uses hand signs? Hakuki laughed. Damn, I should have rented it cheaper. Kakuzu cursed, resolved to ask for 20 million next time. Inoki, make me a stick to use. As Hakuki drew chakra, his body continued to grow, almost matching Choji's size. Of course, something that pops out of stone should be used with a stick. All right, Earth style, Earth's rod. Inoki slammed the ground, and a thick, sturdy stick shot up from the earth. What the? When did the stone rod change its name? Hakuki could no longer look directly at Inoki's current morals. No wonder he has yellow in his name. In just a few days, he had brought out the most primitive nature of man. Ninjutsu power changes so naturally, it needs a new name. I've never molded such a large stone rod. I had to think of something temporary. Isn't it fitting? Inoki patted the thick stone pillar. This is way too thick. There's no helping it. This thing follows its master. Inoki chuckled innocently. There's actually another strong man. Choji, stop him. Narashikaku frowned, watching the second 100-meter giant appear on the battlefield, worried that the situation would change because of it. At this moment, Hakuki had completely transformed into the magma beast, becoming a 100-meter tall stone giant. Looking down, he saw ninjas the size of ants below. An overwhelming feeling of grandeur surged within him. Indeed, a man should pilot a giant mech. Boom, boom, boom. The earth trembled as Choji charged forward, also wielding a pitch-black stick, each step feeling like an earthquake. Now that I have the size, let me test my strength. Hakuki grabbed the rock staff made by Inoki and pulled it up forcefully, as if he could hear the earth scream. Counterattack storm. The rock staff in Hakuki's hand spun like a whirlwind, directly knocking Choji's wooden staff aside. No matter how Choji changed his attack, the two sticks remained tightly stuck together, unable to be shaken off. The stone giant even managed to strike back a couple of times. The nerve conduction speed of living beings is constant. The longer the spine, the slower the reaction speed, which is why giant creatures often move clumsily, but Hakuki's set of fancy stick maneuvers still drew attention. What agile movements! I didn't expect him to have such reaction speed after giantification. But this attack power seems a bit low, right? Choji felt the stick hitting his belly wasn't that painful. Low? Let us see how you feel after this punch. Those who underestimate the AP stone golem are bargaining in the spring water. Hakuki indeed lacked power. After all, shaping this stone giant had already consumed most of his chakra, and his foundation was still too weak. Charge strike X thunderclap boom. The weight of Hakuki's punch, infused with immense earth chakra, slammed heavily onto Choji's chest, even shattering the armor on his body. Choji was actually knocked down to the ground by a single punch, feeling a sweetness in his throat and nearly spitting blood, while Hina and Yamanaka Ino tumbled out of his pocket, waking up. It seems we can't hold on. Perhaps we should retreat. Narashikaku pondered, realizing Awagakure's strength was far too much to recover from. This won't do. We can't let Minato be held back. Choji surprisingly pulled a sesame-sized tricolor pill from his pocket and swallowed it in one gulp. Choji, well, all right then. Let us continue fighting. Seeing that Choji had already swallowed the spicy pill and was ready to fight to the death, Shikaku calmed himself. With his strength, he wouldn't die, but he would at least be bettered in for half a month. Whoosh! A mouthful of crimson, murky air erupted from Choji's nostrils, his face turning as red as if he might breathe fire at any moment. The fierce chakra spraying from his back transformed into two red butterfly wings, significantly amplifying his power. Butterfly bomb, critical hit. The butterfly wings enveloped his giant fist, delivering a blow that sent Hakuki flying hundreds of meters away, carving a long trench in the ground. Damn, that has some serious power. Hakuki struggled to get up, the half-rocky granite shield on his body falling apart, leaving a massive fist mark on his chest. This is ultimately our Awagakure's affair. Inoki slammed his hands heavily on the ground, roaring, earth style, mountain earth technique. It had appeared, the ultra-large ninjutsu that almost crushed the Ten Tails into a walnut. Two massive mountains rose from the ground, one on the left and one on the right, trapping Choji in between, continually pushing forward under the guidance of chakra. Super push. Ah! Choji roared, his giant hands pressing heavily against the rock walls. And for a moment, neither side could gain the upper hand. Hina, notify the lookout tower, mobilize all crossbows, and attack Inoki. Narashikako looked at Inoki, standing alone on the ground. He wouldn't talk about samurai ethics. Hey, did you forget someone? Hakuki rolled over, turning his back to the lookout tower, using his rocky back to block all the crossbow arrows. Switch to explosive tag, crossbow attacks. This stone giant is all show and no go. It doesn't have that much chakra inside. The captain of the Hyuga team in the lookout tower could see Hakuki clearly. Flying pig, lend me some speed. Baimu waved his hand and threw a huge stone slab, which hit Xiao Dao Dingzua's exposed toe. Ouch! Xiao Dao Dingzua let out a painful cry, tears streaming down his face, and was further squeezed by the earth technique. Earthquake fragment, throw a piece of rock debris at the target, causing a certain amount of ninjutsu damage and stealing the target's movement speed. Ho ho ho! I've said it before, ninjas shooting tea wear sandals. But they just don't listen. Baimu moved lightly and sprinted towards the watchtower. He once wondered why the stone man's Q could slow him down. It made sense since hitting someone's toe would naturally make them run slower in pain. But what was the principle behind his own speed increase? Now he understood. After hitting someone's toe, how could he not be happy? Being happy just makes you run faster. Ha ha! The joy of a man is that simple. Chapter 79, True Tower Theft Power Sprint. Ghostly steps by Mu curled into a huge, round stone ball and rolled quickly toward the watchtower. After all, this is a game about pushing towers. Stop him! Stop him! Narashikahisa could no longer care about why the stone giant was a human cannonball, but he absolutely could not allow such a massive creature to approach the watchtower. 30 million. Have you forgotten who you are fighting against? Fire release. Head hardening. Kakuzu spewed forth a raging inferno, blocking Shikahisa's shadow technique. Wait a moment. Yamanaka Ino was making a strange hand sign, preparing to release the mind-body switch technique when Baimu was momentarily hindered. Was it you who let that man nap on the battlefield? A steam-heavy punch landed at Yamanaka Ino's feet. If it weren't for the quick release of the body flicker technique, that punch could have turned him into minced meat under the steel fist. Hurry! Hurry! Quick actions! The person on top of the watchtower replacing the explosive tag crossbow bolts was already sweating profusely, at a distance of 1,000 meters. Baimu rolled up to the last line of defense of Konoha in an instant, with nearly 100 Konoha ninjas puffing their cheeks, ready to unleash their ninjutsu to deliver a blow to this stone giant. Baimu released himself from the power sprint state, nimbly rolled to catch the rock staff, and activated EX. Counterattack storm again, spinning the staff rapidly like a propeller, infusing it with wind chakra, even creating gusts of wind as he advanced against the ninjutsu. Crossbow bolts launch. Ninjutsu attack. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The crossbow bolts, trailing explosive tags, emitted a deathly wail in the air. Colorful and brilliant ninjutsu came flying in. Fireballs, water columns, wind blades, lightning whips, boom. All struck against the rotating rock staff in Baimu's hands, causing the crossbow bolts to be knocked away immediately, while the ninjutsu crashed against the staff curtain, with only a little residual force seeping through the gaps, which was no longer a threat. EX. Counterattack storm still had the effect of reducing ninjutsu damage by 50, and with the resistance from the witch's veil and resistance shoes, the ninjutsu from these supporting ninjas felt like a light scraping, with the counterattack storm sustaining him. Baimu charged forward for another 100 meters. As the 5-second duration ended, Baimu leaned on the rock staff and stopped, twisting his cramping arms. Finally stopped. Is it due to exhaustion? Captain Hinata on the watchtower let out a sigh of relief, looking at the stone giant that had come to a halt. Baimu gave a thumbs up, squinting one eye at the Konoha defense line below. Is he giving us a thumbs up? Captain Hinata glanced at the others. No, I'm looking for the best casting distance. Baimu muttered to himself. The next second, the momentum cannot be stopped. Yasuo got ready, like a thunderous explosion. The 100-meter-high stone giant crouched down and instantly exploded with terrifying speed, rushing toward the Konoha defense line below the tower, crashing down with the force of the heavens collapsing and the earth sinking, sending the Konoha ninjas flying like flowers scattered by a celestial maiden. What retreat, retreat? Panic spread within the watchtower. From the same 100-meter height, Baimu leaned in and could see the group of ninjas inside the tower, their faces filled with horror and chaos. He grinned. Feel the fear of being dominated by a giant. Lin Dayu pulls down the willow. Baimu bent down, bracing his shoulder against the watchtower, straining to activate his rock arms, attempting to uproot the watchtower directly. Damn it, stop him. The reconnaissance ninja is still up there. The surviving Konoha ninjas below began to swarm in, attacking by Mu's feet with their weapons and ninjutsu. If you need a pedicure, could you please call over Konoha's top technician? By Mu stomped heavily on the ground. Earthquake tremor. Boom, the entire ground shook violently, causing a group of people to lose their footing and their attack speed to plummet. Get up. By Mu poured all his chakra into the output. Even a Fei was about to be squeezed dry, and Kakuzu's heart gradually shriveled. Finally, with a crack, the ground split, and the watchtower was uprooted. Brother Huang too. I'm heading home first. You all keep fighting. Ha ha ha. By Mu shook the watchtower like shaking champagne. The Konoha ninjas inside the jar were tossed around, dizzy and disoriented. True tower theft. The 3v3 stared blankly as Bai Mu removed the disc from the top of the watchtower, rolling it away like a tire, and they all instinctively stopped their attacks. Their expressions were dazed, as if one side was demolishing the tower while the other was defending it. And suddenly a stone giant jumped in, carrying the tower away. Are we still attacking? Huangta looked at Nara Shikahisa. No, let us not attack anymore, right? The tower has been rolled away like a tire. What else is there to fight for? Then let us retreat. Huang Tu waved his hand, signaling everyone to collect the bodies. They had lost quite a few comrades in this battle. Nara Shikahisa also waved his hand to retreat. The captain has no sense of thrift at all. Such a thick concrete pipe, just like that, said to discard it. Kakuzu squatted beside the abandoned watchtower, hammering the concrete, pulling out the rebar to sell for money. Bai Mu rolled back to the capital of the land of grass with the watchtower disc, his body now completely weak, feeling as if it had been hollowed out, unable to squeeze out even a bit of chakra. The massive stone figure shattered before the city wall, and the Konoha ninjas inside the watchtower had long turned into mush, their minds spinning as if caught in a water vortex, then thrown into a washing machine, and upon landing, they were completely unconscious. Bai Mu collapsed to the ground, and a face slid off him, like a thin piece of dehydrated radish, the earthy mask falling away, revealing a heart that no longer beat. Feeling the burden of responsibilities one shouldn't have at this age, piloting a Gundam so forced half-conscious, Bai Mu saw two groups of people arguing and cursing all over this batch of Konoha captives in the watchtower. The Wagakure claimed they rolled down to the city and were picked up by them, while Bai Mu's men refused to let go, arguing fiercely. Damn, you guys will take care of me. Bai Mu lay weakly on the ground. Yet no one looked at him, until Huang Tu and the others returned triumphantly, under the dual coordination of Kakuzu and Huang Tu. The ownership of the watchtower was finally settled. The captives returned to Bai Mu, the chakra crossbow returned to a Wagakure, and the supplies were split in half. After all, if it weren't for Huang Tu and Han's assistance, Bai Mu wouldn't have been able to easily take the tower alone. After the distribution of supplies and captives was completed, someone finally noticed that there was still a person lying on the ground. Captain, why are you sleeping here? It seems like chakra was overdrawn. Hurry and send him to the hospital. Bai Mu weakly raised a middle finger as his final act of defiance. Whatever you do, don't let Yakushi Kabuto pour shit into me.